Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Heroic Myth. Chapter 20, The Two's Wish. If it wasn't one thing, it's another, Finn sighed as he peeked inside a tent where several members of his familia were resting. After using the last of their supplies to heal their wounds, Finn had had the party retreat back to the 50th floor while carrying the unconscious Archer and Ace. When they woke up, Finn, Riveria and Gareth questioned them on what occurred on the 59th floor, but Ace had no idea what had happened or didn't understand enough to put them into words, as was often the case. Archer simply said that he didn't know what prompted him to act on his own either, aside from the fact that he knew that the spirit had to die, something Ace had nodded in agreement to. Everything else though, I have no obligation to explain. That was all they got when they asked about his spells. Which was fair. He was not part of their familia, and it was enough to know that whatever he had done worked and saved them. It's not as though they would answer his questions to why Ace's spell could do things from shooting out wind, to creating a wind barrier, and even give her limited flight, all with the same chant. Luffy Ya seemed to have some ideas of how Archer's shield worked, but she wasn't confident enough in her theories to share them. Still, to think that even after fighting for their lives, that on their way back to the surface they would encounter a monster party of poison vermis, one of the most toxic monsters known in the dungeon. Their poison was enough to incapacitate anyone without special gear or the development ability abnormal resistance at rank G. Naturally, this meant over half of the expedition, Hephaestus Smiths included, had been knocked out, forcing them to rest on the 18th floor to treat them when Finn had wanted to get back to Loki to report as soon as possible. Well, we sent Bet out already, so all we can do is wait for him to come back with the antidotes, Gareth said with a sigh. Still, I'm amazed no one died. Let's not question that any more than we have to, Riveria said pointedly. We were lucky that the spirit was one that wanted to play with its food. Indeed, if it had decided to use the flame spell again instead of the meteor one, Finn doubted Archer's shield would have been able to block it. That just goes back to the original question, Finn muttered as the three of them entered the command tent. Who, or what, exactly is Archer? The two males turned toward the high elf for her expert opinion, causing the woman to sigh. At the barest hypothesis, I would say he is an existence similar to Ace, Riveria began. The two reacted in a similar fashion, and the spirit seemed to have singled them both out. Their magics are also similar in how flexible they are as well. If I had to guess further without any evidence, I would say he, or at the very least his bloodline, has spirit blood within it somehow. Perhaps the spirit contacted his ancestor at some point in the past and the ancestor received some of its blood. Willingly? Gareth asked. You saw what happened below, Riveria said with a slight frown. High-level spirits, not fairies, existed long before the gods descended onto our world. If his ancestors were one that would try to harm a spirit, they would have had to try and fight without the Falna. Gareth nodded as he rubbed his head. Sure would answer a lot of questions, I suppose, the old dwarf admitted. Better a spirit than a creature, I suppose. So long as he remains a friend, I don't care what he is, Finn said with a smile. So you trust him now? Gareth asked. I'm not sure I can say I trust him 100% as he is still of a different familia, Finn admitted. But I can trust he is what he seems to be. A young man that wants to help us simply because he wants to. Although that is scary in a different way. Hard to trust someone who wants nothing in return, Gareth admitted with a sigh. At least Archer is still accepting payment, as much as I would love for him to not. The other two shared similar bitter smiles. They had to hand over most of the drop items to the Hephaestus familia when they were done, and what was left over would go to Archer and the Hestia familia. Although they weren't quite in the red thanks to Archer's supply of weapons, it was quite close. Still, they won't ask to renegotiate the deal with Archer. They had an ideal source for magic swords now after all, and ones that could be made instantly and on short notice. They'll probably have to pay for any new ones at above regular cost at the insistence of Hephaestus familia, or else it would absolutely wreck the value of magic swords from other blacksmith familias. The last thing Finn needed was to be blacklisted after all. Guess the next expedition will have to be to make money, Finn said with a smile. No arguments here, Gareth agreed as Riveria nodded as well. Think we can get some more magic swords from Archer before he leaves? That would probably be up to him, Riveria said with a smile. So the answer will be yes. As they shook their heads, the flap to the tent opened up. "Oi, I'm back," Bet said with his usual sour look. "Already?" Riveria asked. "Met some people," the werewolf replied. "Gave me a case of Dion sex antidotes without me even saying anything." "Who?" Finn asked. "That Minotaur brat and what's probably the rest of Archer's familia. The red man's already shoved off to meet them. Just came back to drop them off before I go back to being your mailman." And with that, Bet left without another word. "The Minotaur kid, as in Bell Cranel?" Gareth asked. "I believe that was his name," Riveria nodded. "Barely 2 weeks and he's already made his way down here. He has to have at least hit level 2 by now then, building off of level 1 with his status at all S rank." "Hestia Familia is full of weirdos," Gareth said with a laugh. "You two met the captain of such a familia, right? What's he like?" The High Elf and Palom exchanged glances. "If I had to say," Riveria began, "he was most definitely a king of some place or some other high noble." "Guess you would know," Gareth said as Riveria nodded. He then turned to Finn. "What about you?" "Honestly? He bothers me more than Archer does," Finn admitted. "There's something about his eyes, it feels like they can see right through you." Both Riveria and Gareth shared a glance. "Something tells me," Finn muttered as he bit at his thumb, "that fighting that spirit again would be easier than fighting him head-on." XXXXX. "It's just over here," Archer said as he led Belle and the others toward the Loki Familia camp. "I'll ask Finn if you guys can camp out here with us." "Why did you stop here in the first place?" Belle asked as he walked alongside Archer. "Couldn't you have just made it all the way back to the surface if you were already here?" "Were people injured?" "Poisoned," Archer corrected. "So they can't move right now." Finn sent Bet up for antidotes but Archer turned to look at Castor, who simply smirked at him. "Looks like that was taken care of." Belle knew that there was no way Castor was doing this out of the goodness of his heart, but he still didn't know what Castor was aiming to get from it. Was it simply for more connections with Loki Familia? "Did you bring any food with you at least?" Archer asked. "Supplies are rather low and we've been scavenging from the dungeon." "Food, from the dungeon?" Welf asked with his eyes wide open. "What on earth grows down here that you can eat?" "Honey cloud for one," Archer explained as he fished one out of his pocket. It was a yellow cotton-like fruit that was giving off a rather sweet-smelling scent that Belle could smell from where he was standing. Archer split it in half with his hands and a pink juice started seeping out, causing the smell to also come out stronger. He then tossed one half to Welf before handing the other to Belle. "This is what most of us have been eating for the last day." "Well, this and some other fruits, but honey cloud is the most common." The boys bit into the fruit and their faces scrunched up immediately. "So sweet," Belle said as he shook his head. He was never good with sweets to begin with, but the fruit was so sickeningly sweet that it made him want to vomit. "Gah! It's like drinking pure liquid sugar," Welf groaned as he stuck his tongue out. The smith then looked down to see Assassin tugging on his sleeve with begging eyes. Looking like he didn't want to finish it either way, he handed the fruit to the girl, to which she took a bite and let out a satisfied squeal. "Do you want mine, Lily?" Belle asked. "Is it okay?" Lily asked back. "Yeah, I don't really like it." "Then Lily will accept," Lily said happily as she took it and plopped it in her mouth. Lily agrees that it is a bit too sweet for a proper meal. "As a dessert though? Can we sell these things up on the surface?" Welf asked. "They don't keep more than a few days apparently," Archer replied. "So you won't be able to store too many of them." Welf just shrugged as if to say he wasn't that invested anyway. "We're here." They entered a gap in the trees and came across a massive clearing filled with tents. In the center of the campground flew a large flag depicting the Loki Familia emblem. "Show us to Diem," Castor said. "I have some things to discuss with him." "Yep, feels like I'm home already," Archer muttered as he directed them through the camp. Belle saw some Loki adventurers call out and wave to Archer as they passed, while others simply stared in confusion at Belle and the others but didn't say anything, probably because Archer was with them. They then came to the largest tent. "Finn, you in?" Archer called out. "Come on in," the Palom called back out as Archer stepped aside to let Castor go in first, with Belle following right behind him. Inside were the executives of Loki Familia, sitting on small cushioned stools, looking as though they had been in a meeting. On the side of the tent directly behind Finn was a banner bearing Loki Familia's emblem. "Welcome to the 18th floor, Hestia Familia," Finn said with a smile. "First off, allow me to express my thanks for the antidotes. We'll reimburse you as soon as possible." "You may do so in 2 ways, Castor said, holding up 2 fingers. "We shall use some space in the camp to rest here rather than in Rivera, and I will have some information. It'll have to depend on what kind of information you are after, but you're free to set up near Archer's tent if you want," Finn said, and Castor accepted that with a nod. "Then let us host a banquet for the return of the giant killers," Castor said as he snapped his fingers, causing a loud crash to appear outside, followed by several people shouting in surprise. "Archer, use those to prepare a proper feast." "Me?" Archer asked with a raised brow. "Though it pains me to admit so, your meals are just barely suitable for my tongue. You do not expect me to eat nothing but honey cloud, do you?" Archer let out a small sigh as he shook his head and headed out with most of the others following after him. "What's wrong?" Castor asked as he turned toward Belle. "Did you want to listen in as well?" "No, I just wanted to say something," Belle said as he turned to the Loki executives and bowed his head. "Thank you for allowing Archer to go on an adventure." Finn, Riveria, and Gareth looked at Belle in surprise as Finn let out a good-natured chuckle. "He showed us a good time too," Finn said with a smile. "I'm sure you can follow him someday too." "Yes. Thank you very much," Belle said with a nod before leaving as well. "That boy never ceases to give me a migraine," Castor sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He then made to sit down, letting a golden stool appear underneath him. "Now then, although I could simply wait and hear it from the mongrel himself, I would hear it from the 3 of you first." "Oh? Hear what?" Finn asked. "What exactly did you find down there on the 59th floor?" Castor asked, his blood-red eyes sweeping across the Loki executives. "It'll be a long story," Finn said, his smile disappearing as a serious expression replaced it. "I am not as busy as I usually am right now. I have time. XXXXX. As Belle stepped outside, he saw a man on the ground, staring at the mass of packages that appeared on the side of the command tent. "You all right, Raoul?" Archer asked as he helped him to his feet. "Archer?" the man named Raoul began. "These things just popped out of nowhere? Does the dungeon spawn packages now too?" "Don't be daft, Raoul," a black-haired cat person said with a sigh. "They were brought along by my familia captain," Archer explained. "Mostly food, I think." "Food? Really?" Raoul asked. "You mean we don't have to spend each meal eating honey cloud fruits anymore?" "That'd be great," the cat person said. "Can't really do much else with them, and hard bread after all." "Can you two get them to the cooking area, Aki?" Archer asked. "I'm going to help my familia settle in." "Oh, they're staying here then?" Aki asked as Belle unconsciously nodded his head to answer her. "Nice to meet you. Let's get along all right? Raoul, help me here." As the two of them started moving the food packages, and Belle was sure he saw a whole prepared cow amongst them, Archer pointed them toward his tent at the edge of the grounds. "Master Archer's been busy," Lily said as she eyed the massive magic stones that Archer had been keeping in a bag. "They are as big as Belle's arm," Saber muttered, speaking for the first time since they entered the 18th floor. "I was not aware they can get that big. Look at these things," Welf said as he lifted up what looked like a horn of a rhino and several dragon scales. "Damn, deep floor drop items are amazing. Come to think of it, who are you?" Archer asked as he looked at Welf while Assassin was hanging off the bowman's back, having found one that was big enough to climb on and without anything hanging on it. "A new member." Belle supposed that Archer could tell that Assassin and Saber were also servants, so he did not question their appearance. "Oh, sorry," Welf said as he placed Archer's pack back down and stuck out his hand. "The name's Welf Krazo. I'm Belle's personal blacksmith. And I'm not actually part of your familia. I'm part of Hephaestos' familia." "Is that so?" Archer asked with a nod and shook the young man's hand. "Pleasure to meet you. If you can work with these materials, then they're yours." "Haha, nice of you to say, but there's no way I can make anything even close to half decent with those things the way I am now." "Is that so?" Then I'll save them for a rainy day. As Lily and Welf continued to rummage through Archer's stuff, Bell decided to properly introduce his servants to each other. Archer, this is Saber, Bell said, gesturing to the glasses-wearing servant. Sigurd, Saber introduced himself as he extended his hand. Archer took it and paused for a moment before responding with, Amiya. The name didn't seem to register to Saber, but the man closed his eyes in what Bell assumed was a smile underneath his mask and nodded. And the one on your back is Assassin, Bell said. Jack the Ripper. Assassin said. Nice to meet you, Archer. Archer paused for a second, his grey eyes boring into Assassin's smiling face before turning to Saber, who simply nodded. The Grail is always full of surprises, Archer said with a sigh. So what brings you guys down here? Castor wants to kill the floor boss, Bell said as Archer stared at him. Of course he does, Archer sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Once he gets off his ass, he doesn't do things by halves, does he? I cannot say, Saber said honestly. It is the first time I have seen him take direct action. He has always been content to direct from his throne until now. What had changed? Archer asked. Mommy saved other adventurers in the dungeon, Assassin spoke up as Archer looked from Assassin toward Saber and Bell. We encountered the Takemikazuchi familia yesterday, Bell explained. They got caught in a monster party and I wanted to jump in to save them and kinda made everyone else follow me. Bell. You need to stop doing things I would do. Even though Archer was probably being serious when he said that, all Bell could do was smile and laugh. Though he was too embarrassed to admit that that was all he ever wanted to do since he met Archer. Archer. A voice called out from outside the camp, causing Bell, Archer, Saber, and Assassin to turn around. There, coming out of the forest, were several girls. 2 Amazons, 1 elf and... Bell felt his breath hitch in his throat. A blonde human girl was taking up the rear of the group, a thin rapier by her side. She stood a few centimeters shorter than Bell and he felt that she was radiating feminine beauty. Her blonde hair was shining under the light of the crystals on the ceiling to the point that he almost thought that her hair was actually made of gold. Even a relative newcomer to Orario like Bell knew who this person was. Ace Wallenstein, the strongest human in the world. Bell thought his heart was going to explode out of his chest as he quickly turned his body around to force himself to look anywhere other than at her. Welcome back, Archer called out. How was the harvest? Pretty good, though still mostly honey clouds, the Amazon with the shorter haircut replied. Lefia did find a crystal drop though. Miss Ace was the one who found it though, the elf said. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds rare. It goes for quite a lot on the surface, the other Amazon explained. Though nobles tend to buy them up whenever they appear. They're basically just candy, Who are these people? Ah, they're part of my familia. This is Bell Cranel, my vice-captain, why are you looking away, Bell? And no reason. Bell stammered, still facing away from them. Ah. It's the little Argonaut. Hi. Hearing the name of his skill caused Bell's heart to skip a beat as the short-haired Amazon appeared in his sight, causing him to yelp and take a step back. Oh, the one who defeated the Minotaur. The longer-haired Amazon added as she leaned in to get a better look at Bell's face. Hey, how did you get all your parameters to S rank? Had there been that many people watching? And his status had been exposed? When? How? Was it really this person? The elf, Lefia, asked as she looked from Archer to Ace. Yes, Ace nodded simply as Archer sighed. Unfortunately. Archer muttered. He defeated 3 more on his own during our trip down here, Saber helpfully provided. Saber! Bell shouted indignantly. Heh? Really? Amazing. You have to be at least level 2 then, right, little Argonaut? Diona, Shin, you're scaring the poor boy, Archer said as he placed his hand on the shoulder of the short-haired Amazon. And what do you mean by little Argonaut, Diona? I mean the legend of the Argonaut, Diona said. It fits him, don't you think? More than she probably realized. A ball of white hair suddenly appeared in front of Bell's face as Assassin was standing in front of him with her arms spread out as if to keep the Amazons from coming closer. Leave mommy alone. Assassin bravely said. However, it seemed to have the opposite effect. Ah, how cute. The two of them immediately shifted their sights onto Assassin instead as they pulled her close and started cuddling her. The servant tried to break free but was unable to. "Mommy!" she cried out, hand reaching toward Belle. Please stop," Belle said quickly. "I think you're scaring her." Behind him, Lefia was looking from Archer, to Belle, to Saber and then to Jack. Mr. Archer," she began. "Does your goddess have a type?" "I have no idea how to answer that." Archer responded with a sigh as Belle managed to rescue Assassin from the Amazon's grip. The two of them stumbled back a bit and he felt someone's soft hands catch his shoulders. Belle clamped down on the squeal slipping out of his mouth and quickly stepped away from Ace, moving Assassin between him and her. Beside him, he saw Archer bring his palm to his face while Saber was chuckling to himself. They knew. Oh no! They knew. Belle's quickly reddening face did him no favors either. What did one do when one was cornered like this? Well, Belle decided to rely back on his base instincts. And ran. XXXXX. Kukiku. Saber chuckled as Belle kicked up dust as he disappeared further into the camp. He is at that age after all. Really now? Archer sighed as he shook his head. Assassin had made to run after Belle, but she got caught by the sheer brute strength of the Amazons again. No! She let out a weak scream as she was being coddled again. Am I, being hated? Ace asked. No, I don't think you are, Lefia replied with a frown. That human was just being rude. Well, I won't deny that, Archer admitted before turning toward the twins and Assassin. Though can you girls go easy on her? But she's so cute, Tiona said before releasing Assassin, who quickly ran in the same direction as Belle. Shen then looked at Saber, who returned her inquisitive gaze with a passive one. Hey, are you level 1? Shen asked. I have not leveled up since joining the Familia, Saber replied neutrally. The Amazon raised an eyebrow as her eyes went from Saber's glowing red sword to the high-quality daggers hooked on his waist. I should be more surprised, Shen sighed. Why am I not more surprised? This is all your fault. She leveled a gaze at Archer, who simply folded his arms in defiance, although he had a very self-satisfied grin on his face. Didn't you have a Palom in your Familia too though? Tiona asked as she looked around. Did she not come with you? No, she's in the tent going through my drop items, Archer said, pointing his thumb over his shoulder. Looks like they added a Hephaestus Familia Smith to the party to replace me in the meantime too. That makes sense if you were the one taking care of their weapons before, Lefia nodded. That little girl? Ace asked. Jack, Saber replied as Ace nodded in thanks. Is she okay down here? She can defeat 3 orcs on her own with little trouble and the Almiraj cannot keep up with her. Do not worry. Again, I should be surprised, but I am not, Shen said again as she punched Archer's arm. I don't think the dungeon cares what constitutes for normality after the last few days, Archer shot back as he rubbed his arm. Yeah, but I can take it out on you much more easily than I can take it out on the dungeon. Shen, no bullying Archer, Tiona said with a pout. Alright. In any case, I should get to work, Archer said as he rolled his shoulders. Making new weapons for your Familia? Tiona asked. No, my captain brought extra supplies to share with the expedition and he told me to use them for a feast. All right. Tiona shouted as she threw her arms in the air. Honey Cloud is good and all, but if I have to eat it all the time, I'll just get sick of them. It won't be much though. I have to think of a menu that those recovering can keep down as well. At least it won't just be sweet juice, Shen said with a wry smile. Some of the guys were saying that eating nothing but that was the worst part of getting poisoned. Even though it's so good. Lefia sighed as Ace nodded in agreement. Archer, Saber whispered as he leaned in toward his fellow knight class. What should we do about Master? Leave him be, Archer replied. Going after him now while he is in the middle of puberty will only make it worse. Saber nodded in agreement to Archer's sage advice. Their master has finally grown up. XXXXX. Castor let out a deep breath through his nose as he took in all the information that the Loki executives could give him about the spirit down on the 59th floor. It sounds as though that wasn't even the main body. Castor said as he looked at Finn, who had a similar frown on his face. The Loki Familia captain nodded his head before speaking. That is my guess as well, Finn replied. During the battle, it shot up a mass of vines from the floor to create a wall, far more in volume than its body would suggest. I would say that it was merely another tentacle just like the Vergas and Vilas. Agreed, Castor said with a frown. Its main body is most likely on the 60th floor or even further below. Give me a break. Gareth said with a sigh. What's going on with this city? No one could provide the dwarf with an answer as Castor tapped a finger on the table the four of them were sitting around. A golden portal opened up near his feet before he bent down and withdrew a bottle. The news that such a parasite could be nesting deep within the roots of his garden was giving him a migraine. And what's more, it sounded as though someone was both cultivating and spreading them out. Such a situation called for a quick break. Do you drink, Reverial Joseph? Castor asked in an uncharacteristic display of politeness as he raised the golden bottle. I do not, Reveria replied as she rubbed her forehead. But I feel as though I would not decline the offer right now. Castor let out an amused huff as he also pulled out 4 golden cups and began filling them with his wine. That is the wine you gave to Loki? Reveria asked as she accepted the cup. How fragrant! Whew! No wonder Loki was hogging it all to herself, Gareth said as he downed the cup in a single go. Almost as if it was crafted by the gods themselves. Finn muttered as he looked over toward Castor. There should be no way for any mortal to get their hands on such things, Castor said simply as he pushed the bottle over to Gareth and allowed him to refill his drink. Aside from the Soma wine in any case, and this is not it. Although I have heard that god Dionysus has gotten his hands on some peculiar wine himself. The conversation went nowhere, but it was sufficient to relax the nerves and calm everyone down. Still, Finn spoke up, drawing the conversation back to the topic. If we take in what we learned on the 24th floor, whoever is creating these, let's call them demi-spirits, whoever is creating them carries around a parasite in the shape of a jewel with a monstrous fetus inside of it which then infects a Vilas or by taking over a pantry. You know what those are, correct? I do, Castor nodded. A location within the dungeon where monsters gather to feed. Yes. Using one of these two methods, the parasite gains a body and then turns into, or should I say, evolves into a demi-spirit by eating the yellow magic stones provided by the Vergas and Vilas. And these jewels can easily be carried in one's palm, Reveria said as she looked down at her own hand. This being who calls themselves Inayo is a dangerous person indeed. If those jewels get to the surface, then they'd be able to spawn those spirits or Vilas whenever and wherever they wish. Gareth shook his head as he downed another cup. Orario would be finished. Inayo. Destroyer of the city, Castor muttered. What a boring name. There is always that one petulant child who wishes to destroy the works of the other children in the sandbox. Do you think that this Inayo is another god? Reveria asked with a frown. The gods are only ever interested in their own amusement, Castor pointed out the most obvious fact in the world. That is why they have decided to live in this world bound by countless rules and why many would scavenge a living in the dirt. Although most want to raise a mortal to play the starring role of a hero in their tales, there is always a counter-legend of a champion backed by an evil god to rival them. Evilus, Finn said, his frown deepening. Now there's an old name. By talking about this, does this mean you wish to join the investigation? Reveria asked. No, Hestia Familia will not get involved on purpose, Castor answered with a shake of his head and a rather awful smirk. Our Familia consists of a single level 2 and a handful of level 1s. How can we possibly defend ourselves against an enemy that the mighty Loki Familia struggles with? But of course, Finn nodded with a wry smile. Nevertheless, I shall pass along any information I would deem useful for your own investigations. Would you like us to do the same? It will not be necessary. I only sought out the information of this demi-spirit for a clue of what I might be looking for. And I believe I have it. The other three narrowed their eyes at that. Changing the topic for a moment, Castor continued, paying them no heed as he put on an airy tone like that of a fool. I have heard that the port city Milan to the southwest of Orario is an excellent vacation spot to go on celebrations. Milan. Gareth repeated, deciding to play along. I that it is. Good fishing spots and a nice beach for young ones to fool around on. I have heard that some aquatic monsters appear on occasion, Castor continued. Is there anything that one should keep an eye out for lest the young ones fall prey to their ignorance? No need to worry about them, Gareth said. Enjord Familia clears them out on occasion. You'll only run into the bigger nasties if you venture to the bottom of the lake. Gareth's voice trailed off as his eyes widened at the same time as Finn's and Riveria's. But Castor got his confirmation. Normally monsters outside the dungeon were so weak that any level 1 could beat them. But there was an area which should be avoided even with a level 2 and someone like Archer around, then that meant only one thing. Multiple entrances to the dungeon did exist, even if it was quite a ways away from Orario proper. A way for someone to smuggle the plant monsters out of the dungeon without anyone noticing. Multiple exits did exist in the past, Riveria said as Castor aired his thoughts. But the one in Milan had been sealed with the completion of the Grand Quest Leviathan. But that was 15 years ago, Gareth pointed out. There is a chance that there might be a crack in the seal. But Enjord Familia watches everything coming into the port, Finn pointed out. If someone was smuggling these creatures to the shores, then that would mean they'd have to know about it. Not to mention the guild presence in the city. A hand acting outside of view from the head will develop a will of its own, Castor pointed out. The more I hear about this incident, the more I believe it is impossible that no one in the guild is aware. That old man. Riveria muttered as she looked to the side. Could he possibly be? Castor wondered if Riveria was referring to the guild head of the main branch in Orario, Royman Mardial. A typical elf with all the arrogance one would expect from a long-lived race except for one single detail. Castor had seen a lot of amazing and ridiculous things since coming to Orario. Gods and goddesses operating food stands, civilian women slapping lecherous gods without any repercussions, a goddess dressed in rags leading a cult telling mortals to reject all forms of wealth, but the sight of a fat elf was one he had never expected. No, despite his greed, the man is completely loyal to the guild in Orario, Riveria decided for herself. He would not jeopardize his own wealth and standing by destroying the city. That's another lead we'll have to follow soon, Finn decided before turning toward the servant with a smile. Thanks for the tip, Castor. I was simply asking for advice for a celebration trip, Castor feigned ignorance. Your gratitude is misplaced. What's the occasion then? Finn asked. Castor's mouth stretched into a rather feral smile. To mark Hestia Familia's victory over the Goliath, of course. XXXXX. Are you okay, Mommy? Assassin asked as she was holding Belle's hand and was leading him back to Archer's tent. Why yet, somewhat, Belle nodded, feeling exhausted. He was glad Assassin was the one to chase after him. Even though she was technically a few decades older than him at the very least, her mind was still that of a child, so she didn't notice what the other two servants noticed. Archer had a lot of pretty ladies with him, didn't he? Assassin asked and Belle nodded his head. He sure did, Belle said with a laugh. So it was possible to pick up girls in the dungeon. Though they all probably didn't consider Archer anything more than a friend. They were in different familias after all. And just like that, Belle's heart felt heavy. It was difficult for members of different familias to get together. After all, should a child be born between them, which familia should it join? That is why one of the would-be couple would have to leave their familia and join the others. Belle would never leave Hestia Familia, and he doubted Ace would ever leave Loki Familia. His first crush was over before it even had a chance to begin. Ah ha ha ha. He could only let out a sad laugh at the thought. As he did, Saber's words from the other day returned to his head. He clutched his head and let out a silent scream as he writhed in embarrassment. Mommy, people are staring. Assassin said as she tugged on his sleeve. Belle quickly turned around and saw the gazes of the confused Loki Familia. To which he quickly bowed his head, grabbed Assassin's hand and hurried along. Ah, it's that pretty elf lady from earlier. Belle stopped and turned to where Assassin was pointing to and saw the blonde elf carrying a pot in her hands, looking rather distracted. Look out! Huh? Why? Unable to see in front of her due to the pot, the girl tripped over a crystal that was poking out of the ground. In a flash, Belle crossed the distance between them and caught her before she hit the ground. The contents of the pot splashed out onto his shoulder and he felt the searing pain of hot stew fall onto his shoulder, but luckily most of it was saved by Assassin, who caught it before it completely hit the ground. Hey, are you alright? Belle asked, wincing in pain from the stain on his shirt. Yes, thank you, the girl nodded as she looked at Belle and then toward Assassin. Oh, you're from Mr. Archer's Familia. Why yes, Belle nodded as he helped her up. I'm Belle Cranel. We're Jack. Assassin chimed in as she raised the pot over her head. Leffy ya Virtus. She then looked down and Belle followed her gaze and saw that she was looking at his hands which were on her arms. Gah! I'm sorry. Belle let out a shout as he quickly let go of her, causing her to giggle. Don't worry, I don't mind being touched like some other elves, she said with a smile. Lefia. Are you okay? Another member of Loki Familia came running with a box of some sort of fruit wine in her hands. The pot's okay. Assassin replied holding it toward the female adventurer whose worried expression softened at the sight. Good girl, the woman said as she smiled and patted Assassin on the head. She then turned toward Belle, hands still patting Assassin's head as if she was a small animal rather than a spirit. I'm so sorry, Lefia said, indicating Belle's shoulder. Come with me for a moment. I'll wash it off for you. And no, it's okay, Belle said quickly. I can do it myself. Just let her do it for you, the other woman said with a smile. It'll be bad if it stains, right? In exchange, I'll be borrowing your Familia member to help out, okay? Then, Jack, can you help Archer and the others with dinner? Belle asked. Okay. Assassin nodded as she turned to the Loki adventurer. Where do we put this, big sis? The adventurer let out a satisfied squeal as she led Assassin down the path. Then, please come this way, Lefia said as she led Belle the opposite direction. They walked quite a distance from the camp to a small stream of all things. Why would the dungeon make an entire floor a safe zone? Belle asked as he took off his armor and shirt and handed it to Lefia. No one is really sure, Lefia said, rolling up her sleeves. Some people think that there is some benefit to the dungeon in keeping people within it, but that goes against how it seems to hate mortals and gods alike and tries to kill them with its monsters. A benefit to keeping adventurers in the dungeon as opposed to simply killing them right away. Then again, it could just be trying to lure adventurers into a false sense of security before it strikes. The dungeon really does seem to think, doesn't it? Belle asked. Just the other day my party came across another party who got ambushed by Almiraj and one of their supporters got injured, then it immediately spawned a monster party on them. Yes, Lefia nodded. You get stories like that all the time where things go from bad to worse in a blink of an eye. She seemed to be speaking from experience herself. Belle wondered if something like that happened down on the deep floors himself. Duh, of course it did. That's why he suffered mine down a few days ago, and the fact that so many of their members got poisoned from a monster spawn. He turned his head back toward Lefia and saw that she had stopped moving her hands and was looking at him. Yes? Belle asked and she jumped, apparently not realizing that she was staring. Did you really defeat a Minotaur at level 1? Lefia asked. Ah, yes. Belle replied, trying very hard to not sound like he was bragging even though he knew it was an amazing achievement. Though it completely trashed me around for a bit and destroyed 2 of my daggers that Archer made for me and my first set of armor. My entire familia chewed me out for being so reckless too. So he tried making a joke out of it, but Lefia didn't pay it any mind. When you were fighting, no, what made you want to fight it alone in the first place? The elf asked. From what I heard, Archer was already there to help, right? I didn't want him to protect me all the time, Belle admitted. When we first met, he protected me from another Minotaur as well. It felt like I would never step out from behind him if I let him save me again. I couldn't, I didn't want him to always be there to protect me. I want to stand beside him someday too. Is this what he meant by we're similar? Lefia muttered to herself. What was that? Belle asked. And no, it's nothing. Lefia said quickly. I just think I know how you feel. Only being protected is a frustrating feeling, isn't it? Come to think of it, Lefia was also surrounded by living legends in her familia as well, wasn't she? Braver, 9 Hell, Elgram, Sword Princess. While Belle was surrounded by people who had been thought to only exist in legend, Lefia was surrounded by modern-day heroes. She probably understood what Belle was feeling all too well. Then we'll just have to work hard to catch up to them, right? Belle asked with a smile. It won't be easy, but as long as we don't give up, we'll get there someday, right? Lefia just stared at Belle for a moment before she let out a giggle. Fufu, I suppose so, Lefia agreed. Then here's to the 2 of us reaching our goals. The 2 of them smiled and shook hands, wishing the other good luck on their own dreams. Chapter 21, One Who Was Saved. Night had fallen over the 18th floor. The lights coming from the massive crystals overhead dimmed once the scheduled afternoon ended, changing the time immediately without any sense of red twilight between them. As if there was a power outage in the middle of a massive stadium. Bell sat with his familia around a large campfire with Loki familia as he watched the larger familia laughing and cheering at having proper food again after so long. Thanks to the efforts of Archer and a few of Loki familia's girls, a feast was laid out in front of them. The main course were several different dishes. Steaks cut into bite-sized cubes, stew with both meat and vegetables, several loaves of bread, and of course the fruits found in the dungeon. All around him, people were happily enjoying the meal. Lily thinks that for going on week-long expeditions a strong stomach is required, Lily said as she spooned her stew and let out a long and happy sigh. Lily missed Master Archer's cooking so much. Bell, whose mouth was full from shoveling as much of the bite-sized steak cubes into his mouth as possible, could only nod his head in agreement. At the start of dinner, the Loki Familia captain had said that the feast had been provided by Hestia Familia, so on occasion one of the Loki Familia adventurers would stop by and pour Bell a drink made from one of the dungeon fruits, as thanks to which Bell smiled and happily accepted. As Bell finally swallowed his food, he turned to Welf, who was sitting next to his left on the other side of Assassin. "Is it all right to sit here instead of with your familia?" Bell asked. The smith, who had been shoveling food even faster than Bell, stopped and quickly washed it down with some fruit wine and let out a satisfied burp, causing Lily to make a disgusted face. "Sorry," Welf quickly said as he cleared his throat. "Anyway, nah, it's fine. They're here on their own work and I'm here on mine." "Yo, Welfie." "Shit." A tall dark-skinned woman wearing an eye patch had wandered over from the executive section where Loki Familia's top 3 and Caster had been sitting. From what Archer had told him, the woman was Tsubaki Kalbrand and the captain of the Hephaestos Familia. Or Welf's Familia captain. Apparently she was a half-dwarf and her name made Bell wonder if one of her parents was from the Far East. Bell turned away from Tsubaki, who had plopped herself beside Welf and was getting drunkenly touchy-feely with the obviously uncomfortable Smith. His gaze landed on a pair sitting just behind him. Saber and Archer were sitting together underneath a tree, sharing a drink together. The two of them didn't seem to be talking about anything in particular aside occasionally refilling the other's cup. He supposed they were getting along. A voice came from his left and Bell turned to face them. "Heek." A small and very unmanly squeak shot out of his throat as he saw that it was Ace Wallenstein who called out to him. Assassin's gaze bounced back and forth between Bell and Ace before she stood up with her food and moved herself to Bell's other side between him and Lily to make room for Ace. Inwardly, he praised Assassin for being polite, but he wished she chose a different time to do so as Ace sat down next to him and a lovely scent caused Bell to feel lightheaded. "Do you mind if I talk to you for a bit?" Ace asked. "Why yes. Go ahead," Bell said as Lily leaned forward and eyed Ace with suspicion. First, I want to say sorry," Ace said, lowering her head causing Bell to blink in surprise. "Sorry? About what?" "The Minotaur 2 months ago." Bell's mind immediately flashed back to the day he found the Grail mysteriously in the dungeon, the day that everything began. "We scared the Minotaurs up there, and you almost died, so I'm sorry." "And no, it's fine," Bell said quickly. Though he had been deathly afraid at the time, he wasn't hurt, and it was thanks to that he got to meet Archer, so it was now little more than a nostalgic memory that he could laugh at. "It was true that I became rather scared of Minotaurs for a while, but that isn't a problem anymore. I can defeat them with my own strength now." "Yes," Ace acknowledged with a smile. "You're really strong now." A happiness different from the feeling he got from being praised by Archer exploded in Bell's heart, making him turn his gaze away as he struggled with the smile forming on his face. He saw Archer and Saber watching him, the smirks on their faces telling Bell that they were clearly enjoying the show while Lily was staring at him with half-closed eyes. "Is having a pretty girl saying Bell is strong all it takes to make him feel happy?" Lily asked him with her accusing eyes. Bell desperately wanted to say that that wasn't true, but he couldn't open his mouth to respond as his body filled with shame and guilt. "Mommy." And precious Assassin completely unaware of it all while holding Bell's fork with a piece of meat on the end to his mouth. "Jack is truly my only ally in times like this," Bell decided as he accepted the food. As Bell turned back to Ace, he saw that she was looking at Assassin instead. Assassin tilted her head slightly at the sword princess's gaze. Are you okay? Ace asked the girl as she looked as though she was trying to find the proper words to express her question. You aren't overdoing it, right? About what? About fighting monsters. About the dungeon. Nope. Every day is fun and we get to help mommy and everyone too. At the word mommy, Ace's gaze fell back on Belle, causing him to blush and avert his gaze again. He really wished Assassin wouldn't call him that, but nothing he said could get through to her and he didn't have the heart to push the matter harder. Is that so? Ace asked with a soft smile. Yep. Assassin nodded as she clung onto Belle's arm. We'll do anything to make mommy happy. Ace suddenly spoke up after a pause as she turned toward Belle. Yes? Belle asked, dreading the incoming question. Were you actually a girl? Belle could only respond by letting out a sob as he buried his face into his hands. Sure, he wasn't manly or had as big of muscles compared to the likes of Saber, Archer, or even Caster, but he wasn't that tiny, right? He was a bit taller than Ace after all. Beside him, he saw Lily quivering with a hand to her mouth, fighting a clearly losing battle to contain her laughter. Seeing this, Ace seemed to realize what she had implied with her words and looked apologetic as she quickly turned back to Belle with an apology. I'm sorry. I was wrong. You are very manly. PFFTKK. The dam keeping in Lily's laughter burst as she started giggling hysterically before breaking into a hacking cough between giggles, causing Belle to want to bury himself in a hole and die. Jack. Belle sobbed as he hugged the girl. You're the only one who understands me. Assassin on the other hand didn't quite understand what he was saying but returned the hug all the same before she made a face. Mommy's breath stinks. Assassin said as she suddenly pushing Belle's head away, breaking Belle's heart even further. Maybe Belle had just a little too much dungeon juice to drink. Ace was looking between the three Hestia Familia members, realizing she made another mistake but had no idea how to fix it. She suddenly stopped and stood up, turning around to look at the entrance leading to the 17th floor. Belle followed her gaze and saw that Archer and Saber had stood up as well. Then, from out of the darkness, stepped several people wearing the same emblem on their clothing. A feathered cap surrounded by a pair of wings. And in the front of them was Lord Hermes. Belle asked in surprise. Yo, Belle Cranel, right? The god greeted Belle cheerfully, ignoring the looks of suspicion Saber and Archer were throwing him. Long time no see. The fact that you remember me makes me really happy. But, what are you doing here? Belle asked as he, Lily and Assassin stood up themselves. I thought the gods weren't allowed in the dungeon. Around the god was a blue-haired woman wearing glasses like Saber, another woman with brown hair carrying a large backpack with a sword by her waist, and a large male war-tiger holding a massive sword and shield. Most likely the executives of the Familia, and judging from their expressions, they had been roped into escorting Hermes down into the dungeon. Indeed. Can I hear your reasons for being here in private? Finn appeared by Belle's side with a frown. It looked as though the party was over. XXXXX. A large tent had been set up beside Archer's in the Loki Familia campground. There, Hestia Familia plus Welf were sitting in a circle with the smith looking as though he was feeling out of place. Should I go find myself a different tent? The smith asked. Do not bother yourself with such a trivial matter, Caster said impatiently, the only one of them sitting on a stool while everyone else was either standing or sitting on the floor. He then turned toward Assassin. Listen in on the meeting. Do not be seen. Okay, Mr. King. Assassin nodded as she stood up and walked out the tent and Belle felt her dematerialize even if he didn't see her do so. Looks like the floor boss hasn't spawned yet, Archer said, leaning against the support pillar for the tent. Are we going to be waiting down here until it does or are we going to head back up? There is no reason to waste time going back up, Caster said. The floor boss will spawn in 2 days at the latest. We shall simply wait for it here. I hope the goddess will be fine on her own. Belle muttered. She'll be fine, probably, Lily said though she didn't look too sure herself. Will you be all right away from your forge, Welf? Saber asked. Yeah, Welf nodded. It's not like I left a fire burning or anything and I don't have anything valuable out in the open, or in general really. They all fell silent after that as they waited for Assassin to return. Then after about 20 minutes she poked her head into the tent again. "I'm back," she said before walking over and sitting down in Belle's lap. "That god said that they think that there is another entrance to the dungeon in the city." Welf's eyes widened in alarm at that as he looked around. "Wait, why don't any of you look surprised?" he asked. "Castor and Saber brought up the possibility a while back," Belle replied with a grim expression. "Jack, did he say who else thought that there was another entrance?" We heard Loki and Dionysus but no one else." They asked the others to search the city for the other entrance. "So Loki, Dionysus, and Hermes are the ones investigating this as well," Archer muttered. "This being those stories about some plant monsters showing up in Monsterphilia?" Welf asked and Belle nodded. "Those stories are real," Archer said. "I saw them at Monsterphilia myself and countless more down in the deep floors." "What's going on in this city?" Welf asked as he buried his face in his hand. "It will be in your best interests to not dwell on it," Castor said as he turned his eyes on Welf. "Should the ones orchestrating these events catch wind of it, you will most likely not survive, the protection of Hephaestos's name or not. Our familia will not do so either for the same reasons." He was looking at Belle and Lily as he spoke and Belle reluctantly nodded his head. It was an enemy who made their home in the deep floors that Archer fought. Belle didn't stand a chance as he was now, and if he died that meant the servants would fade away as well. "No argument from me," Welf said quickly. "I know when not to stick my neck out too far." "Good. Then let us consider the formation for the floor boss battle." "Arde. Cranel. Your thoughts?" "Lily thinks Master Saber should take the vanguard position," Lily suggested. "Out of all of us, Lily thinks he has the best chance of not dying immediately if the Goliath attacks him head-on." "I will do my best to meet your expectations," Saber replied with a chuckle. "There weren't too many vantage points in the room, were there?" Belle asked, trying to remember. "Couldn't tell yet," Welf said apologetically. "I was too busy staring at the Wall of Sorrows." "Did you see the floor boss on your first time through, Master Archer?" Lily asked. "No," Archer replied, shaking his head. "By the time I got there, the vanguard had already plowed through it. Supposedly it only took them 5 minutes. Level 5s and SIXs sure are something," Welf muttered, shaking his head. "Then I guess I will also join the front?" Belle asked. "Are you asking or are you saying, mongrel?" Castor asked. Saying. "Then Lord Castor, Master Welf, and Lily will take the rear while Jack and Master Archer takes the middle guard," Lily suggested. "The rear?" Welf asked in surprise. "There's a chance that the monsters from the 16th floor will come down after all," Lily pointed out. "It'll be Lily and Master Welf's job to watch Lord Castor's back while he supports the front. Unless Master Welf wants to swing at the Goliath as well. As tempting as that sounds, I think I'm a bit more confident in the rear. Actually, how about I go up to the middle too? That way I can run back if you need help, Lily." "Why you going to leave the handling of all the monsters to Lily alone?" Lily shouted. "What's wrong, Arde?" Castor asked with a smile. "Do you not think you are enough to defend your king?" "Ugh." Belle had a feeling Castor was referring to Lily's second skill, Crown's Guard. It was supposed to boost her parameters when defending a leader like Castor, but it looked as though Lily wasn't confident enough to do so on her own, but at the same time, could she say anything in the face of Castor's expectations of her? "The two of you understand, correct?" Castor asked as he looked at the 2 knight servants who nodded. They were to contain the Goliath to the best of their ability, and most of the battle was to be conducted by Welf, Lily, and Belle, just like usual. Was Castor taking the floor boss too lightly? But then again, if Archer, who was on the level of Loki Familia's elite, fought seriously with Saber, there would be no point in Belle and the others being there. "Well then, if that is everything, let us turn in for the night," Castor said as he stood up. "If the monster Rex spawns tomorrow, then we dash." He was interrupted as the tent flap flew open and Tsubaki walked in and grabbed Welf by the back of his collar and started walking away without a word. "What the hell are you doing?" Welf shouted. "Just be quiet and follow me," Tsubaki said with a cheery smile as she dragged him across the ground. Hey wait a goddamn minute. Listen to me." Belle and the others could only blankly watch as Welf disappeared into the night. "Should we have tried to help him?" Lily asked. There is no need to get involved in the matters of another familia, Castor replied. So what do we do about Hermes then? Archer asked. His presence here is indeed cause for concern, Castor admitted. For several different reasons. However, there is no point in concerning ourselves with the whims of the messenger god at this point in time. I have told Deai about our plans so they will not interfere with our battle. I'm surprised. He wanted to get back to the surface as quickly as possible after all. The wounded still cannot move, thus they will remain here until they are, Castor replied. Sounds like abnormal resistance is a must for the deep floors, Belle muttered. Lily told Belle that weeks ago, Lily pointed out with a pout as Belle laughed weakly. Is there anything else we need to do to prepare for the floor boss? Saber asked. What about you two? Archer asked, looking at Belle and Lily. All your equipment in order? Yes. The two of them replied as they showed Archer their equipment. Belle showed Archer his Hestia knife, Minotaur horn knife, longsword and buckler shield, while Lily showed him her dagger and crossbow, and one more item. Lily, is that? Belle began seeing the tiny glowing red dagger she pulled out from inside her robe. Lily knows what Belle wants to say. Lily said quickly. But this was something Lily bought when she was still in Soma Familia. Long before she met Master Welf. It was a magic sword. It wasn't a particularly large one, but it was one nonetheless. It probably won't do much to the monsters down here, Archer said as Lily handed it over to him for him to examine. Unless you jam it into its eye or mouth before firing it anyway. It's more for Lily's peace of mind than anything else, Lily admitted with a nod. When everything else fails, Lily has that to use. Archer nodded his head as he returned the magic sword to his sheath and handed it back to Lily. Lily is weak, so she has to rely on things like this, Lily muttered as she tucked the magic sword away. When fighting for one's life, one has to use everything at one's disposal, Castor nodded with approval. He then looked to the side as if considering something before shaking his head as if deciding against it. Now then, mongrel, Castor said, looking at Belle, prompting the boy to sit up straighter. Have you thought of ways to strike at a monster so much larger than you? The first thing to do would be to keep it from moving, I suppose, Belle began. So attack its legs? No. Clearly you should strike at the brain of the monster several times stronger than you first, Castor said, voice filled to the brim with sarcasm. Speak with confidence. Can you truly call yourself a master if you cannot form even the basics of a battle plan? Alright. Belle nodded, trying to put a face of confidence. Since it's something so huge, the legs are the only thing I would be able to attack, so I should start there. Alone? With what weapons? No, I'd have Saber up with me. Since Lily is in the back with you, I'll try my daggers first. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Archer for a sword like my longsword. Will you be helping, Your Majesty? I will make a token attempt, Castor said simply. The creature is rated level 4 after all. I hold no delusions that you, Arde and Krazo will defeat it alone, no matter how much effort you put into it. Saber and Archer will be the backbone of our attempt. This is merely a trial run meant to give the three of you experience. Level 4 Monster Rex. Those labels made Belle realize just how far out of his league the floor boss really was to him. What is wrong? Castor asked. Do you wish to rescind your desire to fight the floor boss? There's nothing wrong with doing so, Belle, Saber said, eyes focused on Castor as he spoke. If you do not think you are quite ready, then there is no shame in returning to the surface and coming back another time. Indeed, there's no reason to go along with Castor's whims, Archer added. Ina's words also rang inside Belle at that moment. Adventurers shouldn't go on adventures. Don't do anything reckless. Come to think of it, he didn't tell her where he was going, did he? He was definitely going to get an earful when he saw her next. Belle began. I want to at least give it a shot. If it's too much, we can run away, right? At Belle's words, Saber and Archer let out a sigh as Castor smiled. Well, it was more like a smirk, in approval. Very well, Saber nodded. I shall do my best to keep you safe. Really now? Archer shook his head. Who exactly are you taking after here? Archer ignored Castor's eyes burning a hole in his cheek. We shall also take advantage of this opportunity and have you make use of your skill, Arde, Castor said as he turned back to Lily. Do not fall short of my expectations now. Why yes, Lily will do her best. Lily nodded, looking rather pale. Don't worry Lily, Assassin said as she patted Lily's head. We'll help you. Thank you Jack. Belle aside, are you sure it's a good idea to push Lily this hard? Archer asked Castor. If she is to continue supporting Cranel, she cannot remain at level 1 forever, Castor said as Lily turned back toward Castor. Do you plan on remaining stagnant on the upper levels while Cranel leaves you behind to go past even this floor under his own power? Castor's words seemed to have struck a chord within Lily as she lowered her gaze to the floor. With a sigh, the king stood up and walked over toward Lily before crouching down and grabbing her face, squeezing her cheeks together as he raised her head to meet his eyes. My eyes are never wrong, Castor spoke in a low voice. You are on a level above the rest of the mongrels of your race. Those around you have already acknowledged your true worth. It is time for you to do the same. Lily's eyes blinked slowly as they moved across the tent to see the smiling faces of Belle and Assassin as well as the nods of confirmation from Saber and Archer. You are Hestia Familia, the Familia of Heroes, Castor said releasing her head. It is about time you acted like one. Yes. Lily nodded, worries seemingly gone as she returned the king's gaze with one of resolution. Good, Castor nodded with a satisfied huff and smile. Then we shall continue with Dash. Tsubaki suddenly burst into the tent again, eyes scanning the occupants before she grabbed Belle by the collar, hoisted him over her shoulder like a sack and ran off before the boy had any idea what was happening. What? Lily asked as everyone just stared out after them as Belle's cries of confusion echoed in the night, causing Assassin to jump up and chase after them. A moment later, Welf came back in looking rather upset. Care to explain what that was about? Castor asked in an annoyed tone. She wanted to know about legends and crap, Welf said as he sat back down with his head resting against his hand. So I told her to ask an expert. So you sold Belle out? Archer asked, a slight smirk tugging against his lips. Yeah, it didn't occur to me after I was halfway back to the tent. Welf admitted, an expression of regret appearing on his face. They were giving me crap so I just wanted out of there as fast as possible. They? Saber asked. Some Loki Familia girls and Tsubaki, Welf said. Amazon, Hormungand, Thousand Elf, and a few others I don't know. Of course she'd bring me into a tent with an elf whose forest was burned down, that blasted woman. Diona, Shen, and Leffy Ya. Archer asked in surprise as he looked back out of the tent. What did they want? Like I said, legends and crap. Mostly about spirits though, so they asked about my heritage too. Castor and Saber exchanged glances as they turned as one toward Archer, whose expression turned into a frown. Is that so? Castor asked. How interesting. XXXXX. Why am I here? Belle asked as he looked around the tent. Around him were a few female members of Loki Familia, including Leffy Ya and the two Amazons he had met earlier in the day. Welf's captain Tsubaki, the person who dragged him here against his will, was also in attendance. Other than those four, there was another elf, the black-haired cat person that Archer had called Aki earlier, and the young woman who took Assassin along to help set the food while Leffy Ya washed Belle's shirt. Alone in a tent filled with beautiful women, and all Belle could do was shake in fear. How on earth did he ever think he would get a harem if he was always like this? A grip on his shoulders allowed Belle to calm down as a pair of green eyes glared back at the girls from behind Belle's shoulders. At least Assassin was here with him. Calm down, we're not going to bite, Shen said with a cordial and neighborly tone. We just want to ask a few questions and then you can go, okay? Okay. Belle nodded, feeling less worried but still on guard in case they were going to ask about his status again. In which case, he resolved himself to run away once more. What about? Hey little Argonaut. Diona began as she plopped herself down in front of Belle. I heard you really know a lot about the legends of heroes. Is it true? I don't know if it's a lot, but I think I know more than most people, Belle admitted. After all, he lived with them. Then who's the lady who Sir Gerard saves, huh? Queen Altus. Then, where did Giorgio the Dragon Slayer kill the dragon? Lake Sirena. Then, what weapon did he use to kill it? A spear-like holy sword, and a maiden's ribbon. Awesome! Diona cried out buoyantly when Belle answered every question correctly. She seemed really excited for some reason as she was scooting forward with each question to the point she was almost right in front of Belle's face. Right, then, little Argonaut. The story of Arcadia. Put a cork in it already. We have more important things to talk about. Shin cut in before her sister could steer things any further off track. She then turned toward Belle. Do you know anything about a spirit named Arya? The spirit in Dungeon Oratoria, right? Belle asked. It was a very old and popular legend, one his grandfather enjoyed telling Belle about as it was from a time before the advent of the gods. Of course, being so old and popular it meant that it was one of those legends where the fine details like Albert's race was different depending on who told it. Of course, the official records that had the gods' seal of approval were completely ignored in favor of these biased stories. The one that was connected to Albert the Great. Yep, that one. Diona nodded, still looking impressed at Belle's memory. It wasn't just Diona either. Everyone else seemed surprised at Belle's knowledge. But didn't Diona seem to know a lot already? Why did they need him here? Maybe it was because of how easily he recalled such tales and Diona might have forgotten a detail? Then, do you know if Arya ever shared her blood with someone? Diona asked. Was that why they wanted wealth first? Belle thought as he closed his eyes and folded his arms in thought. No, I don't think I've heard any story like that. Outside Krazo's legend anyway. Then how about Arya protecting a human and that human going on to having descendants? Diona asked. I don't think anything specific comes to mind, Belle muttered. Though, my grandpa, the one who told me all sorts of legends, said that Albert himself supposedly had a child. What? Diona shouted, hands slamming against the hard ground in surprise, making Belle lean back slightly. I never heard of that. Did your grandfather read the original version? I could say, Belle shook his head. Grandpa probably embellished a lot of things to entertain me when I was little. Do you know what happened to his child? Shin asked. The end of his legend says he disappeared in that battle, right? Yeah. The one-eyed black dragon. Albert supposedly stood against it in his last moments and the fact that it is still alive told a lot about who won that battle. Hey, if he had a kid it would have to have been with someone in his party, right? Diona asked. Who were they again? I believe they were Belle began before his eyes fell upon the two elves in the room. Well, the only one I think it could have been would be the Amazonian Empress Ivelda, right? He said his question rather quickly, to not agitate the two elves who just tilted their heads in confusion. I mean, the only other women that were notable in his legends were the spirit Arya herself and, What's wrong? Lefia asked, clearly noticing his hesitation. Who was the other one? I don't remember. Belle asked weakly. Shin seemed to realize something as she spoke up. All right, who is it? Shin asked as she sat down next to him and turned her ear to him, telling him to whisper it to her. So Belle told her that it was supposedly the High Elf Queen Seldia. Shin nodded in understanding. Yeah, that would be impossible too. No fair. I want to know too. Diona said, but Shin stopped her by planting her hand in her face. Leave it, it's not important, Shin said as Belle breathed a sigh of relief. But Empress Ivelda, It's not like she didn't have heirs, but since all Amazon children are always Amazons, it's not as though we can know for sure who the father was. As an all-female race, Amazons always took in husbands or male partners of other races if they wanted to have children who would always be born as another female Amazon. So why are you trying to find out about Arya anyway? Belle asked. Was there a spirit or something? The girls all looked at Belle, who unconsciously scooted back at their gazes. Archer didn't tell you yet? Shin asked. Not yet, we were rather busy with other things, Belle admitted. Then ask him about it, Shin said as Belle nodded. He planned to when they got back home anyway. Still, it looked as though he wasn't as much help. But should he tell them about heroic spirits? They seemed to have been looking for information about people connected to spirits after all. No. It was best that he didn't. He might be betraying Archer's trust in him if he did. Then one last thing, do you know anything about spirit heroes? Diona asked, causing Belle to sputter in shock. Ah. You do. I don't. Bell said, raising his hands up and looking away, inwardly cringing as he did. Oh goddess, he was a terrible liar. Both Shin and Tiona leaned in at the same time before. Stop bullying mommy. Assassin put herself between him and the Amazons once more. Oh, right, she was here too. Apparently he wasn't the only one who had forgotten Assassin was there. The two Amazons jolted in surprise along with the other girls. Assassin's skill was amazing. Oh right, you were here, Tsubaki said with a laugh. Hey Cranel, why does she call you her mommy anyway? That's because. Belle began. Because mommy wants us and didn't abandon us, Assassin said as she wrapped her arms around Belle. Even though mommy knew what we are. And what exactly are you? Tsubaki asked. Wait, missed Tsubaki dash. Luffy began but Assassin already answered. Unwanted child, Assassin muttered as she buried her face into Belle's chest. Mommy didn't want us because we got in the way of her work. The girls fell silent at that as Belle found his arms wrapped around Assassin's head. Heroic spirits were supposed to be summoned in their prime. Assassin was summoned as a child even younger than the 14-year-old Belle. Assassin had been thrown away by her mother and tried finding them again, and in the process killed several women who were not her mother, all of a certain profession. Belle. Luffy began softly. Where did you pick her up from? Belle couldn't tell her the truth. But he could give her a somewhat truthful answer. Near the entertainment district, Belle whispered. Belle was naive, not stupid. He knew what went on there even if Hestia did her best to steer him away from such places. Even now, his brain was doing his best to steer his thoughts away from that word. This was bad. His head was getting light and his vision was spinning. He needed to get out of here. Sorry, we're going to head back, Belle said as he and Assassin stood up. Good night. Yeah, good night. Tiona nodded as the others were too stunned to say anything. Sorry. The two of them quickly left the tent in silence. Once they were a good distance away from the tent, Assassin suddenly stopped and smiled up at Belle. Yay, it worked! She said brightly, completely unaware of Belle's inner turmoil. What worked? He asked. Saying we are an unwanted child. We know that good adults always become quiet when we say that, so we knew mommy would be able to leave if we said we were one. So it had been a ruse? No, there was no way, it was all completely faked. Jack, Belle said softly, placing his hands on her shoulders. Promise me that you will never say that ever again. About being an unwanted child. Assassin looked up at Belle, probably getting a good look at his face for the first time since they entered the tent, as she looked a bit surprised before lowering her head with drooped shoulders. We're sorry. She apologized honestly. We won't lie again. You better not, Belle said sternly as he brought her close. You are not an unwanted child. UNN. Came the nod that contained just the smallest bit of happiness. XXXXX. With most of the camp asleep, including Belle and the others, it was time for the ghosts to come out and play. Aside from Assassin, who fell asleep between Lily and Belle, the servants were standing on one of the cliff faces a good distance away from the camp itself and far outside the range of any Loki Familia lookouts. Now then, care to tell me why the sudden floor boss fight? Archer asked Castor, who was standing closest to the cliff with his hands behind his back and facing away from the other two. You were pissed that Belle fought a Minotaur alone not 2 weeks ago, and now you want to pit him up against a floor boss. You were also angered when he risked himself to save Takemi Kazuchi Familia, Saber added. Is this risk not even greater? Castor did not answer immediately, his eyes instead combing the forest as if searching for something hidden within. A king need not explain himself to his subjects, Castor began. But such words would not satisfy you. It wasn't a question. He was not asking them for their opinion on the matter. It was what he had decided, and that is what will be. The situations differ in only one way, Castor continued, still facing away from the other two. This is my design. The other two were not. The right to lead the boy and see what kind of future he holds is mine and mine alone. You're treating him as one of your treasures? Archer asked. Hardly, Castor scoffed at the insinuation. The boy, and Arde as well, simply have caught my interest. They have continued to surpass the low expectations I placed on them. It would be time to see how high of a bar I can set and see how they surpass it or fail at it. Castor finally tuned his head to look over his shoulder at them. I am not sending them out to die. I will intervene long before that will happen. I see, you seek an audience, Saber said as he looked back at the camp. Loki Familia would be the perfect witnesses for your game. A legend is worthless without anyone to spread it, Castor said eyeing Archer who frowned back. The boy seeks to be a hero. Let him overcome the mountain as one. People generally climb a hill before climbing Everest, Archer said. No, I believe Bell has already climbed Everest when he fought the Minotaur at level 1, Saber said. This is more akin of climbing Olympus. Including the space trip to reach it in the first place. My, I wonder how that mongrel feels, knowing that only one of his precious heroes thinks he is worthy to fight a monster Rex, Castor said with a chuckle as the other two frowned. The one who was the coldest to Bell was the one who had the highest expectations of him, while those closest to him were the one restricting him out of worry for his personal well-being. Still, Castor will not push the boy too hard. This was for his own personal enjoyment in the end after all. It would not do for the toy to break so soon when he wanted it to last. He was not one to play hero maker, but seeing the boy change from floundering in fear in the face of a few kobolds to charging head first into a group of minotaurs gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. Oh dear, it feels as though he was getting attached to the boy. This would not do. But in any case, any further discussions will have to wait, Castor said as he, Saber and Archer turned as one toward a single tree behind them. Come out. There was nothing for a minute, only the rustling of the leaves from a slight breeze blowing from the entrance leading up to the 17th floor and the howl of a monster in the forest. Then, a blonde, golden-eyed swordswoman stepped out. A little late for a walk, Ace, Archer said. I'm sorry. The girl apologized as she walked forward. I didn't mean to try and listen. It's fine, Archer nodded. We weren't talking about anything we didn't want people to hear. It wasn't as though the idea that Hestia Familia was planning on fighting Goliath was that big of a secret. Castor himself had told the Loki Familia executives, so there was no need to hide it from Ace. Well? Speak your mind or begone, Castor said. Despite the urging, Ace hesitated, hands clenched together in front of her as if she was afraid to ask what was on her mind. Castor scanned the tree line behind the girl, but there was no one else around, with the closest person being the camp sentry that was doing his best to stay awake. Are you? She began, her voice sounding rather dry and full of dread, but at the same time, with the smallest bit of hope. Are you, spirits? Spirits. Plural. She not only suspected Archer but Saber and Castor as well. And if we were? Castor asked, causing Saber and Archer to turn to him in surprise. Then I wanted to ask about Arya. We have nothing we can tell you about your mother, child. The reply came out as soon as the question was finished. The blank look that was immediately followed by the look of a child who had their hopes and dreams crushed in the span of a minute. It was almost enough to bring a smile to his face. But he did not need to get on the Sword Princess's bad side, as it would mean losing out on his investment in Loki Familia. Oh. The reply was simple, and the disappointment slowly morphed into resignation as if she remembered that she hadn't much expectations in the first place. I won't tell anyone, she said as she turned to Archer with a bow. Good night. Archer nodded back at her and she disappeared back to the camp. Mother? Archer asked as he turned toward Castor. 'Twas merely a guess, Castor replied with a shrug. But it seems to have been correct. I have heard that the spirits cannot have children though, Saber replied. The world is full of mysteries after all, Archer sighed. What do? We know her secret, she knows ours, Castor replied simply as he turned back around to look back out into the forest over the cliffside. There is no need to change how we operate. From what I gather, she loses more than we do if her secrets were exposed. What was more interesting in the eyes of the gods? A living spirit? Not one of the countless formless wisps or lesser spirit fairies, but one with power and full awareness. Or the child of one. A child of one of the most well-known and legendary spirits even. One was rare nowadays but was commonplace once upon a time. The other was thought to be impossible. The trouble it would bring to Loki Familia would be enough to stop her from revealing anything. After all, if a spirit could have a child, couldn't a god? Castor chuckled to himself. Indeed, it should be possible, but he did not care enough about them to offer any hints about himself. He had to deal with that enough already. XXXXX. The child shuffled their feet across the street as they made a weak attempt to warm their hands by breathing on them. It was getting cold again. They had heard the adults call it winter and other children loved it. Winter meant it was cold and cold meant that it could snow. Snow was pretty. For about 5 minutes before it made it hard to move or find food and buried any possible shelter they could find. Food was getting harder to find as people were chasing them away more often when they got close but were otherwise content to just pretend they did not exist otherwise. But the moment they tried to sleep under a bench was the moment some loud person with a club hit them and kicked them out. It wasn't nighttime yet but they were still starting to feel sleepy. Food and sleep was getting harder and harder to come by each day and it was also getting colder and colder each day and the old curtain they found to wrap themselves up with wasn't enough. They had heard some of the older people saying that some place on West End was giving out free food but they didn't know where it was or how far away it was. They were too tired to care about it. Lack of care was everywhere in this city. From the moment they were born, lack of care made itself known. That was why they didn't care what happened when they met the wrong mother again. They didn't care what happened when they lashed back at the wrong mother. They tripped when they turned into an alley. A brick had fallen off a building or had been tossed here from somewhere else and they hadn't been paying enough attention to see through the smog. The ground was hard, of course, and the knife they were holding fell off to the side. But they didn't care. It felt like they reached the point where they couldn't care anymore. They crawled to the end of the alley and sat up with their back on the wall. They were too tired to care about the dirt and grime on them. It was just another layer of dirt and grime. It was also growing colder and mother wasn't around to help. The thought of free food did sound nice though. They'll have to find out how to get to West End from East End though. But they didn't care about it right now. They just wanted to sleep. Save their energy to walk however far it was needed to reach West End tomorrow. For now, sleep. Above the silent child, the snow began to fall, bringing the temperature around them even lower. However, as the snow began to pile on top of them, the child did not stir. They were asleep after all. So deep asleep in fact that they did not see him screaming his heart out beside them. He himself did not know what he was seeing, but he did seem to realize who it was in front of him. His cries begging her to wake up were not reaching her. Because this was only a dream. One where the one in front of him could no longer be saved no matter how much he cried or begged. This scene played over and over in front of him. Each time a different child. A different age. A different gender. Each one unmoving as the snow fell down upon them. Their lives lost to a world that simply did not care. But when they opened their eyes once more. Even though they were lost before they slept. When they awoke, they would be in the arms of their beloved mother. They would have already been saved. XXXXX. Belle. Belle. Oi Belle. What's wrong? Belle wasn't sure what was going on. Only that he had his hands pressed up against his eyes as tears were pouring out uncontrollably. He was unable to form any words as a pained wail was all that could escape his throat. His chest felt as though it was being squeezed, like he was nothing more than a wet cloth to be wrung out with the water seeping out through his eyes. From what little he could see, it appeared as though the magic stone light in the tent was on so that meant it was still night time. What's wrong mommy? A voice calmer than the other two rang out. Does something hurt? Belle found the strength and will to remove his hands from his eyes, his vision still blurry as he sat up, finding 2 pairs of hands on his shoulders to help steady him. Sitting on her knees in front of him was Assassin, lacking any of the worry she had for him the other day. Belle's hands found themselves on her face, gently clasping around her cheeks as if he wasn't sure she was right there in front of him. Sure enough, he could feel the warmth of her skin against his palms. Looks like he had a nightmare, Welf said as he sat back and scratched the back of his head. Geez man, way to give a guy a heart problem. Lily didn't say anything. She watched Belle interact with Assassin by carefully patting her all over. You're here. He said. UNN. A simple nod. You're all here. UNN. Belle's throat felt dry as he tried to figure out what he wanted to say. Something to show that if nothing else, he cared. As footsteps sounded from outside and the tent flap opened up to allow Archer to poke his head in, Belle finally spoke. Thank you, for being born. Assassin closed her eyes and gave him a big smile as tears were seeping out as well. UNN. Chapter 22, Fire and Lightning. After a bit of fuss, everything had settled down and the incident was passed off to Welf as just Bell having a nightmare, allowing the smith to make his own conclusions based on what he saw and didn't pry further. The rest of Hestia Familia, however, could not just leave it at that. Especially not Lily, who wanted more answers as to what was going on with Bell. Come morning, Bell joined Archer and Lily down by a creek to wash some clothes, or at least that what they told Welf and some of the Loki Familia members who saw them. Another dream? Lily asked once Archer had been sure no one was around. Yes. Bell nodded as he sat down on a stone with his hands folded. I don't really remember it much anymore, but it felt real. Like I was there but couldn't do anything. Like a spectator of sorts. I see, Archer muttered as he glanced to the side. It's been so long since my summoning that I didn't think you'd get them. You know what's going on? Bell asked. Masters and servants are bound together, Archer said. Our connection goes deeper than you might realize, so you may have been seeing reflections of our past as dreams. The past. Bell muttered with a grimace as he rubbed his forehead. What Bell saw must have been painful. Lily began. She looked like she wasn't sure what to say but felt that staying silent wasn't enough. Lily hasn't ever seen Bell so emotional like that. At the same time, Lily didn't look all that surprised. Lily thinks heroes are defined by their tragedy, Lily said. If Jack was one, then she must have suffered a lot. Lily already knew that, but she shook her head. She couldn't know what the exact details were. But this wasn't the first time, right? Lily asked as she looked back at Bell. Lady Hestia said Bell had another dream when he collapsed. Archer raised a hand in silent apology as Bell simply gave him a wry smile back and waved it off. Sure, it sucked when it happened, but Archer needed to do so to survive, so it was fine. I don't remember either it though, Bell said to Archer. I think it had been awful too, but it had a good ending. Archer hummed at that as he glanced back at the camp. Can't imagine what it could have been, Archer said as he shrugged his shoulders. Those two have had their share of pain as well. I don't want to see theirs, or yours either, Bell said as he pressed a hand against his chest over his heart. I don't know if my heart can take it. And Castor might kill me if I do. The nature of the master and servant relationship makes it unavoidable. If it happens, it happens. Castor should be prepared for it, but best not mention it to him if it happens either way. Bell nodded in agreement. The dream he saw had faded away as most of his usual dreams did. Only the painful feeling of apathy for everything, including for oneself, remained. He wouldn't be able to remember anything specific if the dream link thing happened again, but he was worried that the more often it occurred, the more he would remember of the dream and intrude on his servant's privacy. Like I said, don't worry about it, Archer said as he patted Bell on the back. If it happens, it happens. All right. With that out of the way, they started washing their laundry. Do you think Lady Hestia found any new members yet? Lily asked, making conversation. Who can say, Bell replied with a smile, happy for the change of topics. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Lily wouldn't either. Lily would love to have at least on girl Lily's age around. Jack is nice, but it's hard to understand her sometimes. Lily was the one hardest on Assassin and the quickest with the scoldings, while Hestia was the one who enabled and babied her the most, leaving Bell somewhere in the middle and the one who Assassin listened to without question and wanted to make the most happy. I wouldn't say no to more people either, Archer said. The more people we have, the less strain it will be for you and Lily, Bell. More regular people and less servants means less chance for Bell to be overwhelmed by constant mind drain for the servant upkeep, and there would be less of a need to go down into the dungeon every day and more time to rest. But even so, Bell didn't feel like resting all that often to begin with. He needed every waking moment to be put into trying to catch up to Archer and the others. We'll have to split how we do things then, won't we? Archer asked. Unless Castor wants to ease up on your projected goals. What do you want to do, Bell? Lily asked. Huh? What do you mean? Bell asked. Do you want to keep trying going deeper when we get new members? Lily asked. Or do you want to slow down and train them like how Master Archer and Master Saber did for us? Ah! Bell let out a gasp as he stared at Lily with wide-opened eyes. The thought of Bell being the one to take a seniority role for the new members never occurred to him. Especially since with their small and relatively new familia, the only members the goddess was likely to find were people like Bell. Familia hopefuls that had been rejected by the more established familia and were desperate to be accepted into any familia in pursuit of their dreams. Would they take someone like me seriously? Belle asked. Most adventurers are older than me after all. You're the record-holding level 2, Archer pointed out. If they don't take you seriously at first, they will when they see what you can do. Archer then looked back toward the camp. Besides, you saw what the level 6 Finn looked like. Wouldn't you take him seriously? Lily and Belle shared a laugh as they finished with their chores. The laundry and talk about dreams lasted most of the morning, so it was around afternoon when the three of them made it back to the camp. Bringing their now clean linens back to their tent, Belle spotted some people standing beside their tent. Lefia, Tiona and... Belle choked on his breath as Archer let out a snort. Ace Wallenstein. Ah, there you are. Tiona called out with a tired-looking assassin in her arms, the girl looking as though she had given up on struggling and had given in to her captor. An Amazon with the alias Amazon. Tiona's strength must be something if assassin couldn't get free without resorting to dematerializing. What's up, Tiona? Archer asked. Did Finn need something? Nah, nothing too important. I just wanted to invite Jack and your supporter out for a bath. You know, to say, sorry for last night. Bath. Lily repeated, tilting her head to the side. Yep. There's this amazing spring just a little ways away from the camp. The two from Hermes Familia are going to come along too. So how about it? Do you want to go take a bath, Jack? Belle asked. Can mommy come too? Assassin asked, causing everyone except for Ace and Tiona to laugh nervously. Sure, why not? Tiona replied, causing everyone else to sputter. As expected of an Amazon's sensibilities, or rather lack of them. No, as a boy I probably shouldn't. No, that's wrong, I definitely shouldn't. That's right, Lefia said with a strained smile as she looked at Assassin. It's girls only for now. The boys can bathe after. Assassin didn't look happy about that but nodded anyway. Hey, you don't bathe with her at home, do you? Lefia hissed at Belle. No. Belle shot back quickly as he shook his head. My goddess is the one who does. Lefia nodded with a relieved sigh. Then Lily will go and look after Jack, Lily said as she set the basket down on the ground. Thanks, Lily. Don't worry about it, Belle. Lily is also curious about this spring. Well, just like the rest of the floor, you'll wonder why such a place exists in the dungeon, Archer said with a nod. Lily turned toward Archer, her expectations rising before ducking into the tent and coming back out with 2 towels. Then, we'll be back in a bit. Tiona said as she dragged Assassin away. Then, I'll be heading toward the cooking area, Archer said as he set the linens down. Keep watch, alright Belle? Yes. Belle saw Archer off with a nod as he brought all the clothes into the tent. Feeling better, Belle? Welf asked as he was looking over their equipment. Yeah, sorry for making you worry, Belle replied. Geez, waking up to the sound of you crying your eyes out scared the crap out of me, man, Welf said with a chuckle. For a second I thought someone died. Yeah, I still don't really remember it, but I think someone did die in my dream. Belle admitted. Considering how you acted, it must have been Jackie. Welf said, his smile turning into a rather serious look. Honestly, if one day she just up and disappears, I might get a case of leaking eyes too. Kid's really grown on me. Thanks, Welf. Did you have any siblings? Nope. Was an only kid. You too? Yeah, though I guess I'm more of a parent instead of a brother to her, haha. The two of them shared a laugh as Belle started folding the laundry. He really was glad that Welf was here. The older adventurer was someone that Belle felt more comfortable talking to than any of his servants. Most likely because Welf was also human like Belle. It'd be nice if he became a part of Hestia Familia as well. Come to think of it, where did Castor and Saber go? They went to check out the 17th floor, Welf replied. Probably to make sure no one else gets a shot at it before us. You sound raring to go, Belle pointed out. Hell yeah, I am. I feel strangely motivated and excited lately. I mean, I'll probably come close to crapping my pants when we actually see the Goliath, but I feel like everything will go fine, you know. I do. With Castor, Assassin, Saber, and Archer all looking out for them, at the very least no one would die. You sound like you really want that level up, Belle said with a grin. That obvious huh? Welf asked with a laugh and his own grin. I got all these ideas in my head thanks to Saber's gram and all these drop items from the deep floors that Archer is willing to hand over, but I can't do anything about them until I get the development ability. I mean, I still can do some things, but I can't accept this high-tier stuff and make shoddy low-level equipment out of it, right? Welf was looking to move forward in his own way too, Bell thought as he focused his attention back on his folding. Bell himself needed this as well, for his own goal of becoming a hero. As the two of them got to work on their respective tasks, someone called out to them from outside. Excuse me. Is Bell Cranel in? Bell and Welf exchanged glances before Welf jerked his head toward the tent flap to say go ahead. Bell nodded as he stood up and walked out to find the god Hermes standing there. Yo Bell, Hermes said with a smile. Would you join me for a moment? Hi. I've been waiting for this chance. No, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this chance is the reason I'm here, a chance to be alone with you. So please join me. Did he have a message for Bell? Well, it couldn't hurt to see what he had to say. Bell turned back toward the tent to see Welf poking his head out to see what was going on. Go ahead, I'll watch our stuff, the smith said with a nod. All right, Bell nodded and started following Hermes as he walked toward the edge of the camp. Bell did not yet realize just how much he would later regret this decision. XXXXX. Lily looked around the path as she followed the Loki Familia adventurers, feeling rather out of place amongst the high-class adventurers. A level 1 standing behind a bunch of level 3s and higher, plus a servant whose skill was also around that level as well. Seeing how far they were out in the forest also made Lily a little bit worried. What happens when the monsters come across us while we're all bathing? Lily asked. Don't worry, we'll bathe in turns, Shin reassured her. That made sense. In that case, Lily will simply leave it to the high-class adventurers and hide when the monsters appeared. Here it is. Diona said as she spread her arms out in presentation. The Loki Familia girls simply gave her a wry smile, but the 4 outsiders who had never seen it before were impressed, Lily included. Clear blue water cascaded down the 10 or 15 meter height of the waterfall. The faint spray dancing along the pool's surface was both cool and refreshing. It was surrounded on all sides by the dim glitter of crystal, the view overhead a vast, dome-like canvas of leaves and branches. It's like a fairy fountain. Assassin said, eyes glittering at the sight as she poked the surface of the water by the edge of the pond. Wow! I knew pools like this existed on this floor. Asfi began as she admired the scenery. But I hadn't known about this one. Diona found it, Ace explained. While taking a walk. Yep. Diona said, holding out 2 fingers in a V sign like how the gods tended to do when they were excited. And so half of the large group of girls including Lily and Assassin were going to bathe first while the rest kept watch. Hey! Calm down and get undressed first. Lily said as she grabbed the squirming Assassin and removed her salamander wool cloak. Again with the bandages? Lily said to stop wasting them just to wrap up Jack's arm. But it looks cool. Assassin protested as Lily unwrapped the bindings on Assassin's arm. Naturally not a single wound or even a scar could be seen on the arm. We buy it with our allowance. Buy more useful things like candy instead. Does that really count as useful? Lefia wondered. The moment Assassin was fully undressed, she ran toward the pool with Tiona by her side, and with a cheer, the two of them jumped right in. What have I said about diving in like that, Tiona? Shin shouted at her sister. But Jack did it too. Tiona pointed out as the servant started paddling around happily in the water. Jack is fine because she's smaller and younger, but you're old enough to know better. That's discrimination. Lily wonders if this was a good idea after all. Lily sighed as she sank into the water. Oh, this is nice. The clear water washed against Lily's skin and seemed to wash away not only the filth from the dungeon but her stress from the night before. Lily had always been a light sleeper, so the sound of someone crying had caused her to be as wide awake as though someone had poured freezing water over her, and seeing Bell crying from his dream, or a past memory of Assassin, had hurt Lily as well. From the way he spoke to and held Assassin after he woke up and got his bearings, it was rather obvious what he saw in his dream too. She glanced over to said girl who was entertaining herself by blowing bubbles in the water. Though the spirit drove Lily bonkers on occasion, if she were to simply disappear, Lily's heart would probably break. But that didn't mean Lily would suddenly go soft on her. Everyone else tended to let Assassin do what she wanted, so it was up to Lily to make sure that Assassin grew up properly. That is, if spirits grew up at all. Come to think of it, it would be pretty strange 3 or 4 years down the line when people notice that Jack didn't seem to age a day, wouldn't it? Lily thought to herself. Maybe we can say that she was a Palom the entire time. Lily let out a sigh as she looked up into the canopy of the trees. Well, Lily will just ask Lord Castor about it, she decided before frowning. Is something wrong, Lilyruka Arde? The Hermes Familia captain, Asfi Al Andromeda asked as she turned toward Lily. No, Lily just thought she saw something in the trees. She began as what sounded like a loud scream was drawing closer. It looked like Belle. Eek. Indeed, the white-haired boy was falling out of the sky with tears in his eyes and landed with a massive splash in the center of the pool. Though the Loki Familia's guard formation around the pool had been perfect, they hadn't taken into account someone coming in from above. Yay! Mommy joined us. Assassin said as she latched onto the sputtering boy's back as he tried to get water out of his nose and mouth. Jack. Please let go. Belle said quickly. So you did want to come after all, Diona said with a smile. You're quite gutsy, aren't you? Shen added with an approving laugh. It can't be, Lord Hermes. Asfi suddenly shouted as she looked up into the trees. Belle quickly made his way to the edge of the pool, covering his eyes with his hands as his face was beet red. I'm so sorry. He screamed as he tossed Assassin back into the pool and ran. Get back here you. Luffy Ya seemed to have been at a loss for words as she screamed in rage and chased after him, while Asfi had borrowed one of Lily's towels before going after her god, who was making an attempt to flee from the treetops. So he wasn't trying to join us? Diona asked, sounding disappointed as the rest of the guards split between chasing after Belle and going after Hermes. There's no way that Belle is brave enough or unscrupulous enough to peek, Lily said with confidence in her vice-captain. Belle gets embarrassed just by Lady Hestia hugging him. If Lily had to guess, Hermes either tricked Belle into following him or Belle was trying to stop Hermes from peeping and fell when he failed. Well, they'll find out soon enough when the guards came back with either of them. XXXXX. Belle ran with all of his might as he tried to escape the furious yet beautiful forest fairy screaming bloody murder behind him. By some miracle, despite being a higher level than he was and being powered further by pure rage, she was unable to gain any ground on him. Stop, you lecherous fool! Please calm down and listen to me first. I can't believe someone as shameless as you can be in Mr. Archer's familia. And here I thought you were a good person. I'm really sorry. Please let me explain. Belle didn't know how long this chase had been going on, but as adventurers, something like running out of breath from just running wasn't possible thanks to the Falna, especially not for those level 2 and above, at least not without running for hours first. Suddenly, Bugbear, a bear-like monster that had strength on par with a minotaur, wandered into Belle's path and turned its head toward Belle. It looked at him in surprise before Belle hopped over it without a word. Out of my way! Luffy Ya's scream echoed behind Belle, and he looked over his shoulder just in time to see the elf bat the monster away with her staff, sending it flying into a tree and snapping it in half. As expected of a Loki Familia level 3, something of that level was nothing more than a goblin to them. Of course that meant she could easily do the same to Belle if she caught him. As Belle jumped out of the next group of shrubbery, his eyes widened and he slid to a stop. That's... I got you now. Luffy Ya jumped out from behind him, eyes filled with rage, but Belle quickly threw his hands out in front of him. Wait. Belle said quickly. I'll let you hit me, but please don't do it here. Why not? Luffy Ya demanded, and Belle pointed at what he had seen. In front of them was a small mound of dirt with countless weapons sticking out vertically from it alongside several wooden crosses composed of tree branches. It didn't take a genius to figure out where the two of them had wandered into. The final resting place of some adventurers who had lost their lives in the dungeon. Aside each of the graves were several fresh flowers, telling Belle and Luffy Ya that someone had only just recently visited them. Luffy Ya, who had been full of hellfire not even 10 seconds earlier, had the flames of anger snuffed out at the sight of the graves. The two of them stared at the graves in silence before Luffy Ya turned toward Belle. I'll listen to you, she said as Belle looked at her in surprise. But swear to me, swear on those graves that you'll only tell me the truth. Why yes. Belle nodded as she had him sit on his knees. So he told her how Hermes had called him out and Belle had followed him into the forest when the god started climbing up a tree. Unsure what he had wanted, Belle followed him without thinking, trying to get him to come back down. However, Hermes didn't listen and kept on going until they were right above the pool. Belle tried to pull Hermes away but the branch he had been standing snapped, which caused him to fall. And, you know the rest. Belle muttered as he lowered his head. So you're blaming it all on Lord Hermes? Lefia asked. No. Regardless of what happened I still saw everything, so I'll accept your punishment. As soon as Belle said that, a heavy blow knocked him on the back of his head. Lefia had struck him with her staff without any hesitation at his words. There, now I'm satisfied, Lefia said as she held her hand out to him. I'm sorry. Belle said as he took her hand and allowed her to help him up. The two of them walked up to the graves and offered a prayer for their souls and an apology for disturbing them before leaving the clearing in peace. XXXXX. It would seem as though the monster Rex will not spawn today either, Castor said with a sigh as he and Saber were watching the wall of sorrows from the staircase leading to the 18th floor. Perhaps it was wrong to rely on the established pattern so much. You admit that you have acted too hastily then? Saber asked as Castor scoffed, not bothering to respond to the question. Let us return to the camp. Saber shook his head before following after Castor. When they descended the stairs, it was already night time. The two of them had spent nearly the entire day waiting for nothing. Well, not quite nothing. They had more knowledge of their battlefield now at the very least. When they arrived back at the tent, they found the others looking rather worried. What has happened? Castor demanded as he realized that Belle and Archer weren't around. Archer could be passed off as working in the cooking area but Belle? Where is that mongrel? Belle got chased by Miss Lefia into the forest after he fell into the bathing area, Lily explained as Assassin nodded her head. But they haven't come back yet. Castor let out a long breath through his nose, his nostrils flaring with impatience and annoyance. He must have gotten lost, Saber said simply. Since we were on the 17th floor, he couldn't tell which trail to follow back to the camp. Should we go look for him? Welf asked. There is no point in searching for that fool haphazardly in the darkness, Castor said as he looked around for a moment and picked up a fallen glove that belonged to Belle. Are they? He then held it up to Lily's face and she understood what he wanted her to do. Lily is not a bloodhound, Your Majesty, Lily said but Castor simply narrowed his eyes at her as if to say get on with it. Letting out a long resigned sigh Lily took the glove in her hands. Your scars are mine. My scars are mine, she chanted as a pair of dog ears popped up on her head. She then brought the glove to her nose and sniffed it. Lily thinks this glove wasn't washed, and that Belle could use a bath himself. Tossing the glove back onto Belle's things, Lily walked out of the tent and started sniffing at the air. Lily's magic was not just an aesthetic change. Her senses also changed to suit her form and as a Chianthrope, her sense of smell was much stronger than usual now. This way, Lily said, pointing toward the forest. It's faint since Belle fell in the water earlier but Lily can somewhat pick it out. That will be enough, Castor nodded before turning toward the others. Wait here in case the fool returns before us. With that said, Castor followed Lily into the forest for a few minutes before placing a hand on her shoulder. That is enough, Castor said. I will lead the way from here. Lord Castor will? Lily asked, her false ears twitching. Oh. Come to think of it, Lily remembers Belle saying that he can somewhat feel the location of Lord Castor and the other servants. Is the reverse true as well? Of course, Castor nodded. It is as though an invisible rope is tied between us. I cannot ignore that mongrel even if I wanted to. The act was merely to not arouse suspicion in Krazo. Let us make haste. Yes. And so the two of them entered the forest as well with Lily trailing behind Castor at half a step. As they walked, Lily kept on glancing at Castor's back, a question clearly on her mind. What is it? Castor asked. You have my permission to speak. Why is Lord Castor himself going to search for Belle? Lily asked after a moment. Lily could have gone with Master Saber, right? There was no need for Lord Castor to do something as trivial as this. Indeed, it would seem as such, wouldn't it? Castor acknowledged. But the fact that I am taking on this task myself should tell you otherwise. Lily's eyes widened as she gave him a hesitant nod, only just now understanding the implications of his actions. There is an overgrown weed in my garden, Castor explained. I caught whiff of it last night but it has buried itself into the roots. I am quite unhappy right now so I feel the need to pluck it out myself once we find the boy and the lost elf. Why yes. Lily nodded again. Lily looked around at the dark and uninviting woods around them before whispering, please be okay Belle. XXXXX. Miss Leffy ya. Don't say a word. Belle wasn't sure how long they had been walking but it was already night time. Being unsure where the camp was without relying on his connection to his servants, Belle decided to follow Leffy ya's lead as he didn't want to give them any more reason to be suspicious of him and his knowledge of heroic spirits. However, she seemed to be at a complete loss as to where their camp was. They did run rather far after all. Monsters growled in the distance but none came near them. The road back was unclear. And the deep, dark, spine-tingling forest all around them quickly brought reality down on them hard as they stood there in their cold sweats, silently wondering what it was they should do. Should we just wait for rescue? Belle suggested. It might be for the best. Leffy ya agreed with a sigh. A moment later, both of their stomachs started growling at the same time. Neither of them had anything to eat for lunch and it was well past dinner time now. To save energy, they decided to rest at the base of one of the larger trees and see if they had anything on them to eat. Belle rummaged around in his belt bag while Leffy ya checked her own pockets. Belle found 2 slightly soggy grilled rice balls that had found their way in his bag somehow. Did Archer put them in there sometime during dinner last night? Belle thanked his servant for the foresight but felt that it was a bit overprotective to make sure Belle was carrying some sort of food with him at all times along with his potions. Leffy ya also fished out what looked like a bottle with 2 crystal-like things hanging from a small plant. Leffy ya made a face as if she was reluctant to eat them. Were they important for some reason? If you'd like you can have one of these, Belle said as he held one of the rice balls out to Leffy ya. Archer seems to have snuck them in my pack when I wasn't looking. They're a little soggy though. Is it okay? Leffy ya asked as she accepted it. Yeah. I don't usually eat much so one is usually enough to fill me up. Then, thank you. The 2 of them proceeded to quietly eat as they kept a lookout for any monsters that might have shown up. Since the rice ball was meant to have hot water or broth poured over it before eating, it wasn't particularly good. It was cold and some of the drier parts were still hard and crunchy but it was enough to satiate them for the time being. Once they finished, Leffy ya stood up and looked at the tree they were resting beside. I'm going to climb this tree to see if I can't figure out where we are, Leffy ya explained to Belle. Don't you dare look up, okay? Why yes. Belle nodded, realizing what she meant as he looked down at her skirt. I won't forgive you with just a bonk on the head if you do. I won't. I really won't look up unless you tell me to. Leffy ya looked as though she wanted to know why she would tell him to look up but just shook her head as she crouched down and jumped straight up into the tree branches. Belle almost followed her with his gaze on reflex but quickly grabbed his head to force his gaze on the ground level to make sure no monsters showed up. As a level 2 his night vision was better than it ever was but he would still have liked some sort of light. Maybe he should invest in one of those magic stone lamps that he saw in that one tool store before. As he thought to himself, Leffy ya suddenly landed back down beside him, her expression rather grim. Did you not find it? Belle asked but Leffy ya quickly held up her hand. Sorry but please be quiet, she whispered. I need to think. After a minute, she turned back toward Belle. You heard of the plant monster things that have been seen in Orario, right? Leffy ya asked and Belle nodded. I saw some of the people who were responsible for bringing them up to the surface. I want to follow them to get some information. Belle nodded in understanding. He felt that he might just get in the way and was about to propose that he would try to find his way back himself but at the same time felt that it wasn't a good idea to just let her go off on her own. So please follow me for a moment, Leffy ya said, making up his mind for him. And keep quiet. Got it, Belle nodded as they dashed through the trees, Belle keeping up with Leffy ya as she went through her mental map of the area. The 2 of them ran through the dark and thick trees and brush while doing their best to be as silent as possible in their steps. Belle glanced down at his left hand as they ran, looking at the command spells hidden by his glove. Worst comes to worst, he could use one to summon a servant to his side even if it meant exposing them to Leffy ya. Luffy Ya suddenly came to a stop and held her hand out for Belle to do the same. About 50 meters in front of them were a pair of figures wearing long dark robes that concealed everything about them from their race to their sex. These extremely suspicious people were enemies of Loki Familia. Of Orario. The robed people were watching their surroundings as they made their way through the dense trees with Belle and Luffy Ya following them at a distance. Not too close to be spotted but not too far away to lose them either. Times like this Belle wished Archer was here. He would have been able to keep track of them no matter how far they were away. Eventually they had reached the end of the forest and had drawn close to one of the walls of the floor. The forest had grown considerably sparser. Everything merged into one main path. The trees and shrubberies all but gone, and even the branches and leaves overhead had thinned, leaving no more room for them to hide themselves. Belle's eyes widened at the sight in front of him. A large open field with blue crystal pillars over 2 meters tall were scattered here and there. It looked as though it was once some place important like a ritual place or something. As their targets made for the dungeon wall, Luffy Ya turned to Belle as if to say she was still going to follow them. Belle still wasn't sure if he would be able to do anything to help, but he wasn't willing to leave her to do this on her own, so he nodded and planned to follow her. Leaping free of their cover, they dashed straight forward through the crystal grove. They jumped from one crystal to the next, silently darting in and out between the pillars. When they landed on a large patch of dirt without any crystals growing out of it, the ground suddenly collapsed, creating a giant hole right where they were standing. In hindsight, it was a rather obvious pitfall trap. The two of them screamed as they started falling. Above them, the hole closed up, telling Belle that it wasn't just a pitfall trap. Miraculously, both of them landed on their feet. Not quite on solid ground but in some kind of light purplish liquid which rose to around their waist with their added mass. A strange hissing sound caught Belle's attention and it was quickly followed by a stinging pin on his skin. The two of them yelped as their clothes began to melt against their skin. Acid! Luffy Ya shouted, her voice echoing in the hole. It wasn't potent enough to eat away at their flesh and bone instantly thanks to the Falna, but it would definitely only be a matter of time before their skin fell off like their clothes were beginning to. Belle quickly scanned his surroundings. The hole was around 7 meters in diameter and about 10 meters tall. The walls weren't dirt or stone but made flesh-like, like they were in the belly of a beast, and the liquid was its stomach acid. Something bumped up against his leg and Belle turned around. Gah! Bones! He yelped as he stepped away from it. An adventurer? Then, all around them were countless other floating bones, pieces of armor, weapons, and staves, all either floating in the acid or extending up from the ground. Just how many people had fallen victim to this trap? Some of the bones are cracked. Luffy Ya pointed out, hand over her mouth in disgust. They didn't simply die from the acid, something struck or crushed them. Belle looked back up toward the direction they fell from and saw something moving. Miss Luffy Ya. Belle began as Luffy Ya turned toward him before following his gaze up. What is that? She asked. Something was slowly peeling itself away from the fleshy walls of the hole, lifting its upper body and enveloping them in its massive shadow. As Luffy Ya and Belle gazed at it in terror, the monster hanging upside down from the top of the hole peered at them from its humanoid torso. It was the only exception to the solid red of the hole, its skin a sickly shade of yellowish-green. Its chest and abdomen, too, were colored in vibrant, venomous hues. Instead of arms, it boasted 2 long, fat tentacles dangled downward like quivering snakes. Its long lower half writhed and squirmed, attached to the wall like some kind of parasitic worm. Its head consisted of nothing but a colossal eye and a strange crown-like organ floating around it. The eye itself was connected directly to its neck with the crown encircling it like the mane of a lion. It was disgusting to look at, its coloring far different from that of the countless other monsters they'd fought. They, new species? Belle asked, unable to keep the fear from leaking out with his voice. The ones that Archer fought down in the deep floors? It's one of those villas. Luffy Ya exclaimed next to him, although Belle had no idea what she was talking about. One with a parasite? They used one of them as a trap. The massive eye spun around for a moment before centering on them. As one, the two of them leaped back as 2 tentacles slammed at their feet from the creature's body, splashing acid everywhere around them. Are you okay? Luffy Ya shouted. Somehow. Belle called back as steam was rising from their clothes and hair. Look out! The tentacles lashed out again, splashing the acid everywhere as well as sending the fallen equipment and bones flying. Bell had no idea what to do. He hadn't had the chance to ask Archer how these things fought, and since the guild didn't have any information about them, neither Lily nor Ina had any advice about them. He couldn't really rely on his instincts forever either. Due to his fast growth, his overall combat experience was rather low. The only intelligent thing in the dungeon he probably truly knew how to fight were the Minotaurs. He had no information, so he had to fall back on what he did know. Pay attention to your opponent. Keep track of everything they do to find a tell for their attacks. Their position, their stance, their eyes, figure out what you can use to take control of the battle and turn the tide. Saber's words rang in his head as he tried to analyze the creature in front of him while dodging each attack and keeping enough room between him and Lefia so they don't dodge into each other by accident in the dark. However, he had absolutely no idea where to begin. Watch its eye! Lefia shouted. What? Its eye? It looks before striking. Bell looked up at the eye and saw it was pointed directly at him. He quickly jumped back just as the tentacle slammed down below him. I did it. Bell said. Sure, he had a hint, but he felt that it was still a victory. It looks like that is its only method of attack. Lefia explained. We need to find out what we can do to damage it. You attack that wall and I'll look for an opening to hit it with a spell. Got it. Unsheathing his Hestia knife, Bell launched himself immediately at the wall, dodging incoming whips as he unleashed slash after slash upon its fleshy pink surface. Now that he knew how to avoid the attacks, his confidence was growing even though he felt his shoes and pant legs slowly melting away. If he was alone he probably would have started panicking or have used a command spell to summon one of the servants to save him. But Lefia's presence and orders gave him something to focus on other than his body being slowly eaten away. However, his attacks against the wall did not seem to be bearing any fruit while the tentacles were moving faster and faster. But compared to Archer and Saber, this is nothing. As he thought that, the tentacles suddenly stopped as a golden light formed underneath Lefia. A magic circle, telling Bell Lefia was beginning her attack. However, the monster, which had been alternating its attacks between the two, was now focusing its eye solely on Lefia as the crown-like organ on its head began to glow an ominous blue. From the glowing blue crown encircling its eye came a devastating wave of high-frequency sound. A piercing cry meant to immobilize its prey who had no way of training their ears against such attacks. The noise was deafening, splitting their eardrums, and the only thing they could do was scream as their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It was 1,000 times worse than the bad bats on the upper floors. Look out! Lefia's scream made Bell jump backward on reflex, feeling a burning sensation on his back. His foot was caught against something when he jumped and sent it flying up into the air in front of him. A silver shield. A parting gift left behind by one of the fallen adventurers that came before. A high-tier equipment that miraculously hadn't been dissolved by the creature's acid. If you cannot defend, dodge. If you cannot dodge, defend. If you cannot do either, then prepare yourself to take it and minimize the damage. Bell grit his teeth as he grabbed the shield and prepared himself. The tentacles smashed into the shield and took most of the blow, protecting Bell's unarmored body, but the sheer power behind it sent him flying back, crashing into the wall. His vision was blurry. His ears were ringing. His fingers snapped. Every single bone in his body was crying in pain. But the pain was good, it meant he was still alive. By some miracle, the shield protected him and he was still alive. He had to get back up before something happened to Lefia too. Though he couldn't hear or see properly, he could still tell that the elf girl was still fighting on her own. A mage normally needed to remain stationary when chanting, but he could just barely make out Lefia's body moving in the darkness, illuminated by her magic circle as she desperately dodged while chanting. Bell's arm reached out blindly, grasping for something, anything to help him to his feet, and he touched something. Lifting himself up, he realized it was a massive axe, another gift left behind from someone who did not deserve such a fate. Lefia let out a scream, causing Bell to look up just as she was caught by a tentacle and tossed into a wall, the magic circle disappearing with the interrupted chant. As she hit the wall and fell into the acid, the monster's tentacle rose up once more. Bell didn't think. He acted. Returning his knife back to its sheath, he picked up the axe in his hands and lunged forward. XXXXX. Luffy Ya's eyes opened wide as she saw a screaming white shadow race toward her and slam into the tentacle just before it hit her. Bell had found a massive axe not unlike Gareth's and had swung it with every last ounce of his strength into the creature's whip, sending it off course and missing Luffy Ya's body by scant centimeters. Bell's feet touched the ground for only a second before he leapt at Luffy Ya, axe still in hand as he slammed it into the tentacle that had wrapped itself around her wrist, severing it and causing the tentacle to squirm around, showering blood everywhere like a decapitated snake. Now free, Luffy Ya looked up and found herself staring at Bell's back. Dressed in all black, Bell's white hair stood out all the more in the darkness as he glared at the monster above them. The creature's eye, now bloodshot in pain and rage, glared back down as its crown started glowing again. But Bell didn't falter as he raised his right arm out toward it. And then, just for a moment, another body seemed to overlay itself over Bell. One who stood strong and tall even in the face of certain defeat, even in the face of despair. One who did not give up and would sacrifice his body with a massive shield spell without hesitation so long as the ones behind him would come out unscathed. And then... Firebolt. A spell without a chant. Flaming bolts of lighting shot forward toward the creature, blasting it head-on in its eye. Firebolt. 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 Again and again, the burning lightning struck the creature until... Gya! Ignis fatuus. The creature's magic had been interrupted and its crown exploded in a fury of sparks, disintegrating it and removing its method of controlling them. So similar, Luffy Ya thought as she noticed a smile forming on her face before forcing it down with resolution. Both of them are just trying to act cool. She then stood up, staff at the ready as Bell quickly forced down a red potion and prepared himself. You are closer to him than you realize, Luffy Ya muttered as her magic circle formed underneath her. So I'll believe in you. Yes. Bell nodded as he looked over his shoulder toward her with a smile. Even if his fingers were crushed beneath their shield, even if his body was rent limb from limb, he was going to keep swinging that axe, and he was going to protect her. Their last stand has begun. The boy with his borrowed axe and the girl with her song. Unleashed beam of light, limbs of the holy tree. Luffy Ya took off running the moment she began her spell and the tentacles immediately followed her. However, Bell wasn't going to let them come close to her. Eyes following the enemy's movements, he smashed and batted each tentacle away before they could even come close to Luffy Ya. You are the master archer. Luffy Ya realized a flaw within these new species. They reacted to magic no matter what. Exploiting this weakness was how they were going to survive. With Luffy Ya chanting her magic behind Bell, the boy became all but invisible to the monster. It would strike at Luffy Ya without taking into account the younger boy who was fast enough to react to its attacks and protect her. If it was something that could think for itself rather than rely on pure instinct, it would have focused down Bell first and the level 2 would eventually fall without a way to defend himself. With Bell gone, Luffy Ya would have been quick to follow. But with Luffy Ya's magic acting as bait to draw its attacks, this gave Bell a larger window to execute his skills and protect them both. In the creature's eyes that were completely focused on the girl, the boy might as well have been invisible. A combination of Bell's agility and Luffy Ya's concurrent casting. Without either of them, both would already be dead. In the stomach of this monstrous creature, the efforts of a boy and a girl sharing similar hopes and dreams bore fruit. Loose your arrows, fairy archers. As she neared the end of her chant, her magic power rising sharply, the trap monster increased its efforts, throwing everything it had at the mage to stop her song. I won't let you. But Bell held it back, axe flying as he kept the two flailing tentacles in check. Damn! He launched himself at the swinging tendril. Though his attack came from the side, the shock was still enough to send his body flying with the mithril axe drawing an arc across the air as it sailed away. But he had done it. He had managed to protect her as the tendril shot through Luffy Ya's hair and hit the wall behind her, leaving her completely unharmed. Pierce, arrow of accuracy. The chant was complete as a brilliant golden light shined in the darkness. Arc's ray. Light exploded upward toward the monster. The monster attempted to escape but it was no use. The magic tore through the monster's tentacles sending it flying up into the lid of the trap. But that's where the magic stopped. The trap was specifically made to trap adventurers after all. It must have enough resistance against magic to defend even against Luffy Ya's level 3 magic boosted by her skill. Even if the creature was being burned to ash, the lid of the trap would not open. Then, a strange sound echoed around her. The flesh-like walls around them were closing in, attempting to crush them before they could escape, even if it meant crushing its main body with them. Lefia couldn't believe it. She refused to believe it. All their efforts were not going to end here. And then, a soft ringing bell echoed in her ears. A foreign sound completely out of place in their environment. She turned around and saw Bell struggling to his feet, glowing wisps of light wrapping around his right hand, illuminating his bloodied and battered body. With a grunt of pain, Bell forced his boy forward, dragging a foot as he made his way to Lefia, who was still forcing all her magic out toward the lid of the trap. "I'll help," he said through grit teeth as he used his left hand to support his shaking wrist. Lefia realized her mouth was open and quickly closed it as she gave him a nod and turned back toward the lid, her magic burning even brighter as she did. The bell's chime grew even louder with each passing second until... Firebolt! A massive light on par with Lefia's arc's ray erupted from his hand. Fire and lightning joined together and burst forward, blasting through the monster and the lid, creating a large pillar of light that illuminated the entire 18th floor. As the light died down, smoke was all that remained as Lefia quickly turned toward Bell and caught him before he fell face first into the acid again. Using what little strength she had left, Lefia held Bell close and leaped out of the hole with him in her arms before the walls could close in on them. Hey, are you okay?" Lefia asked as Bell nodded his head, seemingly too exhausted to speak. Though he had consumed a potion, its grade must have still been rather low as most of his wounds had opened up again. She had to get him back to the camp before. "What's going on here?" a voice called out from behind her. Turning around, Lefia saw a pair of men in robes running toward her. "Evilus!" she gasped. "That's, Thousand Elf? Loki Familia. Venathes was defeated. Hurry, release the Velas." They had recognized Lefia in an instant and were already moving to attack. Out of the frying pan and into the fire it would seem. As if on cue, the brightly colored green Velas sprouted around them in a circle, trapping the two exhausted adventurers between them. "This is where you die, adventurer scum. If I can just get Bell out of here at the very least." Lefia thought, but then... "So this is where you were, mongrel." At the words of a new party, golden lights appeared by Lefia and Bell's feet as the boy paled in fear. Several golden staves poked themselves out of the lights and from each one a massive tower of flames sprung forth, sending the Velas reeling back as the lights began revolving around Lefia and Bell like a protective circle, pushing the monsters back. Then a golden figure landed beside the two of them and Lefia recognized him as Bell and Archer's familia captain. The one who called himself Castor. "Why, your majesty!" Bell spoke up but was silenced by Castor's glare. "Silence!" Castor cut him off as Bell's jaw snapped shut. "I am extremely unhappy with you right now, but as you exposed the weeds and pests that have been scurrying about, I shall forgive you for the time being." The man opened the stone tablet he was holding as several golden runes appeared around him. Immediately after, dozens of portals appeared around them, each one extending a different magic staff that was of the same level as Lefia's forest teardrop, no, some were even greater. Each one lit up, several spells being prepared dozens of times over, illuminating the dungeon floor as if the stars in the night sky had suddenly came down to shield them. "Begone!" Castor shouted, and all at once each stave fired off their spell in an orchestra of magic. Arrows of light. Tendrils of flames. Bolts of lightning. Shards of ice. Blades of wind. With a single word, countless spells were launched forward into the night, striking each of the Velas and reducing them to ash within seconds. Lefia could only stare in amazement at the sight. This was the man who took on the mantle of Castor, just like how the master bowman who journeyed down to the deep floors with Lefia had taken up the mantle of Archer. Hi! The two robed figures let out a scream as they bolted into the darkness. As expected of trash. Castor muttered as he held out his hand to catch two bottles that fell out of a golden portal. "Thousand Elf." He then held out the two bottles to Lefia, who recognized them as high-grade potions. "Watch the boy." It was more of an order than a request, but Lefia nevertheless nodded her head as she took the potions from the man before he rushed into the forest to chase after the members of Evilus. "I'm so dead," Bell muttered as Lefia helped him drink the potion. The elf could only let out a soft chuckle as she thought that Bell was more afraid of his captain than of the monster that nearly ate them. XXXXX. Two screams of pain rang out in the night as the robed men were tossed onto the ground, their legs shattered and the front of their robes torn. Explosives. Castor muttered as he held two belts full of bombs in his hand. They had been wrapped around the two men's torsos like vests, ready to be lit at any time to allow themselves to be used as a human bomb. How agonizingly droll. He then flung them to the side before a staff fired a golden arrow at them, detonating them in the distance. If the two of you wished to die, there are far less painful ways to do so than to draw my ire, Castor said as the stone tablet disappeared into his treasury and was replaced by his axe. But first, I shall draw out every last bit of information I can from your bodies, but your corpses will do just fine if you are not in the mood to talk. The two in front of him, one human and one elf, tried to crawl away but Castor stepped on the broken leg of the elf and drove his heel into it while slamming his pommel into the humans. The human screamed in pain while the elf simply grit his teeth and bore it. Why? The elf shouted, spraying spit everywhere. I know that look in your eyes. You hate the gods above too, don't you? The elf was answered with a golden axe to his face. Do not assume to know me, Castor said as he wrenched the axe out of the corpse. Now then. He turned toward the human who let out another shriek of pain and fear. Castor raised his gauntleted hand up toward his neck and a knife harmless bounced off the golden armor. The same could not be said for the human who had no way to defend himself as blood shot out of his throat. To dare strike at the king, Castor began as his eyes narrowed at a figure perched up on the tree branches. And to dare stand above him, such crimes beget only death, mongrel. Typical adventurer, the hooded figure wearing a strangely patterned mask said. So arrogant. They then drew out a red magic sword from their robes. In a flash of light a ball of flames shot forward at Castor who barely moved as it crashed into his hand, scattering the flames in front of him in an explosion. Through the flames and smoke, Castor spied the figure returning the magic sword into their robe, clearly thinking that he had finished him, only to lurch forward in pain when a silver bolt embedded itself into their back. Again. The figure hissed as they turned toward the direction it came from. Arrogance only applies to the weak, fool. Castor shot forward, axe at the ready. With a might swing he cut into the robed figure, sending them crashing through the branches and into the forest floor. As he landed back on the ground, a tiny figure climbed out of the brush. Lord Castor! Lily shouted as she ran up to him. Are you injured? Do not insult me, Arde, Castor said as he shook his wrist. An attack of that level is nothing to me. Of course, Lily nodded as she breathed a sigh of relief as she loaded a bolt into her crossbow and pointed it at the pile of robes on the ground. Are they? They fled, Castor growled as he walked up to the robes and lifted them up. The body that was supposed to have come with them having long disappeared. A rat who scurries away when the lion appears. With a click of his tongue and a scowl, Castor tossed the robes to the side and into Lily's outstretched hands. Your assistance in that matter was unnecessary, Arde, Castor said as Lily lowered her head slightly. But not unappreciated. Let us return. Why yes. Lily nodded as folded the robes in her arms and started following him before stopping. What is it? Castor asked as Lily walked over to a bush and started pushing aside the leaves. This. Lily said as she held up a tiny red orb with a letter D carved into it. The symbol doesn't match any script Lily knows of. Castor let out a small hum as he took the orb, his eyes seeming to shine as the crystal reflected off of them. Does Lord Castor know what it is? Lily asked. Perhaps in due time, Castor replied as he deposited the orb into his treasury. For now, let us head back to Cranel and Thousand Elf and return them to the camp. We should not be seeing any more of those vermin anytime soon. With another nod and one last look at the charred corpses, Lily gave a small shudder of fear before following Castor back through the forest. Chapter 23, Heroic Myth. Bell had gotten off much more lightly than he thought he would. He still got an earful from Castor and Archer when he got back to the camp and passed out in his sleeping bag before he could have dinner, but other than that everything went rather well. He still had to go and apologize to each of the girls he saw at the pool though, but thanks to Hermes being caught, Bell's innocence was upheld and they all forgave him. Asfi, Hermes's captain, even apologized to Bell in turn for her god's antics causing Bell so much trouble. Castor and Lily had met with the Loki executives to talk about the robed figures they had seen, but nothing seemed to have come out of it other than Finn telling Castor that they had met someone similar down in the deep floors. And so the night ended and morning came. XXXXX. Goliath should be spawning today, Finn said as Castor sat with the Loki executives again. But I would suggest that you hold off on it either way. You do not believe we can handle it? Castor asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh no, if you and Saber are anything on Archer's level, I fully expect you to be able to handle a Goliath. But with what has been happening lately, I have a bad feeling about it. Is that the instinct of a high-class adventurer? Or the scheme of someone after the magic stone? Though Castor's words were accusing, his face had an amused smile on his face, telling Finn that he was merely joking. Well, I won't deny that the stone could help our dwindling coffers a bit, the Palom admitted with a laugh. But between the spirit and evil us wandering around on this very floor, I can't help but think that the dungeon is planning something as well. The rather huge delay for the respawn is a bit concerning as well. There's also the fact that Lord Hermes is still here, Riveria added. The dungeon does not take kindly to the presence of the gods within its confines. He says that he only came here to speak with us, but he has not left yet, as far as we can tell anyway. After the peeping incident, the god had taken his familia and left in the direction of Rivera, but none of their lookouts had reported him leaving through the staircase yet. The machinations of that god do not concern me, Castor replied, shaking his head. The Goliath is to be a stepping stone for Hestia Familia's future. We will proceed as planned. Well, I won't stop you, Finn said with sigh. I don't have the right to interfere with another familia's plans even if you are sharing them with us. And you? Castor asked. Will you be continuing your search for that masked tamer? I'd love to, but we don't have the resources to stay here much longer, Finn replied. As soon as you're done with the floor boss, we'll be leaving. I should thank you for your generosity, I suppose. Call it paying you back for the wine. Humph. Don't suppose I could buy a bottle off of Yad? Gareth asked hopefully. Even if you were to empty your familia coffers, you would not have enough to convince me to part with a single bottle, Castor replied with a smirk. Although, I suppose that is not saying much in its current state. That remark got a few pained smiles in return from the executives. XXXXX. It's finally time, hi. Welf muttered as he punched his palm. Yes. Came the answer from a rather pale-looking Lily. They were walking through the Loki camp, which was in the middle of packing up their tents now that their members were finally back on their feet. They would leave as soon as the Goliath was defeated, or as soon as Hestia Familia retreated from the fight. Belle didn't think they would retreat. If it became too much, Archer or Saber would strike it down in an instant. Sure, that might cause some problems in the long run, but it was better than someone dying. You sure you're up to it though, Belle? Welf asked, turning to him. You did come back last night half melted after all. That was just my clothes, Belle replied. Thanks to Castor's potion, Belle was right as rain once morning came. And a bit of my hair, but I'm fine. Lefia said that it could be considered a level 4 monster in its own right, so I think I got some good experience for the Goliath too. Lily will trust the words of a second-class adventurer then, Lily nodded. No need to act so worried, Lily. You'll be in the back with Castor, right? No way your captain will let anything bad happen to you. Master Welf doesn't understand Lily's trouble at all. So please be quiet. Uwa, harsh as always. As they reached the stairwell to the 17th floor, they found Archer waiting for them. Good, you're here, Archer said with a nod. Castor thinks it'll pop out any minute now, so let's get ready. We're going to go up before it's even out. Belle asked. Do you want to go up with a giant monster glaring at us, or go up before the giant monster can get out of bed, so to speak? Let's go first then, Belle replied as Assassin, Welf and Lily nodded their heads in agreement. As they climbed the stairs, Belle's heart began to race as their steps echoed in the stairway. This was it. He was going to fight his first floor boss. Another step toward fulfilling his dream. But when they reached the 17th floor, the strange oppressive feeling returned. As if he was just an insignificant bug in the face of a monster Rex. Saber and Castor were standing in the center of the room, the king with his arms crossed in front of his chest while the knight had his hands folded behind his back. You have kept me waiting, Castor said simply. I trust you are all well prepared. The three mortal adventurers nodded their heads. Lily had her knife, a small magic sword, and crossbow with plenty of bolts created by Archer and Welf. Welf had his own great sword and the other one still wrapped in cloth on his back. He had said it was a good luck charm when Bell asked about it, but was it also a spare blade just in case? And there was Bell, who had his longsword, Hestia knife, Minotaur knife, dubbed Ushiwakamaru by Welf when Minotan was rejected, and the silver knife created by Archer. Bell had wanted to use the mithril axe he got from the hole, but it was so worn out that Archer and Welf said that it would probably fall apart if it hit anything else. "You sure you'll be okay, Welf?" Archer asked. "Working with someone like me? I'll be fine," Welf grunted, unable to look away from the wall of sorrows. "It's not like you break your blades on purpose or anything." Welf had talked to Archer about the battle plan while Bell had been fighting for his life the other night. He had been surprised at Archer's magic in the way that it made him feel redundant, but Assassin, Bell, and Lily weren't allowed to use anything Archer created outside of a few daggers that even someone like Welf could make while half asleep to keep their status from becoming stagnant. Still, seeing Archer create in seconds what Welf spent several hours to days to make was enough to make him cry a bit. No wonder Tsubaki had told Welf to try and sweet-talk him into joining their familia. Still, if Archer could reproduce weapons like that, maybe Welf could get some notes by taking a look at some high-class weapons. No, that would feel like cheating, especially after he got a lot of information from Saber's Gram. He had wanted to grow under his own merits and ideals. Seeing one super crazy sword like that was enough. All that was left was to get the blacksmith development ability to make his plans a reality. "I'll do it. I'll definitely level up today." Standing beside the pumped-up Welf, the still nervous and pale-looking Lily was sighing to herself. She had only eaten a little for breakfast, but even so, the sheer terror she was feeling made her feel nauseated, like she was going to empty what little food she had in her stomach out over her own feet. "Hold your head high, Arde." Lily looked up at the back of Castor as he spoke to her without turning around, eyes still facing the massive wall of sorrows. "You are standing amongst heroes," Castor said. "Is that not something to be proud of? You are not the same sniveling child you were mere months ago. You are my attendant. On that position alone you have risen up above the rest of the rabble. Something most of your race aside from Demon has failed to do." There's the Gulliver brothers of Freya Familia," Lily pointed out. "They're all level 5. Grare, Alfrig, Valen, and Berlung, more commonly known as the Gulliver brothers, are 4 Palom members of the Freya Familia and had collectively received the alias of Bringer, the 4 soldiers of Ember. Along with Finn, they were the few living Palom legends on par with the Knights of Fianna themselves." Castor responded by turning his head ever so slightly so that his eye could be seen over his shoulder, looking down on Lily. She definitely shouldn't have run her mouth. "I've no interest in fools who are so beyond blindly devoted to a goddess that they would try to keep her affection for themselves," Castor said. "Especially not fools that even the gods can't be bothered to tell apart. The only one in that familia of note is Otterl. Although he is slavishly devoted to the point that he is more or less a living and breathing extension of the goddess's will, he understands that a goddess of love cannot be contained to a single vessel. That jealousy is pointless in the face of a being that embodies love." Was that how it was in the Freya Familia? Was it some twisted version of the old Soma Familia where the members would fight amongst themselves for Freya's love? It probably wasn't as bad, as Freya seemed to at least care about her children, so she would probably stop any fights before it spiraled out of control. But considering Otterl's reputation, it was more likely that they proved their love to her by going into the dungeon and gaining levels. Otterl at the top at level 7, 3 executives at level 6 and the Gulliver brothers at level 5. That was the Familia who rivaled Loki Familia. And yet in the eyes of the king, all but Otterl were mere fodder. Is Lord Castor planning on destroying Freya Familia?" Lily asked fearfully. "So long as the goddess Freya keeps to her own toys and away from mine, she is free to go about her way." In short, Castor was perfectly willing to destroy them should the need arise. Such was the arrogance and power of the King of Heroes. Castor glanced up toward the ceiling for a moment before turning to look over his shoulder at the same time as Belle flinched and started looking around. "Something wrong, Belle?" Archer asked. "I feel like someone or something's watching us." Belle muttered as he looked around to try and find the source. "Is it the dungeon?" "That is most likely a sign that the monster Rex is approaching," Saber assumed. "We should prepare ourselves, Saber turned his head toward the stairs leading down to the 18th floor at the same time as the other servants. "People are coming," Assassin pointed out. Belle turned toward the stairs and saw 3 adventurers climbing the stairs to the 17th floor, no doubt planning on heading toward the surface after a long stay in Rivera. 3 older men probably in their mid-30s were laughing and chatting to themselves as they were walking. When they walked about a fourth of the way across the floor, they spotted Belle and the others who had been waiting for the Goliath to spawn at the far center of the room. "Huh? What are you lot doing over there?" The one in the middle, a rough-looking adventurer covered in scars with a practically big one on the side of his face, called out. "You can't be waiting for the Goliath with only 7 people. Level 2 Mord ruffian dog Lantro, Ogma Familia," Castor muttered for the sake of the others. "Humph, the gods can show their wisdom on occasion, I suppose." Once Castor finished speaking, he turned his eyes back toward the Wall of Sorrows as Lily moved herself so that her body was hidden by the servants as much as possible, clearly not wanting to deal with the other adventurers. Saber had taken a step to the side to block Assassin from view while Archer turned his body to face them as well as shield Belle and Welf. If Mord was level 2, then the other 2 people behind him were probably the same as well if they were only a party of 3. It was unlikely a level 1 could make it all the way down here without a lot of help after all. And it wasn't as though they had a spirit with them, right? "Why ya acting all defensive for?" Mord asked. "If you're looking to commit suicide, we ain't gonna stop ya. Hell, can we watch?" "Sorry, but Loki Familia has already booked all the seats," Archer coolly replied. "You'll have to ask them." Archer finished by flashing the token Finn had given him when they had hired his services, causing Mord to click his tongue. "Damn, and here I thought I'd get to see a show before we head back up." "Forget it, Mord," the tallest of the group said as he tapped his friend on the shoulder. "Let's just go before dash." Crack. Belle, Welf, Lily, and the 3 outsiders flinched at the noise before as one. They all turned toward the Wall of Sorrows and saw that a splendid crack had appeared in the massive wall, stretching all the way from top to bottom like a massive lightning bolt. Crack. Crack. Several more bolt-shaped cracks littered the wall as Lily took several steps away from it, looking like she would like nothing better than to run away. "What is this?" Castor muttered as he looked at the cracking wall, or rather something beyond it. Those words caused both Belle and Lily to turn their heads away from the wall and stare at Castor. It was faint, but the words of the normally self-assured and confident king carried a slight hint of uncertainty, as if he was not quite sure what he was looking at. At his words, Saber and Archer also glanced at him over their shoulders before Saber drew his glowing red sword and a black bow appeared in Archer's hand. Crack. 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 Thousands of cracks taking the shape of a massive spiderweb began to form on the wall. Each crack seemed to break down Lily's will even further as she began retreating away from the wall. And then, past the crystal rock wall, Belle thought he could see something. It seemed far away at first, but then he could see a shape forming behind the wall, as if it was a glass window allowing him to see the innermost workings of the dungeon. It looked humanoid in shape, but it wasn't moving any of its limbs as it drew closer. Rather, it looked like it was falling toward them. And then, the world began shaking. As if Belle and the others' mere presence in the boss area was enough to drive the dungeon into a berserker rage. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't Belle and the others, but more likely. The lights from the crystals in the room turned into a blood-red dim as the shaking grew even more violent, with Belle doing all he could to remain standing while Castor grabbed Lily's arm to keep her from falling over before tossing her into Saber's arms. The king then walked to the front of the group, drawing a staff from his treasury before. The wall exploded outward. It wasn't just a small section of the wall where the cracks originated from. Nearly half the wall was blown open as a massive beast, what could only be the monster Rex Goliath, burst forth, sending rubble flying out everywhere. The rubble smashed into the walls and ceiling, creating massive craters and sending even more rocks flying down on them. But Castor seemed to have foreseen it as he raised his staff up and a protective dome surrounded them all, even Mort Lantro and his party. It didn't just create a solid shield to just block the falling rocks, but rather any rock that touched the shield was blasted and destroyed by a bolt of lightning. What the hell is that?" the third member of Mort's party screamed. "That ain't Goliath." Belle turned his eyes away from Castor and toward the Goliath. Lily had said that the Goliath was supposed to have dark grey skin and black hair, but the creature in front of them had skin as dark as Belle and Saber's clothes. Its hair was also jet white and its eyes a blood red. Had Lily and Welf not been staring in pure fear at the creature, Belle felt that they might have cracked a joke or two. Then again, Belle was also completely speechless at the sight of the strange monster. The creature was so big that Belle wasn't even sure that it was real. Dark skin, a massive neck with bulking shoulders, arms, and legs, like a towering wall of muscle. But rather than terror, what mostly rang through Belle's body was the sheer awe of its size and power. An enhanced species. Archer muttered, eyes wide in surprise. A floor boss can become an enhanced species. The 18th floor has been cut off. Saber reported. Belle shot a gaze toward the stairs and saw that the 18th floor had been cut off by the rubble that shot out when the Black Goliath exploded out of the wall. Welf's hands were shaking rather badly, something the older boy was aware of as he stared at them and clenched them into fists to try and stop them while Lily was visibly quivering in fear. Assassin completely ignored the Goliath as she walked over and grabbed Lily's hand. The Palom stared at the other girl and saw that Assassin was giving her a big smile to try and reassure her. As she did, both Saber and Archer stepped forward as if trying to use their own bodies to shield the others from the sheer pressure of the monster Rex. Ruuyuyun! Mort screamed as they ran for the 16th floor staircase, only to skid to a stop as several monsters started descending into the 17th floor from the 16th. Not just from the main entrance, but also from the countless openings on the floor that were probably from the countless holes from the upper levels that led all the way down into the boss room. We appear to be contained in, Castor noted dryly as Mort and his party ran back to Belle's group as if trying to find shelter amongst numbers. An enhanced floor boss, a mass monster spawn blocking the escape route to the surface and the exit to the 18th floor was blocked by rubble. This was a disaster of epic proportions. And yet, be it enhanced or not, nothing has changed. Boss fight time, boss fight time. Awaiting instructions, master. His servants were waiting for him. They were ready to fight, which meant Belle had to be as well. Let's go, Belle. Yes. First off was to distract the Black Goliath. Saber, Archer. Belle called out and the two servants launched forward, sword and bow at the ready, drawing the creature's attention away from the others. While that was happening, they needed to take care of the monsters coming in from behind. Lily, Welf. Please handle the monsters coming down. Belle said. Mr. Lantro. Can you and your friends help as well? What? Mort shouted back, more in surprise at being given orders rather than anger. He opened his mouth to continue speaking but another roar from the Black Goliath told Mort that the monsters coming down were probably much easier to fight compared to the massive enhanced floor boss. Fine. Mort nodded as he turned toward his friends. Guile, Scott. Let's go. Alright. The larger man with blonde spiky hair holding a spiky mace nodded. We're going to die. The skinny man in a blue cloak groaned. Shut your trap and move it. Let's go, Lily. Welf said as he turned to follow the older adventurers. Why yes. Lily nodded before turning toward Castor. What about Lord Castor? I shall position myself near the stairs as well, Castor nodded. As I make my preparations, I entrust my back to you. Lily's eyes widened in surprise before nodding her head as the two of them moved toward the 16th floor staircase and the incoming monsters. All right. Belle nodded as he drew his Hestia knife and Ushiwakamura dagger before turning to Assassin. Let's go, Jack. Assassin nodded as she drew out her own daggers and followed Belle toward the fight. In front of them Saber was dashing across the floor, moving faster than Belle had ever seen him before as he avoided the massive arms of the Goliath. Like Lily said, its sole strength was its size and power. It didn't have anything else to bring to a fight, so someone like Saber could literally run circles all day around it. As he kept up the distraction, Archer was keeping his distance and firing several arrows at the monster's face, striking the area around its eyes, forcing it to stand up and use one arm to shield its eyes. Jack, the legs. Okay, mommy. Belle and Assassin took advantage of the opening and jumped toward its legs, with each of them taking one each. Ushiwakamaru and the Hestia knife slammed toward the monster's hide, and promptly bounced right off as if Belle had tried to strike a stone wall. His hands fell numb as he fell to the floor. Turning back around, he looked toward Assassin who had successfully managed to pierce the Black Goliath's hide. With a shower of blood, the girl used her momentum to spiral around the leg, carving a huge chunk of its leg open. The Black Goliath let out a roar of pain as it sank to the ground. Belle wanted to cry at the difference in strength, but he didn't have time to worry about that as Assassin landed beside him, grabbed his hand and dragged him between the legs of the beast and out behind it. "Mommy, here!" Assassin said as she pulled out one of her daggers and handed it to Belle just as Saber landed beside them, also with one of his daggers out. Belle nodded his head as he sheathed his knives and took his servant's weapons instead. He wasn't exactly happy that his weapons were useless, disparaging both Welf and Hestia's efforts, but if he could still fight then he'll take them. The moment Belle accepted the dagger from Saber, the servant vanished and reappeared up at the monster's back, driving his blade right into its spine. Sparing only a second to look in awe of his knight, Belle quickly turned back to the monster's leg. Taking the opportunity, he slashed at it with his daggers and found that while it was still difficult due to his lack of strength, the daggers could cleave through its hide. "Yes!" Belle cheered as he pumped his fist. "I can hurt it. I'm not going to just be dead weight." Still, the amount of effort he was putting in was nothing compared to Archer and Saber, whose attacks were what was truly dealing damage to the monster Rex. But Belle would not falter. Saber, Castor, Archer, Ace Wallenstein, even Leffy Ya, they all stared down even greater monsters without batting an eye. Whether through recklessness or courage, Belle can't afford to be left behind. The black Goliath roared in pain and rage that seemed to split Belle's ears open. Even though it was much louder and fiercer than that of a minotaur, Belle refused to give in. The fear he felt in the face of the minotaur was nothing compared to this thing. "Belle, assassin! Look out!" Archer called out. "Hi!" Belle looked up and saw that the Goliath had opened its mouth and a ominous light was shining within it. "Mommy!" Assassin called out just as the space in front of Belle exploded. It hadn't been a direct hit but the sheer force of the magic sent Belle flying into the air, losing his grip on his borrowed daggers, before a pair of strong arms caught him. "Gotcha!" Archer's voice said before Belle felt a thump vibrate through his body. "Magic!" The black Goliath was able to use magic just like a hellhound. "You okay?" Archer asked. "Why yeah, I think so." Belle grunted. His body was sore everywhere but it didn't look like he was seriously hurt to the point that a potion wouldn't fix. Salamander wool was amazing. It didn't even dissolve when he was in that trap last night either. If they survived this, he was going to buy as much salamander as he could and then ask Welf to use it in his next set of armor. "Belle!" Archer began as he slapped Belle's cheeks a bit. "Get a hold of yourself." "Alright." Belle nodded as he quickly shook his head to clear it. He then looked up just in time to see a red sword fly into the side of the black Goliath's head and for Saber to appear by it a moment later to punch the blade right through, severing the beast's jaw from its face. Was it over already? Belle naively thought that as the monster, covered in blade and arrow wounds slumped a bit before its jaw fell onto the ground, having been severed by Saber's attack. And then, the black Goliath's entire body began to glow red. Its wounds were closing at an alarming rate and even its jaw was being regrown straight out of its skull. All the trails of blood on its legs, arms and face were also closing up. All the damage they had done in the first volley was undone in an instant. Belle was suddenly yanked away as the black Goliath let out another massive howl and started firing its magic toward them all. Being carried away by Archer, Belle could see the magic as it was. It wasn't a fireball or a beam of light. Rather it was something like a blast of air shooting out of its mouth like a cannon. It probably wouldn't hurt compared to being punched by its massive fists but Belle wasn't exactly eager to find out in any case. "I struck with the intent to kill it," Saber said with Assassin in his arms as he kept up with Archer. "That is no ordinary monster. Its skin is also tougher than I would have thought for a monster this far up in the dungeon." "Do we need to hit the magic crystal then?" Archer asked. "Castor wanted it as proof of the kill for the guild, but we should consider it if it grows too much for Belle and the others, Mew." "Damn." The two then jumped away with their passengers as another burst of air blew apart the ground between them. "Archer, what about the monster line?" Belle asked. "Holding, somewhat," Archer said. "Ruffian Dog's party is doing a good job but all I see are hellhounds, hard armoreds and Almirach. If a Minotaur or a Ligerfong were to show up, they would crumble in an instant. They had to strike a blow big enough to cripple the black Goliath, no even when it lost half of its head it could still regenerate it. If Saber could unleash his noble phantasm again, perhaps that would be enough to kill it by destroying its magic crystal but..." Back at the black Goliath, Saber and Assassin were striking it with lightning-fast movements with Assassin scaling the monster Rex's body as she struck, disappearing when it counterattacked and reappearing on a different limb like some kind of wraith. Would Bell be satisfied with that? Would he be satisfied with such a meager contribution? To sit behind and be protected again? If so, then what was the point of fighting the Minotaur if everything could just fall into his lap? Archer, I have a request. Bell said as Archer turned toward him. It's a bit selfish but please, give me 3 minutes. Archer stared at Bell as if only truly seeing him for the first time since he was summoned. Bell didn't want to be nothing more than a scared child again. This thing is probably around level 5 Bell, Archer said. It's a risk to let it run rampage for too long. An explosion echoed out behind them and Bell turned to see Castor holding up another staff and for a massive crater to appear where a group of monsters had been earlier. Several more explosions sounded off, destroying the monsters coming out from the side entrances before collapsing them, sealing the path and preventing any more monsters from coming through them. And Castor won't keep using his treasures for much longer. Even from his position, Bell could see the look of disappointment on Castor's face that the 3 level 2s plus Welf and Lily were only just barely holding the line. Even so. Bell said. I want to try. Please. Archer's silence stretched out for a long time in Bell's eyes even though it couldn't have been more than a few seconds. All right, we'll get you your 3 minutes, Archer said with a nod before turning around to face the Black Goliath again. Archer, thank you very much. Better let you do this before you expend another command spell, Archer added with a smirk as Bell winced with a wry smile on his face. Do what you need to do, Bell. Show me what you got. Yes. As Archer sped away to assist Saber and Assassin in distracting the Goliath, his silver arrows appearing in his hand in quick flashes of light before they soared into the monster's arm or eyes. His servants gave Bell the opportunity. Now it was time for him to capitalize on it. XXXXX. Are they? Eyes front. Why yes. Lily let out a sigh of relief when she saw Saber and Archer running around with Assassin and Bell in their arms. The 2 men were more than capable of protecting the other 2 so Lily had to focus in her own battle right now. Castor was standing a few meters behind her next to her backpack as Lily stood in the front using her crossbow and dagger to support Welf and keep any monster from getting close to her captain. Although she was scared and wanted nothing more than to retreat to the rear and only have to support with her crossbow, she was unable to voice her desires in front of Castor. Although her status had been growing constantly thanks to her efforts with everyone else, she still felt that a single bad hit was enough to make her go splat, so being behind the tougher level 2s and Welf was enough for her. And yet, something inside her was telling her to go against all her natural instincts and take to the front herself. The front where she would most assuredly get caught off guard and die before even letting out a scream. A hellhound lunged at Welf from his flank but Lily quickly shot it in the eye with her crossbow, causing it to fall just short of the smith who was contending with a pair of almiraj. She then ran up to it before it could get its bearings and slit its throat. Be careful, Master Welf. Lily called out as Welf swung his great sword and cleaved the pair of almiraj in 2. Sorry and thanks. Welf replied before moving to intercept a few hard armoreds that were rolling down the stairs at an alarming speed. This position was where she was the most comfortable. Leave the adventuring to the adventurers like Bell and let Lily remain in the supporter role. So why? She asked herself. Why was there something whispering into her ear asking, are you really satisfied with just this? Yes. She screamed inside her head as she felt Castor's gaze burning into her back even though his eyes were facing the floor boss. Lily is aware of her own limits. A pack of almiraj led by a pair of hellhounds surrounded her. The hellhounds stood behind the pack with a pair of almiraj wielding landforms. If Castor had noticed, he was not lifting a finger to help her, nor should she expect him to. Lily isn't some sort of super ghost like Lord Castor and the other servants. The almiraj wielding landform weapons jumped her first. She quickly jumped back, swinging her dagger behind her as she did, stabbing one of the walking rabbits in the head before using the rapid-fire setting of her little ballista crossbow, accurately shooting the almiraj in front of her in the eyes, allowing her to retrieve her dagger from the skull of the dead rabbit and slice her way through the rest of them. Lily doesn't want to be some hero like Bell, nor does she have his amazing growth. She wasn't able to do anything about the hellhounds who fired their magic at her. Although the flames burned, the salamander wool cloak protected her from most of the damage. It still felt like having her body pressed up against an oven though. Lily never wanted to be an adventurer to begin with. So why was she here? Why was she in the middle of a boss fight screaming her throat out while stabbing a hellhound in the throat while shooting the other one in between the eyes with her crossbow at max power setting if she never wanted it? Because Lily's family is here. The family that was more of a family to Lily than the dead blood-related deadbeat drunkards ever were, and 4 of them were already long dead themselves. She didn't want to be alone again. Even though they said that she owed them nothing, that she had been free to leave and do whatever she wished that didn't involve going into the dungeon, she wanted to be with them. The warmth of a family she never had and never knew she wanted. The trust of people relying on her. The faith of people who believed she could become something she never believed she could become. And the companionship of the one who brought them all together. A smiling young man with too much good in his heart to be real. Lily, look out! Welf's warning came not a split second too soon. Lily threw her body back without seeing what it was, and the hellhound corpse in front of her was splattered across the ground as Rebel flew up with another rock clonking her on the head, nearly splitting her skull. The pain and fear was familiar. As Lily looked up from the ground, past the blood flowing down her forehead, she gazed upon the roaring form of yet another Minotaur. XXXXX. 1 floor below where Hestia Familia was fighting the Black Goliath, another battle was being waged. Form a line around the camp. Don't let them get in. Finn's voice rang throughout the battlefield as Loki Familia took up positions around the campgrounds. Preparations for returning to the surface had just finished when the crystals above them changed from a bright white to a dull red and a massive roar rang from above them. Immediately monsters began to pour out from the stairs toward the 19th floor, and all the monsters currently on the 18th floor made a beeline for the Loki camp as well as the town of Rivera. Did something happen on the 17th floor after all? Finn muttered to himself. As an adventurer, he wanted to run over and check on it himself, but as the captain of a familia, he couldn't leave his charges and just go running off. Strictly speaking, there was no way the monsters on this floor were any threat to their camp full of level 3s and up, and the monsters themselves were only level 2 at best, but unfortunately he had to stay as an example. Captain! Diona and Ace ran off. Shin shouted. They headed to the 17th floor staircase. Lefia ran off after them too. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't much of a problem since they had enough high-class adventurers that they wouldn't be missed, especially with the executives of Hermes Familia helping them. But really, were they that worried about Archer and the rest of Hestia Familia? Still, this gave Finn an opportunity to go see what was going on for himself, so he won't chew them out too much. Gareth and Riveria can do that later. Riveria, Gareth! Finn called out. I'm going after them. Keep an eye on thing here, then take a team to form a line at the 19th floor stairs to set up a blockade. His fellow executives nodded as Finn sped off toward the stairs with Shin right behind him. As they drew close to the stairs, the sound of Goliath's roar echoed down toward them, followed by a loud explosion over and over again. Something's wrong. Finn muttered as he saw Tiona, Lefia, and Ace standing at the foot of the stairs. It feels like that time. The time they saw a level 1 single-handedly take down a Minotaur all on his own after coming across Otterl. Did Freya Familia do something again, and if so, why? What did that goddess have to gain by harassing Hestia Familia? Then again, their members were filled with all sorts of secrets. Or was it perhaps not the goddess of love, but a certain smiling god closer to them instead? Captain! Lefia called out as Finn and Shin landed beside them, letting Finn hear another massive roar followed by an explosion. There's something really strange going on up there. You didn't check? Finn asked as he walked past them. The exit's blocked by rocks, Tiona replied. We don't know if the Goliath did it or if it was Archer and the others that blocked it off. Well, at least they didn't run straight into another Familia's floor boss fight. We'll take a quick look then head back, Finn said. Do not interfere unless they ask for it. But taking Castor's personality into account, it was highly unlikely that the man would let them interfere. Still, Finn didn't like not knowing what was going on, so he led them forward. Seeing the rebel along with the sounds of battle on the other side, Finn narrowed his eyes and tapped the rocks with his hand. He then reeled back his hand and delivered a punch at the rocks, blasting them apart and sending the rest flying away. Revealing the chaos unfurling on the 17th floor. What is that? Lefia gasped, staring up at the creature that was being struck by red, black, and silver flashes. A black Goliath. So a floor boss became an enhanced species, Finn muttered with a frown. One crazy thing after another. And on top of that, its regeneration is beyond normal. Finn watched Saber and Archer zip around the floor boss with speeds beyond that of a normal level 1. Saber's red blade carved deep red gouges along the monster Rex's legs and arms as the Black Goliath tried to step on him or try to punch him, while Archer's arrows kept the creature from getting a proper fix on Saber's position. Even the tiny girl of their party they called Jack was climbing the giant with her daggers like some kind of beanstalk. But the Black Goliath's red aura was generating a large amount of magic, its wounds were closing almost immediately. Ace took a step forward when several golden discs appeared by her feet. She quickly jumped back just as Pillar of Flame erupted in front of the Loki Familia members. Castor was glaring at them from the other side of the floor with his hand reaching out toward them. His gaze telling Finn and the others one thing. Do not interfere. A wry smile appeared on Finn's face as he turned toward the others. Just like the Minotaur fight, Finn said. Don't step in no matter what. Ace, Tiona, and Lefia didn't look happy but nodded all the same. Captain, over there. Shin shouted as she pointed toward the opposite staircase. A Minotaur had descended and broke through the defense line where 3 unknown adventurers were holding alongside the young smith from Hephaestos Familia and barreled right into the Palom supporter of Hestia Familia. If Finn recalled correctly, her name was Lilyruka Arde, or Lily for short. The Minotaur's weapon missed her, but the impact of the blow sent rocks flying at her and knocked her aside. The salamander wool cloak she was wearing protected her from most of the damage, but she still took a blow to the head. As the Minotaur loomed over her, it suddenly froze when Castor turned his gaze away from Finn and the others and leveled it right on the Minotaur. The sheer presence the man exuded from his body seemed to paralyze the monster before it let out a panicked roar and blindly charged him, ignoring the Palom girl. At that sight, Lily jumped to her feet and charged the Minotaur from behind, leaping onto its back with her dagger in one hand and what looked like a magic sword in the other, all the while screaming like a madwoman as she tried to keep the Minotaur from reaching Castor. She was stabbing her silver dagger into its flesh, but either because of its low quality or her low strength, she could not pierce the Minotaur's skin. Still, it was enough for the monster to be distracted as it bucked around, trying to get the small girl off its neck. Then with one last scream, she stabbed the tiny magic sword she was holding into the Minotaur's eye. With a pained roar, the Minotaur began thrashing around even more violently as Lily held onto its head for dear life. Then, the magic sword erupted in the monster's skull, shattering the blade and launching Lily off of the Minotaur. She soared back several meters before landing in a heap on the ground, her hand charred from the flames. Despite having a chunk of its face burned off, the Minotaur staggered its way toward Lily in rage. But as it towered over her with its weapon raised above its head, a golden hand shot out from the creature's chest. With a triumphant expression, Castor pulled his arm out of the monster's back with practiced ease, magic stone in hand. As the Minotaur's corpse turned to ash and returned to the dungeon, the man then bent down and carefully lifted the unconscious Lily up in his arms before turning toward Bell Cranel, who was standing in the center of the room, holding out his arm with lights swirling around it. That's... Lefia began, but before she could continue, light exploded in the room. XXXXX. The sound of pinging chimes rang in Bell's right hand as he held it out to the side before charging toward the Black Goliath like an arrow. Saber, Archer, Jack. He called out, and as one his servants cleared out of the way as Bell drew close. The floor boss turned toward him, jaws open and laced with magical energy as it prepared to roar at him once more. Then at the same time as the beast howled, Bell shouted with all his might. Firebolt! Sparks arched around his arm before an electric inferno shot out of his hand. The beam intercepted the creature's magic attack and neutralized it before continuing up into the air and smashing into the Black Goliath's mouth, and kept going. With power greater than anything Bell was physically capable of, his magic vaporized the majority of the beast's head, leaving nothing of its head behind as it staggered back into the wall. Ah! Bell gasped as he stared at the Black Goliath. He had been hoping to hit its chest where the creature's magic stone was hidden to guarantee the kill, but his hand jerked up at the last second when he saw the Black Goliath roar at him. Bell hoped that it had worked. After all, no creature could survive without its head, right? Oh, how wrong he was! Even without the head, the red specks shot out of the stump of the monster Rex's neck and quickly reformed the skull of the beast, then its flesh, but even though its head hadn't properly reformed, the beast's mouth opened and unleashed another magical howl at him. Unprepared for the attack, Bell received it head-on and was sent flying into the air. Pain racked through his body before he was caught by a screaming girl. Mommy! Wake up! Assassin was screaming as she clung onto his body while Bell did everything he could to remain conscious. Jack, run! Bell choked out as the Black Goliath turned toward them again. Moyuu! Saber appeared between the two of them and the monster Rex, sword in hand as the howl shot toward them. With a roar, the swordsman slashed the air in front of them, splitting the magic apart as well as sending a wave of light out in front of him. The Black Goliath quickly covered its chest with its arms, using them as a shield as the light cut through the outermost arm, severing it from the body while leaving a deep gouge in the second arm. But despite the massive attack from Saber, the arm continued to regenerate as the beast alternated between firing one howl at Saber and one at Archer to prevent the latter from setting up and firing any of his stronger weapons properly. Jack, take Master and run! Saber said as he swung his blade to cut the magic before it struck any of them. This is enough. We shall finish this. And end this here? Not likely. Castor's voice entered Bell's ears. Is this it then, mongrel? Is this as far your dream goes? Do you truly have what it takes to become a hero? Did he? Did Bell truly have what it takes? He gave it his best shot and he still failed at the end. But as he listened to Castor's voice, a second one began to ring in his ears. A voice from long ago, the one who probably truly inspired him to become one. Bell, a hero is not someone able to draw a sword, or someone willing to raise a shield, or someone who heals others. It was a voice he'd heard long ago. Back when he was very young. Words that had shaped who he had become. Words from a divine messenger, a voice from his past. Only someone who's willing to risk it all can be called a hero. In Bell's sight, aside from the back of the smirking hero he had been chasing for the past few weeks, the form of his first hero, his grandfather, took shape. It's okay to break, to lose heart, to cry out in pain. The one to claim victory in the end always emerges from the defeated. He remembered. He remembered it all. He remembered the words that those smiling lips said next. Follow through on your dream, shout it out for everyone to hear. The one who does. Yes, that's the one who. The one who does becomes a glorious hero. Mommy. Assassin let out a cry of relief as Bell forced his eyes open. Looking around, Bell saw that Saber had launched himself forward and was drawing the beast's attention once more away from Bell and the others, while Archer was now firing arrows that exploded on impact against the beast. But even so, the wounds were still regenerating. Assassin was clinging onto his body as if he was her lifeline. He turned to look behind her and saw Castor still standing on the other side of the room with Lily in his arms, even though his voice had sounded so close before. But even now, the king was watching him, interested in what he would do. Assassin fiddled with her pack before bringing out a potion and forced it down Bell's throat. Bell winced as he felt the bones in his chest knit back together, and then, he sat up. His body was close to breaking, but his will held him together. But he didn't have the mind for another Argonaut-charged firebolt, and he didn't have a weapon strong enough to cut through its hide. And then, something landed beside him with a crash. Bell turned toward it and saw that it was a massive silver greatsword with a golden handle. Looking beyond that, he saw members of Loki Familia standing by the staircase, with the younger of the two Amazons having thrown it toward Bell. It was assistance from an outsider, but Bell wasn't going to not use it right now. His longsword that Welf gave him had already been destroyed by the Black Goliath's howl along with practically all of his armor and most of the salamander wool cloak. He needed a new weapon, so this will have to do. Gripping the blade's wide hilt with both hands, he swung the blade forward as he set his feet into a powerful stance. His red eyes flicked forward and focused on the form of the terrifying giant off in front of him. His aspirations were burning. His dreams were roaring. If there was one advantage that Bell Cranel had over anyone else, it would be this one irreplaceable memory from his youth, that single memory that was burned into his very soul. The memory of the smiling old man who filled Bell's head with his hopes and his dreams. He began charging Argonaut once more, those tiny chimes slowly turning into the sound of church bells. XXXXX. TCH, doing as she wishes. Castor clicked his tongue as he saw the Amazon fling her durandal blade toward Bell, who took it and as prepared to use it against the Black Goliath. Take care of the line, your kingship. Welf shouted as he ran past him, tossing his black greatsword to the side while drawing the blade on his back. A pang of annoyance shot into Castor for a moment before he realized what Welf was doing, and his lips curved into a small smile. Just as well, he muttered as he opened his gate, and countless wands and staves extended from it. The play is drawing to a close, and it is time for the extras to vacate the stage. With a wave of his arm, the magic weapons fired their payload at once. Countless golden arrows and beams of light shot out at the monsters still spilling into the room. The beams curved around the three hapless adventurers that had been shouting obscenities at Welf for abandoning them and pierced through the monsters' chests, destroying the magic stones within them. Mort and his friends were staring at Castor with their mouths agape as all the smaller monsters on the floor were reduced to dust in an instant, with countless drop items littering the field along with broken magic stones. The old adventurer then turned his eyes toward Bell, who not just a moment ago he had seen be sent flying from the floor boss. Now the boy was back on his feet, a new weapon in hand, and prepared for a third bout with the beast. What the hell is that kid made of? Mort wondered. What is driving him? Castor ignored the man in favor of the girl in his arms as she slowly woke up. Lord, Castor? Lily asked as she only had the strength to open a single eye. What happened to Belle? Quiet, he said as he retrieved a potion and fed it to her. You've done well. The boy is trying to become a hero. But the monster Rex wasn't going to let Belle get the jump on it again. With a massive roar, the beast fired a massive blast at its feet, blasting away both archer and saber while at the same time destroying its own legs. The two servants were sent flying into the walls, leaving craters within them. NGH. Damn. Saber let out a grunt of pain as Archer cursed. Neither of them had expected a self-destructive attack from the monster Rex just to remove them for a moment. Run, Belle! Archer shouted as he pulled himself out of the wall. But Belle didn't move even as the floor boss decided that he was its enemy. As its legs regenerated and it stood up once more, it took a step toward Belle, another howl at the ready, and that was all it could do before the next attack struck him. Blasphemous burn! Will-o-wisp! The black Goliath's head suddenly exploded as the magic it had been storing ran wild. An ignis fatuus caused by a young man's magic as he charged forward, his resolve hardening like iron as he prepared to save one of his only friends. Over here, you ugly bastard! Welf shouted as he ran toward the beast, releasing the bindings on the blade he had been carrying on his back, revealing a massive red blade. A magic sword. A Crozo magic sword. Pathetic, isn't it? He asked, not to himself, but the blade in his hands. I threw you away and now I'm begging you to help me. Naturally, the sword didn't respond as he prepared himself, Hephaestos's words ringing in his ears. The words she said to him when he joined her familia and refused to make any magic swords. Do not sacrifice the things you care about for your pride. The words rang louder and louder, aching his very soul as flame roared out from his blade, leaving a burning trail behind him. He had people who cared about him and accepted his stubbornness and even praised him for it, and he didn't want to be a burden to them right now. And so, please let me use you. He swung the blade forward. Please let me break you. Burning Moon, Katsuki. With a single swing of the magic sword, a massive wave of flame surged forward. The flames engulfed the black Goliath in a massive twister of flames, drowning out even its howls of pain. The flame raged and burned mercilessly, tearing away its hide and flesh faster than even its regeneration could keep up. As soon as its aura flared up to heal itself, the flames would strip it away and burn even deeper. The power to burn the seas. Its glory was reborn within this battle witnessed by 14 adventurers, with one among them burning the blade's visage into his very soul. But, no matter how powerful it was still a magic sword. And as all magic swords. Crack! It would shatter without question when it was fired one too many times. A weapon that could never be a truly reliable partner to their wielder. Destined to always shatter and leave their owner behind, they would never fulfill their duty as a weapon. This was why Welf hated them. A useless and painful sympathy that he could never accept. Welf's face scrunched up in pain as he watched a series of cracks run up and down the magic sword before the blade suddenly shattered into 1,000 pieces, never to be used again. For a moment he looked as though he had lost something important to him. I'm sorry. Welf whispered as he looked from the burning tornado and to Belle before quickly retreating away from the black Goliath. XXXXX. Another 3 minutes had passed since the charging began and Belle was ready once again. Belle's servants all flashed in his mind as he stared into the roaring twister of fire. The king who toppled a bull larger than any mountain. The knight who slew a dragon and devoured its heart. The child who saw him as their hero. and the bowman who became his hero. With a massive roar, Bell launched himself forward with Assassin right behind him. Even while caught in the ever-burning twister, the Black Goliath saw them coming. It forced itself out of the flame, swinging its massive arms out as though it was tearing through a net. It then lunged toward Bell with all of its might. But in a flash of red light, one arm was severed right through its shoulder. "Advance, Master!" And the other arm was torn to pieces as a spiraling arrow ripped through it. "Cut it down, Bell!" Assassin's speed overtook Bell's as she slid to a stop just in front of the Goliath with her hands out. "Go flying!" Bell stepped onto her hands and she tossed him high into the air in a surprising show of strength. Left with only one form of defense left, the Black Goliath opened its mouth up and aimed its magic at the flying Bell, only for several explosions to rip through its mouth, negating the magic and blowing off its lower jaw again. "Show me your conviction, Bell Cranel!" His heroes were cheering him on and had cleared the path. It was now Bell's turn to answer them with his own resolve as he swung downward. A deafening explosion ripped through the floor and enveloped the Black Goliath in light while erasing all other sounds on the floor. When the light died, all that was left was the lower half of the monster Rex. Its upper body, along with its magic stone, had been destroyed. Bell propped himself up with the sword which had weathered his blow thanks to a durable property and watched as the rest of its body crumbled to ash, leaving behind a large portion of its hide as a drop item. As Mort and his friends let out a cheer, Bell found himself surrounded by Welf and the rest of his familia. "You did it, Bell! I can't freaking believe it!" Welf was slapping Bell's back in congratulations before Archer grabbed him and started grinding his knuckles on the side of Bell's head in irritation. "We need to talk about what you can and can't do when we get back home," Archer said when he finally released Bell and let him fall back into Saber's hands. Bell could only laugh as he was too tired to really say anything else, let alone stand. He then felt two small bodies clinging onto him. Lily and Assassin were hugging him as hard as they could with Lily only using one arm due to her injury. Bell looked toward his captain and saw the king smirk at him before giving him a nod of approval. Seeing that, Bell felt it was yet another step closer to his dream. XXXXX. "Amazing," Ace said as she and the others just watched Archer and his familia celebrate their victory. "It sure was something," Finn agreed. Even if Archer, Saber, and Castor were holding back for the most part to let the others gain experience in the middle of such a chaotic and unprecedented fight. He then turned his head toward Tiona who smiled with her hands behind her head. "Sorry, but I couldn't let little Argonaut fight without a weapon, right?" Tiona asked. "Besides, I say that makes me even with Archer saving us from the spirit. I didn't do that to make you guys owe me." Archer was in front of them, holding Tiona's blade Roland out to her with a smile. "Besides, I was paying Gareth back at that time," he pointed out as Tiona let out a giggle and took back her sword. "Yeah, but that left me in your debt, so this time I helped save your familia member." Archer just shrugged with his head to the side before turning toward Finn with a serious face. "Can a monster Rex really become an enhanced species?" Archer asked him as if he still couldn't believe it despite just fighting it. "It's the first I have heard of it," Finn replied as Castor walked up to them as well. "Sorry about the slight interruption." "What's done is done," Castor said, waving the matter away. "I shall consider it a fee for having you as an audience to our battle." "Should we be referring to Hestia Familia as Minotaur Slayers now?" Shin asked with a smile and a raised eyebrow. "It seems like all your members want to kill at least one at level 1. An amused scoff escaped Castor's throat as he shook his head. "Do as you wish." At that, the lights in the dungeon seemed to return to normal as the blood-red color disappeared and with it returned the soft white light. "We'll have to report to the guild about the possibility of enhanced floor bosses spawning," Finn said with a sigh. "Can I ask your familia to do that, Archer?" "Castor. We will be heading there to show proof of our kill in any case," Castor said, gesturing toward the Black Goliath hide drop item that Assassin was helping Lily stuff into her backpack. "Come morrow, all of Orario shall know that Hestia Familia defeated the floor boss with only 6 members, with the help of 4 outsiders." Castor added as an afterthought as he turned back to see Mort thumping Bell on the back with the biggest smile on his face as if he had never been more happy to be alive before flinching back as Lily shouted something at him for thumping the injured Bell. "About that," Lefia began. "Who are those people anyway?" "Some unlucky adventurers who were heading back up when the boss spawned," Archer replied with a shrug. They just got caught up in the fight. That's some bad luck. Shin sighed as she looked back down the stairs. Captain, we should really be getting back. Right, Finn nodded. Since your fight is over, then we'll be making the trek back up. Would you like to come with us? I have exerted myself more than necessary already, Castor said as Archer rolled his eyes behind Castor's back. We shall accept your offer. With a nod, the two captains shook hands and the final curtain fell on the performance of Hestia Familia vs the Monster Rex with a single extra member in the audience who had remained hidden under the shroud of a magic item. XXXXX. AHH, glorious. How glorious! Hermes said to himself, hidden in the corner of the room wearing a black helmet made by his Familia captain that made one's body invisible. The god had sneaked into the 17th floor earlier than Castor and Saber and had been lying in wait hoping to watch the fight. Although there had been several close calls that will no doubt get him an earful from Asfi later, Hermes felt that it was all worth it. After all, this was the entire reason he came down into the dungeon in the first place after he had overheard Bell telling Dear Seer about his plans a few days ago. Not that he had been spying on them, of course. It had just been a coincidence. He just happened to be walking back to the pub to beg them once more for information about Bell after being turned away before when he saw the group talking to Seer at the entrance. But never would he have expected a performance such as this. Granted, it was probably his fault that an enhanced Monster Rex was spawned and he was certainly going to get an earful from that old man about it, but it was totally worth it to see such a performance. A hero fighting against monsters with what seemed like the spirits of old. He stifled his joy until all the adventurers had left the floor before his laughter bounced off the empty walls. He then started talking, not to himself, but to some far-off figure that wasn't even in the city of Orario. These eyes have seen it. I, Hermes, have seen it all. Your grandson, your parting gift to this world. Hermes had known who Bell's grandfather was. In fact, it was he who told Hermes about Bell in the first place. The boy has a backbone. The boy has patience. However, he is severely lacking in character. The old man had told Hermes that Bell didn't have what it would take to be a hero. Have you gone blind with age, saying something like that? Would you still say that if you saw his bravery here? Hermes threw his head back toward the ceiling, mouth wide open, laughing in a way that could be called crazy. First he shatters the record for leveling up and now he dealt the finishing blow to the great Goliath. Rejoice, great Lord Zeus! Your grandson is the real deal. The last hero your legendary Familia left behind. He will carry on your legacy. Skipping with joy, Hermes made his way back toward the stairs. Truly, coming down to the lower world was the best decision the god has ever made. XXXXX. I see, so tomorrow will be your first dungeon dive, Hestia said as she looked at Primo and Emma who were examining their new equipment. With Ina's help, the two of them managed to pick out some decent starter weapons without relying on the rather average guild equipment. A pair of short swords for Emma and a wooden staff for Primo. Yes, Emma nodded. We got the basics from Ina so she thinks we can handle the first floor. We also have a map, Primo said, patting the folded parchment in front of her. So we definitely won't get lost. I see, Hestia nodded. I'd still feel better if you waited for the others to return home first, but I won't stop you either way. No sooner did Hestia say that did the front door open and several pairs of feet came walking in. The three of them froze in shock before Hestia jumped out of her chair and ran toward the front with Primo and Emma right behind her. When Hestia crossed the living room, she saw them. The other 6 children of her Familia were there, even the second one who had been gone for so long. Battered, bruised, bloodied and burned, all of her children were injured in some way except for Castor. But they were all there, with Bell standing at the forefront with a smile on his face. We're home, goddess, Bell spoke softly with a toothy grin. Tears welled up in Hestia's eyes before they started pouring out. Behind her, Hestia knew Primo and Emma were peering around the corner toward them, so she needed to maintain her dignity as a goddess. She didn't run into Belle's arms as her first instinct told her to do, but instead she smiled through her tears. Welcome back. She choked out before all semblance of grace disappeared from her stature and she dived headfirst toward Belle, who didn't dodge and caught her in his arms. Welcome back. All of you. Chapter 24, A Fresh Start. To think you can surprise me after all, Castor said as he looked at the 2 girls standing across his desk with appraising eyes. You have worked hard, haven't you, Goddess Hestia? Hoo. Praise me more, Castor. Hestia said as she threw her chest out. After a quick shower, the entirety of Hestia Familia had convened in Castor's office for proper introductions. Bell was sitting on one of the couches in the room with Assassin and Lily at his sides. Archer was leaning his back against the wall beside the door while Saber was standing behind Bell with his hands behind his back. Hestia herself was standing beside Castor. Your names, now, Castor demanded. Why yes. The small, stammering, elf girl began. P. Primo Libera. NNN, nice to meet you, sir. I'm Emma Flores, the human girl greeted them in a much calmer fashion. A pleasure to meet you all. Castor gave them a curt nod as his eyes turned to the tapestry hanging on the wall behind him. Bell also turned to look at the newest addition to Castor's office. A large piece of cloth depicting a grail holding a burning fire within as well as a small bell tied to its base. The new emblem of Hestia Familia. Well, what do you think? Hestia asked, looking quite pleased with herself. It took me all night to figure it out, then I sent it over to a tailor for the banners. It will have to do, came Castor's rather flippant reply as Hestia let out a displeased growl. Have the two of you entered the dungeon yet? No, we haven't, sir, Emma replied, shaking her head. We were planning to go tomorrow. I see. Castor nodded as his eyes scanned the other occupants of the room. Saber. Accompany them as a supporter. Very well, Saber answered with a nod. If Bell remembered correctly, the plan was to let Assassin handle the supporter role, but it looked as though Castor wasn't sure if that was such a good idea at the moment. Huh? Is that really necessary just for the first floor? Hestia asked. I mean, I would feel better if someone went along with them, but you all just came back, right? Wouldn't it be better for you to rest up first? There is no problem, Goddess Hestia, Saber replied. I will be at 100% in the morning. Well, if you say so. Hestia mumbled. I also want to throw a party for everyone too. One to welcome Primo and Emma properly and to celebrate everyone else's return from the dungeon. One thing at a time, Castor said, not dismissing the idea entirely. One must prepare properly if one is to throw a celebration after all. So let us hold it in a few days and celebrate their return from their first voyage as well. Or rather, it would seem the king was all for it. Uwa, Gil's acting all nice all of a sudden. Hestia said before shirking back when Castor leveled a sharp glare at her. The main concern is for the two of you, Castor continued, returning his gaze to the two newcomers. If you feel having a break right after the first day will be detrimental to your own progress, we shall hold off on the celebration. The dungeon was a world of kill or be killed. A newbie adventurer needed to acclimate themselves into such an abnormal setting as soon as possible in order to be successful. However, sending a new team in one day and then celebrating their return the next was a privilege belonging to a successful familia after all. Well, it's fine, isn't it? Hestia asked. Just think of it like a school initiation before being let off for a weekend. Those don't tend to help the nerves of the more serious students though, Archer muttered. Now, let's just forget about the dungeon for at least an hour or two, Hestia said, quickly changing the topic while clapping her hands. Emma and Primo already introduced themselves, so let's have everyone else do so as well. Castor let out another small breath through his nose before speaking. My name is Gilgamesh, Castor said. However, you are to refer to me as Castor or Captain at all times. Is that understood? Yes. As the two girls nodded, Castor gestured for them to sit down on the couch opposite of Belle while Hestia plopped herself down onto the side of Castor's desk. I guess I'm next. Belle asked. I'm Belle Cranel. Level 2 and the vice captain of the Familia. Moonlit Dawn, right? Primo asked as Hestia winced with a slight sob escaping her lips that went unnoticed from everyone except Castor. Primo, however, was staring at Belle with starry eyes, not unlike the same eyes Belle used to look at Archer and the others at first. How did you do it? Did you really take down a minotaur on your own? Yes, Belle nodded. He wondered if he should act a bit more humble, but in the face of a cute junior, he wanted to boast of his accomplishments, if only just a little bit. It's thanks to everyone's help that I got this far. A little wish could go a long way after all. Shall we go in order then? Archer asked. You can call me Archer. It's been a while since I was taking on a quest from another familia, but I take care most of the chores in the familia. If you need anything bought or fixed, just let me know. Lily Ruka Arde, Lily introduced herself with a quick bow of her head. But just Lily is fine. Lily is the Familia's supporter, so if Miss Primo or Miss Emma have any questions, just leave it to Lily. Sigurd, Saber's introduction was short and curt. Please refer to me as Saber in public. I am currently in charge of Belle's training. If you either of you wish to join, and do not hesitate to ask. What kind of training is it to make someone reach level 2 in a month and a half? Primo muttered, looking rather pale. We're Jack. Assassin said, raising a hand over her head in greeting. Let's be friends, Primo. Why yet, sure. Primo stammered at first, but the sight of a girl around her age seemed to have calmed her nerves. Well, now that that's done, it's time for dinner. Hestia said as she hopped off Castor's desk. Archer, if you're tired I can do it, so just rest for the day. No, I feel energized being back home after so long, Archer said with a smile. Let me get back to work at least. Fine, but I'm going to help and you can't stop me. Are you feeling all right, Lady Hestia? Not running a fever, I hope. I'm not lazy all the time, damn it. That would be news to me, Castor muttered as Archer let out a warm chuckle before leading the way out of the office. Are you going to eat, Lord Castor? Lily asked, turning around at the door. No, I have some work that needs to be taken care of, Castor said as he stood up. You need not wait for me. Understood. Have a safe trip, Lord Castor. You have done well today, Lily Ruka Arde. Thank you very much. XXXXX. If you have any dietary restrictions, let me know, Archer said as he worked behind the counter. I don't have anything in particular, Primo replied as she watched him cook from the other side of the counter. But if you could put a little less meat, then that would be fine. Anything you particularly dislike though? Archer asked. No, after traveling to Orario from my village, I've decided that being picky about food just makes you hungrier. The young girl's eyes seemed to fade slightly as she looked off to the side. Considering that many people traveled for weeks, or even months, just to reach this town, fresh food would be a luxury, and Primo must have learned to quickly deal with all sorts of foods in order to fill her stomach during her travel to the city. An adventurer must not be picky about their food if they wanted to adventure properly, but just like down on the 18th floor, eating nothing but one kind of food over and over would be a mental burden, especially when there wouldn't be too many opportunities to cook properly. Archer smiled as he reached over the counter and patted Primo on the head, bringing the girl's senses back to the present as she pouted up at him. Judging from how close she seemed to Emma despite only knowing her for a few days, Archer judged that Primo didn't have the same aversion at being touched by non-elves that a few of the more prideful elves had. It was probably due to her young age or something she also discarded along the way to Orario. Or it was simply because as a member of the same familia, Archer became someone she trusted almost unconditionally. By the way, Archer, Emma began as she walked over with a giggling assassin on her back and an apologetic-looking Belle behind her. You said you were on a quest? What was it about? That is, if you can share it, that is. It was a job with Loki Familia, Archer replied while chopping up the vegetables that Hestia was peeling and handing to him. The pay was good even though I had to be away for a while. Loki Familia? Primo asked with wide eyes. Then you got to see Lady Riveria, right? Why yet, Archer nodded with a wry smile. It seemed as though every elf was enamored in some way, like she was some sort of celebrity. Granted, she was a member of royalty, so it probably was something like that. The person in question seemed like she could do without the constant admiration of her race though. Don't take this the wrong way, Primo, Belle began. But since you admire Lady Riveria so much, did you try joining Loki Familia? Loki probably wouldn't have turned you away without seeing you first at the very least, Hestia pointed out. I couldn't do that. Primo replied. If I joined Loki Familia just to try and get close to Lady Riveria, then I would just be a stalker, right? No. Lady Riveria is best when admired from afar. It seemed that she never planned to try and join Loki Familia to get close to her idol in the first place. But wouldn't it be hard to learn magic without a teacher? Emma asked. The basics are just memorization, but I think having a proper mage would be more helpful in the long run, right? Even though everyone in the Familia aside from Emma herself could use magic, no one really knew the intricate details. Belle's magic was instant cast, so he could fire it and forget about it unless he was using Argonaut to charge it. Archer's magic was unique to himself, so others had no way to use his knowledge. Caster, for all his title and potential, had actually very little magical knowledge, and all his magic consisted of firing spells held within wands and staves. Lily's magic was simple disguise magic and not used for combat, and had only a single verse to trigger and release the magic, so there wasn't much use there. Saber's magic involved no verses but instead the use of carving runes in the air or into another medium. An assassin was, assassin. She probably didn't understand anything about magic outside of her own instinct. I'm not starting from zero, Primo replied as she threw out her chest. I learned a bit from adventurers and other elves that passed through my village on occasion, and Miss Ina said that she can recommend some books if I need them. It would seem that Primo had put in a lot more thought about becoming a mage than it first appeared. What about you, Emma? Saber asked from his seat at the dining table. Have you thought about using magic yourself? Emma blinked in surprise in the middle of setting Assassin down, the question completely catching her off guard. Magic? Me? Yes. It might not be as efficient, but I too learned magic from my wife in the past. It is a bit unusual, but I may try to pass some of the teachings on to you if you wish. Ah, come to think of it, I think I remember reading something like that, Belle spoke up. Magic comes into two forms. Innate magic that a person has naturally, usually through training and the like amongst certain races. The second is acquired magic that appears to those who received the Falna. It can appear when we receive the blessing or through an outside force thanks to the Falna drawing it out. Yes. Aside from time spent, I do not believe there is anything to lose with this method, Emma. If you're offering, then I won't turn it down, Emma replied with a nod. Ah, but I think I'd rather practice with a sword more first. I know the basics, but... Understood. Whenever you are ready then. There was no point in trying to teach Emma too many things at once. Create a foundation with her swordsmanship and then build upon it with magic afterwards. Miss Primo should consider what she wants to do as well, Lily spoke up from her spot at the table as well. Me too. Primo asked. Yes. Does Miss Primo want to be a traditional mage that sits in the back and fires off spells, or does she want to be a magic knight like Master Archer and Master Saber who use their spells in conjunction with fighting on the front? Lily believes it's called concurrent chanting, right? Yeah, Archer nodded. I've seen Riveria use it firsthand to great effect. She can pull monsters away then freeze them once she was done. Lefia Virtus, Riveria's student, can also do it. I see. Now everyone, you're getting ahead of yourselves, Hestia said with a smile. Let Primo practice actually using her magic first. Then we can talk about where to branch her skill set into after. It was rather obvious that everyone was excited about the newcomers. Even the usually stoic Saber was already considering how to train the two of them. It was most likely everyone's way of trying to make them feel welcome and accepted. Truly, this familia was a unique one. XXXXX. So. Hestia began as they had dinner of pan-fried noodles with meat and veggies. How was the job? They had extended the table out to accommodate the new members. Hestia sat at the end of the table opposite of the head, which was Caster's usual spot. To her sides were Belle and Assassin, making it obvious to the senior members of the familia that she was playing favorites as usual. On Belle's side of the table sat Archer and Saber, while on Assassin's side sat Emma, Primo, and then Lily. Boys on one side and girls on the other. The goddess was talking to Archer, who shrugged his shoulders. Dangerous and something I really don't think I should attempt again, Archer replied. Good, cuz I'm not gonna let you if there's a next time, Hestia said with a nod. If they want spare weapons they can order them ahead of time. Are you a blacksmith, Archer? Emma asked. Not in the usual sense, the man replied as he held his hand out and a blade appeared in his hand. I can use my magic to create swords more or less out of thin air, so Loki Familia asked me to join them on an expedition. An instant replacement for a weapon that might break in the deep floors is invaluable after all. And you can make weapons that are useful for those high-rank adventurers? Primo asked with wide eyes. That's amazing. Come to think of it. Belle began. Does this mean you can make that magic sword well fused during the floor boss fight? Archer nodded his head. I won't do so though, out of respect for Welf. Belle nodded his head as Primo and Emma looked at each other. Welf. Emma repeated. Is he another familia member? Oh no, Welf is my personal blacksmith, Belle said with a smile. Welf cr-. Belle's mouth slammed shut as everyone aside from Emma and Assassin turned to look at Primo, who just looked around in confusion. What? She asked, leaning back slightly. Did I do something wrong? And no, it's not you. Belle said quickly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I suppose I forgot about that too, Hestia sighed. I was so happy to have Primo and Emma and I forgot about your other party member, Belle. Is something wrong with this Welf person? Primo asked. Not particularly, but well. Hestia began before clearing her throat. Listen Primo. Belle's personal blacksmith is a member of Hephaestos Familia. His full name is Welf Krazo. Primo's eyes widened at the name while Emma remained confused but kept her silence as she turned toward Primo. By Krazo do you mean that Krazo? Primo asked as Belle nodded his head with a bitter face. I see, so that's why you were all worried. Sorry. Belle apologized quickly. It just kind of slipped my mind. It's fine, I'm not mad, Primo said with a smile. I totally heard a lot of horror stories in my village about Krazo magic swords, but it wasn't like my tribe's forest got burned down, so I don't really care. Besides, that stuff happened way before I was born, so I don't really get it other than it was bad. Oh Primo, you're such a good girl. Hestia said as she hopped out of her seat and ran over to hug the elf girl, causing her to squeal in surprise. So mature too. If only other elves can be as accepting as you. Lady Hestia. Welf is a good man who detests his family's magic swords, Saber added. If he could he would distance himself from them entirely. Lily doesn't think Master Welf can do that anymore, Lily replied as she poked at the peeling skin on her arm that made it look like she had a bad sunburn from the Hellhound's flames. At the very least, Master Welf is willing to use them to help us when we're in danger. Someone should check on him tomorrow then, Hestia said as she released Primo after giving her another pat on the head before returning to her seat. Not only to see if he's okay but to see whether or not he leveled up. You said he was only going to be in your party until then, right? Ah. Belle had completely forgotten about that condition. Do not worry, Belle, Saber said. As I said before. Welf is not the type of person to leave as soon as his goal has been reached. He will continue to travel with you so long as you wish for it. Right. Lily thinks that everyone should visit Master Welf then before going into the dungeon, suggested Lily. To introduce themselves to him and see if Master Welf can make Miss Emma some armor. Wasn't he Belle's personal blacksmith though? Emma asked. Yes, but it doesn't mean he can't make other things for other people, Belle explained for her. Just don't ask him for a magic sword. He works in both metal and leather armor, so if you want something lighter it shouldn't be a problem. I don't know if he knows anything about magic staffs though. That's okay. Miss Ina helped me pick a decent one already, Primo said with a nod. It did cost most of our budget though. Well, with Caster back we'll be able to allocate more money there, so don't worry about it, Hestia said with a wave of her hand. It's only expected that mages have a bit more upkeep compared to everyone else. It also means that everyone has high expectations of you, Primo, Emma said with a smile. So let's both do our best. Right. XXXXX. The next morning, Emma woke up to something clanging outside. Sitting up in her bed, she rubbed her eyes as she walked to the window and opened it. Peering outside, she tried to find the source of the noise and saw that it was coming just below her. Her eyes widened as she saw two people dashing back and forth in the front yard. Black and silver shadows struck each other faster than she could track them, and judging from the sound of metal clashing against metal, they were only getting faster. Finally, a loud grunt of pain escaped from the pair as the smaller shadow was knocked to the ground, and she saw Belle slide across the yard for a moment before stopping just before hitting the gate. Wow! The gasp left Emma's lips before she realized it. Adventurers were amazing. Was that something she could eventually do as well? Excitement coursed through her body as she remembered she would be entering the dungeon for the first time today. Her eyes fell back down toward Belle as he rubbed the back of his head with a laugh before Saber walked over and helped him up. Saber then turned to look at her, which made Belle realize that she had been watching. The two of them waved up at her, to which she returned before they started practicing again. I see. Emma muttered as she looked at the clock on her wall. So this is how Belle got to level 2. Even so, despite being a level 2, Emma could tell that Bell couldn't break through Saber's stalwart defenses, nor could he completely defend himself against the older man's attacks. As fast and powerful as Bell was, Saber was still on a completely different level. Although Hestia's personality made Emma a bit worried at times, even though the goddess was very kind and supporting, she was happy to see that they were still a serious familia. If they're like this, maybe we can find each other soon. She muttered with one hand grasping the gem around her neck. Clapping her hands together, Emma pulled her head back into her room and closed the window. She had to prepare for her first day after all. Getting dressed in her tunic as well as the guild-issued breastplate, Emma left her room and nearly ran into an extremely sleepy-looking Lily who had her arm wrapped up in bandages as well as a patch on her cheek to care for her burns. "Ah! Good morning, Lily," Emma said quickly as the Palom let out a huge yawn in response. "Good morning, Miss Emma," Lily replied with a quick bow without even opening her eyes. She then blindly reached for the stairs guardrail and started descending the staircase as she spoke. "Is Miss Emma ready to go into the dungeon?" "About as ready as I can be," Emma answered as Lily nodded her head. "Any tips?" "Do not go past the first floor," Lily muttered as they reached the bottom of the stairs. "The only monster that Miss Emma should see are goblins. They are weak enough that even a newbie can beat a group of them without getting hit. Just do not get surrounded." Emma nodded her head as she quickly placed her hands on Lily's shoulders and steered her away from walking face first into the couch. "Since Miss Emma is going with Miss Primo, Miss Emma should do her best to protect her as well," Lily continued, not really paying attention to where she was walking now. "Right." Emma nodded. Do you think you should sleep some more, Lily?" "Lily will go back to bed after breakfast." The Palom replied with another yawn. "Then she will go back to sleep. Forever. At least wake up by dinner time," Emma said with a giggle. It would seem that the actual supporter wouldn't be joining them today due to still being exhausted from her previous expedition. "Good morning, Emma, Lily." A deep baritone greeted them when they entered the dining room. Archer, who Hestia had told Emma was her second child, was busying himself in the kitchen. "Today's the big day, right Emma?" Archer asked with a smile as she led Lily to her seat where the smaller girl quickly thumped her head against the table. "Think you can fit in some food before you go, or do you think you might not be able to keep anything down right now?" Maybe some toast would be fine," Emma said. She wasn't particularly hungry like Archer guessed, but it probably wasn't a good idea to go into the dungeon on an empty stomach. "And some jam if we have any left." Archer nodded before loading some already made toast onto a plate and placed it in front of her along with some butter and a jar of peach jam. "Be sure to leave some for Primo," Archer added with a smirk as Emma nodded with a giggle. The elf seemed to love peaches more than anything else. "And for you, Lily?" "Eggs, sausages, a potato puff, and someone to feed Lily," Lily replied as she lifted her head up with her mouth wide open. Archer responded by dropping a wet towel on her face, causing her to squeak and sit up properly. "I know you're sore and want to get back to bed, but at least eat by yourself properly," Archer said with a sigh as Lily just smiled at him. Lily really did miss Master Archer being at home," Lily said as she rested her head against the table again. "I missed you too, Lily," Archer chuckled before placing a plate down in front of her. "Sit up." "Yes, Mama." Archer looked as though he wanted to protest that label, but he held his tongue as he went back into the stove. More than merely a group of adventurers, Emma felt as though everyone acted like one big family. "I think I'm really lucky to be here," she thought as she took a bite out of her toast. As Emma finished her first slice, she turned to see Primo wandering down with Assassin and Hestia right behind her. Are we always going to have to get up so early?" Primo asked. "Well, since you and Emma are still new, you probably won't have to after today," Hestia said as they sat down at the table. "Belle used to get up even earlier when it was just him and me since we were constantly broke, but now that I have all of you, that's a thing of the past. Basically, since Miss Emma and Miss Primo will stay in the first few floors for the time being, there's no need to wake up early," Lily continued. "It's just that waking up earlier means more training time." As Archer set down food for everyone, Belle and Saber finally came back inside, Belle looking a bit battered but he was smiling rather brightly. "Oh, come to think of it," Hestia began as the two of them took their seats. "I was so happy to have you all back that I completely forgot to update everyone's status yesterday." "Right, that was a thing we had to do," Archer muttered as if he had completely forgotten about it. Well, let's do it before you all leave today. My job starts in the afternoon, so I have some time. Come to my office after breakfast. Girls first, so Miss Supporter can get back to sleep as soon as possible. Lily loves Lady Hestia, Lily said, giving a weak and sleepy cheer. Lily is like a baby now, Assassin said as Lily simply let out a relaxed sigh with her head on the table. Without Castor here, Lily appears to be much more relaxed, Saber noted. Lord Castor said he had a meeting with someone yesterday, Lily said. It must have been important if he hasn't returned yet. Emma had only seen the man once and he certainly exuded an air of majesty and importance. Judging from all the slabs and papers within his office, he seemed disproportionately busy for a captain of a relatively small familia. Or rather, why was he using stone slabs when parchment was readily available in the first place? Was it just a personal preference of his for some reason, or was there some magic involved? Well, it probably wasn't her place to ask in any case. When breakfast finished, Hestia called everyone except Primo and Emma to her office one at a time to update their status. First was Lily. The Palom girl disappeared into Hestia's office, and after a moment there was a loud scream of happiness as she burst out of the room with the biggest smile on her face. Lily is now level 2. She said as she dived into Belle's chest. That's great, Lily. Belle said as he returned the hug before squeaking and releasing her. Yes. Lily nodded as she stepped back. Now Lily can support Lord Castor and Belle even better. After a round of congratulations, Assassin went in next, then Archer, Saber, and then finally, Belle. Hestia seemed to be taking a long time with Belle, longer than the previous 3 combined. Suddenly the office door flew open and the goddess came out with a pale look on her face. I'm calling another meeting, Hestia announced as she ushered everyone inside. Compared to Castor's office, which was all business aside from the few accommodations for guests and meetings, Hestia's office was much more homey. The walls were covered with shelves and books as well, but they were novels for entertainment rather than work. Below some of the shelves were glass cases with wine bottles in them, as well as another case that contained a rather worn and used dagger that had the label Belle's first weapon on it. On the desk in the room were several portraits of every adventurer in her familia, taking up most of the space on top of the desk, with Belle's and Assassin's sitting in the frontmost position. There was also a note attached to the side of one of them saying group photo needed. The sides of the room had comfortable armchairs laid out, with 2 of them placed right in front of Hestia's desk and another pair of couches located in the center of the room. The 2 massive discrepancies between the 2 offices neatly portrayed the personalities between the 2 heads of the familia. Belle was there, shirt still removed, while gaping blankly at his status sheet. Is something wrong, Belle? Primo asked as she walked over and peered over Belle's shoulder before she let out a choking sound. GRK. At Primo's surprise, Archer lifted his hand and placed it against his face. Let me guess, the man sighed. Level 3. Lily and Emma both wheeled toward Archer, eyes wide open before turning back toward Belle, who stiffly nodded and set his status sheet down on the table. Belle Cranial. Level 2. Strength, D521A875. Defense, C632S997. Dexterity, B721S934. Agility, B742SS1007. Magic, A891SS1087. Development ability. Mage. Abnormal resistance. Hunter. Emma may be a new adventurer, but even she didn't need the others to tell her that such numbers were definitely not normal. What the hell did you guys do down there? Hestia shouted. I know you went to fight the floor boss, but did you make Belle fight it alone? We did not, Saber replied quickly. Belle played an important role in the battle and also delivered the final blow. Belle also got lost on the 18th floor after being chased around by Miss Lefia and ended up fighting a new species, Lily added. Oh, and he beat 3 more Minotaurs on his own in 2 minutes. Hestia buried her face into her hands and let out a long and agonized sigh, while Emma couldn't help but feel both amazed and just a little bit intimidated by Belle. The kind-looking boy was hiding a powerful monster under that cute face of his. Well, let's wait until Castor comes back before we decide what to do with this, Hestia said as she looked at Belle. But what I'm thinking is that even if you do decide to level up Belle, is that we don't report it to the guild. Isn't that illegal? Archer asked. We'll use the excuse that we didn't think they'd believe us, Hestia answered quickly. Level 3 in 3 weeks. Who does that? Belle apparently, Emma said with a giggle as Hestia let out another groan telling Emma that she wasn't in the mood for such jokes. Sorry. Listen, Hestia said seriously. If this gets out our familia will become under more scrutiny and Belle will definitely get targeted by the more, let's call them persistent gods. And if that happens? Hestia turned toward Saber and Archer who nodded their heads in understanding. Well, whatever Castor wants to do he can't stop you from leveling up, Belle, Hestia said with a sigh. So you decide if you want to go for it or try and raise up those parameters a bit more. I didn't think status numbers go up that high. Primo muttered as she walked around the couch and sat down beside Belle. How do you do it? I don't know if I'm doing anything different from everyone else, Belle replied honestly. I think it's because I have the support of Archer and the others. Emma turned toward Archer but the man seemed to be looking curiously at Hestia who was doing her best not to meet anyone's eyes. Well in any case. Hestia said quickly as she cleared her throat. You're burning daylight here. Let's all work hard today. Jack, you're going to come help me with work today, okay? Okay, Mommy Hestia. Assassin nodded. Lily is going back to bed if no one else needs her, Lily said as she walked out of the room muttering something about Belle's growth and spirits under her breath. Then I'll handle the shopping after seeing what supplies we're low on, Archer said. Come to think of it, we're practically out of space for new members already aren't we? Indeed, Saber nodded. If I had to guess, Castor is most likely either looking for a new property or consulting someone about adding more rooms to the home. Like a detached house or something. Hestia muttered. I don't think the rooms are big enough for 2 people anyway so that might be the best if we don't want to leave this place after barely a month. We have quite a bit of unused yard space and if need be we can see if we can't buy one of the buildings next to us. Well, I'll leave the details to Gil as usual. The captain has his work cut out for him, doesn't he? Emma turned to Saber and asked as a chuckle escaped the man's mask. Then I'll head over to Welf's to see how he's doing, Belle said before looking at Primo and Emma. Do you want to come with me? If Mr. Krauzo is going to help us then I want to see if he can make some robes for me, Primo said as she stood up alongside Belle. I don't like the guild's breastplate all that much. If possible please refer to him as Welf, Primo, Saber said as he opened the door to let Belle and the girls out. As was said, he does not like his family name. What a weird person. Primo muttered. Should we stop by the guild first? Emma suggested. Just to let Miss Ina know we're going to head into the dungeon. That's probably a good idea, Belle nodded as they gathered their things and headed out, saying goodbye to Archer, Hestia, and Assassin as they did. XXXXX. Their first order of business was to visit the guild. The building wasn't quite as busy as it was when Emma came before but there were still quite a few adventurers lining up in front of the reception desks and the money changer at this time. Belle scanned the row of desks before spotting Ina at her usual station and led them all to her. Good morning, Miss Ina. Belle greeted the advisor who stared at him. She then dropped what she was doing and ran around counter in order to grab Belle by the shoulders. Are you okay? Were the first words to come out of her mouth. Are you hurt? I am fine. Belle said as she started shaking him. We beat the floor boss and all came back safely. That's not what I heard. Ina hissed before dropping her voice to a low whisper. It was an enhanced species. Why do you look like you only just found out this morning? Primo asked. Because she wasn't working when we reported it to the guild last night, Saber replied. I had to hear it from your captain when he came by to pick up the certificate the guild issues as proof of defeating a floor boss, Ina said. And I only heard about you going down to do so from your goddess a day after the fact. I'm sorry. Belle apologized immediately. But Castor sprung it up on us the night before and we left early in the morning. Basically, there just wasn't time between Castor's decision and the start of the trip for Belle to tell Ina about it. Even so, the advisor definitely did not look happy about it at all. Emma wondered if it was okay for her to worry so much about a single adventurer when the guild was supposed to be neutral in all things, but if no one was calling her out on it then it probably was fine. Still, I'd like it if you make an attempt to tell me if you're going to go on an expedition, okay? Ina asked and Belle nodded. I will, I promise, Belle said before his face broke into a smile. By the way Miss Ina, we got a familia emblem now. Belle showed her the Hestia familia emblem patch that had been sewn onto his sleeve by his shoulder. The flaming grail easily visible for Ina to see. I've noticed, Ina said with a smile. Especially since I've already seen it on Primo and Emma. Indeed, there was a similar patch on Emma's sleeve and on Primo's back as well, causing Belle to deflate somewhat. Come now, you can't make such a face in front of your juniors, Ina said as she returned back behind her counter. Are you heading down to the dungeon today? Ah yes, Belle nodded as he turned around to look at Emma and the others. Casters having Saber look after them, but I was thinking of coming along as well. Good, Ina said with a smile. It's important to look after your juniors after all, Vice Captain. Of course. Oh, and I don't know if your captain had told you yet, but your familiar rank has gone up again with your defeat of the Goliath. Congratulations everyone, your familiar rank is now rank F. When Emma had talked to Ina to register a few days ago, Hestia Familia was still only rank H. They had jumped 2 whole ranks thanks to the deeds of her seniors. 4 places from the bottom, Saber muttered. Goddess Hestia will be displeased at the increase in taxes. Ina could only laugh apologetically at the man's blunt assessment. Soon we'll have to go on regular expeditions for the guild, right? Primo asked Ina, who nodded. Well, soon might be a bit much, but you need to be rank D before that happens, Ina replied. That said, it is a bit unusual for a new familia to be placed so high already. With only one level 2 and a handful of level 1s. I suppose my superiors believed that since you could defeat a monster Rex with those numbers that it was fitting. Ina turned her head to one of the bulletin boards and Emma saw that a notice had been put up announcing their familia's success. It certainly explained the looks their group was getting. But be careful, okay? Ina said as she leaned in close. A lot of questions are floating around concerning your familia. About our levels, right? Saber asked and Ina nodded. As of this moment, every single member of our familia aside from Belle and Lily are level 1. I can say this in front of any god with full confidence. Lily is, your Palom supporter, correct? Ina asked as she gestured for them to follow her, seeing that this conversation might take a while and that they should move to a private room. So you are officially reporting her level up? Yes, Belle nodded. Emma supposed that was technically true. Although Belle could level up as well, he technically hasn't yet. Still, she wondered if it was okay complying with the letter of the law while completely ignoring the spirit of it. Wouldn't it be faster if the guild told us to prove our levels? Primo asked. The guild is wary about doing that, Ina said once they were inside a private and soundproof room. A while back, several familias accused Ishtar Familia of falsifying their levels and had the guild examine the status of the entire familia. Parameters, skills, magic, development abilities, all of it was exposed, and found no signs of foul play. Everything was as reported. Thus Ishtar Familia demanded compensation from the guild and the guild leveled penalties against the other familias who made the accusation. And then Ishtar Familia destroyed the other familias that were weakened from the fines, right? Emma asked, seeing where the story was going, and Ina nodded. Yes. That is why the guild doesn't look into such things without direct and undeniable proof first. Then how about we nip the discussion here? Saber suggested as he stood up. You are able to read the hieroglyphics, correct Miss Ina Tool? Why yes, but... Ina began as Saber removed his armored gauntlets and pauldrons. You're not suggesting I look at yours, are you? I trust you to only look at the parameters, Saber said as he placed a hand on the collar of his tunic. It will be enough for your superiors as well, will it not? But your status is locked, right? Ina asked. I wouldn't be able to see it without your goddess's blood anyway. Have no fear, I had her keep it unlocked after I had my status updated this morning, Saber said as he removed his tunic, revealing his bare back and the Falna upon it. Castor and I had planned this a while back. There is no worry. Primo let out an embarrassed squeak as she turned her eyes away from Saber in embarrassment. Emma tried very hard to do the same but could only cover her eyes with her hands, and even then she still peeked through the cracks in her fingers toward the man's back. It was as though someone sculpted a perfect rendition of the male figure out of ice and then brought it to life. A chiseled body covered in old scars that detailed a life of adventure long before the man came to Orario. Nevertheless, a red face Ina managed to look through the top part of the Falna before her face slowly paled in surprise. You really are still level 1. She gasped. And what's more, not a single parameter is over 2 digits. The Falna does not take into account an adventurer's life beforehand, correct? Saber asked as he turned around and grabbed his tunic. I have lived rather full life before coming to Orario and joining Hestia Familia. Yes. Ina nodded as she removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. I understand, I'll let my superiors know. Hopefully this will be enough for them. That is all we ask, Saber said now fully dressed again. Any further investigation will not be tolerated. I understand, Ina nodded again. Also, I already told your captain this, but please be aware that the guild declared the appearance of the Black Goliath to be an irregular event and has put a gag order on it. Bell and Saber shared a look before turning back to Ina. What does that mean? Bell asked. It means that as far as the guild is concerned, you defeated a normal Goliath down in the dungeon, not an enhanced species. But why? Bell asked, standing up before Saber placed a hand on his shoulder to push back down. Isn't it important for adventurers to know that an enhanced floor boss could spawn? I agree, Ina said with a nod and a grimace. But it's been labeled as an irregularity, a random act of the god, as you will. So unless it spawns another time. Ah. Bell muttered as if understanding something as he turned toward Saber, who nodded his head in understanding as well. But won't it be too late by that time? Emma asked. I don't know how a floor boss fight usually goes, but if it's stronger than usual, won't it be extremely bad if it shows up again? I know, but my hands are tied. My bosses are more concerned about keeping things calm than anything else. Their reasoning is that if other familias are worried about facing an enhanced species, fewer adventurers would move past the 17th floor, especially considering that the respawn time for the Goliath was a lot longer than usual. I think the only reason they even allowed your familia to claim victory over it is because you walked into the guild carrying its drop item as proof of its existence. I'm sorry. Emma looked at Bell and she could see his frustration clear on his face, but he seemed to understand that getting upset with Ina wasn't going to change anything. I understand. Bell nodded. I guess I can't really say anything else since Castor seems to have agreed as well. And that was the end of that. After that they said goodbye to Ina, who promised to file away the new information about Lily's level up and Saber's status, and headed toward the northeastern district of Orario, also known as the Industrial District. Which meant they had to walk past Babel Tower along the way. It's big, Primo muttered as she looked over her shoulder back at the tower. I always knew that, but it's a different thing to see it so close up, isn't it? Emma asked and Primo nodded. And the goddess Freya is said to live up on the top floor, right? That's what I have heard, yes, Saber said with a nod, turning his head to glance at the highest level of Babel while Bell shivered a bit. Are you feeling cold, Bell? I don't know. Bell replied as he rubbed his arms. Let's just hurry. At Bell's urging, they quickened their pace until they reached a single-story building covered in soot and burn marks with a smokestack in the corner of the roof. With the heavy equipment lying outside the building, it was the perfect picture of a forge. Saber announced their presence with a heavy knock on the door. After a minute, a rather tired-looking young man with red hair opened the door with a yawn. His sleepy expression cleared immediately when he saw it was Saber and Bell at his door. Yo, morning. He greeted them with a big grin. Wait, were we going into the dungeon today? We are, Saber said as he stepped to the side and indicated Emma and Primo. Our familia gained 2 fresh new members during our expedition and it will be their first day in the dungeon. I have been tasked to oversee their first day. Oh, always nice to see newcomers, Welf said as he extended his hand out to Emma, who accepted his rather eager handshake. I'm Welf, a blacksmith. If you ever need anything just let me ahh. Welf's words trailed off when he spotted Primo, who was looking up at him. She then reached out and shook his hand on her own accord with a smile. Nice to meet you, Mr. Krauzo. She greeted happily him. I'm Primo Libera. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Primo. Not going to give her a nickname, Welf? Bell asked with a smile. I'm not gonna push my luck just yet, Welf admitted with a laugh before turning toward Emma again. Emma Flores, Emma introduced herself with a quick bow. Nice to meet you, Welf. Same to you, Emma, Welf nodded. So did you just come by for introductions or? Well, that end, did you manage to hit level 2? Bell asked. Welf's response was a big smile and a thumbs up. Oh, congratulations. Primo said as she clapped her hands. That's important, right? Yep. Now I can make more powerful weapons and get to use Lady Hephaestos's signature on my best works. In short, it was his chance to make a bigger name for himself. Then I will ask the question Belle is hesitant to, Saber said as Belle winced. Will you be continuing to be a part of our party? What, worried I'll leave you? Welf asked with a laugh. Don't worry. I'll hang around if you still want me to. Of course I do. Belle said with a nod before looking at Emma and Primo. Ah, but it might be some time before we head back into the dungeon ourselves. No problem, I understand, Welf nodded as he moved aside to show the inside of his forge where Emma could see countless materials that looked like they came from monsters as well as minerals that might have been mined from the dungeon itself scattered around the room as well as what looked like a massive black slab of flesh on a table that stood out from everything else. Your captain popped in last night to hand it over. I'm gonna be busy with these things as well. Can you make a robe for me? Primo asked. The guild armors were rather uncomfortable. She means they were too big for her, Emma stage whispered to Welf, who snorted as Primo let out a betrayed shout and started pounding Emma's back with tears of embarrassment. Sure, no problem. Welf said after clearing his throat. Dunno if I can use the hide we got from the floor boss since it weighs a ton, but I got some furs lying about, somewhere. What about you, Emma? Want some light metal armor like Belle or perhaps something with monster leather like mine? Maybe something with monster leather with some metal parts, Emma replied. Not as much as Saber's or Belle's. Maybe just for my chest. Got it, Welf nodded. I'll visit your place with some sketch ideas in a few days. Just be sure to have your measurements prepared by then. I mean, I can do it for you, but... His voice trailed off as he rubbed the back of his head as Emma giggled into her hand. Of course, Welf. Oh, we should celebrate your level up sometime too, Belle added. We're probably going to hold a welcome party for Primo and Emma soon, so why don't you join us? You sure? I wouldn't wanna intrude. If you're going to be partying with our seniors, then you're practically one of our familia already, Primo said. Unless you rather celebrate with your own familia first. Well, when you put it like that, Welf shrugged with a smile. I'll join you guys if you'll have me. Of course. Emma nodded as she clapped her hands together. We'll be counting on you from now on too, Welf. Leave it to me. I'll take care of all your equipment needs. That being said, Primo began. Do you know anything about magic staves? Sorry, Welf apologized as his bluster faded away. Ain't got the first idea, other than that most of the elf mages I've seen use staffs or weapons made from some important tree from their forests. You might have to see someone who specializes in that sort of thing. Primo nodded her head in understanding. Do you know of any specialty places? Primo asked as Welf scratched his head. I heard that there was a shop near the guild that dealt with wands and the like, but like I said, I ain't an expert, so you might as well ask there for more info. Alright, Primo nodded as she looked at her beginner mage staff. I'll just stick with this for now then. Why not ask Castor for one? Welf suggested. He has like a million of them lying around, doesn't he? I can't do that. Primo said quickly. I have to work my way up to getting one. As a level 1 without a single parameter point to her name, a beginner weapon is enough for me. Haha, well, aren't you diligent? With the meeting done, they bade goodbye to Welf and headed for their actual destination. Babel Tower and the dungeon below it. XXXXX. We finally made it inside the dungeon. Emma muttered as she and Primo looked around at the wide corridors of the underground labyrinth. I wonder if we really can handle the monsters here. I'm more nervous than I thought. Don't worry, Miss Emma. Primo began trying to build up her own confidence. I'm right behind you. Don't worry about it too much, Primo, Miss Emma, Belle said with a smile. Even though he hadn't been told to come, Belle came along at the suggestion of Saber, and Belle seemed to jump at the idea of taking a teaching role. The monsters on the upper floor might be scary to newbies, but with the Falna the two of you are more than a match for them. Indeed, Saber nodded. Do not let your guard down in any case. If it gets dangerous, Belle and I will be here to help. You understood? Emma replied as Primo could only nod her head. By the way, Belle. Yes? What is it? You don't have to be so formal with me, you know? I may be older than you, but you're my vice captain and my senior, right? Ah, you have a point there. Belle admitted. Then, Emma, Primo, whenever you two are ready. The formation will be Emma in the front and Primo in the middle. Saber and I will take the rear. With a nod, Emma and Primo started moving forward. The two of you understand what the dungeon is and the role adventurers play within it, correct? Saber asked as they walked past several other parties to reach a corridor off the main path that was less crowded. Yes, Primo nodded. The dungeon spawns monsters from the walls and adventurers hunt them to collect their drop items like fangs or magic stones to sell and make money. Or use those drop items to make new equipment out of, Emma added. Correct. If there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to ask us, after this of course. After what? Primo shrieked, her nerves finally boiling over. Monsters? Emma asked as she squinted her eyes to try and get a better look down the dark tunnel. SHH, Belle shushed them quickly. Would you like me to show the two of you how goblins fight or do you want to jump into the deep end first? If you'll please, Emma replied. Don't worry about it, Belle said as he stepped to the front. Alright, stick close and watch how I move. Primo, do you want to try close combat as well? I'll pass for now. Primo replied, her knees clattering against each other as Saber patted her on the shoulder to try and calm her down. Then hold off on your magic for now, instructed Belle. I'll jump in first and draw their attention, Emma. After that you try to take them out while they're distracted. Got it. Emma nodded. And above all else, be sure to keep an eye on Primo, Saber added. As a mage, her self-defensive options are much more limited, especially when she is casting a spell. Yes. Is that a nicer way of saying that I'm a burden? Primo asked softly. All mages are burdens when they start out, Saber replied bluntly. That is why they train hard to become an asset instead. Concurrent casting, chanting faster, manipulating mind faster, there are several ways they can ease the burden on themselves and their familia. You will get there, Primo. And we shall help you along the way. Got it, Primo nodded just as a group of goblins appeared from around the corner causing her to let out another shriek. Hi. Emma, watch for an opening. Belle said as he shot forward. One moment he was right beside her and then she blinked and Belle was already in the middle of the goblins. It was like a whirlwind had appeared in the middle of the monsters as they scattered in fear before launching themselves at Belle. However, Belle moved so fast that Emma could barely keep track of him as he easily weaved around the goblins even though they attacked him at the same time. Emma watched them jump at Belle, swinging their stubby arms at him and saw how he moved to avoid them. She wasn't sure she could mimic his moves so she decided to focus on how the goblins moved instead. Seeing her chance, Emma drew her blades and rushed forward, striking the closest goblin in the back. The monster slumped forward, unmoving as the other three screeched at her in rage. With a casual slap from Belle though, the one furthest away from her was sent flying to the side. One of the remaining goblins lunged at Belle, leaving Emma to take on one on her own. Staring at the monster, Emma felt her heart pound in her chest before the monster lunged at her. Stepping back she quickly dodged it just as its claws missed her face and swung her sword up, slashing the monster and knocking it away into a wall. I did it, Emma said as Belle kicked the final goblin aside, smashing its head into a wall. I did it, Belle. Saber. Yep, you did well. Belle praised her with a smile. Wow, I remember my first goblin too. Now all Emma needs to do is to run home to the goddess and tell her about it, Saber said, his eyes smiling as Belle flinched in shock. Guy. How did you know about that? Belle asked. Did the goddess tell you? Indeed, Saber replied with a chuckle. She told me all about how you slew your first goblin, one single goblin before running home to tell her about it. Belle let out a scream of embarrassment as he reared back with his hands around his head. His aura of a cool senior vanishing in an instant as both Primo and Emma shared a laugh. But there you have it, Saber said as he knelt down so that he was closer to eye level with Primo. With the grace of the goddess Hestia, your body is strong and fast enough to handle any number of goblins that come your way. Got it. Primo nodded as Saber dug out the tiny fingernail-sized magic stones from their chests, showing the girls where they were located. I'll join in on the next one as well. Atta girl, Primo. Emma cheered as Belle stopped tracing lines on the dungeon floor with his finger and stood back up. Then let's keep on going, Belle said, looking as though he was trying to regain some of his pride and confidence back, but his movements were stiff and jerky. Emma felt a bit bad for laughing, but picturing Belle running home to Hestia after entering the dungeon for barely an hour just to get the goddess to praise him couldn't help but make her smile. Level 2 bordering on level 3 record holder or not, he was still a boy that was still even younger than her with all the awkwardness that it entailed. Not that she didn't understand how he felt. She herself was so happy that she managed to defeat even 2 goblins that she immediately sought praise from Belle and Saber. If she had been alone, would she have tried running back as well? It wasn't long before they came across another group of goblins, although they hadn't noticed them yet. "All right, let's have Primo use her magic here," Belle said as he walked forward. "I'll keep them busy while you chant, all right?" "Yes." Primo nodded as she stepped forward, staff pointing forward. Glittering stars crossing the night sky. As Primo began her chant, the goblins turned their heads toward her, and with a screech they charged forward, with Belle quickly moving to intercept them before they reached her. "Hear my naive prayer and guide these falling lights." Emma's gaze was torn between watching Belle fight and seeing Primo's majesty as lights swirled around her in response to her prayer. This was her first time seeing a spell being cast to completion, as her village, 1 month away from Orario by carriage, was neither large nor important enough for a mage to stop by and show off their magic. "Descend, O starry tears! Blast away these hapless rejects!" For her first time casting, Emma thought Primo was doing rather well, although she had nothing to compare it to. The words were said in confidence without any stuttering, and the light around her was shining brightly. Primo then swung her staff toward the goblins, signaling Belle to quickly retreat out of the line of fire as 7 orbs of lights appeared around Primo's body like twinkling stars. Lumen Pleiades. The stars flashed once before beams of light shot forward at the goblins. Most of the beams missed, with only one of them hitting dead on, but the explosions they kicked up upon hitting the ground was enough to take out the dungeon's weakest monsters. "Wow!" Emma breathed as the corridor was filled with smoke. "I did it!" Primo cheered, jumping up and down. "I did it! I did it! On my first try too! Well, it's only natural for a genius like me." "Whew, that was dangerous," Belle said as he ran out of the smoke back to the others. Despite his words, not a single speck of dirt or singe could be seen on his clothes. "But like I thought, full chant magic is so cool." Saber simply chuckled as the smoke cleared and he glanced over at the remains. Or rather, the lack of them. "It would seem that that spell is overkill against mere goblins," Saber noted. "The spell destroyed their magic stones as well." I'm sorry." Primo apologized as her ears drooped. "No, I am not criticizing you, Primo," Saber said. "I am merely noting that the goblins are far too weak for you to use your magic on. Besides, we have no need for such small stones in the first place." "I agree," Belle nodded. "I think war shadows are probably more of a better target to use magic against, but we're not going to see any all the way up here." "War shadows appear on the 6th floor, right?" Primo asked. "Yes. They're resistant to physical attacks unless you strike their core, so magic is usually the way to go. That's why it's a good thing both of you joined at the same time." "Indeed," Saber nodded. "Once we continue our deeper dives, the 2 of you will have to support each other. Depending on what happens, I believe either Archer or I should accompany you." "Didn't Castor want Jack to act as their supporter?" Belle pointed out. "I think they'll be fine with just her." Saber was quiet for a moment before nodding his head. "True. I suppose I am merely being overprotective again." "I don't blame you, Saber. After everything that happened during the expedition, even I'm a bit worried about leaving Emma and Primo alone with just Jack to support them." "Well, we shall see what happens," Saber said as he gestured for Emma to take the front. "Let us continue a bit further." XXXXX. They ventured a bit further with Emma and Primo taking turns dispatching the monsters. It was slow going, but Emma didn't mind. She was learning a lot by watching Belle move, and she felt more and more confident about being an adventurer with each goblin she cut down. But even without any armor, Belle's status made it so that none of the goblins could even scratch him. Emma felt that she understood just how different a high-class adventurer was compared to a level 1 like her. Primo attempted to fight in close quarters alongside Emma, but when a goblin lunged at her, she panicked and started screaming and swinging her staff so wildly that she smacked Emma across the head. "Let us wait a bit before we have you move to the front as well," Saber said as Emma patted the sobbing and apologizing Primo on the head with a smile. The journey to be a magic knight is a long one, isn't it? Belle asked with a laugh. Are you okay, Emma? I'm fine, Emma replied. Though the bonk to the head did hurt, it wasn't as though it was going to leave a bruise or anything. I'm sorry. Primo apologized for what felt like the 100th time as Emma sped up her head pats. Come on, I said I'm fine, Emma said as she bent down and hugged the elf. Besides, it's not like I don't understand. They're really creepy, aren't they? Primo silently nodded her head as she accepted the hug. Mage and adventurer or not, she was still a 10-year-old kid after all. We've hit the entrance to the next floor, Saber noted as Emma followed his gaze toward a set of stairs leading down a few dozen feet away from them. The second floor is not so different from the first, but let us turn back for now. There is no need to go down just yet. Emma agreed. Even if Ina said that there was just more goblins down there with the occasional group of kobolds, just the thought of going down even further into the dungeon was a bit much for her right now. She didn't know how long they spent in the dungeon, but it felt like days since she last saw the sun. How do you two do it? Emma found herself asking as Saber and Belle turned toward her. Do what? Saber asked. Go into the dungeon for days on end? It's only been a few hours and I already feel exhausted. It's just something you get used to, Belle replied. To be a good adventurer you have to get used to being in the dungeon. The best of the best can even spend weeks down here. Adventurers are amazing. Primo muttered. I would say adventurers have no inkling of common sense, Saber said as he glanced over at Belle. Or self-preservation. What? Belle asked, sounding a bit defensive as Saber turned his eyes away. What? In any case, if you are feeling tired, Emma, let us make haste to the surface. We won't search for any more enemies, but we will continue the training should we come across any more enemies. Primo and Emma nodded their heads as Saber had her take the front again. They didn't encounter any monsters on the way back for the most part, as several other parties were making their way through the dungeon as well. Considering the time and that they were only on the first floor, these adventurers were either also newcomers, people who wanted to take it easy today and make some pocket change, or people who had long since given up on going any deeper. Eventually, the walls in front of them started to crack, indicating a monster birthing event. Since this is the last fight of the day, let us have both of you fight, Saber said as he turned toward the girls. Emma, you are to hold the goblins in place while Primo does her chant. It'll be fine to kill a few, but try to leave at least one for Primo. Do not take any chances though. Yes. The girls replied at the same time as Emma stood in front of Primo while the elf prepared her chant. Glittering stars crossing the night sky. As if reacting to the chant, the monsters burst out of their holes faster than usual and lunged at Emma, 3 of them in total. She jerked her body back as the claws soared over her head and delivered a kick to the one that in the middle, sending it flying back. Getting back onto her feet, she quickly dodged another swipe from the second goblin and kicked it away as well. Emma, remember you have swords too. Belle called out in a teasing voice. I know. Emma replied, feeling rather embarrassed as she just remembered that she was wearing a skirt. But they're so short it's hard to swing at them sometimes. Ebe. She quickly ducked under the final goblin's swing as she rolled back to her feet. She then realized that she ended up placing herself in the middle of the goblins. Just stay calm, she told herself as she looked around to get a bead on the location of the 3 goblins. Beyond the one right in front of her she could see Primo still chanting with Belle and Saber a bit behind the elf. She had to figure out how to do this on her own. She can't rely on Belle and Saber forever, as they'd eventually be going into the dungeon depths for their own adventure. But still, if I can just move like Belle does, if I can just move like him. After all, the goal was not to defeat them but to buy time for Primo to finish her spell. The goblins lunged at her and she dodged and weaved around them. She knew her clumsy movements were nothing compared to the refined movements she saw Belle and Saber do earlier this morning. But they were enough that she wouldn't get hit by the tiny monsters. When she had the chance, she slashed at a goblin and managed to deliver a deep cut into its arm. Emma. Belle called out and Emma turned to see the sparkling lights around Primo flashing, telling her it was time to go. Lumen Pleiades. As Emma ran away from the goblins, Primo's spell shot past her and struck her targets, kicking up smoke in the corridor. We did it, Primo said as she ran up to Emma. Yay! Emma cheered alongside the elf as the two high-fived each other with both of their hands. Behind them their two seniors looked on with smiles. But then... "Get down!" Saber called out. But neither of them could properly react to Saber's warning. Turning around, Emma saw something black lunge out from the smoke. Emma dived away from them, tackling Primo toward the ground as something sharp cut across her back. Firebolt! A flash of red flames streaked above Emma's head and blasted the monster that had attacked them to dust. "Emma! Primo!" Belle called out as he ran over to them. "Are you all right?" I think so," Emma replied with a wince as she tried moving her hand to touch her back over her shoulder. The cut didn't feel deep, but as she couldn't see it she didn't know how bad it was. At the very least she could feel blood seeping down. "Do not move," Saber said as Belle helped a tearful Primo up to her feet while Saber examined Emma's back. It is not as bad as it looks. Here, drink." He handed Emma a bottle of red liquid and she drank the syrupy liquid obediently. Once the bottle was empty, the sharp pain on her back was replaced with cold relief. "Miss Emma." Primo began with a sob. "Don't worry," Emma said, putting on a brave face as she patted her head. "I'm all better now." "I'm sorry," Belle apologized with a pained expression on his face. "I let my guard down." "That goes double for me," Saber added with a nod. "Still, I cannot believe that a war shadow would appear up on the first floor." "That was a war shadow?" Primo asked. "But Miss Ina said that monsters don't travel up more than 2 floors. "They're not supposed to, but it doesn't mean they don't," Saber said as Belle frowned. "In any case, I believe that is enough for today. Can you stand, Emma?" "Why yes." Emma nodded as she took Saber's hand and managed to stand up despite her wobbly legs. "I'm sorry, Emma," Belle apologized again. "I should have been paying more attention." "And no, it wasn't your fault," Emma insisted. "No one could have expected a monster from the 6th floor to be up here. And I shouldn't have let my guard down just because Primo finished her spell." "But... that's enough you two," Saber said as he placed a hand on both of their shoulders. "Or we shall be here forever listening to both of you attempt to shoulder the blame." "Yeah, you're right," Belle admitted. "For now, we should head back up as fast as possible and tell the guild what happened. It might only have been a war shadow, but if they're moving all the way up to the 1st floor now, then other newbies might be in danger." Emma nodded in understanding as Belle took the front to lead them back out while Saber followed behind at the rear. As they walked, Primo slipped her hand into Emma's. Although the younger girl was probably doing it for her own comfort, Emma felt no small amount of relief from the gesture as well. Chapter 25, Captain's Duty. How much longer will I entertain these foolish whims? Castor wondered as he looked up at the sign above him, the words Ninsen Ranch written in the Koine script, which passed as the common language of this world where the gods walked and suffered equally amongst the mortal races. The world was an endless source of amusement, with the dungeon being at the forefront of it all. It was an anomaly to even the gods themselves, to the point that none of them truly understood it or all of its secrets. He could spend quite a while watching everything slowly come to light. The question remained though. How many times will he have to entertain the whims of a certain goddess? XXXXX. It had begun a few weeks ago, the morning after his little summoner did the impossible and had slain the minotaur set upon him by the Freya Familia with his own strength and without outside assistance. After the secret retaliation against Folkvangr, the Freya Familia home, Castor had planned to walk amongst the people to hear any rumors that might have come out, and had began his investigations in the marketplace where the shopkeepers and stall owners were beginning the day early in preparation for the early rising adventurers. Tool shop owners, food stalls, smiths. Several entrepreneurs were already ready to welcome the early shoppers, with a few even calling out to Castor himself, to which he silently denied them with a wave of his hand. As more and more adventurers began to roam the streets, Castor moved toward the edge of the road as he spotted a massive enclosed metal wagon being pulled by powerful work horses bearing a familia emblem of a horseshoe with 2 cow horns at the end. Most likely a merchant or agricultural type of familia that focused more on making money and living honestly rather than delve into the dungeon like the majority of familias in Orario. Although considering that most adventurers come to Orario in search of fortune, operating a business that catered to the massive stomachs of adventurers may be a better plan than risking one's life in the dungeon day in and day out. Behind the wagon was a large carriage bearing the same emblem being pulled by a pair of large work horses. Castor watched from the side of the road as the carriage driver hopped down from his seat and opened the door for the occupants. The first one to step out was a massive man with a full brown beard who seemed to be the reason for the large carriage. Standing at his full height, he was at almost 2 meters tall and built exactly like one would expect of a man of his profession, with no shortage of muscles on every inch of his body. As the man walked toward the wagon that was a massive icebox and pulled out massive cuts of what seemed to be cow meat, the driver extended his hand out to help the second passenger down from the carriage. It was obvious who the second person was. Their aura immediately exposed them as a goddess. Short blonde hair tied with 2 simple bands in the front with a crystal blue band mimicking cow horns adorning her head. Regal blue robes that draped down her chest and exposed her shoulders would not make one believe she was but a mere rancher, but the callus on her hands told Castor that the goddess was not adverse to working amongst the muck of the animals with her familia, and that the regal dress was what she wore when on business. Castor knew her. Even though this was supposed to be their first meeting, every fiber of his soul and Saint Graf knew the goddess in front of him. As the goddess gave orders to her familia while they were transporting the meat to the butcher in front of them, she turned her ruby-red eyes toward Castor himself and froze, eyes wide. This was supposed to be their first meeting, and yet she seemed surprised to see him, as if she was seeing something impossible. Castor's finger twitched as the goddess took a hesitant step toward him, as though he were a foal that might run off if one were to make too sudden of a movement. Unnoticed by her children, the goddess began walking closer to Castor, hands outstretched before they found themselves cradling his cheeks with the same amount of force that one might use on a newborn. Of course, Castor had no reason to be treated as such. Is this some new method for courting mortals that the gods have developed? Castor asked as the goddess flinched and quickly pulled her hands back. Ah, my apologies, the goddess said, her melodious voice and calm smile seemingly soothing Castor's aches and sores, as she coughed into her hand. I do not know what came over me. Let me start over. My name is Ninsen. Of course she was. Castor knew who she was the moment he had laid eyes on her. It was impossible for him to not recognize the person in front of him. However, regardless of who she was, Castor would not falter. I am known as Castor, he introduced himself. I lead the Hestia Familia as its captain. At Hestia's name, Ninsen's face broke into an expression of sheer disbelief for the shortest of moments before it was quickly replaced by a mask of impassiveness. Oh my, Hestia! Truly? Last I heard she was living in an abandoned church. Indeed she was. However, the Familia's lodgings has changed since I took over as captain a month ago. He knew where this was going and he was planning to head it off as much as possible. Castor had no reason nor desire to be a mere rancher when there was more glory to be had as a proper adventurer. Disappointment could be seen on Ninsen's face. It was uncommon enough for a new adventurer to make a conversion to another family, and it was unheard of for a captain to do so. As she opened her mouth to continue speaking, however, a loud and booming voice called out to her. Oi, goddess! The massive man was coming over to them. Lookal! Ninsen replied, causing Castor's mouth to twitch also slightly. What are you doing bothering some random lad so early in the morning? The man, Lookal, said as he stopped by her side. We gotta get all this meat delivered. And some of those contracts are expiring too. I know that. Let the lad be on his way and get back to work. It would seem that even though he looked like someone with more brawn than brains, he was the one keeping a handle on the goddess. Your captain? Castor asked and Ninsen nodded. Lookal bunda, nice to meet ya, young un. The man grabbed Castor's arm without waiting for a reply and shook it, shaking the king up and down before he could get a word in. Perhaps first impressions were not necessarily wrong after all? But still, Castor could use this. Is there only enough stock there for your contracts, or did you bring more for individual sales as well? He asked, watching them unload a few tall milk containers as well. Of course we bring enough stock for people to buy directly off the cart, Ninsen replied quickly with a smile. Were you interested in the beef or perhaps the milk? One of the largest containers possible, Castor replied as Ninsen quickly turned toward Lookal and tapped his arms to tell him to go get it. The Ninsen Familia captain shook his head with a smile as he went into the back of the wagon and came back out with a container just a head shorter than Castor. You sure this is what you want? Lookal asked. Normally only restaurants and the larger familia buy one of these to last them the week before we come back into town. It is adequate, Castor nodded. I have been looking for something to drink as I work late at night, and this may be suitable for my needs. My, flattery like that will get you everywhere, Ninsen said as she clapped her hands together. Then how about we give you a little discount dash? No, Lugal and Castor said at the same time, causing Ninsen to flinch. Geez, just what I needed, to be rebuked in stereo. The goddess pouted with her hands on her hips before turning away with a huff. I am not so destitute that I would require charity, Castor said as he withdrew his coin purse. I will pay the full price. That's what I want to hear, Lugal said as he accepted the payment and handed the container over to Castor in return. When the king hoisted the container over his shoulder, the taller man let out a laugh. As expected of an adventurer. Even without the grace, something of this level would be nothing. For it was a body given to him by his beloved mother and holy father. Well then. Castor then nodded his head to the pair. I shall be taking my leave now. With that he turned and left, ducking into an alleyway as the two of them saw him off. So why did you go and bother him like that? Castor heard Lugal ask the goddess. You weren't the type to go up and grab some random person's face like that. I'm not sure myself, Ninsen replied. It's like I saw an image of what my child could look like if I were to have one. Oh? And who exactly would you have a child with? Of course, who else but with you, my dear Lugal. Within the alley, Castor shook his head as he filled a cup with milk from the container. How shameful, he muttered as he took a sip while savoring the taste. No matter what, I suppose a child will always seek their mother's milk. XXXXX. He had expected that single chance meeting to be the end of it, but as he continued his investigations into the city of Orario. Oh my, fancy meeting you here today, Castor. My, what a coincidence, Castor. Oh, are you heading this way as well, Castor? For the next several days he somehow bumped into the goddess who had said that they only came into town from their ranch once a week. She was always accompanied by either her captain or another member of the Ninsen familia, and her guard at least had the decency to look embarrassed at their goddess's antics. Even so, Castor found himself unable to completely ignore the goddess, and so instead tried to make use of her by squeezing as much information as he could from her clients, as the Ninsen brand allowed her to do business with the more powerful familias on multiple occasions. Though they were small things like the amount of food delivered per order, where the items were being delivered and how they made their delivery, Castor could use that information to learn the location of the familia homes, the amount of members in said homes, and the places where people moving in and out were not suspicious. Of course, most of that information would be inaccurate and probably useless in the long run. After all, if he truly wanted to get into places that would bar him entry, he would get in with or without their permission. But you sure are interested in the high-class familias, Castor, Ninsen pointed out when she managed to corner him at a bar the same day that Bell's party encountered Takemikazuchi familia in the dungeon. Of course he is. Lugal said with a laugh. You gotta be on the lookout for rivals after all. Well, it'd be a long time before some no-name familia like yours will match them. HOH. Castor raised a brow. You think our familia is that much of an unknown? I mean, aside from Moonlit Dawn there you don't have any achievements or big names, do ya? Is that a challenge? The man responded with a booming laugh. Tell ya what, if once you do something big enough for me to hear about it all the way out at the ranch, then I'll give you the largest cut of our highest grade meat. Very well. Do not forget that promise, Lugal Bunda. XXXXX. And that was why Castor was now standing in front of the captain in his office on the same day as Emma and Primo's first run into the dungeon, while brandishing the certificate in front of the man's face, with the goddess standing to the side with her hands over her mouth in surprise. Lugal stared at the certificate in surprise before throwing his head back in laughter. All right, ya got me, the man said good-naturedly. The best cuts of our top-grade meat as promised. That's coming out of your pay, Lugal, Ninsen said with a smile as the captain laughed again. I know, and it's totally worth it to see something like this. That was right. The entire reason the timetable was moved up was not because he wanted an audience or because he did not want to wait another 2 weeks after Loki Familia came back up to the surface. The entire reason, petty as it was, that Castor wanted to defeat the Goliath was simply to show up the old man in front of him. Perhaps it was for that reason the dungeon decided to show its displeasure via the Black Goliath. Deliver it to this address by tomorrow then, Castor said as he placed a filled-out delivery form on the man's desk. It should be time for the newest members of the Familia to return from their first day into the dungeon, and it would be remiss of me not to be there to witness their triumphant return. Oh, congratulations. Ninsen said with a smile. Then the meat should come just in time for a celebration, wouldn't it? They are but mere babes that have yet to truly experience hardship, Castor replied with a wave of his hand. Such a simple thing is hardly worth the celebration. But do try and get it delivered by tomorrow. Sure, Lugal nodded with a laugh. It's just in time for our weekly trip, so we'll have it there by morning. You say weekly, but have you not been entering the city nearly every second day? Castor pointed out as Lugal avoided his gaze while Ninsen giggled into her hand. Also, before I leave. Castor pulled out a pair of horns and placed them in front of Lugal. What's this? A gift, Castor replied. We encountered several minotaurs in the dungeon and slew them where they left behind their horns as drop items. It is a bit meager for a gift, but I will have you accept them. Oi, like this, isn't it like you're paying for the meat? Or rather, these things cost more than what I'm giving you. A sharp burst of air escaped Castor's nose in a sigh. Once again, the discrepancy between necessities such as food and items from the dungeon reared its ugly head. This and that are two separate things, Castor replied. 'Tis merely a whim of mine. If you do not want to accept it, then you are free to do as you wish with them. I will not take them back. Lugal let out a sigh as he scratched the back of his head. Fine, the man said with a nod. I'll keep them. Castor nodded his head, satisfied that his offering had been accepted. With his business over, he bade the two of them farewell and left the ranch behind him. But not before turning back to look at the ranch's sign. Words escaped his lips, uttering the name of Ninsen and Lugal Bunda before he turned his back to the sign and headed back toward Orario. XXXXX. Castor rushed back to the Hearthstone Manor as fast as he could, materializing in the living room and onto the couch with a sigh. He had been running around non-stop. From heading to the casinos the previous night to recoup expenses and prepare for future ones, then the meeting at the guild, then to the Smith Welf Crozo, then to the Goigneo Familia for more contract work, then to the ranch and finally back home. Now he had to welcome back the children once they returned. I see you're finally back. Castor opened a single eye to see Archer walking into the living room from the kitchen area, wiping his hands on his apron. And I see that you have fallen back into the routine of being a mother hen, Castor shot back, to which Archer did not deny. The man simply ignored it and changed the topic to something else. Bell can reach level 3, Archer replied as Castor opened the other eye. Too fast, he commented. The first level could be passed off as the boy's growing phase, but the second has no such excuse. What do you think's going on then? Archer asked. I do believe that the dear goddess is hiding something from us. All of us, including the boy. You think she's erasing something when he does his status updates after all? Archer asked. A skill perhaps? She always took longer double-checking his sheet for problems than everyone else. Most likely, Castor agreed with a nod. As the gods can detect when a mortal lies, she most likely did so in order to keep the secret of the boy's growth from being leaked. Well, even without the ability of the gods, the boy's ability to lie is so abysmal, one has to wonder how he has survived thus far. I don't think lying is a skill necessary for basic survival, but I do get your point, Archer muttered. So what do we do then? Confront Hestia about it. To a point, Castor slowly began. It is most likely just a skill that somehow increases his growth to ludicrous levels. If so, then the goddess Hestia is justified in hiding it. We only need to confirm the existence of a skill, not necessarily the details. Gods could lie to each other, but a god could immediately tell that a mortal is lying without fail. Of course, the easiest way to get around that was to simply remain silent in the face of the curious gods, but few mortals have the strength to do so when looking into the face of their betters. Putting the matter aside for now, Castor began. We are expecting a shipment of beef tomorrow morning. If I am called away on business, be sure to answer it in my place. Since when were you the type to get chummy with gods? Archer asked, raising an eyebrow. I will use whatever I must so long as there is a benefit to me in the long run, Castor replied with a huff. That is all there is to it. Archer's expression didn't change as the front door opened. Welcome, back. Archer called out, but his voice faltered slightly as he turned to see the group. Castor adjusted his head and did not see the faces of a group that had returned from the dungeon in triumph. Instead he saw the faces of those who had failed a test that had a 100% passing rate. What happened? Archer asked as he and Castor spotted the dried blood on Emma's back along with a huge tear in her clothes. A war shadow jumped them, Saber replied as Belle's grimace seemed to grow. A war shadow? On the first floor. Yes. Belle answered. It attacked them and Emma shielded Primo. Is that all? Castor asked with a sigh. Indeed, a monster appearing 5 floors above where it should be is cause for concern, but being injured is nothing unusual for an adventurer, am I wrong? You're not, but... Castor shook his head in exasperation. Well, you're home and safe and that's what matters, Archer said. Emma, I'll fix up the tears in your shirt so leave it out for me. The bath is ready if you want to take one first. I will, thank you, Emma said with a bow toward Castor before heading up the stairs with Primo trailing behind her. After watching her leave, Belle walked up to his room as well while Saber dematerialized his armor and sat down in the living room while Archer returned to the kitchen. Are you losing your touch, hero of the Vals Unga? Castor asked. Perhaps. Saber admitted. However, I am more concerned about just why or how a war shadow moved so far from its native floor. 'Tis the dungeon, Castor reminded him. Unexpected happenings happen every moment of every day. Unless you are assuming it was an act of malice. I can't claim to understand how a monster would act. Saber began. But the war shadow's appearance baffles me. If it was running from something on the 5th floor then it should have hid and ignored us instead of attacking Emma and Primo. Although I suppose it could have been lashing out in hunger. Do not try to understand the mind of those beasts, Castor cut in. They are but mere drones spawned indefinitely by the dungeon to be killed over and over by adventurers for the sake of the gods' entertainment. A frown appeared on Saber's face as the door flew open. We're home. Home. Excuse me. A third and unfamiliar voice followed the voices of the goddess and assassin. Saber looked over his shoulder as Archer poked his head out of the kitchen to see Hestia leading a tan-skinned girl with brown hair and eyes wearing a rather revealing outfit consisting of a tan top with brown edges and a maroon bikini bottom. She was also wearing several pieces of golden jewelry such as a necklace, golden wristbands, ankle rings, and hair ties. An Amazon? Archer asked in surprise. Why yes. The nervous Amazon replied. My name is Gina Gwen. I wanted to convert to this familia. Conversion. The act of leaving one familia to join a different one, just like how Lily converted from Soma familia to Hestia familia. She used to be one of Hermes's kids, Hestia explained. But she had a falling out with that idiot. What happened? Saber asked as Hestia led Gina over to the couch between Castor and Saber. My familia, no, Hermes' familia took on an unsanctioned quest to investigate the 24th floor a few weeks ago, Gina explained as Castor sat up and leaned a bit closer in interest. I wasn't allowed to take part since I'm still only level 1 and don't know all the details, but, Lily, Pock, Pot, Jose, Keeks, they didn't come back and no one would tell me what happened, or even what it was about or why they took it in the first place. Castor's eyes appraised the girl for a moment before turning toward Hestia for confirmation. The goddess met Castor's eyes and nodded, telling him that she was telling the truth at the very least. Then why did you wait until now to leave? Castor asked. I didn't have anywhere else to go, Gina replied, which was fair. Then I heard that your familia managed to beat an enhanced Goliath, so I asked Lord Hermes for a conversion. And they came over during my shift and talked to me about it and I agreed, Hestia added. Though we're almost full up on rooms now, aren't we? Have no fear, I have already contacted Goigneo Familia about expanding our lodgings, Castor said with a wave of his hand. But very well. She can join. Wow, not even going to think it over, huh? Hestia asked, eyes wide in surprise. And here I thought you'd reject her without another word. An experienced adventurer is a valuable resource, regardless of age or level, Castor pointed out. And having someone who can watch over the other two can only benefit us. Especially with what happened today. What happened? Hestia shouted as she jumped to her feet. Is everything all right? Are they hurt? A war shadow appeared on the first floor and injured Emma as she was protecting Primo, Saber explained as both Hestia and Gina stared at Saber in surprise. Thankfully the wound was shallow and Emma is no worse for the wear, outside the tear in her clothes of course. But there won't even be a scar left behind. Do we have the worst kind of luck or something? Hestia shouted as she ran her fingers through her hair. First it's Bell and Minotaurs, then that silverback during Monster Philia and now War Shadows. Can't we just explore the dungeon in peace? That would require the dungeon to be peaceful in the first place, Archer pointed out as Hestia let out a sigh and sank back down into an armchair with her face in her hands. Speaking of exploring the dungeon, Saber began. How far have you managed, Miss Gwen? Ah, by myself I can make it to the 10th floor, but with a party I've made it as far as the 20th floor, though just as a supporter. I never fought the floor boss though, since my old familia focuses more on deliveries than diving into the dungeon. Humph, that is more than acceptable, Castor nodded. After all, she had technically made it further than the entire familia except for Archer. Were you allowed to keep your old equipment? Yep. Gina nodded as she removed the sheaths on her waist and pulled out twin brown-colored blades with gold and green handles. You seem to attract adventurers who prefer having a weapon in each hand, Castor said to Hestia as Saber and Archer looked away while Assassin tilted her head to the side in confusion. Yeah, I thought so too, Hestia agreed with a smile and a loving sigh. Is that a bad thing? Gina asked. No, just a quirk that we've noticed, Hestia replied quickly. You're fine just the way you are, Gina. Should you join, be aware that your main duties will be to join our other newest members in the dungeon, not our main exploration party, Castor added. That's fine, Gina nodded with a smile as she put away her weapons. I was the one being helped back in Hermes Familia, so it'll be like I'm returning the favor here. What an earnest girl. Still, the Familia was growing far faster than Castor had anticipated. And with Bell about to hit level 3, he would no doubt be wanting to summon the last of the servants. If so, they will have to make do without rooms until Goigneo Familia finished with their additions. One more question, Castor began. Are you planning to divulge our secrets to your old familia? And no, I would never. Gina said quickly as she shook her head. I've already said my goodbyes to them, so. We won't stop you if you want to hang out with your old familia now and again, Hestia said as she stood up and placed her hands on the girl's shoulders. Just don't talk to Hermes about anything important. As Gina nodded her head, footsteps from the floor above pulled Castor from his thoughts and he turned toward the direction of the stairs to see Belle return with Emma, Primo and Lily behind him. The girls were also carrying towels with them, telling him that they were planning on taking a bath together. Perfect timing. Hestia said with a smile as the four of them looked from Hestia to the newcomer. Allow me to introduce another new member of our familia. Castor let out a sigh as the round of introductions began anew. XXXXX. Gina Gwen. Level 1. Strength, D510. Defense, E421. Dexterity, E419. Agility, D501. Magic, I0. Magic. Open. Skills. None. XXXXX. The rest of the day had been a rather lively and noisy affair. The girls had gotten acquainted with each other in the bath before Archer made a celebratory dinner to welcome Gina into the familia and to congratulate Emma and Primo's first day in the dungeon. Gina had jumped to help with the cooking and Archer had relented to the girls' insistence. Castor also announced that they would be vacating the familia home for a spell as the Goigneo familia worked to expand the Heathstone Manor, during which they will be spending time in Milan for a short vacation. It was probably fortunate that neither Emma nor Primo seemed to be in a hurry to return to the dungeon after the incident, and the thought of going to the beach seemed to excite them. But before that, Castor had to hold a meeting with a certain goddess. So, you wanted to chat? Hestia asked as she sat across from Castor as he set aside his work to look at her. Indeed, Castor nodded as he stared at Hestia, trying to make her squirm a bit. It's about the boy. What about Belle? Hestia asked, trying to play ignorant. I have turned my eyes away from it because it was not important, but it has now become far too conspicuous to ignore, Castor said as he drummed his fingers on his desk. His skill, the one that is not Argonaut. What is it? Silence fell between the two of them as Hestia tried very hard to look everywhere but at Castor before she let out a long sigh. She then reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded piece of parchment and handed it to Castor. Unfolding the note, Castor realized that it was Belle's status sheet. It was more or less the same as he remembered, putting aside the massive growth in numbers above, but with one little thing added to it. Lyra's freeze, aspiring path. Rapid growth. Continued desire results in continued growth. Stronger desire results in stronger growth. As he suspected, a skill that promoted his growth. What's more? I see, Castor muttered. His status grows in proportion to his desire to become a hero, or does it grow the more he wishes to be like Archer? No, the two are more or less one and the same ideal. He seeks the faker's acknowledgement and views him as the ideal hero. The more Bell stood in the presence of heroes, the more he desires to become one. That desire fuels the skill and thus increases his growth. The stories of their legends and the constant daily training from Saber would pave the path toward his goal without fail. That's what I think as well. Hestia nodded with a sigh. I wanted to be the one who changed him, but it was Archer and the Grail who did it first. It's not fair. Castor ignored the goddess's tears as she sobbed onto the desk while he crumbled the sheet and set it ablaze so that no one else would be able to see it. Keeping it from me aside, I agree with not letting the boy know about his skill, Castor said. The reason Bell's growth was so fast was because of his single-minded obsession with Archer and the concept of becoming a hero. If he knew the existence of his skill, the aspirations and desires would vanish and be slowly replaced by entitlement. His strength and will was powered by his desire. He needed to be kept in the dark in order to stoke the flames of his growth. Should we also tell the others? Hestia asked. No. Archer already suspects that it is a skill and Saber will no doubt have his own theories. The fewer people who know the exact truth, the better. Of course, he ignored the fact that Hestia being the only one to know would have been the safest way to go about it. With that topic done, Hestia brought up a different one. So, are you really okay with Gina joining? Hestia asked. You're not just saying that because you didn't want her to cry, right? 'Cause she's already left the Familia, and if she doesn't join us she'll be Familia-less. I am not so kind of a person to tell falsehoods simply to prevent a child from crying, Castor replied. Her presence is a boon for us. We require someone to watch over Flores and Libera in the dungeon, and Gwen is the perfect candidate. That said, the convenience of the timing does make her rather suspicious. No, it makes the god Hermes suspicious. Yet, Hestia agreed with a nod. Gina may be completely honest with what she wants, but that Hermes is, without a doubt, full of bad intentions. Is there anything within the Falna that could be used by the former god once the mortal has undergone a conversion? Castor asked. Nope, Hestia replied with a shrug. Once you're converted, your old god has nothing more to do with you for at least a year. That said, Takemi Kazuchi did say that your connection to the gods who first gives you their blessing never really goes away, so they can supposedly tell what happens to their child who has left the nest, so to speak. So then the god Soma probably has realized that our day has leveled up, Castor muttered, and Hestia nodded her head in agreement. Well, that is no problem. So, what's the plan for the girls? Hestia then asked. Are you still going to let Gina lead them in with Jack as the supporter? Experienced adventurer or not, I suppose I am just a bit wary of letting a 10-year-old child lead a party, Castor said. Let us wait before we commit to anything. A knock on the door interrupted his words as the two of them glanced at the door. Yes, who is it? Hestia called out before Castor could reply. The door slowly creaked open as Primo poked her head inside, her normally tied-up hair now hanging loosely down her shoulders in preparation for bedtime. Is now a good time? Primo asked. Captain? Goddess. Castor sighed as he gestured for her to come in. The elf nodded as she slipped inside and shut the door behind him. Hestia then got up to sit on the side of Castor's desk while Primo sat down in the vacated seat. So, what's wrong, Primo? Hestia asked. Are you still worried about what happened today? Yes. Primo nodded. Mr. Bell, Miss Emma, and Mr. Saber said that I did fine, but, am I really doing enough? You performed as could be expected from one of your experience and your age, Castor cut in. A child with no formal training already able to cast her magic successfully on her first day, no, that is more than sufficient. He's right, Primo, Hestia added. Don't compare yourself to Gina, who's been an adventurer for over a year already, or Jack, who's special. Special. Primo repeated. You will understand in due time, Castor replied. As early as tomorrow morning perhaps. I see. It did not seem to be enough for the girl though, as her expression had not cleared at all and her rather expressive ears were still drooping. As the goddess said, do not compare yourself to others, Castor continued. Not to Belcranel and certainly not to Riverieljo's Alf. It is fine to act more akin to the child you are. A child with eyes shining at everything before them. You should strive to find what you are able to achieve and then seek to reach it. Nothing more, nothing less. Basically, dream big and take your time to reach it, Hestia summarized with a smile as Castor leveled a glare her way which she completely ignored. What matters is that you keep moving forward to your goals, not how fast you can do it. Why yes. Primo nodded, finally meeting their eyes as she held her hands up over her chest. I'll do my best. That is all you ever needed to do, Castor said as he held his hand out to the side and reached into his treasury. He then withdrew a golden staff with a ruby red jewel in its head and held it toward Primo across the desk while she stared at it with wide eyes. Take it. I can't. Primo said quickly. I can't possibly take something like this. I'm just a beginner and dash. Do not insult me by rejecting the king's gift, Castor said as Hestia took it from his hand. She then grabbed Primo's hands and pressed the staff into them. The staff the guild presented to you is little more than a walking stick. Something like this is much more suitable for someone who aspires to greatness. But I haven't done anything yet to deserve a gift from you. Primo whispered. Accept it, he ordered again. It is a sign of my trust and my investment in your future. It was one of his treasures, true, but it was not something that was worth using. More ornamental than practical, it was perfect for someone like her. And if a little token like this was enough to buy her loyalty, then all the better. Hearing that, Primo's hands started to shake as she held the staff close to her chest. Yes, I promise I won't let you down, your majesty. You will only fail me if you do not return from the dungeon, Castor said. So long as you continue to advance forward, you will have already met my expectations. Primo stood up and gave Castor and Hestia a bow before heading to the door and giving them one more bow before leaving. XXXXX. Such a cute child, isn't she? Hestia asked as Castor simply huffed. She'll have a long road ahead of her. Well, that's expected of an elf, I suppose. Perhaps a teacher will be required in the future, Castor suggested. I have neither the time nor the desire to raise an apprentice. But two ideas came to mind, but neither were reliable. The first would be the waitress of the pub. She, like all the girls there, was hiding a long history of blood-stained strength but now seemed satisfied with her current and humble life while still being part of an unknown familia to keep her strength for a time of crisis. The other was the girl that dragged Belle all across the 18th floor in some blind attempt to solve a crisis on her own. However, she had her own studies to focus on, and as such, taking a student may cut into that time while also possibly allowing her to refine her basics. But as such, due to both of them being outside the familia with busy schedules and responsibilities, it was unlikely they would be able to spend the time looking after the girl. They would lose nothing by simply asking though. Well, anyway, what were you about to say regarding the leadership of our bee party? Hestia asked. You want to leave it to a new servant? If need be, Castor nodded. Depending on who is summoned, I would leave the support to them and keep Assassin with the boys' party. I would also have the rest form a third party to explore the lower floors, but that will have to wait until we see if the boy can handle the strain of several servants operating at combat capacity. Then what about Lily and Welf? Will you keep them together? There is no need change anything else. Again, we will have to wait for the new servants first beforehand. Hestia nodded in understanding just as another knock came from the door. Seems like you're popular tonight, Hestia said with a smile as Castor pinched the bridge of his nose. What is it? He asked through a sigh. Lily can come back in the morning if Lord Castor is busy. The Palam's voice called through. I will be even busier then. Enter. Why yes. Lily opened the door and stepped inside. After she sat down in the same seat Primo did, Hestia spoke up. What's wrong, Miss Supporter? Hestia asked. You spent the day resting, right? Did something happen? No, Lily began as she fiddled with her hands. She then looked up at Castor before speaking. Can Lily see the bottle of Soma wine? The request was so sudden and unexpected that Castor was unable to fully keep the surprise from showing on his face. It only lasted for a second, however, as his kingly mask reappeared. For what reason? He asked, curious about the change of heart. Lily had a dream, she began. Or rather, it was probably a memory. A memory about Lily's time in Soma Familia. About Lily's first meeting with Lord Soma. You were born into the familia, right? Hestia asked and Lily nodded. Yes, Lily's parents, no, the people who gave birth to Lily were always after more money, so they had Lily beg for money to buy the Soma when she was 3, but it didn't last long as they died in the dungeon soon after. Hestia made a noise and looked as though she wanted to comfort the girl, but Castor ushered her to continue. Lily met Lord Soma when she was looking for something to eat around the familia home, and Lord Soma gave Lily a potato puff. Being only 3 years old at the time, Lily followed him around after that. Lily looked rather embarrassed to admit such a thing as Hestia let out a cough, no doubt imagining Soma being followed around by a toddler Lily. Lily remembers falling asleep in Lord Soma's room as Lord Soma was making his wine, and then she woke up in her own bed, so Lord Soma must have carried Lily there. That certainly explains why he was asking about you during the Denatus, Hestia said with a nod. He wasn't just interested in you because you beat the wine, but because he always had a soft spot for you. Wow, that Soma has a cute side after all. As interesting as that may be, is there a point to this story? Castor asked. Yes. Lily nodded. For the Lily back then, Lord Soma was all she had, so she spent all her time visiting Lord Soma and watching him work in his room, but Lily stopped visiting him after a few years. Did he tell you to stop? Hestia asked and Lily shook her head. No, it was because Lily lost herself to the wine. As Castor and Hestia shared a glance, Lily explained how the former captain of the Soma familia had stolen the wine from a storehouse and gave it to the entire familia, claiming that it was a present from Soma himself. The then 6-year-old Lily drank it and then became obsessed with making money to drink more of it like the rest of her familia. I see. Castor nodded as he withdrew the wine from his treasury along with a single cup for Lily. And in the process you forgot about your former god's kindness and grew to hate him and adventurers as a whole due to the mistreatment you suffered during your time as their supporter. Yes. Lily nodded as Castor opened the bottle, allowing an otherworldly fragrance to settle in the office that caused even Hestia to gulp. That is why, Lily wants to prove to herself, and to Lord Soma, that the second time was not just a fluke. Perhaps this was the true reason Soma had sent her the wine as a gift? As a way to make sure that Lily truly did have the strength of will to resist the allure of the wine rather than it being some fluke. As Lily took the bottle and began pouring its contents into the cup, Castor's mind fell back to a small and insignificant memory of him meeting a thin-faced bespectacled man crawling in the dirt. One that screamed in fear as the king had grabbed him by the neck and disposed of the loose end. A soft moan brought Castor's mind back to the present as he watched Lily shake her head with an empty cup in her hands. Like Lily thought, she said with a sigh and placed the cup on the table. Lily won't lose again, and although the wine is amazing, Lily doesn't think she will ever like drinking it. Soma will probably cry if he hears you saying that, Hestia said with a laugh. I think a lot of other gods would pay to see it too. Castor shook his head as he returned the sealed bottle to his treasury. Did I not tell you, Lilyruka Arde? Castor asked. Your triumph over the wine was due to your own will. Let no one, not even yourself, ever believe otherwise again. Yes, Lily nodded with a smile. Lily apologizes for ever doubting His Majesty, and thank you. XXXXX. You're looking more and more like a captain by the minute, Hestia said with a teasing tone as she smiled at Castor's direction, to which he glared at her in response. What nonsense! Castor replied with a growl. I do not have time to listen to these trivialities. Leave that to the faker instead. It just goes to show you that the children trust you a lot, Hestia pointed out. You should know that as a position of authority that these trivialities are part of your duties as well, Gil. Then again, even with all of your grumbling, you're still listening to them without turning them away. Hold your tongue and speak of it no more, Goddess Hestia, Castor warned. My patience is wearing thin and I dash. 2 swift knocks on the door cut him off as Castor raised a shaking fist, wanting nothing more than to slam it on his desk as Hestia turned away with her hands over her mouth, trying to keep her laughter in. Captain. Came Emma's voice. Can I talk to you about a few things? Make it quick, he found himself saying as Hestia quickly let out a cough and tried to act natural as the door opened up and the human girl stepped in. Good evening, Captain. Oh, you're here too, Goddess. Emma asked when she noticed Hestia. We were discussing a few things before the trip to Milan, Hestia replied with a smile. I have to take you and the other girls to buy swimsuits after all. Right. Emma nodded, looking confused for a moment before breaking into a smile. I'm looking forward to it. If we can get back on topic. Castor began, irritation slowly building up within as he felt a migraine coming on. What was it you wished to discuss, Flores? Right Emma began as she sat down in front of the desk just like the others. What can I do to get stronger quickly? Every adventurer worth their salt asks themselves that question, Hestia replied. Everyone has their own way of getting stronger and what works for one person won't work for another. There are no shortcuts that will grant you strength that matters, Castor added. You can purchase equipment above your own level but that would only cripple you in the long run. I suppose so. Emma nodded with a sigh. It's just that, seeing everyone fret over me like that today, I don't want to be so weak that I will only cause the others to worry. It was not your weakness that has them fretting over you, Castor cut in. It was the abnormal event. We have only just returned from an irregularity with the boss fight and they are taking anything else abnormal much more seriously. I see. You're sure you're okay, Emma? Hestia asked. No pain or anything? Yes, not even a scar, Emma nodded. Primo was rather adamant on checking during the bath. That's good to hear, Hestia nodded. It'd be awful for a girl to have a nasty scar anywhere after all. Those that worry about such things shouldn't be an adventurer in the first place. Castor pointed out. A girl has their own priorities that are universal no matter the occupation. Hestia shot back. I'm not too bothered about scars, Emma said. Getting hurt is a natural part of being an adventurer, right? Indeed, Castor nodded as he glared at Hestia who huffed and folded her arms before turning away. But back to matter at hand. Have you thought of what you wanted to do to become stronger? Do you think it would be possible for me to join in on Belle's training? Emma asked almost immediately as if she had been toying with the idea all day. Nothing at the boys' level, no, Castor shot the idea down immediately. But it would not be difficult to have Archer train you instead. Archer? I thought he was a bowman. Labeling people based on their names is a bad idea, Emma, Hestia said with a smirk as Emma blushed. Archer may be better with a bow than he is with a sword but he's the one who trained Belle first. Is that so? That's amazing, and I was thinking most adventurers stick to one weapon. Most do with some picking another on the side, Hestia replied. Archer has his bow and blades, Saber has his sword and daggers and Castor here has his, well, everything. Castor let out a low growl as Emma just tilted her head to the side, not quite understanding what Hestia meant. Anyway, let's have Archer train you in using your swords while Saber tries to pass on those magic runes of his to you, Hestia said with a nod of satisfaction. Maybe we should have Gina join in on that rune training as well. Although we're going to be going on vacation, it's not like we'll be playing all day so we can use that time to get some training in with everyone. Yes. Thank you very much. Do not overstrain yourself, Castor warned. You must find out how far you can push your new limits without breaking your body. I have no need of an invalid, nor of a corpse. Yes sir, Emma nodded, eyes turning serious. I won't let you down. See that you do not. Good night. Castor ended the meeting there and Emma stood up with a bow and quietly left the room. See? Hestia asked with a smile. All the kids want your approval, Castor. So I see, Castor replied as he rubbed his eyes with his hand. Was there anything else that needed to be discussed? We went over Belle's status, the vacation, the party formations going forward and the possibilities of new servants, Hestia replied, ticking each topic off of her fingers. And the girls' problems, so unless someone else shows up. The two of them turned toward the door in unison, both of them waiting for the next knock which never came. Then as there is nothing else, I will continue my work in peace, Castor said as he placed a sheet of parchment on his desk and began writing another budget report to set aside the costs of the vacation as well as the renovations. Don't stay up too late, Gil, Hestia said as she tapped him on the shoulder before hopping off his desk. She then bolted toward the door before Castor could get another word in. With another sigh, he turned back to his work. Unfortunately it was not meant to be. Not even 5 minutes later. Castor. Belle's voice came from the door and the quill snapped in Castor's hands as the boy poked his head in. Can I talk to you? Is this the office of the king or that of a therapist? he demanded as he slammed his hand on his desk, sending several of his things flying off. I'm sorry. Bell screamed back as he flinched away from the door. XXXXX. Once Castor had Bell gather up everything that had fallen off his desk, the boy sat down and waited for Castor to sit down himself before speaking. Well. Castor seethed, slowly trying to regain his composure. What is it? What do you think about that war shadow we found on the upper floor was? Bell asked. What about it? Castor asked. There are countless possibilities that could involve that monster. But the one that is on your mind is that someone released it against the two, isn't it? Yes. Bell nodded. But I don't know why anyone would do such a thing. They're only level 1. Why would someone want to hurt them? Are you that affected by Emma Flores's injury? Castor asked and Bell nodded his head, causing the king to sigh. Do not put so much concern into an injury that Flores herself does not even care about. Just be aware that an increase in fame does not only bring positive changes. That a rise in fame also brings about a rise in mongrels that will lash out, bitter at their own weakness. Are you saying that someone tried to hurt Emma, to get to me? Bell asked, eyes widening. I have stated no such things, Castor replied. Even if it was, something of that level is mere harassment, not a serious threat. You must become aware that not every adventurer is filled with compassion for their fellow man, or have you already forgotten what Deai had to suffer through? Of course, hearing from another and experiencing it for oneself were two completely different things. For Bell, who had only known kindness from everyone around him for all his life, the hatred and jealousy from the adventurers who have worked for decades and have nothing to show for it to be shown up by a 14-year brat from the countryside who blew through the record for level 2 and then proceeded to defeat a floor boss. The amount of resentment being leveled his way could not be understated. Knowing this now, Castor began as Bell looked back up at him. What do you plan to do? I want to level up to level 3, Bell said, resolution clear in his eyes with no sign of the immature brat that was his default state of being. And this is something you felt the need to tell me? Castor asked. The decision to level has always been yours and yours alone. It's just that, I don't think just leveling is enough, Bell said. I feel like, even though I'm stronger and faster than Lily and wealth numbers wise, I'm way behind them in other ways. Like Saber's been trying to get me to read the moves of my opponents, but I can't really pick it up against enemies I never seen before. I see. Castor nodded. You are aware of your lack of actual combat experience. Indeed, the only thing Bell had going for him was his explosive growth. The way he was growing, he would no doubt be on the same level as a mid-class servant by the year's end, if not sooner. Of course, any combat servant worth their title would still triumph over him, as they would have had a lifetime's worth of combat experience versus Bell's short career of barely 2 months. Anyone who would lose to a brat who had barely left the nest did not deserve to be called a hero. And so? Castor asked. What do you plan to do about it? Is it possible to slow down our progress in the dungeon a bit? Bell asked. I want to fight all the monsters in the middle floors over and over until I can read them properly, and without Saber or Archer looking over my shoulder. Truthfully, Bell's growth and combat experience were much better when training with either Archer or Saber, but Castor supposed he couldn't just not go into the dungeon, what with the need to gather materials for the smith. Even if Bell did not need the dungeon to grow, Welf and Lily still did. If that is what you wish to do, then so be it, Castor said. I have no objectives for you at this time. And, I want to summon all 3 remaining servants, Bell continued. Lancer, Rider, Berserker, all of them. Another expected development from the boy. Instead of annoying Castor, however, such a thing pleased him. It meant that he could still properly read the boy, as it were. And the less unforeseen complications, the better. I have no objections to that, Castor replied. And the timing is perfect. Tomorrow morning, you will spar with both Archer and Saber at the same time and push the rest of your status up even further. It would not do for your level 2 status to fall short that of your level 1. Yes. Bell nodded after a look of surprise. But what do you mean by the timing? We will have the new members watch you struggle against Saber and Archer and have them understand what exactly this familia is. From there, we shall see which 2 servants answer the call and see if your body can handle the new costs before we summon the final one after the little vacation. I understand, Bell said with a nod. Good. Now away with you. Yes, sir. I'm sorry for disturbing you. As Belle left the office, Castor glared at the door as if daring it to knock again. But after glaring at it for about 2 minutes straight, it would seem that he would no longer be interrupted and returned to his work. XXXXX. The next morning, Castor stood amongst the rest of Hestia Familia as they watched Belle clash with both Saber and Archer at the same time. Though the two servants were holding back as usual to avoid seriously hurting the boy, they were not shy about knocking him around. Training weapons clashed against Belle's two daggers, pushing the boy further and further back from their original starting point, but he was keeping himself together. Saber's training sword swung down at Belle and he managed to catch it with his daggers and push it up, exposing Saber to a counterattack, only for a wooden staff to thrust forward, courtesy of Archer, and poke him in the stomach, sending him jumping back instead. Turning his eyes away from the one-sided fight, Castor's gaze fell on the newcomers of Hestia Familia. Primo and Gina were staring wide-eyed at the spar with their mouths wide open. Emma on the other hand was watching the fight with focused eyes, trying to gain as much as she could just from their movements. Aspirations were burning around him. The boy that wanted to be a hero and the girl that did not want to be left behind. Castor found a chuckle escaping from his lips. As expected, there were quite the magnificent gems hidden in this city of gods and mongrels. And it was for that reason he shall polish these gems until they shone brighter than the sun itself. Heroic Myth. Chapter 26, Welcome Party. All right, good work, Belle, Hestia said as she finished updating Belle's status. You're now level 3. Yes, thank you very much goddess, Belle said as he sat up and put his shirt back on. Here you go, Hestia said as she handed the status sheet over to Belle. Mage is there, just like you asked. Belle nodded as he looked over the sheet. His status had reset back to I0 but he had managed to break through to S and SS and everything beforehand once more. Another perk of being level 3 was that with the mage skill, the strain of the servant upkeep was now almost negligible. He didn't get another new skill though, which was a bit regrettable, but he shouldn't get greedy. It was time to summon more servants after all. Time to summon another hero. Belle stood up and headed to the door of Hestia's office with the goddess following after him. They headed down to the living room where the Castor and the others were explaining just what they were to Primo, Gina, and Emma. When he arrived, the furniture had been pushed to the side, revealing the summoning circle. Remember child, Castor was saying to Gina. You can no longer leave with our secrets. If you attempt to send word back to the Hermes Familia. I told you I have nothing to do with them anymore. Gina said with a pout, not cowering under Castor's threat. Your secrets are safe with me, Mr. Spirit King. Rather than getting angry, Castor seemed amused or even impressed by the girl's boldness. Lily on the other hand. Miss Gina needs to show Lord Castor more respect. The Palom said. Lord Castor is the cornerstone of this familia. Well, maybe if he didn't act like a big bully all the time. What was that? Now, Archer said as he and Saber pulled the two of them apart before the squabble got any worse. We're all in the same familia, so let's all try to get along, okay? Lily let out a huff as she folded her arms and turned away while Gina made a face at her. Really now? Archer sighed as he shrugged his arms helplessly. Oh, Belle. We're all ready for you. Yes. Belle nodded his head as he walked forward toward the circle. I've never heard of anything like this. Primo muttered as she sat on one of the armchairs that had been pushed up against the walls while kicking her legs. The elders never mentioned anything about a spell that allow you to summon spirits. Usually they just come and go wherever they wish. Then again, I don't really know much about them to start with. Did your village deal with spirits often, Primo? Emma asked as she sat down on one of the armrests of the chair. Only the occasional fairy or lesser ones. But even then, only the elder really interacted with them. She then glanced over at Assassin, who turned back with a smile. Is everyone really a spirit? Primo asked as she waved back. Well, just watch, Hestia said as she placed the Holy Grail on the hearth, causing it to pulse a bit in a wave of magic to wash over the room and for the magic circle in front of them to start glowing. What was that? What's happening? Primo asked as Hestia walked over and placed a finger on the elf's lips to quiet her before pointing at Belle, who was beginning his chant with the command spells on the back of his hand glowing. The circle glowed brighter and brighter with each completed verse as lightning arced within it, circulating the magic within. Behind him, he could feel the gazes of Emma, Gina, and Primo on his back as they watched the summoning with awe. And then, "You 7 souls who reside at the fate I wish to reach. Come forth from the binding circle. O keeper of the balance." Light and dust erupted from the magic circle, prompting everyone to cover their eyes. Silence fell over the room as Belle waited for the dust to clear. However, a soft voice spoke up from the cloud. Sigurd. Hi. As Belle let out a gasp of confusion, the dust was suddenly blown away by something large that flew past him. "Saber!" Belle called out on instinct despite not knowing where the new servant was heading. A loud crash of metal on metal followed by the shattering of a wall behind them. Belle wheeled around and saw that the wall to the kitchen had been destroyed by a massive spear, which was currently being held in place underneath Saber's arm as he stared wide-eyed at the newcomer, a woman with extremely long white hair with a teal accent that seemed to nearly reach all the way to the ground. Archer and caster were standing beside the woman, weapons out and ready to strike back should she attempt another move, while Assassin had also drawn her daggers out and was standing in front of Hestia to shield her. However, Saber was holding his free hand out to stop them and to tell them to remain calm. He then slowly moved his hand toward the woman's cheek and carefully caressed it as he wiped away a tear that had been falling down her face, completely ignoring the fact that his other arm was shaking as it tried to keep the spear from escaping. "Ah, Brynhildr!" Saber called out what was probably the woman's name in a longing and loving manner. "To think you would come." "Ah, Sigurd," the woman replied with equal affection as she released her grip on her spear and placed her hand on top of Saber's instead. "To think you would be here. Oh my, knight, my dear, Sigurd. I am here, Brynhildr, my love." It was as though the two of them had lost sight of the world around them. Their eyes were only on the other, completely unaware that they were being watched. "What the heck is going on here?" Hestia shouted, either finally coming to her senses or the sweet nothings slowly being spoken by the pair was growing too much for her to bear. "Saber! Who is this person?" "Ah, my apologies, the woman, no," the servant said as she stepped back without her spear, allowing Saber to wrench it out of the wall. "I am Brynhildr. My class is Lancer. Please allow me to become part of your strength, master." "Why yes." Belle nodded as his blank expression turned into a smile. "Nice to meet you, Lancer. My name is Belle Cranel, and, even if it's in such a way, I'm glad that you and Saber got to be reunited." "Yes, thank you, master," Lancer replied, a bright smile forming on her face alongside Saber as they looked each other in the eye. "Another troublesome one has appeared." Caster muttered as he, Archer and Assassin put away their weapons. Belle's eyes then fell upon Lancer's spear. The shaft was a golden color which seemed to glow underneath the light, and its head was crafted out of some strange purple metal into the shape of a heart with thorns. Lancer herself was adorned with silver armor looked to be made out of the mithril, the same as the axe that Belle brought back from the 18th floor, and shone beautifully on her slim figure. Above all else, she was beautiful, something Belle could say without hesitation as it was the most obvious thing in the world. Her beauty was as such that it could possibly even rival that of any goddesses. Then, Miss Lancer, Lily spoke up. "What exactly is your relationship to Saber?" Lancer blinked for a moment before she glanced at Saber, who nodded his head to her unasked question. "She is my wife and the love of my life," Saber replied bluntly, causing Lancer to blush and clasp her hands over her cheeks. The bluntness also caused the other girls to blush as well, while Hestia let out a slightly strained laugh. "Ahaha, well, I can say that the two of you make quite the couple," the goddess muttered. "Then, can you explain why she seemed to have attacked you right out of the gate?" "The murderous impulses are merely how she proves her love," Saber replied without missing a beat. "And in return, I prove my love to her by surviving against every attempt. After all, I cannot love her if I die. That is all there is to it." "Is that really all?" Belle shouted in surprise as Emma giggled into her hand. "Well, I shall not deny that it is rather difficult." "Oh boy, just what I needed, a twisted Yandarum mutual love story right in my own home," Hestia sighed as she glanced over at the destroyed wall. Lancer followed her gaze and winced before walking over to it. I can fix this," she offered as Hestia nodded her head to tell her to do so. With the go-ahead, Lancer began tracing several runes in the air and the destroyed wall began to magically fix itself. "Well?" Hestia asked as she turned toward Emma, Primo, and Gina. "Do you believe now?" "Yes." Primo nodded, unable to take her eyes off of Lancer. So pretty. The compliment seemed to reach Lancer's ears as she began blushing again. Well, she's completely charmed, Archer said with a sigh as Assassin poked Primo in the side, causing her to squeak and fall over. How are you feeling, Belle? How do you mean? Belle asked as he turned toward Archer. The servant upkeep? If so, then I'm still good. The blessing of a god is not to be underestimated, especially not when used in a container such as that, Castor muttered. Very well, prepare to summon the next one. Are spirits something that you can just call upon one right after the other? Emma asked in surprise. The legends said that all of them were powerful beings that were the closest to the gods. Yeah, I didn't expect so either, Hestia admitted. Then Archer, Castor, Saber, and Jack came in one after the other and here we are. Is Lancer going to be a problem though, Saber? Archer asked as Lancer looked away while Saber frowned a bit. Archer then raised his hands in apology. Sorry, that came out harsher than I meant it. I know the basic circumstances from your legends. I'm just concerned about what might happen to both of you. It would be disastrous if she were to suddenly attack you in the middle of the dungeon. Well, the easiest way to solve that would be to keep them in separate parties, right? Hestia suggested as Belle prepared to summon the next servant. But is there a reason for it to happen in the first place? You could say it is something like a curse, Goddess Hestia, Saber explained. I was tricked by a certain person and Brynhildr suffers the consequences of my actions. If anyone is to blame for these circumstances, it is me. I don't really get it but I trust you to handle it then, Saber, Hestia said before turning to her captain. What do you think, Castor? So long as her affections do not bring misfortune upon anyone other than Saber, then there will be no problem, Castor replied with narrowed eyes. However, I know, Lancer replied softly. I will ensure that my actions do not bring harm to our master in any way, and I am prepared to be struck down in the case that happens. I shall not allow it to get that far, Saber said as he grabbed her arm and pulled her close. I am right here, Brynhildr. Your eyes, and your love need only to fall upon me. Yes, Lancer nodded as Saber gently pushed aside the hair in front of her eyes. Of course, Sigurd. Is Miss Lancer's spear getting bigger? Lily asked, looking toward the heart-shaped spear resting against the fixed wall. Oh, I get it now, Gina muttered. So that's why Saber calls Belle Master, sometimes. It's because of this contract thing. I just thought he was actually some kind of noble. Ahaha, nope, just your average farm boy, Belle replied with a laugh. If farm boys grew as fast as you do, the world would need the Falna, Archer muttered as Belle blushed and let out another chuckle. He then stood in front of the circle and began the chant once more. As the light and dust settled, the sixth servant stood in front of him. A woman was down on one knee, sword planted in front of her with a red and gold shield in over her left hand. Her long red hair was flowing down her back alongside a white fur-trimmed cape. She was also a breathtaking beauty although it felt much more earthly compared to Lancer, like it was a level where mortal human could reach compared to one that was on par with the gods. Her eyes opened up, revealing bright and kind clear blue eyes. With a smile, the woman stood up and grasped Belle's outstretched hand. Boudica, Queen of the Iceni, nice to meet you, she introduced herself as she shook his hand. Though I don't mind if you just call me Ryder if it's easier. For a queen, Ryder's smile radiated an aura of kindness and warmth, much like that of a mother or an older sister, although Belle didn't really know anyone to use as a reference to such a thing. Well, unless one counted Archer but he didn't want to join Lily in that particular form of teasing. He thought that other royalty would be as cold and aloof as Castor but he supposed that they wouldn't all be the same. Yes. Belle nodded with a smile. Nice to meet you, Ryder. Is Mommy Hestia happy? Assassin asked as she tapped Hestia's shoulder. More girls got summoned. Ahaha, I suppose so, Hestia nodded with a wry smile. Alright, since Lancer and Ryder are now here, everyone introduce yourselves properly. After a quick round of introductions, Lancer and Ryder were briefed on the conditions of the world. Of the dungeon and of the gods living amongst mortals. I see. Lancer nodded as she and Ryder sat side by side on the couch. What a strange world this is, for both Loki and Lady Freya to have descended. Lady Freya's habit of collecting heroes hasn't changed either. Ahaha, This world's history must be rather interesting with the gods being so close to humans, Ryder added. Zeus and Hera, and then Loki and Freya. One era passes on to the next. I wonder which will claim the title of the strongest next. Of course it's going to be me. Hestia said as she stood up with her chest out. Is what I want to say, but I feel like it's cheating with the Grail. Not to mention that you six will disappear along with Belle, and now I made myself sad. And now, Lady Hestia, Emma said as she placed her hands on the goddess's shoulders. We just got 3 new members in short order. You shouldn't be sad on such an occasion. Yeah, you're right. Hestia said, bouncing back right away as she nodded her head. And since we're going to Milan for vacation, let's all go out and pick our swimsuits. Swimsuits. Belle repeated, turning a bit red. I thought Milan was a port. Its lake still has sand and salt water since it opens up into an ocean, Belle, Archer replied. That being said, I am worried at what kind of swimsuits have popped up in a town controlled by gods. Well, I won't deny that there are quite a few raunchy ones that only those of Ishtar's ilk would prefer, but there are plenty of ones that could just pass off as an Amazon's normal wear. Everyone then turned as one toward Gina, who took a step back and covered her body with her hands. What? She asked defensively, although not quite understanding why she was being singled out. What's wrong with how I dress? Nothing at all, the constantly bare-chested caster replied with a shrug. Humans and other races simply do not understand that there is no need to hide what one is proud of. I was wrong, Captain. You are the best. Gina tried to hug Castor but was held back by the length of the man's arm on her head. The feelings and words are accepted. The affection is not. Does this mean we're going to a place that caters to Amazons? Primo asked. Well, I won't say we won't go there since we need to see what Gina might want after all, Hestia admitted. But North Main has stores for everyone, so let's window shop and see what everyone likes. Are there shops that cater to spirits? Primo asked with a wry smile. I believe we will be fine with human-centric shops, Archer replied with a small chuckle. XXXXX. And so, Hestia Familia headed to North Main, also known as the Fashion District. The many races that called Orario home had a variety of tastes and needs when it came to clothes. Short and thin Palams couldn't shop at the same places that short yet robust dwarves would go, and each race had their own favorite types of fabric and designs. In fact, their preferences were so different each store had to be careful to tailor to only their target customers. That's where the merchants came in. They built their shops to cater to one specific race and then built up a relationship of trust with individual customers. Several deities had taken note of this and built their familias around the industry. So much so that many people considered Orario to be the trendsetter of the fashion world. As they were simply going shopping, Saber and Lancers had eschewed their armor and Ryder her cape while also tying her hair into a ponytail to keep it from getting in the way, allowing them to move rather unrestrictedly down the street along with the rest of the familia. Even though I've lived in this city for over 2 months now, I've never actually been here before, Belle said as he looked around at the various stores and the items displayed in their window. All of my clothes still fit me after all, and I was pretty much fine with patching up any holes myself. Such was the life of a small and poor familia after all. It seems pretty busy, even though it's still rather early in the morning, Ryder noted as she watched an Amazon leading a reluctant and sleepy-looking dwarf into a store to pick out outfits for him. So many different people mingling with each other too. It's rather normal for the city, Miss Ryder, Lily replied. Lily doesn't think there is a single point of time where this city is ever truly quiet. Where are we stopping by first? Saber asked as Lancer clung to his arm happily, causing more than a few men to throw looks of pure envy toward the man who noticed nothing. A human-centric store to settle the majority first, or leave that for last, Lady Hestia? I am fine with either. Let's look for one for Gina first as an apology for picking on her, Hestia said as she directed her familia toward a store for Amazons. All of the clothing on display at the other end of the counter would make anyone with a shred of shame want to avert their eyes. Since all Amazons were female, the bright and colorful fabric was sold in 2-piece sets that didn't cover much more skin than the outfits dancers wore in a red light district. The traditional patterns had a unique flair to make the wearer stand out from the crowd. Even the clerk, also an Amazon, wore an outfit that most other races would describe as underwear. Which one are the swimsuits? Primo asked as she, Hestia and Ryder walked in with Gina while the others waited outside, not wanting to crowd the store with their massive party. That being said, the young elf looked like she was already regretting her curiosity as she looked at the displays with her face as red as a tomato. The ones with the water-resistant cloths, Deai, Gina replied with a grin as she walked over to the back. I don't particularly see what the problem is, Ryder said as she felt the fabric of one of the Perio-style skirts. They look rather enchanting to me. I think your style is a bit different from mine as well, Lady Ryder, Primo said as she looked at the woman wearing a shrug and corset over a red skirt. Is that so? Find anything you like, Gina? Hestia asked. And don't worry about the price. Castor set aside a big budget for our vacation. Just don't go too crazy and get something made out of undine cloth or the like. Ki. Undine cloth, just like salamander wool, was a special material made by lesser spirits or fairies for the sake of assisting adventurers in the dungeon of the same name. It protected against water element attacks but can also be used to combat intense heat waves. Its greatest strength, however, was that it allowed a greater freedom of movement when underwater and increasing one's swimming speed. For familias that make their living in the open seas such as the Poseidon familia, it was an essential part of any equipment. Who would make something like swimsuits out of something as precious as undine cloth? Primo asked. A few stores away, a certain trickster goddess let out a massive sneeze. You'd be surprised, Hestia replied with a long and agonized sigh as a sales clerk came up and started offering some clothes to Primo, who shrunk back behind Ryder. But enough about thinking of what-ifs. Does anything catch your eye, Gina? How about this? The young Amazon pointed to a gold and maroon two-piece swimsuit on the wall. Let's see. Hestia mumbled as she pulled it off. The price is fine, so no objections on that front, but you really like these colors, don't you? Ehehe, I'm going to go try it on. Gina disappeared behind the curtain and after a few minutes came back out wearing the swimsuit. Well? Gina asked, giving a little twirl to show off the swimsuit. In my eyes it looks a little small for you, Hestia began. But I guess that's normal for an Amazon? Is it tight at all? Nope, Gina replied with a shake of her head. It fits perfectly. Lady Ryder. Before Hestia could respond, the two of them turned around at Primo's worried voice. Hestia let out a choking noise at what she saw while Gina let out an amazed, wow. The servant was wearing an Amazon outfit that consisted of nothing more than a strip of cloth covering her bountiful chest and the long perio she was looking at earlier. The Amazon sales clerk looked rather satisfied at how it turned out while Primo's right ear and left eye were twitching at the sight of the spirit in such a dress. It's a bit tight after all, Ryder said as she placed a hand on her cheek and adjusted the band a bit, causing Primo to let out a pained cough. Ryder then let out a sigh as she stepped back into the changing room. And it looks so cute too, oh well. She could give Demeter a run for her money. Hestia muttered as she walked over and placed a hand on the stunned elf girl. Lady Hestia. Primo began as she placed her hands over her chest. I want to hurry and grow up. Hestia could only let out a dry laugh at that. XXXXX. When they left the store, Hestia noted that Belle, Emma, Lily, Castor, and Archer were standing an entire building away from where Saber and Lancer were. Why are you all standing so far away? Ryder asked as they walked over to them first. I refuse to be associated with that, Castor replied, lifting a single finger to point over at Saber and Lancer as Emma and Belle could only laugh nervously. The married couple were holding each other in their arms while staring into the other's eyes, completely lost in their own world. Of course, the two's divine looks that could rival those of gods had attracted the attention of nearly every single person walking down the street. God and mortal alike. Oh Sigurd, to be able to meet again like this, I must offer thanks to the gods for allowing me this fortune. No, my dear Brynhildr, it is not the work of the gods but Bel. Give your thanks to him. Yes, you are correct. It is thanks to him that I will be able to express my love to you. Hestia was not jealous. Not one bit jealous. She had no deep-seated wishes of being able to do the same thing with Bel. No sir. Not at all. She was not like those gods over there hiding behind the corner crying out tears of blood or that human biting her handkerchief in jealousy. Sigurd, no, Saber. Perhaps we should stop for now? People are watching. Of course they are. Your beauty is unmatched amongst mortals after all. Enough. Hestia shouted as she got in between the two of them and forced them apart. We're already moving to the next shop, so pay attention. Ah, my apologies, Lady Hestia. Lancer quickly apologized with a bow. I lost sight of my surroundings. I as well. Saber added while also lowering his head. Geez, at least pay attention to the people around you. Hestia. Those were your children. Tell them to do it in private, not out in the street. Damn it, why can't that be me instead? Let me punch him once. Just once. Please, Hestia. Shut up, you losers. Hestia shouted at the peanut gallery of gods. That's precisely the reason you guys don't have partners. Hey Caster. Ryder began as she stood beside the king. Are gods supposed to be so? So. Caster repeated, urging her to continue. The woman placed a hand on her cheek and tilted her head to the side before saying, pathetic. Ryder's words stabbed into the gods as they fell over onto the road, tears seeping out of their eyes. Caster threw his head back, roaring with laughter at the sight. This nonsensical trip was worth it for that alone, Caster said as Hestia came back, pulling Lancer and Saber by the arms. You're welcome, Your Majesty, Ryder replied with a wry smile as they all continued on their way. XXXXX. Shopping for the rest of the swimsuits took up most of the day, but they managed to get something for everyone. A bright red Hestia had put her foot down when Caster and Archer went for the rather bold swimsuits called Speedos, which in Belle's eyes were swimsuits introduced by the gods that looked just like pairs of underwear, though. You ever feel like we are being treated worse than the girls? Archer asked Caster after the two of them had settled for trunks instead. With the shopping done, they were holding on to their purchases as they walked back down the main street. It is the nature of gods to play favorites, Caster simply replied as if it was as obvious as the color of the sky. He then glanced over at Hestia. That being said, one would think that it is rather unnatural for one of the virginal goddesses to accept men into their familia in the first place. Hey, I wasn't exactly in the position to be picky, okay? Hestia said as she clung onto Belle's arm. I'm not like Artemis, you know. Then I suppose I should be glad that there is one who is willing to uphold the image of a proper goddess. What shall we do next? Saber asked as he looked up at the setting sun while ignoring the enraged Hestia being held back at length by Caster's arm. It is getting rather late. Shall we head home? Best to head back, Archer replied. The food for the trip still needs to be prepared, and some people are not quite packed yet. Hestia pointedly did not look at Archer and instead seemed more focused on a nearby stand showing off accessories for women. As they headed back, Belle glanced over at Lancer. Right now, the woman was still happily clinging onto Saber without any care of the jealous looks the two of them were getting from men and women alike. Though she had an aura similar to the gods, she was still more human than they were and no one would ever mistake her for one. Even now, the two looked just like any other embarrassing and sickeningly sweet couple, but the attack she made against Saber right after she was summoned had been serious. One that had been aiming to kill her husband without mercy. The two of them referred to it as a curse, one that both Archer and Caster knew of and were wary about. A curse that caused one to murder their beloved without warning. How cruel! Who could do such a thing to such a happy-looking couple? Belle wanted to know more about them, but he was afraid to ask about something so personal. I hope I don't get an answer through the dream thing. Belle muttered. Well, it's not like I've been remembering them in the first place. However, Belle had a small feeling that the more it happened, the more he would remember them. It was such a blatant violation of his hero's privacy that he felt guilty just thinking about it, even though Archer told him that it couldn't be helped. As they passed through the gates, Saber and Lancer stopped following them and moved to the side of the yard. Caster's eyes followed them for a moment, realizing what they were about to do. Do not make so much of a ruckus that you would bring the guild down on our heads, he said as he continued walking into the manor. What? Hestia asked as she looked from Caster to the couple. What kind of ruckus do you mean? Her answer came in the form of Lancer's massive spear crashing down at the spot where Saber had just been standing. However, the man had leaped back, materializing his weapons and armor around him. Gyaa! Now! Lily screamed. They're doing this now. You would not be able to stop them if you tried, Caster said. Ignore them and leave them to their lovers' spat. Lancer retrieved her spear from the ground and charged at Saber with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Sigurd, she apologized from the bottom of her heart as the massive spearhead lunged forward like a viper. I resisted the urge as long as I could, but my love for you can no longer be held back. There are no worries, Brynhildr, Saber replied as he deftly knocked aside each blow with his daggers. Come. I will accept all of your love and survive to prove my own love to you. I don't know if I should be worried or embarrassed at hearing this. Hestia said as the clashing of metal upon metal echoed in the sky. I believe both is a fair answer, Emma replied, placing a hand on her reddening cheeks. It's amazing that Saber can say such things with a straight face. Best we head inside before we get caught in the crossfire, Archer said as he walked inside as well with Ryder right behind him, Gina's hand in her own. Gonna be dangerous, so let's go inside, Assassin said as she grabbed Hestia and Primo's hands and pulled them into the building while Lily did the same for Emma and Belle. Belle felt that as their master, he should stay to see everything through to the end. A blade of wind slashing across the ground quickly put a stop to that presumptuous thought of his as they quickly took shelter inside the manor. You two better clean up the yard after you're done, you hear me? Hestia shouted before Emma grabbed her shoulder and pulled her inside and closed the door behind them. As Hestia and Castor headed to the top floor to their respective offices, Ryder and Archer headed into the kitchen to continue the food preparations for the trip with Lily, Assassin, and Gina following after them. Emma suddenly grabbed Belle's hand. Come on, she said as she pulled him up the stairs with Primo following behind them. She led the group to her room and opened it before dragging him over to the window. Emma's room overlooked the front yard. Belle knew this after seeing her poke her head out to watch his morning training with Saber the other day. From here, they could watch the lovers spat, as Castor had put it, in relative safety. With Belle on the right, Emma to the left and Primo squeezing in between them, they watched the battle between the two lovers, no, the two legends unfurl. XXXXX. Welf was running down the street toward the Hestia Familia home with a bag full of notes and sketches of armors and robes. Ever since seeing the new girls of Hestia Familia, his mind had been working overtime in coming up with new designs and equipment for them to use. Although he was a bit disappointed in not being able to come up with any wands or staves for Primo to use, the robe designs he came up with were more than enough to compensate for that in his mind. However, as he drew close, he heard the sounds of metal clashing against metal. Feeling a bit worried, he sped up until he arrived at the front gate. There, looking through the bars of the front gate, he saw Saber wearing a full face mask clashing against a woman in a black uniform and silver mithril armor that Welf had never seen before. She was wielding a golden spear with a spearhead made out of unknown material, but it was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Saber's gram and not immediately shatter. That along with the woman's skill, of course. Saber's red blade and the unknown woman's spear flashed across the front yard like dancing lights, exchanging blows with each other. The length of their weapons were currently directing the distance of their bout, with neither of them able to get closer, and the woman's spear was actually getting slightly bigger with each passing second. Each step back was followed by an advancing strike. The two warriors were refusing to give an inch to the other. Their eyes were completely focused on the opponent in front of them. Welf was the same. All thought left his mind as he watched the two clash in front of him. Like a member of a theater audience, he was captivated at the way the two of them were moving. He had thought Belle moved fast whenever they were down in the dungeon, but it was only now that he realized just how much Saber had been holding back in their dives. But still, if they didn't stop soon, something might. Oh, Welf! A familiar voice called out to Welf, and the two fighters stopped immediately, ending the show. Looking up, he saw Belle and the two new girls looking down at him from one of the windows. It looked as though they had been watching the fight as well. So, you aren't being attacked? Welf asked as he looked over at Saber after waving back to Belle and the girls. It is nothing serious, Saber replied as the woman walked over to him and Saber placed his arm around her shoulders. Welf, this is Lancer. My wife. Welf's jaw hit the floor at the revelation. XXXXX. Geez, you never told me you were married, Welf said after he was invited inside by the Hestia Familia. My apologies, Saber replied with a smile. It just never came up. We were separated on our way to Orario and she only just now managed to reach the city. And we have managed to reunite here, Lancer replied as she sat down beside Saber on the couch and rested her head against his shoulder, to which he responded by resting his own head against hers. As imaginary hearts flew out from the couple, one of them bouncing off of Welf's head, the smith turned toward Belle and the others, a question on his face. Yes, they've been at it all morning, Primo replied with a twitching eyebrow. At least they're somewhat in private, Emma pointed out. They were flirting in the street while we were out shopping. Lost in their own world, they didn't even realize they were repeating lines over and over, Belle added with a wry smile. Another wave of hearts surged out from the couple as Primo quickly and angrily started popping them before they could hit her. Come on you two! She shouted. Don't you have any shame? What shame is there in showing our love to one another? Saber asked. What shame is there to bask in our love for one another? Lancer added. I'm sorry that you have to live with this, Welf said seriously as Primo hung her head while Emma and Belle turned red in embarrassment. Still, you got some more members since we last spoke, huh? Welf leaned forward a bit from his seat and Belle followed his gaze into the kitchen and where he saw Archer working on packing a large amount of food along with Lily, Ryder, and Gina's help. Assassin met their gaze and trotted out of the kitchen toward them. Yay, it's Mr. Welf! Assassin said as she ran over and dived at him. Yo Jackie! Still enjoying yourself? Yep. We bought swimsuits. Swimsuits? So you're heading to a beach for your vacation then? Welf asked. Yeah, Belle nodded. It's going to be for a few days while we get some renovations done with the help of Goigneo Familia. Of course, you're still welcome to join us if you can spare the time. We need to celebrate your level up after all. Lily's too. A waterside vacation huh? Welf asked, looking rather happy at the prospect. I don't know if I'll stay for the entire time but I gotta admit, it sounds pretty good. Count me in. Anything I should bring along? Well, a swimsuit probably won't hurt, Belle pointed out as Welf rolled his eyes at the obvious. But I suppose anything you feel like is important would be enough. Castor, Archer, and Ryder's got the food handled. If you have any recommendations for drinks then we can use those, Saber pointed out. I'll pick up a cask or two in the morning then, Welf nodded. Where are we going anyway? Just to Milan, Belle replied. Castor said there wasn't any point in going anywhere else since it wouldn't be much of a vacation if most of it was spent traveling. Meh, Milan's fine with me. Oh wait, should I fork over some money for the trip? Welf asked quickly. 'Cause if I'm tagging along I should at least pay for my share right? Don't worry Welf, Saber cut in. It's part of your level up party remember? Yeah but I wanna do at least something to help out. Welf said with a wry smile. I know you guys are just letting me tag along but it still means a lot, yeah no? Especially since I'm not even in your familia. That could be rectified with only a few short words to your goddess, a new voice called out. Belle turned and saw Castor standing with his back against the frame leading to the staircase. The man pushed himself off the frame and turned toward the young smith. Your skills in person are much more appreciated within Hestia Familia as a whole, Castor continued. Why must you stay and torture yourself in a familia where only the goddess has bothered to even say a word to you about your level up? I already told you that I owe Lady Hephaestus too much to just leave on a whim like that, Welf replied. Lady. Lancer repeated in confusion. I shall explain later, Saber replied quickly. Humph, nevertheless, the offer shall still be open for the time being. Should you ever wish to increase your worth. With that said, Castor left the room to head back up to his office. It seemed as though he came down simply to try and recruit Welf once more. Sorry Belle, but I don't think I'll ever get along with that guy on a personal level, Welf said as he leaned back in his chair. Well, he can be a bit direct, Belle admitted as Assassin came over and sat down in his lap. But I think that that's his way of looking out for you. Welf simply grunted in response. Do you not get along with your familia, Mr. Welf? Primo asked, looking rather concerned. Don't worry about it, I'm fine, Welf replied with a cheery smile but even Belle could tell he was forcing it. Belle himself would love it if Welf were undergo a conversion and join the familia like Lily did, but unlike Lily, Welf was a lot more attached to his goddess and Belle didn't want to make Welf choose between his friends and his goddess. Anyway, let's go over the reason I actually came here. Welf said, forcibly changing the topic. Primo, Emmy, and Belle's new armor designs. Emmy. Emma repeated but she seemed more bemused at the nickname rather than upset like Lily got. Oh, these look amazing. Primo said as she pored over the sheets in front of her. We're still going with Pyeongkichi, huh? Belle asked with a wry smile. Of course. Now that I have blacksmith, the MKIV set is going to be 1,000 times better than them keen. You also wanted some salamander wool pieces as well, right? Salamander wool? Primo asked. Isn't that expensive? Yeah, but his kingship basically gave me the go-ahead to use whatever I need, so I'm taking full advantage of that. And yet you are worried about accepting our hospitality for your own party? Saber asked, looking rather amused. Hey, one's work and one's pleasure. Granted, my work is also my pleasure, but it's still work. Saber shrugged his shoulders at Welf's passionate response while Lancer giggled into her hand. So we got few options for you, Primo, Welf said, going back into business mode. Outer or inner layer and made with either salamander wool or undine cloth for the best kind of protection. So extravagant. Primo muttered as she looked between the two designs. Lord Castor is really spending too much on someone like me. That's nothing compared to how much he spent on Belle though, Miss Primo, Lily said as she came out of the kitchen, having finished helping as much as she could. Belle's knife will cost more than anything Miss Primo will have for the near future. At Lily's words, Emma and Primo glanced over at Belle, whose eyes had glazed over with a deathly sick laughter seeping out of his throat. We probably shouldn't ask about it, Emma whispered to Primo, who nodded her head vigorously in agreement. Agreed. Well, let's put aside Belle's knife for now, Welf began as he gestured back to the designs for the two girls. Granted, it would have been more convenient for them to simply buy the salamander wool or undine cloth themselves. They didn't just come in cloaks but also as shirts, pants, and even underwear. But by buying the cloth on its own, Welf would be able to make it into any style of clothing the girls wanted. Primo looked carefully at the designs before glancing over at Lily, who had been roped into playing a game by assassin. Maybe some outerwear like this cloak? Something that I can wear over my current outfit. Got it. What about you, Emma? Let's go with an outer layer as well, Emma replied as she rubbed the back of her neck, though Belle noted that she seemed to just be barely touching her old injury. If I can have my body completely protected, that would be great. Armor that covers both your front and back, I can work with this, Welf nodded before stretching his arms back. Man, having paid work to do feels so great. He then glanced into the kitchen toward the Amazon girl. What about the other new girl? He asked. The Amazon. Gina still has her old equipment from before her conversion, Emma replied. So I think she's fine for now. Yet, and I guess Amazons don't really go for armor in the first place, Welf replied with a nod while scratching the back of his head. Just then, thumping could be heard from upstairs as a small figure leaped down to the bottom of the stairs and ran into the living room. Oh, Hephaestus's child came to visit. Hestia said upon seeing Welf inside. You're Welf, right? Nice to finally meet you. A pleasure to meet you too, Lady Hestia, Welf said respectively as he stood up. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. No problem, Hestia answered with a smile. Since you're here, why not join us for dinner? Dinner? Welf asked as Castor appeared behind Hestia. Yep. I don't want to force Archer and Ryder to make dinner even as they're preparing the food to take with us on vacation. So naturally we're going to eat out before then. So natural that you only just came up with it nary 5 seconds ago, Castor commented, and Hestia ignored him. Anyway, you two got most of it done, right? Hestia asked as she called into the kitchen area. Thanks to Lily and Gina we got most of it done, Archer replied. We still got a lot to do, but Ryder and I can handle it before we leave. Sorry to leave it all to you, Belle said, but Ryder waved him off. It's fine, Ryder said. I'm enjoying myself, so it isn't hard work at all. I also don't mind working through the night if need be. I appreciate the thought, but please don't, Ryder, Hestia said. You're the one that's going to be driving the carriage after all. So she's Ryder because she's good with horses? Welf asked with a whisper to Belle. Good with animals in general, Belle replied. I think she could become a tamer if she wanted to. So you're going to lead monsters into battle too? Ahaha, who can say? Supposedly Ryder could use any animal as a mount, but Belle wasn't sure if that also applied to monsters. His eyes then wandered over to Primo, who was looking over the design she had picked for her cloak. He had heard stories that the elves of the forest used to get around the weakness of magic by riding on horses and letting them dodge while the riders focused everything they had in their magic. If Rider managed to tame a monster big enough for Primo to ride, would such a style of magic knight make a return in the form of a 10-year-old mage? Belle then had the image of the young Primo firing her spell from the back of a minotaur while the monster smashed through a wave of incoming hellhounds. It was such a surreal sight that Belle couldn't help but laugh at it. "All right, time to go," Hestia said as she ushered everyone to follow her. "You coming, Welf?" "Sure, but I'll pay for my share," Welf said with a nod. "I insist." Hee, you're such a good boy, Welf." XXXXX. After a few minutes they managed to reach the pub just as they were opening and Belle could see one of the waitresses, Ryu Lion, walking out with the sign showing the daily special. "Oh, good evening, Mr. Cranel," the green-haired elf greeted him as she placed the sign down beside the entrance. "Good evening." "Good evening, Miss Ryu." Belle returned her greeting cheerfully. "Sorry, but can you fit a party of 13 right away?" "I believe we can," Ryu said after a quick glance inside. "Although we might have to split some of you up at the bar. None of our tables are big enough for all of you." "No problem." "Ah, but it's not going to disrupt your business if we take over so many seats, is it?" "No, so long as you order and pay, there should be no problem." With that said, Ryu gave them a bow before stepping into the pub while calling out, "Now seating party of 13. Belle and the other male members of the party sat at the bar while the girls sat at the closest table to it. Lancer, however, chose to sit beside Sigurd as was expected. Once the order for food was placed and the first round of drinks came out, Castor stood up, tankard in hand. "Well then," he began as he lifted his cup up. "To a successful expedition, the defeat of the monster Rex, the level up of our party members and the welcome of our new members. Cheers!" A loud cheer rose up in response to Castor's toast, followed by the clanking of mugs and glasses. Even if Castor didn't think much of the familia, he could play the role of a proper captain when it came down to it, Belle thought as the king sat back down in his corner and quietly drank without any care of the conversations going on around him. "So it was true? Your familia defeated the Goliath with such small numbers?" Belle looked up just as Ryu placed a sampler platter of various fried foods between him and Welf. "Yes." Belle nodded to the elf waitress as Welf helped himself first. "It was really touch and go for a moment there, but we managed to beat it with just the 7 of us. And now your familia nearly doubled in size," Ryu noted with a smile on her face. "Congratulations." "Yes. Thank you very much, Miss Ryu." Ryu nodded with a smile before placing a hand on her cheek and tilting her head to the side. I feel as though we've had a similar conversation before." "I think it was when you saw Jack for the first time," Belle said, indicating the tiny white-haired assassin who was sitting between Primo and Gina. "Speaking of which, was everything okay? You had an errand or something, right?" "Ah, yes, do not worry about that," Ryu replied rather evasively. "There were no problems." "All right, if you say so." It wasn't his place to pry either way. "Oh, while I have you here though, do you know magic, Miss Ryu?" Belle asked before he forgot. "Magic?" the elf repeated. "Yes, I do." "Then is there any advice you can give Primo?" Belle asked, pointing to his familia mage who was fussing over assassin who had somehow gotten a foam mustache from her non-alcoholic drink. Beside her, Hestia had already downed 3 tankards and was already completely red in the face. She joined the other day and got a spell right away when she got her blessing. No one else in the familia really knows how to help her get started. She can cast her spell just fine in the dungeon, but... "A beginner mage, is it?" Ryu asked with a rather nostalgic-looking smile on her face. "That was a long time ago, very well. I do not know how much help I can be, but I am willing to impart some knowledge." "Thank you very much." Ryu nodded again before walking over to talk to Primo. The younger elf looked up in surprise for a moment before she jumped to her feet and started bowing her head over and over in thanks, flustering the older elf a bit. Seeing that it seemed to have gone well, Belle decided to leave everything else to Ryu and Primo and turned back to the front where the bar owner, Mia Grand, suddenly slammed a large plate of pasta in front of him. "Killing a floor boss so early in your career is no small feat, kiddo," the woman said with a laugh. "You got guts, I'll give ya that. Just don't overdo it. Life's too short to spend it on one grand adventure after another before you're ready to handle it. Just focus on surviving before anything else." "Yes." Bell took the old proprietress's words to heart. He knew from what Seer told him that the old dwarf woman was a former adventurer who retired from the profession to open up the bar. An adventurer who achieved what they wanted out of that life and was able to retire peacefully with the blessings of their god. Besides, think of how sad poor Seer would be if you bit it. Mama. Seer let out an embarrassed cry as she was bringing out a dish with a massive fried fish on top of it. Please stop. You're embarrassing me. Mia's response was to let out a boisterous laugh and place a dish of fritters in front of Castor, who nodded his head toward the woman before he continued to eat in silence. And I haven't seen your face around here for a while, Mia said to Archer, who looked up from his stew. Thought you went and died already. Almost but not quite, Archer replied with a smirk. Took on a quest that lasted for a while, so I hadn't been in the city for some time now. Got paid really well for it too. That so? Then feel free to spend all of it here tonight. With another cheerful laugh, she pounded Archer's shoulder before heading back into the kitchen. She hasn't changed since I last saw her, Archer noted with a smirk as he went back to his food. She appears to be much more than a simple pub owner, Lancer noted, taking a bite out of her sandwich before holding it out to Saber. The way she holds herself is different. Supposedly she was a high-class adventurer before retiring, Saber replied as he took a bite as well. Of which familia, I cannot say. Castor's eyes flickered over to the couple for a second before they turned back to his food. So, how did the two of you meet? Welf asked, looking rather interested in their relationship. It was not anything special, Lancer replied with a smile. I was in trouble, and he came to my rescue. No, that's definitely something special, Welf said quickly as the two cat people waitresses nodded their heads behind him, clearly interested in the love story as well. No, well. However, Lancer seemed hesitant to share the tale. Perhaps she was trying to find a way to explain without mentioning anything about her or Saber's legend. No, it was more like she was too embarrassed to say anything. I had heard rumors in my travels that there was a maiden whose beauty could rival that of the gods that was locked away from the world, Saber said as everyone's eyes turned toward him. Locked away for going against her family. I had gone to rescue her at my uncle's behest. I had intended for us to go our separate ways after the fact, but... He then turned toward Lancer and placed one hand over hers while caressing her cheek with the other with a smile on his face. I had thought that love was unnecessary in my chosen path. That feelings were useless and all I needed to do was carry out my orders. But alas, I can say with complete certainty, I fell for her the moment I laid my eyes on her. Bell wished he had been sitting anywhere else at that moment because the sheer heat radiating off of Saber despite his cool demeanor was enough to make him completely red in the face. Not just him but even Welf looked rather embarrassed at Saber's words, with the pair of waitresses looking on at the couple with envy. Nah. It's too hot in here for my EO. The brown-haired Anya said as she ran back into the kitchen. I want to have a sappy love story too. The black-haired Chloe shouted before squeezing up beside Belle. Hey boy, how about it? Want to try hooking up with Meow? Seer appeared right behind Chloe and was pulling her ears while also stabbing her fingers into them as she pulled her away from Belle. Signo, Saber, please stop, Lancer said, blushing furiously as well. Lady Hestia is looking rather... Saber turned his head toward the table holding the rest of the familia and flinched at the sight of the furious goddess glaring back at him for flirting in a public space again. Even her twin tails were lashing about dangerously as if they had somehow come to life. The knight regretfully turned back to his food as Ryder came up to them with a wry smile, her arms laden with several plates as though she was one of the waitresses working here as well. It's fine to be all lovey-dovey, Saber, she said as she set a plate down in front of him and Lancer. And I know you're happy to be reunited with her, but there is a time and place for such things, yes? Yes, thank you, Ryder, Saber said quietly, looking just a bit ashamed at losing himself again. Ryder nodded her head as she set down a plate in front of Belle as well. On it was several cuts of fish and meat from the larger meals that the rest of the familia had ordered to share around the larger table. As the bar was too small for Belle and the others to do the same, they had gotten personal meals instead. After doing the same for Archer and Welf, she then walked over to Castor with the last plate. Would you like some as well, Castor? She asked the captain. Castor's response was to raise a single finger, telling her to do as she wished. Alrighty then. Leaving behind the plate in front of Castor, Ryder then returned to the table, leaving the king to celebrate in his own way as he idly skewered some fish and brought it to his mouth. Seeing the large amount of food and drink everyone was ordering made Belle realize just how much money they had managed to come across. Between Archer's expedition and Castor's personal efforts, Hestia Familia's coffers were fuller than ever before. A part of Belle wondered if it was okay for him to indulge like this, but another part reminded him that he had just toppled a floor boss and thus it was only natural to celebrate. Not to mention the fact that Archer himself just came back from a journey all the way to the deep floors. And Belle and Lily's level ups. Such a success could only demand a celebration. This outing and the upcoming vacation were probably Castor's way of showing his satisfaction toward Belle and the others, even if he would never say it out loud. "You're certainly going all out today." Belle looked up with his fork in his mouth as Seer leaned against the bar beside Belle. He then glanced behind him to see Chloe sobbing in the corner while rubbing her ears in pain. A massive achievement, new Familia members, and spending all this money. "I'm falling for you all over again, Belle." Belle let out a small laugh, unsure how much the third part was a joke and how much was true. "Most likely half and half. Did you notice how much attention your Familia's drawing now?" Seer whispered and Belle nodded his head. He had felt eyes on his back ever since the party got into full swing. "Everyone wants to know how your Familia managed to defeat the Goliath with so few members. Can you share your secret?" "I just followed my captain's orders," Belle said honestly. The only difference was that his servants' levels did not match their actual ability, but there was nothing that could be done about that. But it must have seemed very suspicious to the entire city that a Familia with 2 high-class adventurers and a mass of level 1s could take on and defeat a monster Rex. "I just hope no one else tries to fight the Goliath with the same numbers, since even I definitely don't want to do that again." The sight of the black Goliath hadn't given him nightmares, but its visage was probably going to remain in Belle's mind for quite a while. Besides, even if Belle had dealt the final blow, it was only thanks to the efforts of his servants and friends that he had been able to do so. His daggers had not been strong enough to pierce through the creature's hide, and he had to rely on assassin and saber's weapons. And he only got the chance because Castor, Welf, Lily, and Mort's party were desperately keeping the other monsters off their back. He still had so much further to go. "Hey Belle," Seer said, leaning in to whisper into his ear over the noise of the rest of the bar. "Your Familia isn't lying about the level of your adventurers, right? You could get into big trouble if you are." "Everyone aside from me and Lily are still level 1, Belle replied. "That's the truth." Seer looked straight into Belle's eyes, no doubt looking for any sign of dishonesty. "I still can't believe it," Seer finally said before leaning back, her silver eyes turning toward Castor, who didn't even bother looking in her direction. "I know that not all adventurers start from nothing when they come to Orario, such as Loki Familia's Braver. There's a rumor that he trained with some mountain monks for years before Lady Loki found him, but something like that wouldn't give someone strength to defeat a floor boss. Indeed, if something like that was possible, the era before the gods' descent would not have been so dark and fearful. An era where people prayed for a hero to save them. An era where heroes had rose up to the occasion, from the bumbling Argonaut to the gallant Albert the Great. Heroes had risen up in the previous era before giving away to the era of the Familia, and now they returned once more thanks to a small wish from a scared and lonely boy. His teachers. His heroes. And his goals. Hestia Familia status as of now. Belle Cranel. Alias, Moonlit Dawn, Moon-Eyed Rabbit. Level 3. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Servant Summoning, summon a heroic spirit into one of 7 servant containers. Requires upkeep once servant is summoned. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3 forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Let it be filled. Again. 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 Let it be filled 5-fold for every turn, simply breaking asunder with every filling. My dreams form the body. Your spirit shall show me the path as I walk it by my own power. And so I hereby swear. That I shall be all the good in the world. That I shall defeat all the evil in the world. You 7 souls who reside at the fate I wish to reach. Come forth from the binding circle. O keeper of the balance. Firebolt, quick cast magic. Skills. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Heroic Desire, Argonaut, charges an active action. Development abilities. Luck H. Mage H. XXXXX. Emiya Shiro. Level 1. Strength, I-47. Defense, I-61. Dexterity, I-64. Agility, H-101. Magic, H-176. Magic. Reinforcement, strengthen oneself or objects with magic. Projection, create temporary imperfect objects with the use of magic power. Quality of item jumps up when creating swords. Can also alter objects slightly from their main form while retaining innate properties. Trace on. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. Duplicating the composition material. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. Unlimited blade works, project one's inner reality out into the world. Reduce projection costs of swords to zero when within inner reality. Can passively examine and understand the history and blueprint of any weapon on sight and recreate them. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, these hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. Skills. Independent action, parameters increase when fighting alone. Hawkeye, while on a vantage point, can see and target opponents within a 4-kilometer range. Mind's Eye, using one's insight, one can calmly grasp the current battle situation and find a way to escape. XXXXX. Gilgamesh. Level 1. Strength, I-3. Defense, I-1. Dexterity, I-9. Agility, I-5. Magic, I-24. Magic. Melamu long-range bombardment spell symbolizing a long-forgotten kingdom. Hear my voice. All embrasures, open. I permit you to ready your arrows. Show me how you would defend Uruk and its unrivaled fortune. It is my will that shall wash over the land. The King's Signal Cannon. Melamu Skills. Gate of Babylon, the treasury of the king is always accessible to him and able to connect to the treasury across space so that the tools within the vault are available to use. Can be deployed at will to retrieve items from within, and magic wands can be fired directly from within the gate. Most weapons are currently sealed. Territory creation, creation of a temple to draw in magic power is available. The King of Heroes, release restraints on the gate and draw out its full power. Omniscient and omnipotent star, Shanakba Imuru, able to discern truth from lies and see through the eyes of all creation. XXXXX. Lilyruka Arde. Level 2. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Cinderella, shapeshifting magic. Target will take the envisioned shape at the time of the spell. Magic will fail without a clear image. Imitation is recommended. Trigger, your scars are mine. My scars are mine. Release, stroke of midnight spell. Skills. Artel Assist, activates when carried weight exceeds a certain level. Amount of assistance is proportional to weight carried. King's Follower, Crown's Guard, parameters increase when acting on orders from a leader. Strength and dexterity increases when defending a leader. Development ability. Abnormal resistance I. XXXXX. Sigurd. Level 1. Strength, I7. Defense, I10. Dexterity, I27. Agility, I32. Magic, I30. Magic. Primeval Rune, warrior quick cast spells through the use of runes carved onto a surface or drawn in the air. Skills. Dragonkind modification, formation of a dragon core within self. XXXXX. Jack. Level 1. Strength, I17. Defense, I3. Dexterity, I30. Agility, I41. Magic, I5. Magic. The Mist, darkened misty metropolis, create a poisonous mist that also interferes with the channeling of mind and can prevent people from entering. This is the beginning of hell. We shall be the flame. We shall be the rain. We shall be the power. Shroud us and burn us. Let us begin the slaughter. Darkened misty metropolis. The mist. Skills. Presence concealment, completely hide one's presence and becomes almost impossible to be detected. Loses efficiency when preparing to attack. Murder in the misty night, erases one's presence completely when attacking from mist or fog. Maria the Ripper, if certain conditions are met, deal massive damage to the target. The time must be night. The target must be female. The weather must be misty. XXXXX. Primo Libera. Level 1. Strength, I2. Defense, I1. Dexterity, I6. Agility, I7. Magic, I15. Magic. Lumen Pleiades, wide-range bombardment magic. Glittering stars crossing the night sky. Hear my naive prayer and guide these falling lights. Descend O starry tears. Blast away these hapless rejects. Lumen Pleiades. Skills. None. XXXXX. Emma Flores. Level 1. Strength, I7. Defense, I10. Dexterity, I4. Agility, I8. Magic, I0. Magic. Open. Skills. Rain Amour, beloved blooming, causes a rhapsodia among those with the same Falna for a short time. XXXXX. Gina Gwen. Level 1. Strength, D510. Defense, F321. Dexterity, E419. Agility, D501. Magic, I0. Magic. Open. Skills. None. XXXXX. Brynhildr. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Primeval Rune, quick cast spells through the use of runes carved onto a surface or drawn in the air. Skills. Mana Burst, flame imbue strikes with the strength of flame. Hero's Bridesmaid, synchronize magical energy and give a bonus to parameters to targets of the same Falna. Bonus increases when used on a target of one's affections. XXXXX. Boudica. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Chariot of Boudica, support magic used to create a barrier around user. Strengthens defense and strength of those within. I will protect those who cannot protect themselves. Let these wheels that trampled my enemies now defend the defenseless. My oath to the goddess roars across the land. Chariot of unpromised protection. Chariot of Boudica. Skills. Battle continuation, enables user to continue fighting regardless of wounds. Chapter 27, New Incident. Hey rider, can you make the wagon stop shaking so much? This is the best I can do on a dirt road, Goddess Hestia. Please bear with it. Yui. Early the next morning, after the party had winded down to a close, Hestia Familia set off to the port city of Milan, a mere 3 kilometers from Orario itself, and was considered by many to be Orario's gateway to the sea, as it rested on Lalag Lake, which opened up into the sea. This allowed ships from all over the world to reach the harbor, bringing with them merchants, goods, and prospective adventurers from their homes. Of course, they didn't set off without anyone watching the Hearthstone Manor, even if Goibneo Familia would be working on it for the time being. Hestia had decided to ask Takemi Kazuchi and his familia to watch their home, and Castor even offered to pay them for the trouble and would not allow the war god to refuse the payment. As such, the manor was in good hands, and Takemi Kazuchi and his adventurers could make use any of the accommodations and food left behind during their time away, aside from the bedrooms of course, but it seemed that they didn't mind. Bell could have sworn he heard someone cheer before diving into the bath as they left though. Hestia Familia's method of travel was a large red and gold wagon fitted with several accommodations for the trip, such as cushioned seats and enough space for 12 people to ride in the back with their belongings and another 2 up front. The wagon was being pulled along by 2 horses that belonged to Ryder and had been summoned alongside her. Like the servants, they could dematerialize until they were called upon and thus didn't need a stable to rest in. The 2 beasts were also strong enough that the wagon and all of its passengers were pulled along without any problems, and neither of them needed to stop for a break. Of course, Welf was not told about this, and he simply thought they were normal horses that were owned by Ryder. Lily hasn't ever been outside of Orario before, Lily said as she gazed out from underneath the canopy of the wagon with Primo, Assassin, and Gina packed next to her doing the same. It's such a nice day too, if it weren't for the sick goddess. Please be quiet, Miss Supporter. Hestia groaned as she rested her head on Emma's lap while the girl was fanning her. Having had a little too much to drink at the party last night, it was only natural for Hestia to wake up with the monster wrecks of all hangovers. Although it had been much worse earlier to the point that Hestia couldn't even move, a quick concoction from Ryder made with Gina's help had allowed the goddess to recover enough so she could actually join them for the trip, albeit still nursing the painful headache. Please be sure to drink in moderation next time, Lady Hestia, Emma said as she raised Hestia's head a bit to help her drink some water. Also please remember to drink at least 1 glass of water between each cup of alcohol. But then I'd have to drink less. Hestia whined. And how come no one else is like this? Because no one else drank as much as you did, Lady Hestia, Lancer said with a soft smile, causing Hestia to let out a soft whine before wincing in pain. Have you been to the port before, Welf? Bell asked his friend who shook his head in response. Nah, came from an inland route so I never been there before, Welf replied. Never had a reason to go there before now either. It's amazing. Gina said as she pulled her head back in. There's a lot of fresh fish there and their prices are usually much lower than the ones you find in Orario. They're even bigger too. I suppose that's only natural for a port town, Archer muttered as he looked toward the front, past Castor and Ryder's heads toward the massive lake they were heading toward. Is there a central authority in the city like the guild? Well, the guild does have a branch office there, Gina replied. But I think Njord Familia's the one calling most of the shots there. They own most of the fisheries from the lake all the way to the sea itself so they have a lot more pull than the guild. Njord Familia. It was a rather household name even in Orario in terms of food. Ninsen's meat, Demeter's vegetables, and Njord's fish. The names of those 3 deities carried with them a promise of quality that could not be beat when it came to food. Njord, hi. Saber muttered as he and Lancer shared a glance before looking out to the port as well. I suppose that is only natural for a god of the sea and wealth. Speaking of which, where exactly are we going, Castor? Ryder asked, turning to her fellow. Is there a beach somewhere between all those docks? No, Castor replied. Although the resort inn I have booked is within the city itself, the beach destination I had in mind is much further south of the city proper. Loath I am to admit it, it was a recommendation from the sea god himself. Oh? A beach vacation area recommended by Njord and one that even you approve of, Castor? Hestia asked as she sat up, seemingly all better. Now I really can't wait. Ah, so we won't be stopping by the city first? Gina asked. Was there something you wanted to buy? Ryder asked. Not, I just wanted to sightsee a bit. You shall have plenty of time to do that in the evening, Castor replied without turning around. If not, then during the rest of the trip. Oh right. It's not a one-day trip, ahaha. The wagon ride overall didn't take very long as it was only a few kilometers from the city but it was a bit tough being cramped inside the wagon with all of their luggage. But when they reached the spot that Castor was talking about, Belle thought that it was worth it. The alcove was hidden behind some trees and rocks but there was enough room for the wagon. The spot itself was a large inlet off the lake's banks and surrounded by massive trees and boulders with massive cliffs shielding the area from view. It was frankly the perfect spot for a private outing. After tying up the horses, the girls stayed in the wagon to change while the men got to work setting up the beach area, having worn their swimsuits from the start out of convenience. Belle had on a blank white t-shirt with yellow trunks similar to Castor. The king had chosen to wear golden-colored trunks covered in stylish scribbles along with a white sweatshirt with the front zipper open, revealing his bare chest. Saber had chosen one that looked as though it was meant for deep diving and clung tightly to his body, exposing only his arms below his elbows and legs below the knee. Archer and Welf were wearing a pair of rather simple trunks as well, with Welf's having a simple orange design at the bottom while Archer's had a black and white symbol on them that was the same as the 2 blades he often used. Anyone else feel like there's a difference in treatment between the guys and girls? Welf asked as he skewered another large umbrella into the ground. It is merely the separation of tasks, Saber said as he laid the blankets under the umbrellas, drawing a rune in the air above them to blow off any sand on them, before setting up folding chairs beside them. And I believe the reward will arrive at the same time the women exit the wagon, will it not? Damn straight. Saber let out a soft chuckle at Welf's rather honest show of his desires. Meanwhile, on the other side of the beach. You can even make a grill. Belle said in awe as two fully functional grills appeared in front of Archer. Compared to magic swords, this is much easier to make, Archer joked with a smile as he bent down to make sure the magic stone was inserted properly. Saves space when packing as well as some money too. Humph, we are not so destitute that we would need to save every valise possible, Castor said as he deposited several coolers containing meats and vegetables onto a table Archer had also created. I'd rather not be forced to use your money regardless, Archer said as he picked up and examined a piece of meat that was the most amazing mix of red and white marbling that Belle had ever seen. And just how much did you spend on this thing anyway? It was a prize, Castor answered with a smirk. Do not fret over such small details. Archer shook his head as he turned the grills on to preheat them in preparation for cooking all the meat and veggies in front of them. Since utensils are a bit inconvenient here. Archer muttered to himself before reaching into one of his bags where he pulled out a large container of wooden skewers. Let's make them into kebabs for the most part. As Archer began cutting up the veggies into large chunks, Belle was about to ask if there was anything he could do to help when Hestia's voice reached to them. All right, boys. We're ready. Belle instinctively turned toward the goddess's voice, and saw paradise. When the gods descended, they brought with them not only the Falna, but their divine and otherworldly culture and inventions. These inventions included what was commonly referred to as the three sacred treasures. Naturally, like everything else in the world, what these three sacred treasures are differed between each race and cultural groups. Things such as fake ears people could wear to mimic an animal person or the elastic material used in Saber and Lancer's swimsuits, or even the legendary sailor uniforms. Though debates raged on amongst those whose eyes were opened by the gods which were the best to truly be included in the three sacred treasures, which usually resulted in bloodshed, there was one item that was unanimously declared by all to belong in the top spot. And that was the bikini. And today, at this moment, Belle had decidedly joined the faction that espoused such words. All the women in his familia were wearing bikinis of different colors and designs, from the simple pure white ringed one of Ryder's to Hestia's bold blue one with a wavy ocean design on them. The sole exception was Assassin, who was wearing a one-piece with horizontal blue and white stripes and a pair of glasses with dark lenses used to block the sunlight from reaching one's eyes. Welf let out a loud cheer as Hestia boldly strode forward, leading the other girls toward Belle, who had no idea where to look. The goddess's swimsuit was just barely containing her massive treasures, and the same went for Ryder. Saber also had gone completely quiet as his gaze was completely locked onto Lancer's dark purple and black one with a feathery design on the side with her long white hair carefully bundled up into braids. Only Archer and Castor seemed to have been able to keep their wits on them. Well, what do you think, Belle? Hestia asked with a smile. Why, you all look amazing, goddess, Belle said as he couldn't keep his eyes from wandering. It's embarrassing if you stare too much, Belle, Emma said as she was shyly covering the area in front of her stomach which wasn't covered by the frilly red swimsuit she was wearing. I am sorry. Belle replied quickly as he turned his head to the side. Well, he is a young man after all, Ryder said as she patted his head as she walked past to help Archer with the grill. Can you make another table for me? You don't need to help, Ryder, Archer said even though he made another table to serve as a workplace for Ryder. This is a trip to welcome you into the familia. So take the chance to just sit back and relax. Oh, but I find cooking to be a relaxing activity, she replied with a smile. Aren't you the same? Well, I won't deny that. Good boy. Now let me grill a bit of this meat first. As the preparations for lunch started a bit early, one group felt the need to play to their heart's content in the meantime. Let's go, let's go. Gina shouted as she, Primo and Assassin ran past them with squeals of glee, intending to dive straight into the water. Get back here, you three! Lily called out as she ran after the younger, yet still taller than her, girls while waving a small bottle in her hand. Put on this lotion or you're going to regret it when your skin starts peeling like a fruit. And Lily will tell you, it's not fun. And don't forget your stretches. Hestia shouted as she ran after Lily. Kaai! Came the reply from the three girls in unison. As everyone aside from Archer and Ryder started to stretch, Castor ignored them all and sat down on a folding chair under an umbrella and closed his eyes with the intent in a nap. As they were finishing up their warm UPS, a loud shriek caught Belle's ears in the direction of the wagon. He turned just in time to see a familiar red-haired goddess running toward them. Gaia! I thought that emblem reminded me of someone. The goddess Loki shouted as she gripped the sides of her head in dismay. It was you guys after all, damn it! It would seem that Hestia Familia was not the only Familia that wanted to use this inlet as a vacation spot. Behind the goddess were several members of Loki Familia that Belle had seen before on the 18th floor camp, or rather only a portion of the female members seemed to be here. Guy! Loki! Hestia growled as she jumped up to her feet and glared at her enemy. As you can see, we were here first. The smaller goddess gestured toward the already set up grills, tables, chairs, umbrellas and beach blankets. So find your own spot. NGH, no way. There's plenty of room for everyone. And I didn't walk all the way here just to find another spot. Stop waving those things in front of me. Oh? What could you possibly be talking about? Could it possibly be these babies here that you could never have? Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr went beside them and shoved 2 pieces of meat into their mouths, silencing the 2 goddesses immediately and causing them both to fall forward into the sand. So soft! Hestia gasped with tears flowing out of her eyes as she started chewing. Meltin. Loki added, also in tears. It's like the meat's meltin in my mouth. Now, lady goddesses, Ryder said with a smile. The day is too beautiful to ruin with such a nonsensical argument. Also, Goddess Hestia, Castor had only just fallen asleep. Let's be neighborly and let them join us after coming all the way here before you wake Castor up with your arguing. Fine, Hestia said as she and Loki both stood up, both still chewing and savoring the flavor of the meat in their mouths. Out of consideration for Gil, I'll let you join us. Well, ain't that kind of yacht? Loki said as she swallowed. My apologies, Lady Hestia, the green-haired elf that Belle recognized as the object of Primo's admiration, Riveria Los Alf, said. Of course, Primo was so starstruck at seeing Riveria that she didn't even blink when Gina and Assassin waved their hands in front of her eyes. We were planning on doing some investigating around this area. We didn't plan on interrupting your vacation. It's fine, Miss Elf, Hestia said, waving the apology off. There's plenty of room for you guys to do whatever you came here for. Just keep us out of it. I don't even want to know what you're investigating. As you wish, Riveria said with a smile and a bow. Seeing that Hestia had allowed them to join, the girls of the Loki Familia walked past the 2 still glaring goddesses to look around the inlet, with more than a few of them throwing glances at Belle and the other guys, although Belle felt like the looks he was getting was different than those of Welf and the male servants. Don't worry about it, Belle, Emma said with a kind smile. You're just as cool as the others. It was a compliment out of pity but one straight from her heart which made Belle kind of happy, but he knew that he didn't compare to his servants or even Welf at all. He really wanted to grow a bit more muscle at the very least. Anyway. Loki suddenly called out as she stepped away from Hestia. You guys probably don't want to stand out on the beach like that, do ya? She was talking to her Familia members who had came to the lake still dressed in their traveling clothes. That's why I brought you all a change of clothes. Everyone stared at the goddess as she struck a strange pose and opened the large bulky bag she had been carrying on her own. And as if it was the most natural thing in the world, it contained swimsuits. XXXXX. It's paradise, Welf muttered. No, the promised land. While I understand and share your appreciation of our surroundings, please mind and control yourself, Saber warned him as he placed a hand on Welf's shoulder. Belle himself wanted to look as much as he could reasonably get away with, but the cold stares of his goddess and Lily prevented him from truly appreciating the sight in front of him like the others. Loki had commandeered their wagon and forced her girls to change into swimsuits of their own. Their shy forms covering their exposed skin was almost too much for him to bear. Come on guys, there's nothing to be shy about, Diona said. Easy for you to say. Aki muttered. You Amazons expose yourself like this all the time. I mean, the Hestia Familia girls don't have a problem with it, Shin pointed out as Gina nodded her head in agreement. I suppose it's the difference of willingly putting it on and being forced to, Emma replied with a soft laugh. Why is this more embarrassing than the baths? Lefia muttered, her blush reaching all the way to her ears as she glanced over toward Belle, who quickly averted his gaze, although he couldn't tell if it was for her sake or his own. Is it because there are men here too? Another golden-haired elf suggested. Belle didn't know her name, but he did recall her being there when he was being interrogated about spirits and their roles in legends. To the side, Belle dared to chance a glance at Ace, wearing a white two-piece with a long Perio-style skirt that dangled down to her knees. No. I have to stop looking at them all with impure eyes. I need to cool my head. Slamming his eyes shut, Belle let out a roar as he ran as fast as he could toward the lake and dived in with a splash. AHH. That's not fair, Mommy. Assassin said as she picked up a circular tube filled with air and ran in after him. We wanted to be first. Wait up, Jack. Gina said as she ran in as well. Hey wait, where's Riveria? Loki asked as she looked around. Where's my darling adorable little Riveria? I believe she has yet to come out of our wagon, Goddess Loki, Saber answered as he pointed back at the Hestia Familia wagon. Wait. Come on, I need to see the goods. Hurry up or I'll put that thing on for ya. Loki hadn't taken even 2 steps toward the wagon before the golden-haired elf, Lefia, and Primo dived at the goddess. You will do no such thing. Stop right there, Loki. I won't let you defile Lady Riveria like that. The 3 of them tackled Loki into the sand, causing the goddess to let out a scream of surprise, before it devolved into extremely satisfied laughter at the bearskin pressing against from all sides. Loki appears to be about what I expected, Lancer noted as Saber chuckled beside her with his arm around her shoulders. By the way, who are you? Lefia asked Primo as she restrained Loki's arm. Oh, my name is Primo Libera, the youngest elf of the group replied, sitting on top of Loki's legs. I'm the mage for Hestia Familia's second team, and you two are Lefia Verdus and Alicia Forest Light, right? I'm a huge fan of all of you along with Lady Riveria. My, how cute, Alicia said with a giggle. Another ally against Loki's perversions is always welcome. Madam, are you all right? Ryder asked as she peered inside the wagon. Do you need any assistance? No? You wish to remain inside? Very well, I'll let the others know. Of course, Riveria did not actually speak up at all, having completely froze with the cloth pressed against her chest, still fully clothed. And throughout this chaos, Castor remained asleep, purposely shutting himself off from the outside world. XXXXX. As things began to calm down a bit, Hestia and Loki Familia began to mingle with one another without any problems despite the animosity of their 2 goddesses. This is Ninsen Familia's top-grade beef, isn't it? Aki asked Ryder as she held a plate in her shaking hands. Are you sure it's okay to share it with us? The more the merrier, Ryder replied with a smile. Consider it a reward for your hard work in putting up with that goddess of yours. Normally I would say that I don't need your pity, but I won't reject it this time. Just be sure to give your thanks to Lord Castor, Lily said as her head popped up beside Ryder. Though as he is currently asleep, please wait until he is awake before doing so. Ahaha, got it. A bit further out in the sand, there was a small commotion as a net had been set up courtesy of Archer as he and Saber stood on one side and Shin and Tiona on the other side with Archer holding a beach ball in hand and a rather amused smile on his face. Got it. He called out. Don't go easy on us just because we're level 1. Wasn't gonna. Tiona replied with her own eager smile. I believe the gods would say, good luck and have fun, Saber said as he adjusted his glasses slightly before taking a ready stance. Back to you, Saber, Shin nodded as she did the same. Then on your mark, Lancer said as she stood to the side of the impromptu court, holding a whistle Archer had projected to her lips. Get set. Hui. The sharp whistle was the signal for Archer to toss the ball high into the air before jumping after it. Then with perfect form, he spiked it straight toward Tiona. The Amazon's eyes widened in surprise for a split second before a massive grin replaced it. She caught the ball with her forearms and bounced it up high. Shin. Nice pass. Shin appeared right behind the ball and smashed it back down. The ball cut through the air like a knife as it shot to the spot right behind Saber. Too slow. In a flash, Saber moved toward the location of the ball and uppercut it back upwards toward Archer. The other man then smacked the ball up, allowing Saber to punch it back toward the Amazon's side of the court. Not bad, but not enough. Diona intercepted it and knocked it toward Shin, who set the ball up for her younger sister, allowing her to smash it toward Archer. Faster than usual. As expected of level 6. The back and forth exchange of blows and compliments went on as the cheers from the crowd slowly fell into silent in awe. Careful there! Ryder called out. You might break the ball if you play too roughly. That's what you're worried about? Lefia asked. No worries, Archer called back as he smashed the ball away. If it pops, I'll make a new one. Please stop before it comes to that, Master Archer. Lily begged, but Archer simply chuckled and shook his head. You. Then. Damn. Saber misjudged his position and the ball slammed into the sand, kicking up a storm. Diona was about to cheer for her victory, but Lancer's whistle cut her off. Out of bounds, Lancer declared. Point, Hestia Familia. Indeed, the crater the ball had been sent into was just outside the border depicted by the net pole. Aw man! Diona groaned as she rubbed her head. So close. Get your head in the game, Diona. Shin chastised. On the other side of the court though, Saber shook his head in self-disappointment. Apologies, that was my miss, Saber said as if he was disappointed that they had scored a point in such a way. No worries, Saber, Archer replied as he picked up the ball again. We just need to kick it into higher gear then. Agreed. This isn't just a friendly game anymore, is it? Hestia asked off to the side where she sat on a blanket with Loki, the two goddesses enjoying several grilled meat and vegetable skewers sitting on a plate between them as they watched the back and forth spiking, which was slowly reaching to the point of lethality if it were to hit someone without a Falna. Such as the two goddesses themselves. At this point I'm just happy they're playing beach volleyball instead of sparring with their weapons, Loki muttered, and Hestia couldn't help but nod in agreement. It would seem that the trickster goddess wasn't batting an eye at the servants keeping up with her level 6 Amazon twins. Oh, I heard several of your kids leveled up again, Hestia added blankly as she watched another pillar of sand get kicked up to the shrieks of some of the girls. Congratulations! That's, what, 7 level SIXS now? Yep, and thanks. Grats to you two for getting those 3 bombshells and cute lolies in too. Thanks, I think. You're not gonna make me pay you back for this meat, are ya? 'Cause we're kinda, maybe, a little bit broke right now. Let's call it even for the sandwich party. Well, okay then. You accepted that quite easily, didn't you? Maybe I should charge you per head instead. Nope. No take-backs. It's free. You said so already. Hestia sighed and shook her head before poking Loki in the side with her skewer, causing Loki to yelp. What? She demanded. Eyes off the married woman, Hestia said simply as Loki was staring a bit too hard at Lancer for Hestia's liking. I wasn't. Wait, married? To who? Hestia simply pointed at Saber, who had winked at Lancer before serving, causing Lancer to blush and look away. Talk about picture perfect, Loki muttered as Hestia couldn't help but nod her head in agreement. Out in the water, another group of people were enjoying themselves. They're really going at it. Belle said in amazement while walking in the chest-high water and pulling along a rather satisfied-looking Primo lying on top of her water ring. Really now, Primo said with a long sigh. I don't know how that's supposed to be relaxing at all. Sorry for asking you to do this, Belle. No worries, this is pretty fun as well. Ah, here comes a big wave. Oh. This is the life. A small wave brushed by them, bringing the water up close to Belle's chin even as he stood on his tiptoes, but Primo simply rode the wave like a champ as he released her, allowing her to spin a bit as she was carried along by the water. The young elf was so content with her situation that she didn't see the pair of brown and white shadows closing in below her. Boom! Shark attack! Kaya! Gina, an assassin, surfaced at the same time, knocking Primo out of her ring and into the water, causing her to flail around a bit before Belle quickly grabbed her and pulled her up and out of the water. Blat, salty! The elf stuck her tongue out to spit out the water before turning and glaring at the two shorter girls. Why you? Ah, she's mad. Run away, run away. Get back here. Don't do that again, you two. Belle called out after them. It's dangerous. Kai. When I get my hands on you two, you both are gonna be so sorry. Belle let out a chuckle as he grabbed the ring and watched the two girls swim away from the angry elf splashing water at them. He then felt something brush by him and let out a yelp when Emma and Welf surfaced right next to him. "Whoa, sorry there Belle," Welf said with a smile as Emma let out a small cough to get the water out of her throat. "Trying to see who can hold their breath longer?" Belle asked and the two nodded. "Yes." Emma replied with a small frown. "I don't know if it's my bigger body or because I'm level 2, but I'm winning, easily," Welf said with a smile as Emma's frown turned into a small pout. "Mew, I was the best in my village though, and making faces underwater is cheating, Welf. All's fair in love and war. After all, just look at that game." The two members of Hestia Familia turned just in time to see another explosion of sand kick up followed by the two men slapping their hand against the others. "Who's winning?" Emma asked. "I think we are," Belle replied. "Though that's only because the first ball landed out of bounds." "Hey you two!" Emma and Belle turned toward Welf who was still looking at Saber and Archer playing against the Amazon twins. "Amazon and Hormungand are level 6. He began. "Their level UPS were announced just after we got back from the boss fight, so how is a pair of level 1s keeping up with them?" Belle began but Emma beat him to it. "I'm sorry Welf," Emma replied apologetically. "But that's a Hestia Familia secret so we can't say." "Yet I figured," the man nodded. "But they are still level 1 right? You guys aren't hiding their levels." "That's right. Everyone except for Lily and Belle are still level 1. Welf nodded his head again as he took it in. Before he could say anything else though, Ryder called out to him from the waterline. "Welf! The cuts you wanted are done." The woman said and Welf's expression went from pensive to sheer glee in no time flat. "Yes. Coming, Ryder!" Welf shouted back. "Sorry, gotta get me some grub." "Enjoy yourself," Emma said with a smile and a wave as Welf waddled through the water back to the sand. Emma then turned toward Belle. "You really want to tell him, don't you?" "Yes." Belle admitted with a nod. "He shared his past with us but we're still keeping secrets from him like this. It feels like we don't trust him enough." "I don't know if I can say I feel the same way you do since I haven't known him for as long," Emma began. "But I do agree that it doesn't feel right to keep a secret from your friend. But it's Caster's orders after all. We can't really do much against that." Belle could only sadly nod in agreement, feeling slightly disappointed in himself that he had to have his junior remind him of something like that. First rule of Hestia Familia, the king's word is law. And Belle had no desire to go against it. Both because he was absolutely terrified of Caster's fury and because he would be betraying one person's trust for another. Why couldn't things just be simple? Or at the very least, why couldn't the Falna take into account the servant's previous life as well? As Belle struggled with his own thoughts, Emma scanned the beach and her eyes fell onto a lone girl who was sitting under one of the umbrellas next to a sleeping king. "Hey Belle," Emma whispered. "That girl over there doesn't look like she's having too much fun. Why don't we invite her for a swim?" Belle turned toward the direction Emma was pointing at and he saw that she had been referring to Ace. Although the girl was watching the volleyball match between the Amazons and the servants, she didn't seem to want to join, or even stand up out of embarrassment of her outfit. "I agree it's not fair for her to be the only one not having fun but, shouldn't we leave that to her Familia members?" Belle asked. "Come on, it wouldn't hurt to ask," Emma said with a smile as she dragged him to the shore. "No need to be shy." I am not being shy." "Then come on." With a small whine, Belle found himself back on the shore. "Excuse me," Emma said as they stood in front of Ace. "Yes." The girl replied as she looked up at the two of them. "Isn't it boring just to sit on the side?" Emma asked. "Why not come for a swim?" At Emma's suggestion, Ace's face seemed to pale a bit as she shook her head so fast that Belle was worried it might come off. "And no, I'm fine here," she said quickly as she turned around and away from the water to look at the cliffside. "Really?" Belle and Emma shared a glance at the girl's strange behavior. Miss Wallenstein," Belle began. "Are you afraid of the water?" Ace's body gave a violent jerk at Belle's question, confirming his suspicions. But aren't the 25th to 27th floors full of water?" Belle asked. "How did you get past them if you're scared of water?" "I can use my magic to get out if I fall in. If I can touch the bottom, it's also fine, I'm not afraid of water, I just can't swim." That's why you had no problem in the wait, never mind. I'm sorry. Belle quickly apologized and looked away as Ace's cheeks started to redden, prompting a confused Emma to look between the two of them. She seemed to be putting the clues together as she turned toward Belle with a sly smile on her face. Belle, are you a pervert? She asked. I'm sorry. Oh my. Though Emma seemed to have meant it as a joke, it looked as though there was something she did not know about Belle and Ace. But for you to be unable to swim. Emma continued as she touched her hands together. Despite being a legendary adventurer, Miss Wallenstein is rather cute. I'm sorry, that's kinda rude to say to someone older than me, isn't it? Ace just shook her head to say that she didn't mind, although she did seem embarrassed by the compliment regardless. What are you three talking about? Lefia asked as she came over carrying a plate loaded with food for Ace. Ah, Miss Lefia, Belle greeted her. We were just surprised that Miss Wallenstein couldn't swim and dash. Miss Ace, you can't swim. Lefia repeated rather loudly, causing Ace to tearfully reach toward Lefia to try and quiet her, but it was far too late. Lefia's voice had carried across the beach and everyone seemed to have heard her. Even Tiona, who was in still the middle of the volleyball game, heard, and her movements stopped in surprise, right in the middle of trying to intercept an attack from Archer, causing the ball to bounce off her arms and smack her right in the face. Ah! Archer winced as Tiona flew back and hit the ground with a thud. Oi Tiona! Are you alright? Gee, gimme a minute. Tiona replied, her eyes spinning as her sister rushed over to check on her. XXXXX. Once Tiona was back on her feet, no worse for wear, Loki pulled her Familia to the side to discuss their plans. Meanwhile, Hestia Familia was now preparing the food proper with the sound of sizzling meat and vegetables rising up against the cries of birds and sound of the waves crashing against the shoreline. Should we consider something besides just the meat? Saber asked as he walked back to the wagon. Perhaps some fish would be good for a change of pace. Oh, my apologies. Ignoring the still frozen high elf clutching the swimsuit against her chest, having not made a single bit of progress in getting undressed, Saber withdrew one of his daggers from his luggage and headed toward the water. Oh, good idea, Saber, Ryder said. Some fish would be perfect as well. Do we even know what's edible though? Archer asked. There is no problem, Saber replied as he slightly adjusted his glasses. My crystallized wisdom shall see me through. You mean your glasses? Welf asked, tilting his head to the side. I'll help you look, Mr. Saber. Gina said as she grabbed one of her daggers as well as a branch from one of the nearby trees. There are a few monsters mixed in with the fishes after all, and I don't think anyone wants to try eating a monster. How would you tell the difference? Ryder asked. The ones with magic stones are monsters, I suppose, Archer pointed out. Well, I guess we'll have to properly gut everything you bring back to make sure they're edible. I will return soon, Saber said as he nodded toward Lancer. Be safe you two, Lancer said as with a smile and a wave. Do you think we'll find any shellfish in the sandbanks too? Primo asked as she pointed at the shoreline. Only one way to find out. Hestia said as she pointed a finger at Archer. Archer. Rakes, shovels, and buckets now. Am I just a convenience store to you? The man asked with a wry smile as several of them appeared on the table. Of course not. Hestia said as she, Assassin and Primo each grabbed a bucket. After all, it's not like I'm paying for anything. Wahahaha. That is some crazy convenient magic there, man, Welf said as Archer let out a long sigh with a shrug as Ryder giggled into her hand behind him. You'll put us Smiths out of business. Sure, except they're just temporary things, Archer replied. They'll disappear by the time we leave. That way we won't have to carry them back and we won't be ruining this beach with litter. They do know that even if they do find clams and the like, it takes quite a while to filter the sand out, right? Ryder asked as she watched the four of them dig in the sand. Well, if we can't eat them all, we can just put them back. As everyone else was busy doing their own thing, Lancer, Belle, and Emma sat down on their blankets beside the still napping Castor. He is sleeping, right? Emma asked as she peered at the king, who was completely still save for the rising of his chest with his breathing. He's not faking it, right? Even if he is, we should not disturb him, Lancer said, looking toward the Loki Familia party as Tiona and Shandove under the waves, both of them holding a short blade the same color as the sea. Yeah, He's probably really tired either way, Belle said, remembering how angry he had made him 2 nights ago just by visiting him rather late. Belle then stretched his arms over his head and flopped back onto the blanket, which felt delightfully warm thanks to the sand underneath it. Oh no, now he wanted to just sleep the day away like this as well. His face must have loosened up tremendously as he heard Emma giggle before lying down on her stomach beside him. I'm really glad I joined this familia, Emma said with a relaxed smile. And we're happy to have you, Belle said as his eyes wandered over toward Emma. Belle's gaze took in Emma's figure as her light pink skin was pristine and unmarred by any blemishes or scars. As if she had never been injured at all. Belle let out a sigh of relief. His carelessness hadn't scarred the girl in front of him forever and it was now nothing more than an scary memory for her. He knew he was being as overprotective over her as Archer and Saber were over him and he found that he no longer had the right to feel annoyed at them for it. Castor's words from the other night still rang in his head but he just couldn't help it. He was her senior, both as an adventurer and as a familia member. He felt responsible for her in a way he never had been before, which was strange since he wasn't nearly this overprotective of Lily. Was it because the Palom had more experience in the dungeon than he did? You're staring a bit too much, Belle, Emma said as she opened her eyes and turned to look into Belle's own with a blush on her face. You perv. Sorry. Belle said, not having realized how his concern must have looked from her point of view. He quickly turned away, looking straight up at the blue sky past the umbrella. It really was a nice day after all. Mommy. Assassin's face suddenly popped up in his field of view, causing Belle to yelp and sit up. Look at all these clams we found. As Assassin shoved a bucket full of the things in Belle's face, Primo walked over to Emma with a sly smile and placed a few on her back, causing the older girl to shriek. Be careful you two, Lancer chastised them as she picked up the clams from Emma's back and tossed them into Assassin's bucket. You'll wake our captain. Sorry. Primo and Assassin apologized in unison before walking over toward the grills. Geez, those two. Emma sighed as she buried her face in her hands as Lancer giggled into her hand. Come to think of it, have the two of you eaten yet? Lancer asked. You should hurry before Loki's familia comes back for more. What about you, Lancer? Emma asked as she and Belle stood up. Of course, I shall partake as well, Lancer nodded as she followed suit. After a bit, Loki came back with the rest of her familia and they started mingling a bit once more with Aki and Lefia offering to help with the cooking. But this sauce is really amazing. Aki muttered as she layered it over the meat which was promptly stolen by Loki. Where did you guys get it? It's homemade actually, Ryder replied with a smile. Really? Lefia asked in surprise. Did you make it, Miss Ryder? No, it was Archer who did, Ryder said, gesturing toward the man who sported a self-satisfied grin. His skills are pretty amazing after all. Well beyond my own. No, I only have the advantage because I had access to more seasonings and recipes in my area, Archer pointed out. The fact that everyone praises your cooking as well means that once you are more familiar with them you'll surpass me in no time. Oh there you go acting all humble again. Uwa, there's a flirting couple over here too. Primo Stage whispered to Lily who nodded her head in agreement. Who's flirting? Archer called out as the elf and Palom giggled and ran away. As time passed, Saber and Gina returned with several skewered fish in tow but the Amazon twins were nowhere to be seen. And I thought Welf had a good lung capacity, Emma muttered as she stared out at the lake. That's level 6 for Yad, Loki said. Combined with the development ability dive, they could last for an hour down there no problem. Ah, pass me a few more of those skewers. Are those clams ready yet? Hey, you wouldn't happen to have any alcohol to go with them, do ya? It takes about an hour to remove the salt and sand from the clams, Ryder said to the curious goddess poking at the clams sitting in the tub. You could eat them now if you don't mind the grit though. Yeah, I think I'll wait, Loki replied as she leaned in close to the tub to watch the spewing shellfish, only to get water squirted into her face by one of the clams. Mukya. I'm truly sorry about this. Lefia said as she lowered her head to Hestia in response to her own goddess's lack of restraint. Don't worry about it, Hestia said with a wave of her hand. I've prepared myself for this to happen the moment I invited you all to join us. I've known her longer than you guys have after all. It would be unfortunate if the food was gone before they return, Saber said as he turned toward the lake. Should I go looking for them? No need, Loki replied. They'll be back sooner or later. Something wrong, Archie? Archer's hands had stopped moving as he was staring out into the lake with a frown. There's a ship in the distance, Archer replied as he quickly got back to work without taking his eyes off of the lake. About 4 kilometers out, bearing an emblem of a familia I don't recognize. And? Hestia asked. Lots of foreign familia travel to Port Milan to reach Orario. What makes this one so eye-catching? I only see Amazonas on board, and there seems to be a goddess with them. Loki's eyes opened slightly as she stared out into the distance as well but couldn't see it. She then turned toward Ace who was staring out into the lake as well. Do you see it too, Ace? Loki asked and Ace nodded her head. Yes, but I can't make out any people. She then described the emblem, causing Gina's eyes to open wide in shock. That's Kali Familia, she said as Loki turned her head toward her. Kali Familia? Belle asked. It's a familia based in Telskyra, the country of the Amazons, Loki explained for Belle's sake as well as the others. As the name implies, it's run by Kali, who I get along with just about as well as Chibi over there. Do you want me to cut you off from the food or something? Hestia demanded as Loki fell to her knees to beg for mercy. Though I would say you were way worse to her than you ever were to me back in Tenkai. Duels to the death over and over. Yeah, enough about the past, Loki waved the words away as she jumped back to her feet. Hey Archie, does that goddess have a creepy-ass mask and red hair? Yeah. Shit, it is her then, Loki sighed. What a way to spoil my vacation. Is that all there is to it, Goddess Loki? Belle jumped as he wheeled around toward Castor whose eyes had finally opened. Oh, when did you wake up, Goldie? The moment when Kali Familia was mentioned, Castor replied as he sat up. In exchange for me overlooking the consumption of my prizes, tell me what you know about the Familia and the land of Amazons. Well, first off, it's a powerful country off the southeast coast, Loki began. Like Ares with Rakia, the entire country itself is one big familia, though Rakia ain't got shit on them. Pretty nasty monsters make that peninsula their breeding ground and death matches are held daily there, between the monsters and fellow Amazons. At that everyone glanced over at Gina who quickly shook her head. I was born outside of the country, Gina admitted. Mom was too but she told me she visited once when she was part of a traveling familia before settling down with Dad. She shared some old stories about it but never really had anything good to say about the country. Did they tell you anything about the customs? Primo asked and Gina nodded her head. Yeah. Death matches supposedly happen every day like Lady Loki said, Gina continued. But that country was always like that, even 1,000 years ago. Goddess Kali didn't change it when she came down and took over. Duels to the death are just part of the way of life in that country. Then, Miss Tiona and Miss Chen. Lefia began and Loki shrugged her shoulders. Not for me to say, the goddess replied but she didn't have to. Such an answer was enough. And their war strength? Castor asked. Well, you know, Amazons, Loki replied with another shrug. Just Amazons. Any man on that peninsula is either a slave or a living dildash. Finish that line and I will make you regret it. Hestia screamed as she clamped her hands over Assassin's ears. Fine, Loki replied as she rolled her eyes. Anyway, rumor has it that they got 2 captains running the place and that they're both level 6. Loki turned toward Gina again for confirmation. I'm not sure. Gina replied, tilting her head to the side. I've only heard that they were level 5s at the highest. I wouldn't be surprised if were true however if they had to fight other level 5s and the like every day. Like they pit the same levels up against each other. Level 2s vs level 2s to make level 3s. Level 3s vs level 3s to make level 4s and so on. I see, cannibalization, hi. Saber muttered. Battles meant to sift out those without ability. They feed upon each other in order to grow stronger. It is only something a familia encompassing an entire country can accomplish, Lancer added with a nod. But to be able to afford to sacrifice so many of their number, the population growth must be rather high. Well, they're Amazons after all, Loki pointed out. I don't feel happy when you say it like that, Lady Loki. Gina protested. 2 level 6, and from a familia outside Orario. They were rare enough in the city where the dungeon exists, but for them to achieve it outside the city where monsters were weaker was an amazing achievement, but was it worth the cost? It's easy to forget that there exists a whole world outside the walls of Orario, a royal voice spoke up. Primo let out a squeak of surprise before hiding behind Belle. Turning around, Belle noticed that Riveria had finally stepped out from the wagon, although she was still fully dressed. It would seem that the talk of Kali Familia had snapped her out of her stupor. "Are you all right, Lady Riveria?" Alicia asked, and Riveria nodded. "I'm fine. Where are the twins?" the high elf asked. "Still underwater," Ace replied as she turned back to the ship which was slowly heading toward the port. It would be best if they returned without seeing the ship," Riveria said. Seeing that no one was in the mood for eating, Ryder turned off the grill and everyone was quiet as they watched the ship move across the lake. Castor suddenly got to his feet with sharp eyes glaring out toward the boat. "Lord Castor?" Lily asked. "What's wrong?" Her answer came in a loud explosion of water as massive tentacles broke through the surface of the water and started grappling the Kali Familia boat. "What the hell is that?" Welf shouted as Belle got a horrible feeling of déjà vu. "Miss Lefia, are those?" he began, and Lefia nodded her head. "Vilas," Lefia answered. Soon after, the head of the giant plant-like monster exploded out of the lake as well. "Ace! Everyone, go go go!" Loki shouted as Ace sped off toward the water, completely forgetting her fear with Saber and Lancer making to follow her. But before they could hit the water, something jumped off the boat and sent the head of the creature flying in a single strike, freeing the boat from its grasp. "Shin and Tiona have surfaced," Archer said, spotting the twins staring at the figure that had killed the Viola. "Shit!" Loki cursed as she looked around. She then clapped her hands together in apology toward Hestia. Sorry to eat and run, Chibi, but we gotta dash. Just go before there's a war in the middle of Milan," Hesita said, waving her off. Loki thanked Hestia for being understanding and quickly had her familia members change back into their regular clothes back in the wagon before they quickly made their way to Milan. "I suppose the vacation's over?" Saber asked Castor, who sat back down on his chair. "Why would it be?" Castor asked as he flipped his legs back onto the chair as well. "The motives of Kali Familia have nothing to do with us. We have no one directly connected to them after all." "But what about Miss Tiona and the others?" Belle asked. "What about them?" "That is Loki Familia's business, not ours. Unless you wish to challenge the level 6 captains." Belle let out a grimace as he reluctantly shook his head. He could barely handle Saber's basic training course right now. There was no way he could fight someone on par with Loki Familia's elite. As everyone else returned to relaxing, Belle just couldn't connect the image of the smiling hero-loving Amazon girl to someone killing other people in death matches. "Don't think about it too hard, Belle." Belle blinked as a plate of grilled meat and veggies appeared in front of him. Looking up, he saw that it was Archer offering it to him. "Archer. Wherever they came from or whatever their past is, they're still who they appear to be," Archer said as Belle accepted the plate. "Tiona won't be happy if you worry about her like that." Belle looked up from the plate into Archer's smiling face and nodded. "Yeah, you're right," he said as he started eating. "Thanks." "No problem." Belle wasn't sure if he could completely let it go, but he pushed aside those thoughts for the time being. He was on vacation and he didn't want to ruin it for the others by being a downer. So, he'll enjoy himself a bit. As he sat down on one of the chairs, he looked toward the shoreline where Saber and Lancer were sitting side by side, with Lancer resting her head on Saber's shoulder. Gina and Assassin waved at Belle and the others to get their attention before standing a few meters behind the couple with their arms curved to form a circle, no, a heart like a frame around the pair, causing Emma and Welf to laugh while Hestia ran to get them to stop. Perhaps it was best just to let things remain peaceful after all. XXXXX. As the sun started to set, Hestia Familia plus Welf headed to the port to check into the resort inn that Castor had reserved for them. It's Far Eastern style, Hestia noted as she ran her hand across one of the straw mats of the room. "Didn't think you were interested in it, Castor." "I am not," Castor replied. "This inn was the only one that could accommodate our number at the time of my reservation and is fit to my standards." "Castor, did you forget who you're talking to?" Hestia asked with a sly smile as Castor turned his head away. "You can't lie to a goddess." The servant merely grunted in response. I really should have invited Take and his kids along after all, Hestia mumbled as she turned back to look around the room. He really deserves a break for working so hard all the time. I know I wanted someone to reward me and tell me that I did a good job. The suite they had was a massive room on the top floor that was separated down the middle by a large sliding door for the men and women. Both sides had a large low-to-the-ground table and several cushions to sit around in their provided robes. There was also an opening out to the balcony where one could enjoy the night sky. There was even a massive wooden bathtub in a split off in the corner of the room. Still interested in paying for your share, Welf? Saber asked the young man as Welf stared, sweating a bit. Well, I am being paid a lot to work on Belle and the girls' equipment, so. Welf began with a gulp. Now, you should be enjoying yourself, Welf, Ryder said as she appeared behind him and started massaging his shoulders. Not worrying over the little details. Why yes ma'am, sure. Is it really okay for us to stay here? Assassin asked as she looked around the room. It looks expensive. I wonder about that too. Primo muttered, looking just as uncomfortable as Assassin was as the two of them sat in a corner, hugging their knees to the chest, looking too afraid to touch anything. It's fine you two, Emma said as she and Gina pulled them out of the corner and onto a cushion around the center table. We paid for it after all. Please be seated everyone, Lancer suddenly called out from the front of the room where an employee was standing. The food has arrived. Hearing that, everyone quickly moved to the center of the room with Castor and Hestia sitting at the opposite ends. The food consisted of several small portions of various cuts of meat, fishes, and vegetable dishes all carefully arranged on personal trays from the colors of the plates themselves to the positioning of the food. It was clear that presentation was a rather important part of the meal itself in this place. It's so pretty that it's almost a waste to eat it, Primo muttered as Emma nodded her head beside her. To their side though, Assassin and Gina had no problem stuffing their faces immediately. Across from them, Welf also had no qualms about eating as quickly as he could. At least savor the food, Archer muttered with a sigh. Belle on the other hand had no idea where to start. He was both intimidated by the obviously expensive and foreign food in front of him and the fact that it felt wrong to disturb such a beautiful tray by picking off the food. Is something the matter, Castor? Hearing Ryder's question, Belle looked up and saw that the woman and Lily were looking at Castor, who had not even made a move to pick up his utensils and start eating. The Familia captain was wearing a deep frown with his arms folded in front of his chest, with his eyes glancing over toward his right shoulder as if sensing something that no one else could see. Is the food not to your liking, Lord Castor? Lily asked. I have no objections to the meal, Castor replied. I was merely contemplating on something irrelevant. Do not mind me. Saying that, he finally moved to eat. Seeing that Castor had started eating, Belle and the others who had yet to touch the food themselves quickly started as well, with Belle carefully eyeing Archer's tray to see where he should start. Hey Archer, you're from the Far East, right? Gina asked. What do you think of the food here? Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity to try high-class food such as this before, so I have no comparison to make, Archer replied. But I will say that it isn't bad. So what do tomorrow's plans look like? Primo asked. Just free time. There is nothing particularly scheduled for tomorrow, Castor replied. You are free to do as you wish. So long as you avoid the Kali Familia Amazons. I wonder if any of the ships are merchants bringing along rare materials, Welf wondered as he looked out the window. Wanna take a look, Belle? Emma. Would there be materials that are better than what you can find in the dungeon? Emma asked. Who knows? That's why it's good to check it out, right? And even if there aren't, you might find something that is good enough for your current level. You have a point there, alright, I'm in. Same here, Belle nodded. It might be a good idea to just walk around and window shop once in a while. Since we're going to sightseeing, Castor, allowance. Hestia said with a smile as she held her out expectantly, causing Castor to let out a grunt while leaning forward at the goddess's audacity. Come on, I know you already set aside a budget for that. Castor responded by opening up his treasury over Hestia's head and dropping a bag onto the goddess's head, causing her to scream in pain and fall back, clutching her head as the bag fell onto the mat and spilled out its coins everywhere. Are you okay, goddess? Belle asked as he rushed over to Hestia to help her back up. Ugh, a simple okay, would have worked, Gil. Hestia groaned as she sat up, rubbing the slight bump on her head. Okay, would you like another? Castor asked with a rather dangerous-looking smile while holding up his hand. Eek! Belle, save me! The captain can joke around when he feels like it, huh? Gina asked as she leaned over toward Emma to whisper into her ear. I think he's quite serious though, ahaha. Emma pointed out with a wry smile. XXXXX. Alright, now that dinner's done, time to play until we drop. Hestia said as she held up 2 stacks of playing cards. So let's play cards until we all clonk out. Oh? What kind of game? Ryder asked as she placed a hand on Gina who was sitting in her lap and resting her head on Ryder's chest with a rather relaxed expression. Let's just do something simple like Old Maid, Hestia said as she opened the pack. She then turned to the male members of the party. You boys play too. Alright, Belle nodded. Sure, I'm down for a few rounds, Welf agreed as the 2 of them stood up and walked over. That means all of you. Archer and Saber glanced at each other before letting out a sigh in unison and walking over, leaving Castor alone by the window. The servant looked toward Hestia who was giving him an expectant look before letting out a growl and standing up to come over as well. Fine, the king said as he sat down beside Ryder. But you will regret inviting me into this trivial game. Ho ho, is that a challenge, Gil? Hestia asked as she started shuffling the cards. It is a promise, Goddess Hestia. Alright, you're on. An hour and several games later, Hestia was reduced to a sobbing wreck on the mat, holding a single card in her hand that slipped out onto the floor and revealed itself to be the Joker card. 10 losses in a row, Lily noted with a raised eyebrow in surprise. Lily did not think that it was possible to be that unlucky. I told you, did I not? Castor asked with a smirk. That you will regret inviting me. By some luck or miracle, Hestia had lost every single game they played. Even though Primo and Belle had terrible poker faces, Hestia still somehow ended up with the Joker at the end while Castor was always the first one to empty his hand with Belle a close second. Ueeh. Hestia sobbed as she clung onto Belle's waist. Belle. Share some of your luck with me. I don't know how to do that even if I wanted to, Belle pointed out before looking at the others. Though I think it might be time to call it a night. Gina, Primo and Assassin were leaning against each other, their breaths steady and soft as they were unable to keep their eyes open for as long as the others. Such a lovely sight, Lancer noted as she picked up Assassin in her arms while Ryder and Emma got the other 2. Perhaps we should put these 3 to bed, and take care of the other business now. Huh? What do you mean? Welf asked as the other mortals plus Hestia turned toward the servant. There has been a striped owl watching us a few rooftops away ever since we entered the suite, Saber reported. It has not moved an inch all this time. Eh? What? No way. Hestia babbled as she quickly looked between the servants but none of them refuted Saber's claims or questioned them. It would not do to refuse such an obvious invitation, Castor said as he glanced at Archer before standing up. Keep watch. In the meantime, I shall see what this interloper wants. Got it, Archer replied with a nod. Be careful, Hestia said as Castor simply huffed, telling the goddess that her worry was unnecessary. Then as Castor left the suite and shut the door behind him, Belle could feel his presence weaken and move quickly into the night sky. XXXXX. Castor's feet touched down on a rooftop several buildings away from the inn next to it. It being the white feathered owl perched on the smokestack in front of him. One that had been staring at their party for hours on end without moving. You have 5 minutes to relay your message before I find your appearance insulting, mongrel, Castor said as he glared at the owl. The owl let out a hoot before flying away. In its place, a black shadow appeared on the building to Castor's left. My apologies, O Spirit King, for pulling you away from your celebration and to meet you in such a form. The unknown figure was draped in cloth the color of night, and the space beneath their hood was so dark that it erased any facial features. Black gloves decorated with intricate patterns completely encased its hands. Not a single strip of skin was exposed to determine their identity. Do not waste what time I have given you, Castor said impatiently, not bothering to turn to face the figure. Say your piece or begone. Very well, the figure nodded, their voice had a strange echo to it, mimicking both a male and female voice at the same time to further hide their identity. O Great Spirit King, this one is called Fells. I wish for your aid in protecting Orario's future. Chapter 28, Heroic Will. Protect Aurario's future. Castor repeated, an eyebrow raised incredulously. What sort of fairy tale are you involved in, Magus? One where the legends of old appear to walk amongst us once more, the one called Fels replied simply. I see. Castor muttered. Well then, for what reason do I have to humor your request, and your silence to our little secret will not be enough. I would sooner bring down Babel Tower and crush the entire city myself than listen to any threats that would come out of your mouth. I would never dream of it, Fels replied simply. I would offer regular compensation in exchange for completing my request. Either in items that can be traded in for Valis or with information. You are the one who contacted Hermes Familia before. It was a statement of affirmation rather than a question seeking confirmation. Yes, although their quest ended in success, the losses they suffered in the process were irreplaceable and the reward I prepared for them would never be enough to compensate for it. Castor frowned at that. Gina had told him that after the other Hermes Familia members had returned they had received jewels, drop items and artifacts worth several hundreds of millions of Valis including several grimoires for their efforts, but something like that meant nothing to a young girl who lost her friends without being told why and she had chosen to leave the Familia in the first place. However, such information was now valuable to Castor, telling him that the one in front of him had the backing of a powerful figure, or they themselves were capable of acquiring such things relatively easily. Then answer me this, Magus. How did you come to believe that we are spirits? Ace Wallenstein, Fels replied. She had on her an oculus I lent her during the Loki Familia expedition to the 59th floor. It is a magic item I have created that allows me to see through to the other side through the use of its twin. There it saw the magic the one known as Archer performed that is beyond human ability or understanding. I am also aware that you and the one called Saber also possess ability beyond that of what the Falna can possibly give to the mortal races. Thus I came to the conclusion that you all are some form of spirit instead. Stories of spirits that created weapons for heroes to wield date back to the first legend of Argonaut, the Radiant Dawn, after all. The fact that she still had it on when she spoke to you on the 18th floor also helped. Castor resisted the urge to massage his forehead. That cursed child was as slow as she looked it seemed. And I trust only you and the god praying below the guild know about us. Castor asked as he saw Fels twitch slightly, telling him that they had not expected him to know about them. For a moment, Castor wondered if Fels would try to deny it, but to his pleasant surprise, the figure nodded, albeit rather hesitantly. Yes. As far as I am aware, no one other than myself and the one you speak of knows about your identities, aside from Ace Wallenstein of course. A few others have made their own assumptions, but that is as far as I know. You are rather more open than I anticipated, Castor admitted. Are you truly in such dire straits? Yes, Fels said again. Although we have several allies amongst the Familia, it is useless if the enemy's first blow succeeds. You speak of the use of the so-called demi-spirits that Loki Familia fought down in the depths of the dungeon. Indeed. My patron already believes there is already one close to the surface of Aurario, but they do not know where its exact location is, but that is not the topic I wish to discuss with you tonight. Speak then. You have my attention, for the moment. There is a certain group of scoundrels that are about to make their move within this port, Fels explained after lowering their head to thank Castor for hearing them out. Evilus. Yes. Though their ally, the figure called Inayo, is more dangerous in the grander scheme of things, this sect of Evilus deals in the absolute worst kind of trading. Males and females of all races are targeted and moved beyond our reach. I request your help in removing them and recovering our lost one. Such a boring request. Castor sighed. Is it really necessary to involve outsiders in such a meager thing? Unfortunately, I do not have the strength to mount a rescue myself, Fels replied. I am more of a researcher and a healer than a combatant. I cannot ask Loki Familia or Hermes Familia for their assistance at this time, and no other allies will be able to reach them before they are moved. And therefore Fels and their god had decided to ask for help from those connected to both Hermes and Loki Familia. Hestia Familia. There is only one captive that is being moved, Fels continued when Castor didn't say anything. I humbly request that Hestia Familia, no, that you or your fellow spirits take on this request to save them. I promise nothing, but let us hear where they are located, Castor replied as Fels looked up at him in surprise. I care little for your little captive, but it would be remiss of me not to share the information with the rest of the Familia. Though you shall not be receiving my direct assistance, I suspect that there will be at least 2 among Hestia Familia that will jump at the occasion to assist you. I thank you for your generosity. Fels replied with another bow. Then allow me to share what I know. XXXXX. Belle and the others, aside from the young girl trio anyway, were still awake when Castor returned. As the 3 girls were sleeping in the female section, the others gathered in the male section to listen to Castor, who told them about Fels, their patron god, and the captive that was being moved tomorrow night. A god living underneath the guild. Hestia repeated after Castor repeated the information he learned to them. You have an idea who it could be, Lady Goddess? Lancer asked. If I had to make a guess, it would be Auranos, Hestia replied. Though I haven't seen him for like 1,000 years or so, not since he, Zeus, Hera, and a bunch of others became the first ones to leave Tenkai and live in Gakkai anyway. Hephaestus said that Auranos was one of the ones who first built Babel to seal the dungeon up in the first place before setting up the guild as the mediator between the familias that stayed in Orario. Though I thought he left the city ages ago. Then again, that old geezer's not really one for public appearances. It would seem we are being dragged into the darkness of the city despite your best efforts, Castor, Saber said as Castor simply growled in response. But, we are going to help them, right? Belle asked. We're not just going to let whoever these people are make off with this person, right? Belle's gaze found itself upon Archer as the man raised an eyebrow. Putting me on the spot there, Archer said with a laugh. You're our vice-captain, Belle. Just say the word and we'll do it. Well, perhaps not all of us, Ryder said quickly. If something happens, we need at least 1 or 2 people here to make sure it doesn't drag Lady Hestia, Emma, or the other girls into it. Oh, and Welf too, of course. Gee, thanks, Welf said with a chuckle. Do be aware that our enemies will most likely be of the same group that controls those villas, Castor said to Belle. A group that can control monsters of around level 3 and 4. You will be of minimal assistance in this fight, mongrel. Belle made a bitter face at that. New level 3 or not, they were still pretending he was only level 2. Even so, Belle wasn't entirely sure he could handle something like that trap monster on his own. Even so, I want to help in some way, Belle insisted. Then, perhaps we should split our forces. Lancer suggested. Archer and Saber will handle our enemies while Belle and I shall flee with their captive. Ryder should remain behind to keep guard over the others. I have no objections to that plan, Saber replied with a nod. We do not know the enemy's numbers nor their fighting strength. It is also unlikely that they do not have allies within the city itself, so it would be best to strike in force. You think they're with the Kali Familia? Welf threw out a suggestion that caused everyone to look at him. It does seem like a rather huge coincidence that they are moving the captive when Kali Familia is in the port, Lily agreed. But then the plant monsters did attack their ship, so they might not actually be aligned at all. Even more of a reason not to take any chances, Ryder said before turning to Castor. What will you be doing, Castor? I will remain in the suite and watch over the entirety of Milan from here, Castor replied. I have no desire to play hero, but I shall intervene should I am needed. Is this situation something so dire that Lord Castor might need to move? Lily asked. It is best to prepare for anything when the plans of several parties will come clashing together at the same time, Castor replied. It is likely that whatever Loki Familia came to find will reveal itself soon as well. Right. Archer muttered. If whoever these people are connected to the villas, then they might use them as a distraction and move the hostage under the cover of the commotion. He then glanced over at the sleeping trio. For the time being, let's turn in for the night, Archer suggested. He then pointed toward himself, Saber, Ryder and Lancer. Then starting tomorrow morning we move in groups with at least one of us at all times. The 3 of you are planning to go shopping near the docks, correct? Ryder asked as Belle, Emma and Welf nodded. Do you mind if I tag along? Are you sure? Welf asked. We can hold it off for later if you guys are going to be mounting a rescue operation. There's no need to be overly cautious, Ryder replied. They won't be moving until nightfall and we could get a good idea of the town's layout. If someone else has been watching us, it would be strange for a familia that has gone sightseeing to suddenly hole up in their hotel all day, right? You got a point there. Then I'll take the rest of the girls with me for our own sightseeing, Hestia said as she glanced toward Assassin and the other two before looking toward Lily. What do you want to do, Miss Supporter? Lily will. Lily began as she glanced at Castor. There is no need to turn to me, Castor said simply. This is a time of merry for those who have succeeded in surviving the floor boss. You need not spend it catering to me. That is what the staff of this inn is for. Then, if Lily can join Belle and the others. Of course. Emma said with a smile. If you're around then I won't have to worry about being overcharged for anything. Then you should come along with us as well, Lancer, Ryder said as the woman turned to her, surprised at the sudden invitation. Let's leave it to the men to look after the goddess. Then, if you will have me, Lancer replied with a nod. Will you be all right holding down the fort on your own, Castor? I shall find my own entertainment here, Castor answered. I need not repeat myself but I shall do so anyway. Avoid the Kali Familia Amazons at all costs. If they are indeed involved in this, then alerting them even further will be a foolish action. You know. Hestia began. The more you say that, the more I am absolutely convinced one of our parties will run headfirst into an angry group of Amazons without even trying. At Hestia's words, the king released the most defeated and resigned sigh that Belle had ever heard. As if he knew it was already hopeless with Belle and the others in front of him. XXXXX. As they had entered the port town rather late the previous day, no one really had a chance to look around before checking into the inn. Now that it is morning, Belle and the others could experience what the entirety of what Port Milan had to offer. Look at the size of that dodo base. Belle said as he and his party stared at a massive fish hanging on display. It's bigger than Lily. The Palom muttered in awe. That's the fish we ordered at the hostess, right? Ryder asked examining it a bit more closely. She then glanced up and down the market area. It seems to be a rather popular and delicious fish despite looking like a monster. Indeed, it looked like a moss-covered log with fins and several rows of teeth and yet it tasted so good. Belle couldn't help but be amazed at whoever was the first person to look at the fish and think, I'm going to eat that. Perhaps the fish in this lake evolved to look similar to monsters to avoid being eaten by them. Lancer suggested. I have heard that monsters do not feast upon each other outside of abnormal events. That's right, Lily nodded. Some adventurers who have seen monsters eat another monster's magic crystal say that they become an enhanced species, or was it only enhanced species eat other monsters? Lily can't remember. Speaking of which, is fishing really that enjoyable? Emma asked looking at all the fishing boats and fishermen in the distance. I never had the patience for it so I never managed to catch anything myself. I believe it is more of an acquired hobby, Ryder admitted. Though it is a good hobby to take up to pass the time and you can catch dinner while you are at it. More grilled fish does sound pretty good, Welf admitted. Not that the food at the inn wasn't good but all that fancy stuff is wasted on me. Just grill some fish or meat over a fire and that's plenty for someone like me. My, such a manly way of cooking and eating, Welf. Ha ha ha, what can I say? From there, the party ended up near various merchant stalls that were selling materials like ores and monster parts that appeared from their corner of the world. Lily thinks we should avoid any monster parts when browsing, Lily said. Drop items from surface monsters can't compare with the ones from the dungeon. Sounds about right, Welf agreed as he examined some hide from some unknown monster. The Almiraj furs we got a while back is better quality than this. Master Welf never did finish any cloaks with those, did he? Lily asked as Welf looked the other way. Hey, I've busy, alright? I mean, I followed you guys right into the dungeon for the floor boss right afterward and then I got caught up in designs for Emmy and Primo and now we're on vacation. So Master Welf admits he is procrastinating. Welf let out a grunt before slumping in defeat, unable to refute Lily's words as the girl smiled in victory. Anyway. Welf said as they moved to the next stand where ores were being sold. Let's see if we can't find any treasures here. I think that's more your specialty, Welf, Belle admitted with a wry smile. They all look like the same kind of rock to me. No problem. Leave it to me. After a half an hour or browsing with only Lancer being able to offer any suitable suggestions for Welf in terms of which of the product might be useful, and Lily helping in haggling down the price, the party left the stand with a sack full of ores. So, what are you planning with these? Emma asked. Well, these are going into your new breastplate, Welf said, taking a few of them out and setting them aside. And this baby's going into a sword. It was a bright red metal still lodged in the rock. It was supposed to be some rare Far Eastern metal according to the merchant, and Welf became interested in it immediately. It probably won't do me or Belle any good, but it could work as a better starting weapon than those basic guild swords, Emmy. Really? Emma asked, looking rather surprised. Well, I won't say no if that's what you recommend. You use 2 swords though, right? Welf asked, and Emma nodded. I'd love to be able to get on some more, but that merchant only had enough to make 1. Well, I'll think of something else to go with, Emasuk. Excuse me? Emasuk. That's the name of your new sword? Please no. Ryder couldn't help but giggle into her hand at Emma's desperate refusal of the proposed name for her new sword. While I don't think there's anything wrong with naming weapons after their wielder, Ryder began. Why not let Emma name her first real weapon herself? Yes, please. Emma agreed immediately, looking more haggard than Belle had ever seen her. Well, if you insist. I do. Your eyes are looking rather scary there, Emmy, grk. Emma, calm down, you're gonna strangle Welf if your hands move any closer to his neck. Belle said as he and Lily grabbed her hands. No, as a new level 1, Emma should not be strong enough to harm a level 2 like Mr. Welf, right? Lancer asked. XXXXX. After Emma managed to calm down, they decided to take a break at a park with some grilled fish on a skewer that they bought from a nearby stall. Come to think of it, why did Miss Emma come to Orario in the first place? Lily asked, making conversation. Was it just to be an adventurer and dive into the dungeon? Emma sounded surprised at the topic as she looked around to find a place to start. Well, not exactly. I came here to look for someone. Looking for someone? Ryder repeated with a teasing. As in finding someone who went missing or finding love? My family. Emma stuttered, blushing a bit at Ryder's words. I'm looking for my older sister. Last I heard, she was somewhere in Orario. Is she working as an adventurer? Lancer asked. If so, would the guild not have some record of her existence? I thought that at first, but when I asked them on my first day in Orario, before I joined the Familia, they said that there wasn't a registered adventurer with her name, Emma replied sadly. What's your sister's name? Welf asked as he was picking his teeth with the skewer. Sophia. Sophia Flores. Welf turned to look at Belle, who shook his head. The name wasn't familiar with either of them. Honestly, I hadn't planned on joining a Familia at first, Emma admitted. I was planning to just find work normally for my stay in Orario until I bumped into Primo, who got kicked out of the inn she was staying at due to running out of money as she couldn't find a Familia to take her in. Not wanting to leave her alone, I invited her to share my room while she looked for a Familia to take her in. During that time, we talked a bit, and her stories of Familias and Lady Riveria Los Alf got me thinking of joining a Familia too. Belle remembered the trouble he had with finding a Familia and his shock that the inns in the city cost over 10 times as much as the ones in his home village, that he suddenly felt a bond of kinship with the young elf girl. Lily thinks she understands, Lily muttered. If Miss Emma were to join a Familia and become famous, then Miss Emma's sister might hear of her and come to her instead. Haha, yep, that's what I ended up thinking, Emma admitted with a laugh, as if embarrassed at being found out so easily. That, and I didn't want to leave Primo alone since she looked so heartbroken after being rejected by every Familia she came across until we ran into Lady Hestia working at her stall. The goddess does have a habit of picking up lost kids, Belle admitted with a warm smile as Lily nodded her head in agreement. Let's see. Ryder muttered as she counted off her fingers. First was Belle, then Lily, then Jack, then Emma, and Primo, and finally Gina. Indeed, she does make a habit of picking up children with nowhere else to go. Across the city, a certain goddess sneezed, causing her to drop her treat with a wail. Well, I suppose you picked the perfect Familia then, Welf said with a smile. One crazy enough to fight a floor boss with only 7 people and win. Did you not willingly join them yourself, Welf Krazo? Lancer asked with a smile. What would that say about you? That I'm as crazy as the lot of Yad, Welf replied with a laugh. It sounds as though you all had quite the adventure together before we came along, Ryder noted with a laugh. It's almost enough to make me jealous. I think it's amazing that you all want to keep going into the dungeon every day, Emma said. It's just something you get used to over time, Miss Emma, Lily said, It's tough, but as long as Miss Emma goes in often, then Miss Emma will get used to it. I wonder if getting used to going into a deep, dark underground cave every day to fight monsters is a good thing though. Of course it is, Welf replied. For adventurers. Ahaha, I wonder if I'm cut out for it after all. But we still don't know what your skill does, right? Belle pointed out. Maybe it's a good time to get started with that. Oh, you got a skill too, Emmy? Welf asked, sounding surprised. Then you're definitely cut out to be an adventurer. Getting a skill right off the bat is practically the Falna saying you got what it takes. Maybe. Hey. Emma repeated with a wry smile. Well, it could be something like my Crozo blood or Lily's Artel assist, right? Those are more for supporting roles than for a regular adventurer. I can't say anything for certain if you don't even know what it does. I haven't really had the opportunity to figure out how it works though. There's no trigger or anything listed in the status, but the description didn't sound like it was a passive effect. One of those. A pain in the ass to figure out, but once you do, they're pretty flexible in the ways you can use them. Well, the best way to figure it out is in the dungeon, so we'll have to wait on it, Belle said. I suppose so, Emma agreed with a nod. Anyway, let's decide where to head next, Welf said as he looked around. I wonder if anyone's selling any books on foreign legends. Belle said as they followed after Welf. Would you even be able to read it? Emma asked. It might not be in Koine after all. Maybe I could ask the goddess to translate it. It would be rather interesting to see what kind of stories one can find around here, Ryder nodded with a smile. Miss Lancer? Is there something wrong? Lily asked as Lancer was staring off to the side. At Lily's words, everyone stopped to look at Lancer and then toward where she was looking at. Several Amazons were walking around in a group. Although their outfits were as skimpy as one would expect from their culture, their outfits also gave off a rather sensual vibe. It was the difference between an outfit that said that they did not care to be seen and one that wanted people to look at them. They don't seem to be Kali Familia Amazons, Ryder noted. From what I got from Gina and Goddess Loki's words were that they were warriors. And I don't think they would be the type to dress in such a way. Gone were the colorful patterns that adorned most Amazons with their tribal wear, and instead were soft silks that were nearly translucent as they blew in the wind. Indeed, Lancer replied with a nod. I believe those would be night workers. At Lancer's words, both Belle and Welf gulped and tried not to stare. Lily thinks, those are Berbera, Lily muttered, looking rather worried. Berbera? Belle asked as Welf let out a noise of recognition. Amazons of the entertainment district, Lily replied with a frown. Ishtar Familia. Belle blinked in surprise as he and Emma shared a glance. Rule 2 of Hestia Familia, do not mention Ishtar in front of Castor. But why do you call them Berbera? Emma asked. Because those night workers, as Miss Lancer puts it, are also warriors and adventurers in their own right, Lily explained. Most of them are level 2 or 3, but Lily has heard that plenty are also level 4, with their captain being level 5. As expected of Amazons, I suppose, Welf muttered. Think little Gina will end up leveling soon as well. Her status are pretty decent, I think, Belle muttered. I wouldn't be surprised if she did, if Castor makes all of us do something crazy again. I really hope that doesn't happen anytime soon. Emma muttered before glancing toward Belle. On the other hand, what you're going to be doing is already crazy, isn't it? Belle gave her a wry smile, but neither Ryder nor Lancer look happy to see the Berbera in town. Ishtar Amazons showing up en masse at the same time as Kali Amazons arrive in town. Ryder muttered. Can one really simply pass it off as a coincidence? Indeed, Lancer nodded as she turned toward the others. Everyone, perhaps we should head somewhere else. Well, considering we probably won't find anything else with this high quality, I don't mind, Welf said. But do you have a place in mind? I have an idea, Ryder replied with a rather mischievous smile. XXXXX. To Belle's surprise, Ryder had led them out of the port and back to the inlet where they played the other day. Are we going swimming again? Welf asked. 'Cause I kinda left my trunks back at the inn. Nothing like that, Ryder said as she tugged on a nearby branch with an inquisitive hum before quickly drawing her sword and slicing it off. We're going to do a little training for Emma. Hi. Emma let out a noise showing that she had no idea what Ryder was talking about. Your skill, dear. Your skill. We're going to practice a bit until we find out how you trigger it. Oh, so that's why we bought all these snack foods on the way here, Welf said as he looked down at the bags he, Belle and Lily were holding. We're gonna watch Emmy get smacked around for a bit I guess. Wait a minute, Emma said trying to back away from the smiling rider, only to back into Lancer who placed her hands on Emma's shoulders to keep her from running. Should we save the training until at least after the vacation? Or at least until after tonight? But it's not like you're going to go along with them, right? Ryder asked as Belle and the others sat down on some logs, food in hand, and ready to watch. Don't worry, I won't be hitting you that hard. Just hard enough that you don't want to be hit a second time. That's plenty hard already. Emma said as she tried to wriggle out of Lancer's grip. Lancer. Please say something. Please wait one moment, Ryder, Miss Flores. Lancer said as she pushed Emma to the center of the inlet before drawing several runes in the sand with her foot. A moment later, the sand suddenly hardened and smoothed itself out, causing a small arena to rise up in the sand, causing Welf and Emma's eyes to boggle and for the former to choke on his snack a bit. Cough cough. That's the same kind of magic as Saber's isn't it? Welf asked as Belle rubbed his back. I would expect so, Lancer replied with a nod and a smile. After all, I was the one who taught it to him. Would you like to learn as well, Mr. Krauzo? Welf held a hand to his chin, looking as though he was seriously considering the offer. Let me get back to you on that, Welf said as Lancer nodded in understanding. I don't want to say yes unless I'm 100% sure that I'm committed. I understand. Please speak to either my husband or myself once you make your decision. There are also plans to teach Miss Flores and Miss Gwen as well. But for now we are going to try and trigger your skill, Emma, Ryder said, one arm around Emma's shoulder to keep her from fleeing. So prepare yourself, Emma. Please give me a break. The girl cried as she was dragged up onto the ring. Good luck, Miss Emma. Lily called out. Lily will save Miss Emma a potato puff for when she's done. Aw geez. I don't care anymore. XXXXX. Back in town, Hestia led the girls plus Saber and Archer down the main road, stopping at almost every concession stall on the way to buy some of the local food for herself and her precious children. Is this trip going to solely consist of us sampling the town's specialties, Goddess Hestia? Saber asked as he held up a skewer of breaded fried shrimp. Of course. Hestia replied without any shame. The inn food was pretty high class but you just can't beat street food when on a vacation. Will you be able to eat dinner when we get back if you fill up on these snacks? Archer asked. Archer, it's because you act like that Miss Supporter calls you mama all the time, you know. Her second child let out a grunt at that remark. I think I prefer this over the inn food to be honest, Primo admitted as she nibbled on the fried onion ring skewer. I think it was good but I spent so much time thinking of how expensive it must have been that I don't know if I really enjoyed it. I completely understand. Gina nodded earnestly. I was the same way when I first joined Hermes Familia. Asfi's tastes were much more high class than I was used to. As expected of a former princess I suppose. Well, I think I got used to it pretty quickly though. What about you Jack? Assassin stopped taking big bites out of the fish in her hands and swallowed before answering Primo. We just like being able to eat as much as we want. Assassin replied with a smile. But we don't really like the big pretty rooms. Well, it's that person's tastes after all, Archer noted with a wry smile. It's as much his vacation as everyone else's so of course he'd pick the most expensive option available. Of course, huh? Hestia repeated. I always played around with the idea of what I would do if I suddenly came into a boatload of money but now that I have, I feel like it's scary spending so much at once. We have already spent quite a bit on just the street food, Goddess Hestia, Saber pointed out. I don't mean spending little bits at a time that it amounts into a grand total or something like that. I mean casually dropping several million valis in a single transaction like it's money to buy candy. I wonder what kind of candy the captain would buy in the first place. Gina asked, falling into the tangent. Maybe he's the kind that would buy as much candy as he possibly could rather than buy a little bit of high-class candy. Primo suggested. Having a lot of good candy is better than having a little bit of great candy. Assassin said with a smile. Should we ask him? Gina wondered. Do not, under any circumstance, accept any candy he offers you, Archer said quickly. I'm sorry I brought it up, Hestia mumbled as she rubbed her forehead. Anyway, let's move on to the next place. As they walked a bit further, Hestia noticed Primo tapping Gina on the shoulder. Hey Gina, you've been an adventurer for a long time, right? Primo asked. Well, only a little over a year, but longer than everyone else in our familia, I suppose, Gina replied with a nod. Then, do you know why some people don't join familias? Normal people can't fight monsters without it, right? That's because if you join a familia you have to listen to what your god tells you to do, you know. Gina explained. Not every god is as nice as Lady Hestia after all. Some will make you do bad things or things that you don't want to do and you can't really go against them. Oh, like how that other goddess made everyone wear swimsuits even though they didn't want to. Assassin asked, referring to Loki and her familia from the other day. Yep. And if you don't listen to your god, you'll be hated by the rest of your familia and bad things will come from it. Well, unless the majority of your familia don't like your god more, but then that wouldn't be much of familia in the first place. Most people can't help but do what a god asks them to do after all. Oh, does that mean we should prepare for war with Loki familia, goddess Hestia? Saber joked. It wouldn't be that difficult, Archer joined in with a smirk. I can snipe Loki while she's in town, then the rest of her familia will lose their status, right? Don't even joke about things like that. Hestia said quickly. I might not like Loki, but her kids are one of the main reasons that Orario isn't a complete lawless zone. With so many gods and mortals looking to get rich quick, we need them to maintain order. Oh, but didn't you want to be the next big player? We're just following your wishes, right? Don't use my words against me, Shiro. As the goddess started punching Archer, who was holding out his hands to block her hands, Gina leaned in closer to Saber. Hey Saber, Gina began. Is there really nothing we can do to cure Lancer's curse? Saber seemed rather surprised at the change of topic but shook his head nonetheless. Unfortunately, I do not believe it would be possible by any conventional means, Saber replied. Her curse is a part of her very being and identity. Just like how being an Amazon is part of yours, Brynhildr, Lancer's attempts on my life are part of hers. That's not fair. Love stories are supposed to have happy endings. No one wants to read one that ends in tragedy. No, I think most love stories tend to end horribly for all involved, Hestia spoke up. It's the drama part of a love drama after all. You're not helping, Lady Hestia. Gina shouted with a pout. It is all right, Gina Gwen, Saber said as he crouched down to get on eye level with Gina and placed a hand on her head. I thank you for your concern, but Lancer and my love story is not over just yet. We managed to get a sudden sequel after all. Geez, how can you say such things with a straight face all the time? Gina asked with a giggle as she turned away from Saber. I have had plenty of practice. I just remembered something, Archer said as he pounded his palm. According to some of the girls in Loki familia, a mid-Tizanare of Dion sect familia has a spell that can remove curses. I don't know if it'll help considering the true nature of it, but... Dion sect, huh? Hestia mumbled with a rather displeased look. That old fart's potions are the real deal, but he overcharges like hell. Maika's stuff is way more affordable and just as good, if not better. That said, I don't know if a spell would be enough to stop something like what Lancer has. I really don't want to see how much that guy's gonna charge us if it works though. We will consider it, but I do not hold much hope in that regard, Saber replied with a bitter smile. I heard that curses will go away if you destroy the source, Gina suggested. Would that work? Unfortunately not, but let us not dwell on this. This is a vacation, is it not? This is a problem between Lancer and myself. I do not wish to burden anyone else with this. Is that what it means to be an adult? Primo asked, looking down with her feet. To keep things to yourself and not ask for help from anyone. Primo. Assassin called out her name as she leaned forward to try and look at her face, but the elf turned her head away in response. No. That's what it means to be a hero. It wasn't Saber who answered but Archer. To take on not just one's own burdens, but the entire world's upon their own shoulders and continue to strive forth without fail. That is a hero. Primo looked up at her senior, but the man was staring off to the side. Hero. Pillars of hope for the children of the lower world. They had to be strong, steadfast, and above all else, inspiring even in the face of certain death. Hestia had forgotten about it due to the sight of Archer and Rider in matching frilly aprons, Saber and Lancer flirting with each other every waking moment, Castor acting like a tsundere parent, an assassin clinging onto her and Belle like a baby, but half of her children were not just merely spirits. They were heroic spirits. Manifestations of legends that gave people hope in the era of darkness, and an enigmatic existence completely unknown to her. But, what's the point? Primo asked, hands clutching onto the front of her dress. What's the point of being in the same family, the same familia if I can't do anything to help you? Hestia was sure Primo already knew the answer. What exactly was a 10-year-old elf girl going to do to help an ageless spirit who has yet to solve a problem plaguing them for who knows how long? But Saber simply smiled and reached out and affectionately placed his hand on the girl's head. I'm grateful for your concern, Primo, Saber said. If I have something I need your help on, I will ask. I promise you. You better. Primo sniffed. Hestia smiled at the sight. Just because a hero was what they were doesn't mean they can't change into something else upon interacting with the mortal races. After all, the gods themselves, once considered to be stagnant and eternal, have changed tremendously due to their lives in the lower world, Hestia included. XXXXX. Emma's blades once again bounced off Ryder's shield and Emma herself was bounced back by a powerful push from the woman, sending her flying off and landing flat on her butt. Again. It was painful and just a little bit annoying how she couldn't get past Ryder's defense, but Emma didn't complain. Although she had been less than enthusiastic about the impromptu skill training session, she knew that the sooner they figured out how to activate it, the better she would perform in the dungeon. And the less Belle would have to worry about her. Perhaps this isn't going anywhere. Ryder asked as she tilted her head to the side. It did not activate while attacking, while being attacked, or while being injured, Lancer reported. Successive strikes, and successive damage taken also does not trigger it. Frustration and anger do not either. I am not mad. Emma denied quickly as she stood back up while rubbing her back. Active skills are always a pain to figure out after all, Lily muttered as she looked over toward the horizon. Especially when they don't tell you how to activate it. Lily was lucky in that regard. Hey Emmy! Welf called out. If you don't hurry, all the snacks are going to be gone. Don't you guys dare eat them all without me. Wait, isn't this bullying? Aren't I just being bullied right now? Becoming flustered and impatient doesn't seem to work either, Lancer noted as Belle let out a rather dry maugh. Maybe just one more bout before we head back. Belle suggested as Emma brushed sand off her clothes. It's getting late after all. Gee, got it. Emma nodded. Using one's emotions. Attacking in a certain way. Defending in a certain way. Calling out its name. Ina had explained that most active skills could be triggered using those conditions, and yet nothing seemed to be working. As Emma prepared herself for another bout, the words of her goddess echoed in her mind. Think about what motivates you and maybe that will activate it. It was just like the goddess to give vague and unhelpful advice and tell Emma to have fun as she tried to figure it out herself. Well, she definitely wasn't having fun right now, that's for sure. But, what exactly is it that motivates me? Her long-term goal wasn't something grand like Belle's. It was merely to be reunited with her sister, Sophia. To that end, she wanted to use Hestia Familia and in return be of use to them as well. And to do that, her eyes fell on the younger boy who was cheering her on from behind Ryder. The boy who had dreams of being a hero. Ones that were so strong that he could actively call them to his side and learn from them. So where did that put her? What did she want to do? How did she want to grow? The answer came to her as she flipped the sword in her left hand over into a reverse grip. I want to catch up and stand beside him too. Oh! Ryder let out a gasp of surprise as she raised her shield up. I don't want to make him worry. I'm not a little kid that has to be protected by my older sister anymore, and definitely not someone that can only make people younger than me worry. She felt something burning against her back where the goddess Hestia's grace had been inscribed onto her back. Her body felt lighter, like there was a surge of energy flowing through her. No, something was really flowing through her body. Bright pink lights were slowly rising up from her body. This has to be it. Her skill must have finally activated. With her newfound power, she lunged forward towards Ryder. To her great surprise, and Ryder's as well judging from her face, Emma found herself right in front of the woman within a blink of the eyes, only for the woman to step to the side, and for Emma to be unable to stop herself. Kai-a-a-a-a-a. Imaga. Unprepared for her newfound speed, Emma flew right out of the ring and crashed right into Belle, sending both of them flying back before crashing into the sand. Lancer, Welf, and Lily were immediately at their side and quickly pulled the two of them apart. "You two okay?" Welf asked. "Probably not, huh? You kinda knocked your skulls together there." "I think I'm okay," Emma replied as she rubbed her forehead only to wince as she felt a bump there. "Ah, ouchie! That hurt." Belle groaned as he rubbed his own forehead. "I didn't think someone crashing into me would actually hurt." "Then it is likely Miss Flores's skill increases both her strength and speed to rather uncontrollable degrees," Lancer said as she knelt down in front of Emma to examine her forehead, causing the girl to wince. "But at the very least we know that it can be activated and that it will be useful for when you are in the dungeon." "I'm so sorry, Emma." Belle. Ryder apologized as she ran up to them with her hands clapped together. "I probably shouldn't have dodged like that and caught you instead." "It's fine, Ryder," Belle replied as Lily held out a potion for Emma. "I should have been fast enough to dodge that too, but I was too surprised. Saber's going to be disappointed in me, haha, ha." As Belle tried to take a step, he suddenly fell down to his knees. "Belle!" Lily called out, turning away from Emma just as the girl went limp in Lancer's hands. "Miss Emma! Is this a side effect of the skill?" Lancer muttered as she picked up Emma in her arms. "Let's worry about it later," Welf said as Lily helped put Belle on his back. "For now, let's get back to the inn." "Agreed," Lancer nodded before turning to Ryder and holding Emma out to her. "Ryder, if you'll please." "No problem," Ryder nodded as she took the girl into her own arms. Lancer then walked over toward Welf, hand outstretched. "One moment, Mr. Krauzo." "Why yet?" "What?" Welf asked, stopping just before breaking out into a full sprint. "This will help you get back faster," Lancer replied as she held out a single finger and swiped it across his chest. Immediately, several runes lit up in the space above his clothes before sinking into his clothes. Yikes! Hot! And, whoa! A soft light began to emit from Welf's body as he let out a gasp of awe. "There, you should be able to keep up with us now," Lancer said as she picked Lily up. "Let us make haste." "Right." With that, the three of them and their passengers made a beeline back for the inn. And yet, even as Emma felt her body sway listlessly in Ryder's arms, pure joy was filling her body. Her skill worked properly. Even if it felt like it drained all the energy out of her body, she still had a proper skill. It'll probably take more training until she could use it properly though. XXXXX. When they arrived, they found the rest of Hestia Familia already back, staring at them as Welf threw the door open. "Belle! Emma!" Hestia shouted as she quickly stood up and ran over. "What happened?" "We tried to get Emma's skill to work," Ryder replied as Castor sat up from his reclining position. "Well, tried implies that we failed, so I guess that's not really accurate." "Then how did it end up like this?" Hestia demanded as they set Belle and Emma down on the Far Eastern-style beds. "It is merely fatigue, Goddess Hestia," Lancer replied. When Emma's skill activated, her speed jumped up to a level beyond her control and she ended up crashing into Belle outside of the training area. Although they were more or less fine aside from the bump on their head, the two of them suddenly collapsed. "Something happened with the skill then," Hestia mumbled before looking toward Emma. "Emma, can you get on your stomach and show me your back?" "Boys, turn around." At her order, Welf, Archer, Saber, and Castor turned their backs toward Hestia and Emma as flipped onto her stomach and allowed Hestia to pull her shirt up. Lily also sat down between Belle's head and Emma to keep the boy from seeing anything but Lily's back. You, this is a bit embarrassing," the girl complained. "Sorry, but just bear with it for now," Hestia said as she looked around. "Does anyone have a needle or a knife?" "Here," Welf said, reaching into his pocket and tossing something in her direction. Snatching it out of the air, Hestia saw that it was a sewing kit. "You carry that around with you?" Gina asked in surprise. "Hey, you never know if your coat needs a quick patch job," Welf said, patting his shirt. Hestia simply smiled as she pricked her finger with the needle and allowed her blood to drop down onto Emma's back, unlocking the Falna with a faint light. Let's see, let's see. Hestia said as she scanned the hieroglyphics for Emma's skill section. Here we go, oh and Welf. Should I leave? Welf asked quickly without turning around. No, it's fine. Emma replied. You'll probably just worry if you don't hear what's happening with this skill. Well, I won't deny that, but if you're okay with it, Emma, then I won't say anything else, Hestia said. What about you, Castor? I have no objections as well, Castor replied with a nod. Right, so Emma's skills effect says that it causes a rhapsodia among those with the same Falna for a short time. Rhapsodia? Archer repeated. Like a song. Lily didn't hear anything like a song or anything, Lily replied. Just Miss Emma glowing, kind of like how Bell does when he activates his skill. Except pink instead of white. Hestia let out a low hum as she relocked Emma's Falna and pulled down Emma's shirt, allowing the boys to turn back around. Belle, how are you feeling? A bit drained, but it's getting better, Belle replied, and Emma nodded her head in agreement. Emma getting drained after using her skill isn't anything weird, but it's strange for Belle to also be tired, Hestia muttered. Rhapsodia, a collection, I got it. Then by all means, share your wisdom, Castor urged her. I mean, I probably won't know for sure unless I see it happen in front of me, but from the sound of things, when Emma activated her skill, she took on Belle's status, or at the very least a bit of his parameters. That's why she suddenly moved so fast. Because she went from newbie to high-class agility in a blink of an eye. As a result of that, Belle, being the one who had their status borrowed, felt tired since a part of his grace was gone, and Emma becomes tired because she was running with two different status overlapping each other. And the fact that Belle lost his high magic parameter for the servant's upkeep for a moment. Silence hung in the room after Hestia's declaration as everyone just stared at the goddess, with Belle even sitting up to get a better look. That is, potentially amazing, is it not? Saber asked. That's crazy. Gina shouted, slamming her hands on the mat excitedly. I never heard of such a skill. Wait, does this mean if Emma had joined Freya Familia she would have been able to copy Otterl's status? We would have potentially 2 level 7s running around Orario. If I can barely move after taking on Belle's status, I don't want to know what will happen if I took on the status of someone like that. Emma muttered with a dry laugh. Off to the side, Castor was leveling a glare at Archer, who glared back with a look saying, don't blame this on me. Hey, Emma. Assassin spoke up as she crawled over toward Emma's head. Do you think you can copy more than one person at a time? That actually scares me more than copying a level 7, Emma replied, voice barely above a whisper. And to be honest, it scared Hestia too. Like this, once the drawbacks were minimized from familiarity or from further training, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that Emma would become the literal embodiment of Hestia Familia. If Emma was someday able to collect all of Hestia's children's status into her own container and use them as her own, forget Belle's amazing growth, Emma might overshoot that by a mile. Even that small impromptu training session burst made Emma's agility grow by a full 50 points, and her defense by 10, but that wasn't as important. I suppose the next test would be to see if she could copy magic and skills as well, Archer spoke up. Maybe we should have Emma take on Lily's status. Oh right. Lily nodded. Lily has both magic and a few skills. It should be easy to check how much of the Falna Miss Emma borrows. Even so, we will have to put it off for another time in a more controlled environment, Castor said as Ryder clapped her hands together in apology again. For now, the ones that will be out tonight should rest properly. Archer, Saber, and Lancer nodded in unison before Archer turned toward Belle. You sure you still want to come with us? The man asked. Of course. Belle replied. I want to help as well. I'm not asking if you wanted to help or not, Belle, Archer said with a shake of his head. I'm asking if you are sure you want to come along. We aren't going to be fighting dungeon monsters. We're going to be fighting other people. I'm asking if you are prepared for that. It was as though the temperature dropped down several degrees at Archer's words. Their target this time were not mindless beasts but people who actively chose to commit crimes and were doing so under orders of their god. As Belle fell silent to Archer's question, Hestia turned toward Castor. Hey Castor, the goddess began. We're sure that this Fell's person is telling the truth, right? My method for detecting falsehoods is different from the gods, but there were none that arose from their mouth, Castor replied. Our enemy is currently the same one as the one the boy fought on the 18th floor. There will be no problems in removing the nuisances with the blessing of the guild. No, that's not what I mean. Hestia knew she was overprotective, but she didn't want to put Belle in a position that could have him killing other people or seeing them killed by his beloved heroes. I'm fine. But of course, the boy in front of her could not remain a child forever. I'm not someone who can weigh the differences between the lives of an innocent person and that of a criminal when I haven't met either of them, Belle said. All I know is that I want to save that person. Archer's eyes remained on Belle for a short while before he turned his head to the side and let out a sigh. Really now, who exactly are you taking after? Archer wondered as Belle let out a smile. Watching the scene before her, Hestia found a smile on her face as well. XXXXX. As night fell over the port, 4 figures were moving silently across the rooftops, their footsteps not even clanking against the wood and stone rooftops despite their heavily armored forms with full-face helmets bearing the visage of various birds of prey. Keeping up all right? The one in red with the visage of a hawk asked as he looked over his shoulder toward the smallest form in the rear. Why yes. The smallest one in black with the visage of an owl replied with a nod. I think we can go a bit faster too. Although it would seem that they were speaking to each other normally, an outside viewer would not have heard any of the words exchanged between the two. Still, this is really amazing, the owl muttered as he looked at his arms and at his companions. I can't believe runes can do something like this. Please keep in mind that there is a limit to everything, Master, the one leading the charge, clad in black with the visage of an eagle, cautioned. Though the runes will protect you should you be struck by weapons, it will still hurt. If things go well, that situation should not arise in the first place, the figure in white with the visage of a falcon pointed out. During their preparations, Saber proposed the use of disguises so that the chances of their actions being traced back to Hestia Familia could be minimized. Thus through the use of runes, both Saber and Lancer created these false armors to hide their faces while also using them as some minimal protection for Belle who had yet to get a new set of armor from Welf. Of course, it wasn't something Belle should overly rely on in any case. His strengths relied on not getting hit in the first place after all. The 4 of them did not stop until they made their way toward the warehouses lining the edge of the lake. As it was rather late at night, only a few guards were around and only about 2 pairs of them were patrolling inside the complex itself. The guards are rather sparse, Archer noted. Is this how it usually is or is it just for tonight only? We should not make any assumptions just yet, Saber suggested and Archer nodded in agreement. Do you see our target? Yeah. Smack dab in the middle of all these buildings. Supposedly, the building had been marked with a star by Fells beforehand. Although the mysterious figure had been able to get close and find the criminals undetected, they did not feel confident about their ability to escape while protecting the hostage. Though the mark was small and the clouds were blocking both the light from the moon and the stars, Archer's eyes could see it even at such a distance. This Fells person worries me, Lancer muttered. Were it not for Castor and Gina's words, I would not be sure about taking on this quest to begin with. They did claim that their strengths lie in research, Saber pointed out. Perhaps they created some magic tools to keep themselves hidden. Wouldn't mind getting my hands on some of those after we finish this quest, Archer muttered as he scanned the area. The guards' patrols don't seem to hang around our target warehouse for very long. Either they've been bribed or they've been told to ignore it. Wait, but isn't this area owned by the guild? Belle asked quickly. Does that mean the branch here is working with Evilus? We can't be sure of that, Lancer replied. It might only be the guards acting on their own. Let us worry about that later, Saber said. Although it would explain why Fells chose to contact our Familia for help. Aside from our battle with the floor boss, we are still relatively unknown after all. If a larger Familia like Loki Familia were to move, the guild branch would be put on guard and if they were aligned with Evilus, they would misdirect them as much as possible. With another round of nods, the 4 of them silently made their way closer to their target before Archer held up his hand to signal them to stop. There really are no guards outside this place. Archer muttered. Now I'm the one starting to get worried. Fortunately we have a foolproof way of scouting before we strike, Saber said as he turned toward Belle and Lancer. As planned we shall strike first. Please keep watch. Yes, be careful, Belle nodded as the other 2 dematerialized and faded away from the world. You have nothing to worry about, Master, Lancer said with a quick nod of her head. The only one who would be able to kill that person would be me. I really wish that wasn't the case though, Belle sighed. Silence settled between the two of them for a few minutes until Archer reappeared by their side. It's done, he said. Were they actually human traffickers? Belle asked. From what we overheard of their conversations, yeah, Archer replied with a nod. They've been neutralized. Belle flinched at the word neutralized, but he didn't say anything as they hopped to the target warehouse, which Belle noted had been marked by a star on one of the tilings, causing Belle to gape in awe at Archer's ability to spot such a thing. Lancer traced a rune on the roof and the tiles burned away, creating a hole big enough for Belle to slip through, while the other two dematerialized and reappeared at the ground floor where Saber was examining the bare back of a body. How is it? Archer asked. No good, came the reply as Saber shook his head. I cannot remove the lock of the Falna. It is sealed by the blood of a god after all. Were you trying to find out which familia they belong to? Belle asked, and Saber nodded his head. Yes. But a lock sealed by the blood of a god can only be undone by the blood of a god, and I doubt our goddess will be pleased with us if we skinned the man's back to take back with us. I wouldn't be pleased with that, Belle pointed out as Saber chuckled and stood up. We must hurry, Lancer said as she looked around. Lady Hestia said that the gods are connected to the children who received their grace. If these people were acting on orders of their god, then they would no doubt know of their deaths. But, where do we start? Belle asked as he also glanced around. There were crates stacked all the way to the roof. It would take too much time to open up and check each one. We have to start somewhere, Archer said. And calling out that we're here to rescue them probably won't work. Leave that to me, Lancer said as she traced a rune in the air, creating a small light. The light hovered in front of them for a moment before it floated off, prompting Belle and the others to follow it. NGH. Lancer let out a grunt of disgust as she stopped right in front of a large metal crate that had been pushed off to the side with several tiny holes that no doubt acted as air holes. However, there was currently a foul stench coming from inside it, as if whoever was inside it was forced to stew in their own filth without any care by their captors. Carefully, Lancer raised a hand and tapped the side of the crate. To Belle's horror and relief, a weak knocking sounded back. And then... Help! A voice called out. The voice was rather weak and high-pitched. A child or a woman perhaps. Please, help me. How cruel, Lancer said as she placed a hand on the crate only to stiffen and freeze. What's wrong? Saber asked quickly. I do not know, Lancer replied as she stepped away from the crate. I feel apprehensive all of a sudden. As if I do not wish to see the inside of this crate. Although Belle couldn't see it, he could tell Saber was frowning behind his helmet as he drew a rune over the lock, causing it to melt, and then placed his hand on the lid. I see, he suddenly said. I understand what you mean, my love. It feels as though my instincts are screaming at me to step away. Curious, Belle placed his own hand on the crate. Immediately he was overwhelmed with the desire to avoid looking into the crate and leave as soon as possible. Like if he were to look inside, his entire world would turn upside down and everything he knew would come into question. But even so, he couldn't let whoever it was inside suffer like this. Bringing out his will, Belle forced open the lid, and felt his breath hitch as he stepped back, eyes wide in horror. Inside the box, shivering in a corner and staring back up at him caked in a layer of refuse and blood, wasn't a human like he had first thought. Nor were they an elf, a dwarf, an animal person or an Amazon. The one in the crate was not one of the races of humanity. It was a harpy. A monster found in the dungeon. Looking just like a woman from the waist up, to the point that it even had breasts, the harpy instead had large wings the size of shields forming at their forearms. Everything from the waist down was covered in red feathers caked in a layer of filth. While normal harpies had hideously wrinkled old faces like witches from fairy tales meant to scare children, the one in front of them looked closer to that of a young woman that one would find walking down the street, filth notwithstanding. The harpy stared fearfully at them for a moment before the faintest signs of hope appeared in its eyes as it stretched one wing forward. Help, please! It begged. Belle felt that all three of his servants were as speechless as he was. Trapped and captured by those criminals from earlier, the monster was now speaking to them, begging them for help, and it was only now that Belle remembered what that fell's person had said to Castor. Males and females of all races are targeted and moved beyond our reach. They had been referring to monsters, intelligent monsters that could speak to people. Please. The harpy begged once more before its wing fell limp. Before Belle could fully comprehend what he was doing, he reached out and grabbed her body before she could fall. Don't worry. He found himself saying even though the harpy wouldn't be able to hear him. It's going to be all right. It was slight, but Belle could swear that a little light returned into her eyes. Whatever happened, no matter how much trouble his act of selfishness would bring him and the others in the future, he wanted to believe in his own path. Chapter 29, Attack of the Amazons. I have no idea what's what anymore, Archer sighed while leaning against a wall. After they regained their senses and Belle carefully picked the harpy up in his arms, the four of them made their escape from the warehouse. There was no way they could bring the harpy back to the inn, so they put as much distance between them and the warehouses as possible after removing a rather large metal plate that had been inserted into the harpy's back until they reached an old factory that appeared to have been abandoned judging from the scattered machine parts scattered about with the trash and pieces of scrap iron. It must have been used to build ships once upon a time. It is, no, she is very weak, Lancer said as she examined a potion in her hands while Belle rested the harpy against the cleanest wall he could find. The wounds are rather old and may be infected from the filth. She is also rather emaciated, would giving her a potion in such a state worsen her condition? Thankfully all of the filth had been removed due to Lancer's runes, so they wouldn't be found out by the smell in any case. I don't know, Belle admitted. I only know that you have to reset bones before administrating a potion since it could heal improperly if you don't. I don't know anything about what might happen if you give a potion to a starving heir. He was about to say person, but he wasn't even sure potions worked on monsters in the first place. Lancer nodded her head as she gripped the harpy's wing. The harpy seemed to realize what she was going to do as she clenched her eyes shut. One rather awful sound later, the bones were reset properly as tears seeped out of her eyes. We are rather far from a pantry though, Saber noted. Then again, if that was all monsters ate, we wouldn't have any on the surface. Sharp teeth, Lancer noted as she gently tapped the harpy's jaw, making it open her mouth to allow Lancer to slowly feed her the potion. Carnivorous then. Like most monsters. Sorry, but Castor is the one holding on to all of our meat, Archer joked as he shrugged his shoulders. And I didn't think to bring anything with me. Saber let out a rather dry laugh before turning toward Belle. Your orders, Master. We were never really told what we should do once we finished with the rescue, did we? Belle asked and the others nodded their heads. I suppose we all assumed that our captive would have been human, Archer sighed. If that were the case, we could have just brought them back with us into the inn. We're just going to have to wait until that Fels person contacts us. Thank you. The harpy suddenly said as Lancer wiped off her mouth, causing the woman's hand to jerk in surprise before she gently patted the harpy's shoulder. It is way too late for this. Archer sighed as he placed a hand to his forehead. Agreed, Saber replied with a nod. Then I guess we're resting here for the night. Belle said before turning to Lancer. Lancer, can you head back and report to everyone? Belle felt that it wasn't a good idea to leave Saber and Lancer together just in case Lancer lost herself again. Belle himself wasn't confident in making it back alone without being spotted and also wasn't confident in protecting the harpy if Lancer and Saber were to have another spat. Understood, Lancer replied, giving the harpy a soft pat on the shoulder before turning on her heel and vanishing, causing the harpy to stare at the spot where she disappeared with wide eyes. You get some rest as well, Belle, Archer said as a blanket materialized in his hands and he tossed it over to Belle. Saber and I don't need sleep, so we can afford to keep watch without any problems. Got it, Belle replied as Archer created another blanket for the harpy. Archer then jumped up, toward the ceiling, only to disappear just before hitting the roof, no doubt to take watch up top for the night, while Saber walked over to a spot where he could keep an eye on the entrance, Belle and the harpy, and simply waited there like a statue. Belle glanced over at the harpy just in time to see her turn toward him in confusion as well. He could only shrug his shoulders in response as he pulled the blanket over himself. It was probably going to be a long night. XXXXX. What? Hestia wasn't sure who exactly said that. It could have been anyone really, even herself. After all, that was the only reaction one could have when Lancer returned, saying that the target they went to rescue was an intelligent monster that could speak. Yes, that is what happened, Lancer said, kneeling on one knee as she gave her report. Not only that but she also thanked me for helping her. Master, Saber, and Archer are watching over her right now as we judged that bringing her back here as was originally planned would not be the best idea. This has got to be some cosmic joke. Welf muttered, rubbing his head. If it is, Lily isn't laughing. Lily agreed with a nod. Lily doesn't suppose everyone could just leave the harpy behind, right? That would indeed be the safest choice, Castor began, propping his head up with his arm on a stool. However, for that god, Auranos, to choose to have placed this mission upon us, means it is most likely that there are more than just this single harpy that is intelligent. Auranos, what the hell have you found in these last 1,000 years? Hestia muttered before glancing toward Gina. Hey Gina, did Hermes ever mention anything like this? Nope, Gina replied with a shake of her head. I'm just as surprised as everyone else. Hey, Mommy Hestia. Hestia suddenly found Assassin right next to her with her hands clinging onto her arm. We're going to help, right? She asked. We're not going to abandon her. Stop. Hestia screamed in her head. Don't look at me with those begging eyes. It's cheating. What should we do, Captain? Primo asked, turning toward Castor, who shook his head. This sounds pretty bad, right? I had no interest in this rescue mission in the first place, Castor reminded them. The one who decides what to do with that harpy is the goddess Hestia. Me? Hestia asked, looking surprised at suddenly being the one to make the big decisions. Who else but you? You are the one who approved of the boy's decision to rescue the harpy in the first place, and it is your duty to decide how the familia should proceed as its goddess. Ngh, grr. Hestia could not respond to that, but she wasn't sure what to do. Hey! Welf began, drawing everyone's attention. I know I'm an outsider to all of this, but I was just wondering. Can't you just say that Ryder is a tamer and it's a tamed monster? That's it. Emma said, clapping her hands. If it's a tamed monster, then no one should bat an eye, right? It doesn't work like that, Gina said with a shake of her head. Only Ganesha Familia has permission from the guild to bring monsters into the city, and that's because they host monsterphilia and do research on them as well. But if Fells really is from the guild, then they should be able to give us permission, right? That's... It would seem that Emma was on the side to help the harpy. From Hestia's point of view, the ones who want to help the harpy were Belle, Lancer, Emma and Assassin. The ones who were against helping for one reason or another were Castor, Lily and Primo. The others weren't leaning toward any direction in particular and seemed to still be reeling from the implications of a monster that could speak. You're sure it's intelligent? Hestia asked Lancer. It's not some trick, right? Yes, Lancer answered with a nod. She was begging for help. Injured, lost, trapped, she had no choice but to hope and seek help from us. Hestia looked up toward the ceiling and took a deep breath to try and calm herself and get her thoughts in order. I'm going to say what I think now, Hestia said as everyone aside from Castor seemed to sit up a bit straighter. Without seeing the harpy for myself, I don't think I can make any final judgments. She then turned toward Lily, Emma, Primo, Gina, and Welf. The true children of the mortal realm. Monsters and you children are enemies, she said simply. That's how it was and how it has been for millennia. However, I and this familia cannot turn away someone asking for help. No matter who, or what they are. Assassin was beaming at her while Lily turned away with a slight blush on her cheeks. We'll help them, she decided with a nod. For the time being anyway. I don't care if this turns out to be some sort of test by Auranos or whatever, but I admit that I'm a little curious about this so-called intelligent monster. However, it'll be your job to make sure that nothing bad gets traced back to us, got it, Lancer? Yes. Lancer replied with a bright smile. I thank you for your magnanimity, Lady Goddess. So, how do we proceed? Ryder asked. Get them out as soon as possible. I know it is urgent, but I would recommend against moving her immediately, Lancer replied. She is still very weak. Should we wait until tomorrow night then? Emma suggested. Maybe bring over some food as well. Do monsters even eat people food? Primo asked. Lily thinks monsters will eat anything that doesn't stink, Lily pointed out. Though monsters will also happily eat people for food too. And not what I had in mind. Well, for now you should rest here for the night, Lancer, Hestia decided. Running around so much must have tired you out. For now, take a break and tomorrow we'll figure out how to get some food over to the others. Yes, I understand, Lancer replied with a nod. We can't all go, right? Gina asked. If the harpies being targeted we shouldn't go with too many people, right? Yes, so we'll just leave it to Lancer to head back to wherever it is you're hiding the harpy with food for the boys, Hestia said. Go out on your own tomorrow to go shopping. The rest of us, well, I suppose it's just more free time then. Would it be strange if most of us stayed inside all day? Emma asked. 'Tis a long vacation, Castor said. A beach trip on the first day and a long shopping trip on the second. No hypothetical watchers would find it amiss if you all were exhausted on the third day. You're okay with this, Gil? Hestia asked. A mindless beast that has grown the mind of a human? Although its nature intrigues me, its fate is no concern of mine. If you wish to protect it then simply demand permission from the guild to house monsters from fells as part of the reward. If this Aranos truly is in control of the guild, such a thing would be simple, would it not? A hum escaped Hestia's lips as she glanced off in the distance. No, she was looking in the direction of Orario. Ganesha, she said suddenly. He's in on this too. Her realization caused the mortal children to stare at her in shock. I have no proof other than a goddess's intuition, which admittedly isn't worth very much to begin with, she continued. But the fact that they work so closely with monsters has been nagging at me that I can't help but think so. Monster philia. Lily suddenly said. The guild works together with Lord Ganesha every year to put on that festival. Lily heard that it used to be a show, but nowadays people have become more or less used to seeing monsters in the city at that time of year, to the point that some are even bored of it. Welf added, realizing what she was implying. You think monsterphilia is a way they're using to make people get used to monsters? Even so, it probably backfired this year with all those monsters breaking out, Gina pointed out. Speaking of which, didn't you and Belle get chased around by a silverback, Lady Hestia? Gah, don't remind me, Hestia grumbled. Should we send a message to Lord Ganesha for help? Ryder asked, but Hestia shook her head. No, I don't want to bet everything on just my hunch, Hestia replied. First off, let's worry about getting it outside the town first. Then we'll worry about whether we release it into the wild or try and smuggle it inside. Would Lily's ring be of any help? Lily asked, pulling out a ring attached to a small chain around her neck. Ring. Emma repeated as Lily slipped the ring onto her finger. Wah! Lily disappeared. Gina shouted. Gina and Emma suddenly looked around in bewilderment while Primo and Welf looked at them like they had lost their minds. She's right there, you two, Welf said, pointing to the still-seated Lily, who had a small smile on her face. Are you still tired from your skill, Miss Flores? Primo asked. It's Lily's treasure, Lily said as she removed the ring, causing Gina and Emma to start in surprise. Anyone without magic can't see Lily when she wears it. It doesn't work against monsters though. Hestia glanced over toward Castor to see if the servant had any reaction to his little toy being treated so preciously by Lily, but the man had simply closed his eyes and kept on a neutral expression. It is a good idea, but the harpy doesn't have any fingers to put a ring on and its talons are too big as well, Lancer replied. But it does give me an idea, oh. Lancer then turned toward Hestia again. Lady Hestia, may I ask for a favor? Go ahead. May I have some of your blood? Hestia found herself leaning back away from Lancer, who blinked and quickly raised her hands up. I do not mean it in a nefarious way. She said quickly. We came across adventurers guarding the harpy and defeated them. If we come across some more, we would need your blood to unlock their Falna and reveal their familia. Oh, like a status thief? Gina asked, prompting confused looks from Emma and Primo. A status thief is an item that unlocks the status of an adventurer without help from their god. It's not exactly legal in Orario though, obviously. I suppose that would be for a good purpose. Hestia agreed. Fine. Come here. For a vacation, this trip sure was one endless source of stress. XXXXX. When Belle woke up, the first thing he thought was that he was amazed at himself for being able to fall asleep with a monster in the same room. Glancing over at the harpy, he found that she was sleeping peacefully in spite of the ordeal she went through. Are you awake, Master? Bell turned at the sound of Saber's voice and found him sitting in the same spot he had been the previous night. There have been no incidents last night, the knight reported. Not from the harpy nor from her captives. Archer is still keeping watch from the rooftop. And an invisible sentry that could see for kilometers and didn't need sleep was an invaluable one indeed. Hey Saber! Bell began. Am I doing the right thing? It is not my place to question my master's decisions, Saber answered dutifully. However, I will say that wanting to save the maiden is what a hero should do. And wanting to help others isn't wrong, Archer added as he fell through the roof and landed on the floor across from Saber. That said, sometimes you have to think of the consequences of saving someone. And I can't even begin to fathom how saving a monster would come back to bite us. Are you mad? Bell asked, feeling a bit worried, but Archer shook his head. No, I just don't know what to make of that harpy. I guess we'll have to wait for Lancer to come back and see what Castor and Lady Hestia want to do. We may be here for a while then, Saber noted. Perhaps we should get to know our charge in the meantime. The three of them turned toward the harpy, who seemed to have woken up and was staring at them with slight trepidation in her eyes. Kinda hard when we can't talk to her, right? Archer asked, tapping his neck. Saber let out a small chuckle as he traced a rune over everyone's necks, removing the enchantment that only sent their voices to each other. With that done, Bell walked over to her and knelt down. Are you feeling all right? He asked. Can you understand me? Yes, the harpy replied with a nod. Who are you? We can't give our names just in case something happens, but would you trust us if we said Fells asked us to help? Bell replied, and the harpy nodded her head, prompting Bell to breathe a sigh of relief. Do you have a name? Archer asked, standing next to Bell. Fia. The harpy replied, shifting slightly at the sight of Archer. Everyone calls me Fia. Then Fia, Fells hasn't told us what to do after rescuing you, but you're from the dungeon, right? Do you want to go back? The dungeon? Fia muttered, looking clearly unhappy about it. Were you not from the dungeon? Saber asked. No, I was, Fia replied. But, I don't want to go back. Bell looked over his shoulder back at the others as Fia continued speaking. I finally made it to the surface. I want to fly in the open air. To feel actual wind underneath my wings. I want to see the giant ball of light go up and down and watch it turn red. You mean the sunset? Bell asked, feeling awkward at someone wanting to see something as mundane as that. But, you've never been up here before now, right? How do you know about such things? I don't know, Fia admitted. But I see strange things in my dreams sometimes. Leto, a friend, says that we probably see into our past lives or something. Past lives? Saber muttered. Reincarnation, is it? In this world, the gods still remaining in Tenkai oversee the souls of the departed and judge their fate. The judging is completely left to the whims of the individual god in question. The life that the soul had lived up until then did not come into account whatsoever, with reincarnation being the most common choice for the soul. If the souls of mortals could reincarnate, did that mean that the soul of monsters did too? You mentioned someone named Leto, Archer said. Are there more of you? More air, monsters that can talk. Yeah. We call ourselves Xenos. I think there are about 20 of us right now. T20. Bell repeated as he fell back onto his butt in shock. It wasn't a lot, but it was still much more than he thought possible. With so many comrades, you do not wish to return to the dungeon? Saber asked. No. Even if there are others, everything else in the dungeon still wants to kill us. I've had enough of wanting to live down there. Bell grimaced underneath his helmet. Even if he wanted to help her, it wasn't as though they could keep her hidden in the Hearthstone Manor. Monsters weren't allowed in Orario without the guild's permission, of which only Ganesha Familia had, and Bell wasn't sure it was something that they could just throw Castor's money at to solve. We could try asking Ganesha Familia to take her in, Archer pointed out. But I'd worry about her mental health if she were to be kept in cages without anyone to talk to like the rest of their tamed monsters. At the mention of cages, Fia quickly shook her head in refusal. There is the choice of simply parting ways once we leave Milan, Saber pointed out. We return to Orario while Miss Fia simply flies off to parts unknown. That said, I do not believe her captors will give her up so easily. A monster that could speak and understand Koine was a near unique existence after all. Even Belle didn't have to think hard of how many people would want to get their hands on her, gods and mortals alike. Deviancy was not something unique to either after all. I don't want to cause you all any more trouble, Fia spoke up, wrapping her wings around her body. You all will get in trouble if I'm seen with you up on the surface, and Fels would want me to return to the dungeon where it is safer than being up here too. So. Her words were interrupted by a knock on the doors to the factory, causing Belle and Fia to jump in for Saber and Archer to wheel around. However, the three Familia members calmed down when they sensed who was there. Saber quickly moved toward the doors and opened them slightly to allow Lancer to squeeze in. I have returned with food, Lancer reported, causing both Belle and Fia's stomachs to growl. As Fia and Belle ate, the latter wearing a hood that Lancer had made to hide his face, Lancer repeated what Hestia and the others decided on last night. So in short, we will continue helping you until we return to Auraria or until we are contacted by Fels, Lancer said as she sat down in front of Fia. If we can get permission to allow you to live with us, you may, otherwise, you are free to do whatever you wish. I don't know what I want. Fia admitted as she nibbled on the fish Lancer held up to her mouth, since the harpy couldn't exactly grab it with her wings or feet, making Belle wonder just how or what she normally ate. Perhaps she ate the sap from a dungeon pantry like other monsters, or one of her friends helped her. All I ever wanted was to be on the surface and fly in the sky. I hadn't thought about what to do once I was there. Certainly if things were different and mortals could learn to distinguish Xenos from monsters, you wouldn't need to worry about such things, Saber muttered with a nod. As it stands though, thousands of years of mutual hatred cannot be wiped clean so easily. I would also admit that I am surprised that you are willing to trust us after how harshly you have been treated by your captors. You killed them and you said you know Fels, Fia pointed out. But, yes, I don't know if I can trust you all, but I do trust Fels, and... She glanced over toward Belle for a second, but when Belle looked back at her she turned her eyes away, prompting a small chuckle from Saber. So the plan is to get Fia outside of Milan, then try and contact the guild god and see what goes on from there? Archer asked. Yes, Lancer replied with a nod. Then can I ask you to continue keeping watch? Belle asked Archer, who nodded his head. Then without using their names, he asked Lancer to help by patrolling the area while dematerialized, leaving Saber and himself to keep watch over Fia. Hey Fia, Belle began as he sat down beside her, helmet back on his head, causing her to stare at him. If we could get permission for you to stay with us, would you? Fia gave a little jerk in response as she looked down at her feet and hugged her body closer. Please don't. She said in a voice quieter than a whisper. Don't. Don't make me hope. Now it was Belle's turn to stare, unsure of what she meant by that. Wasn't this something that she wanted? To be able to live and fly freely on the surface? Or was it because she knew she would have to return to the dungeon that she didn't want to see the life she wanted right in front of her face? Unfortunately for you, it is in the nature of heroes to selfishly bring hope to others, Saber said in his usual stoic nature. It is also in our nature to make them come true. So you best prepare yourself. Fia glanced over at Saber for a moment before pulling her knees up to her chest and burying her face into them, not showing her face to either of them. Belle wished he knew how to handle things like this. How could he become a hero if he couldn't cheer up a single person in front of him? XXXXX. Archer. The man in question looked over his shoulder and down from the smokestack he had been standing on to see Lancer looking up at him. A moment later, she jumped up and landed on the smokestack closest to him. What is it? He asked. I feel as though something might happen in town today, Lancer replied. Yesterday, the streets were filled with Amazons. Today, they were few and far in between. Maybe they already moved on from Milan, Archer suggested without really meaning it. But yet, I've noticed that too. I want to say that they're all behaving themselves, but... Even though he only personally knew 3 Amazons closely, he knew that the 3 of them wouldn't sit still if they could help it. It also might be because of Fia, but I feel like there's this tension rising up within the city, Archer continued, and Lancer nodded her head in agreement. Evilus, Kali Familia. And possibly Ishtar Familia, Lancer said, prompting Archer to stare. We saw what looked to be members of their familia yesterday before we went to test out Miss Flores's skill. That guy is going to blow a gasket if her finds out, Archer muttered. No, he probably already knows. That's probably why he hasn't left the inn. He's probably worried what might happen if he were to meet her or a member of her familia in the street or something. Would he truly lose control like that? Lancer asked. I know of his grievances with the goddess, but let's put it this way. What would happen if you were to meet Grimhild in the middle of the street? The sounding of metal twisting and bending in Lancer's hands was the answer that Archer expected. Yes, I suppose it would be hypocritical of me to criticize Castor in this regard, Lancer nodded as she drew a rune on the smokestack to repair her damage to it. Archer nodded his head in response as he turned his eyes to look back over the city. Is something the matter? I'm not sure. Archer replied. I'm just seeing a lot of familiar faces running around looking worried. In the distance he saw several members of Loki familia being carried away by their fellows, their injuries clearly telling a story of having been in a rather brutal fight. Will you go assist them? Lancer asked. Different familia or not, they are your friends, right? One thing at a time, Archer decided. We have to worry about FIA first. Then I'll worry about Loki familia. I can't put others before the familia. Should we tell Master? Tell him and he'll tell us to help. Lancer gave a soft giggle in response as they returned to their positions. Time slowly ticked by and the sun began to set. The time to move was drawing closer. By now, the others should be heading to the rendezvous point, a spot between Orario and Milan. Castor, Lily, and Hestia would remain behind for the time being and would meet up with them in the morning. Frankly, Archer was surprised that the unknown familia hadn't shown any sign of activity. Even the warehouse where they had pulled FIA from had been left alone. Not even the regular guards went to investigate it. Not that they'd find anything but a rather smelly crate. No corpses or stains had been left behind. Saber and Lancer had been rather thorough about it. Did they simply decide to cut their losses after losing so many of their members without a trace? Granted, if Archer had a base where all the staff and cargo had disappeared without a single trace, he would have suspected that his staff had made off with the cargo rather than an outsider. Then again, a god would immediately know if their child had died, so whichever god was leading the familia would already know that his children were dead and that their cargo was most likely taken. It'd be nice if they just did decide to cut their losses, Archer muttered as the lights in the town began to light up in response to the sun disappearing beyond the horizon. XXXXX. You know, what part of leave us out of it, did you not get, Loki? Hestia asked, sitting cross-legged on the mat while propping her head up with her arm. To her left, Castor was lying on his right side supporting his head like a rather famous statue, and to her right Lily was sitting on attention. Emma, Primo, and Gina had gone off into town with Welf following them as their bodyguard, while Ryder and Assassin had left in the wagon to retrieve the package, leaving only the three of them to entertain the unwanted guests in the form of Loki, Riveria, and Ace. Come on, don't say that, Loki said with a wide smile. Shouldn't we get along for the sake of our kids? Our relationship has merely been one of give and take, Castor pointed out. Neither side owes the other any favors. Archer's trip to the deep floors had been a job which he had already been compensated for. Castor delivering potions and antidotes to the Loki Familia expedition had been repaid by allowing Hestia Familia to make use of their campground in preparation for the boss fight. Even Loki checking in on a lonely Hestia had been repaid by Hestia giving Loki the last of her wine and sharing their food with them during the beach party. Wait, didn't our side actually spend more money in those exchanges? Hestia pointed out. Now, no need to fuss over the little details, Loki said quickly, trying to brush the matter under the rug. Is Archie around? I wanted to borrow his eyes for something. Does it have to do with the missing 1000 elf? Castor asked, prompting the three to turn toward him. Do not act so surprised. One can see quite far when one properly uses their eyes on the proper vantage point. Do you know where they took her? Ace asked, leaning forward toward Castor. Such information holds no worth to me, so I do not mind giving it away freely, Castor said, lazily examining his fingernails. But perhaps the goddess would like to squeeze something out of this deal. Hestia gave Castor a wry smile before shaking her head. No, I don't mind just telling them where their missing child is, Hestia said. Though I expect you guys to help out on the chance one of my kids goes missing too. Yeah, that's fair, Loki said, looking a little relieved that that was all it took. The exact location cannot be described, but she is currently being held to the west, outside of the port town within the caves along the cliffside, Castor replied. There's quite a network of them, but she is being held in an area where the moonlight can reach. So somewhere near the outer wall, Riveria muttered. But how do you know this? As I've said, I've seen her myself. These eyes can see further than even the gods if I so wished, Riverial Joe's Alf. Although, I suppose I should caution any reckless rescue mission. She is being watched at all times by no less than 4 Amazon guards, at least level 4 by my appraisal. It wouldn't take much for one of them to snap her neck should they become pressed. Loki and her Familia members grimaced at the thought. Even if they were to destroy Kali Familia in retaliation, it wouldn't replace Lefia's existence. Are they all waiting there? Loki asked. All of Kali's Amazons, I mean. Information of Kali's war strength would cost you, Goddess Loki, Castor said with a smirk, causing Loki to sigh and scratch her head in thought. Then how about Riveria or Lefia help nurture your little elf cutie? Loki offered, causing Riveria to blink in surprise. You said during the beach barbecue that you were looking for a teacher for her, right? I'm not converting her, Hestia said immediately. Nah, no need to go that far. Maybe a lesson once or twice a week. That would help Lefia's studies too, right? Loki turned to her vice-captain who held a hand to her chin in thought. Certainly taking on a student of her own would instill a sense of responsibility in her and reinforce her own studies, Riveria agreed. But is it okay? Considering how busy we are with our investigation. Well, let's consider it a vacation for Lefia, Loki said with a shrug. Besides, once or twice a week wouldn't hamper us much. Not like we were making all that much progress looking for that dash. I'm not listening. Hestia shouted, covering her ears and playing dumb. Fine, Loki sighed, rolling her eyes again. We'll iron out the details later, but is that good enough for ya, Goldie? It will suffice, for now. Castor nodded as he stood up and walked toward the window. Immediately, Loki and Ace followed after him. The goddess Kali's interest in your 2 Amazons are like those of a mother wishing to see the growth of their children that have left the nest and made a life of their own. She expresses this love in the form by having them perform the rites of Telskyra here in Milan. He pointed out to the cliffside. The younger one has headed to those cliffs in the same network of caves that they are holding Thousand Elf. The goddess herself is also present with the younger of her Familia captains and half of her Familia. The rest. He pointed out a ship sailing into the harbor. Are on that ship with the older sister along with the first Familia captain. Fuck, Loki cursed. The ship was being propelled by oars operated by the powerful Telskyran warriors. Even if they were to leave on another ship to give chase, they would never catch up to them in time. Before anyone else could say anything, however, the water around the wharf suddenly exploded. Well now, Castor said with a slight frown. It would appear that more weeds have sprouted up after being culled, as they often do. A clear distraction, if nothing else. 7 Velas have exploded out of the water in the middle and had begun attacking the sailors around the area. And not one I can ignore either. Loki growled as she turned to Ace. Get Narvi and the others and get rid of them. Ace gave Loki a nod before jumping from the balcony toward the commotion while Loki turned to leave. One final message before you leave, Goddess Loki, Castor said, not taking his eyes off the Velas. And a request if you will. What, you wanna help out after all? Loki asked. A king does not weed his own garden, Castor shot down the request for help with a wave of his hand. This information is free of charge. Be aware that there are more than one set of Amazon warriors currently residing in this town. Loki's eyes actually opened at the information. And the request. When you see him, give the god Njord my thanks for his recommendation for a vacation spot. Bah, so you did learn of that place from him too, Loki sighed before nodding her head and leaving with Riveria in tow. You think that one's involved in this mess too? Hestia asked, being careful not to mention the name of a certain goddess. I do not merely believe it to be the case, I would say that one is the perpetrator of this chaos. Does that mean Lord Castor will help Loki Familia after all? Lily asked, finally speaking up. Castor did not respond and instead simply continued to stare out the window and down at the Velas, watching the adventurers of Loki Familia converge on the plant monsters. I have some business to attend to, Castor finally said, procuring a small bottle containing several strange pills. I leave the goddess's safety in your hands, Arde. Why yes. Lily nodded in obedience, finding herself unable to say anything more as Castor seemed to be exuding a strange pressure. It was like a layer of pure rage and hatred simmering underneath a mask of calm that should only ever appear on the king's visage. With that said, Castor left without another word. I think that's the first time I've ever seen Gil actually pissed, Hestia muttered as Lily nodded her head in agreement. It wasn't as though Ishtar didn't have a million different reasons for someone to not like her, but Castor's rage seemed to be on another level. The servants seemed to understand, but for one reason or another no one was willing to share. She just hoped Milan would still be standing after everything's finished. XXXXX. Of course, on the other side of the town, the commotion did not escape Archer's eyes. Looks like Evilus is making their move, Archer said as he dropped back down inside the factory where Bell was carrying Fia on his back with Saber and Lancer beside him. They're attacking the wharfs with Velas. Are they trying to draw us out? Saber asked. Even if they aren't, we should use this opportunity to leave, Lancer said. Let us make haste. Right, Bell nodded as he turned toward Fia, who was wearing a cloak crafted by Lancer to cover and hide her body. Hold on tight, okay? Why yet, Fia nodded as they made their way out of the factory and jumped onto the rooftops, giving them a good view of the carnage. 7 in total, Archer noted. With just that much, Ace and the others from Loki Familia should be able to handle it just fine. Yet you look as though you wish to help out nonetheless, Saber pointed out. No. I can't afford to worry about another Familia right now. Then what if I tell you to go? Bell asked, causing Archer to turn toward him. If Loki Familia are running around, then our enemies can't act recklessly anymore, right? So Archer, Saber, we'll split up like we originally planned. If our enemy is watching Loki Familia, then we may be able to trap them between us and Loki Familia, right? Humph, fine, Archer said. But I'm doing this because you're telling me to go, not because I want to, got it? I believe this is what the goddess refers to as Tsundere. Saber asked with a chuckle. Keep that up and I will make sure you get stabbed next time there's another spat. There's no need to go that far, Lancer said before holding her hand out toward the two of them. Although this might be unnecessary, allow me to provide a small amount of assistance. A magic circle appeared below Lancer and flames rose out from it, wrapping around the two of them with a much large amount of flame shrouding Saber. It was Lancer's skill, Hero's Bridesmaid. A support-type skill that increase a target's parameters based on Lancer's affections toward the target. While Saber's flame was massive as expected, Archer's flame was not too far behind. Is there something I should know, my dear? Saber asked, glancing from Archer to Lancer. And no, not at all. Lancer said quickly. He simply reminds me of you, sometimes. A moment of silence passed between them with only the blowing wine to give commentary to Lancer's confession. Be careful around her, Saber said to Archer after a pause, and Archer nodded his head seriously in understanding. Saber then turned back toward Bell. Then Master, we're off. Yes. Please be careful. With one last nod, the two of them launched off of the rooftops toward the commotion while Bell and Lancer turned around to head the opposite way. We need to reach the others, Lancer said. They should be waiting outside the town. Got it. Bell nodded as he followed behind Lancer. However, they only crossed about halfway across the town when Bell felt the hairs on the back of his neck bristle. They're here. Bell called out. Get down. Lancer called out as a spear of light formed in her hands. Bell dived out of the way as Lancer thrust her spear behind his and Fia's heads, impaling a robed figure in the stomach. With a quick motion of her hands, a magical shield appeared between them and the robed figure, who promptly exploded in a torrent of flame, causing Fia to scream from the noise and heat. He exploded. Bell shouted. It wasn't my doing, Lancer said quickly. That man, these people, are prepared to kill themselves to stop us. At Lancer's words, several more robed people appeared around them and Bell realized that they were the same people that set the Velas on him and Lefia down on the 18th floor. It would seem that sending Archer and Saber away was the wrong call after all. But even so. Your orders, Master, Lancer said, holding her spear of light out in challenge to the members of Evilus. Thankfully, they were still in the sparsely populated section of the city with only factories and warehouses that should be vacated for the night, so the chances of someone getting caught up in the mess would be slim. "I'm going to continue forward," Belle said, feeling Fia's wings shaking against his neck as she was sobbing in fear. "My servant." He was not someone that could put the lives of people on a scale and decide which was more important than the other. "By my order, even if one of those was a monster. Strike them down. Protect us until we reach outside the town. Use whatever means necessary to keep damage to the town to a minimum." "Acknowledged." Lancer replied as the spear of light split in two and was launched in two separate directions, impaling two Evilus members before Belle broke off into a run through the opening in the encirclement. Before anything else, he needed to get out of the town. XXXXX. Archer and Saber were watching the fight between Loki Familia with Ace at the helm and the monstrous Velas. Well, it wasn't so much of a fight as it was only 7 level 3 monsters against over a dozen level 3 and 4 adventurers from one of Orario's top familia led by a level 6. It was all over in a few minutes with the damage being kept to a minimum and no civilian casualties. "Well, it wasn't as though we were here to fight Velas," Saber reminded him, and Archer nodded. "They were to keep an eye out for anyone that would use the commotion to their advantage. So it was only natural that the commotion would happen back the way they came from, with an explosion in the distance." "Damn!" Archer cursed as he stood up, ready to rush back to Belle's side, only for a series of war cries to sound out as countless Amazons descended upon the Loki Familia women. "Kali Familia? No, something's a bit different." Saber muttered as a dull light seemed to shine around Ace, prompting a confused look to appear on the girl's face. She also didn't seem to be using her usual desperate either. Was it in maintenance? "But let us leave Master's safety to Lancer. We should assist them as ordered." "Fine," Archer nodded as he projected a spear in his hands. "Do you need a weapon? You can't use Gram here after all." "I will make do," Saber replied as he cracked his knuckles. "There would be no purpose for the disguises if I were to wield my demonic sword here. But to think they would bring along a monster with them as well." Archer blinked as he turned away from the spear in his hands toward the battle below, where a massive armored creature that looked like a giant frog wielding a massive axe trying to strike at Ace, not caring about the fact that several other Amazons were in the line of fire. "I think that's another Amazon," Archer said, although he couldn't be sure. "Let us not question it," Saber said, cracking his knuckles as his eyes swept across the battlefield. "There are several enemies on the rooftops, mages and their escorts most likely. Which do you want?" "I'll take the rooftops." "Understood." With that, the two of them shot forward, Archer smashing into a group of Amazons with staves aiming down at Ace, while Saber smashed into the armored Amazon, sending her flying away from Ace. With the two of them now officially in battle, the effects of Lancer's skill took shape, setting their weapons ablaze and acting like beacons in the darkness. Who the hell are you?" the large Amazon demanded in a slightly slurred voice. "Enemy sighted," Saber muttered. "Ally status, confirmed. Skill activation, confirmed. Commencing interception." "You are?" Ace began as Saber looked over his shoulder toward Ace. "We are here to assist," Saber said. "Please rest assured." Ace looked up at Saber's helmet and nodded her head to show that she understood. "Don't screw with me." The armored Amazon screamed as she lunged forward, only for the head of her axe to be caught in Saber's hand with ease. "Enemy parameters, confirmed," Saber said as his fingers lit up in flames and began digging into the axe. "Your opponent is me." With another burst of flame, the woman was launched back once more with droplets of melted metal sliding off her weapon and armor. Above them, Archer sent several Amazons flying off the rooftops before landing behind Saber, spear at the ready. What the hell?" the armored Amazon demanded as she stood up, holding a hand against the spot where Saber punched her. "Just a pair of warriors that happened to be passing by," Archer said. "Though I suppose you don't need to remember that." XXXXX. Belle's level 3 speed was proving his worth as he quickly put distance between himself and the Evilus members with Lancer right behind him. Light covered his body and flames rose up to shroud him, telling him that Lancer was using her skill on him as well. For now, they had to regroup with the others and add Assassin and Rider to their fighting strength. Thankfully, only a few Evilus members were able to keep up with them, telling Belle that they were not expecting a pair of high-class adventurers to have disrupted their operations. Keep your mouth closed or else you'll bite your tongue. Belle shouted at Fia, who was doing her best to not scream at Belle's massive sprinting speed. Even so, this was the first time Belle was in combat since hitting level 3. He was faster than he ever was before, to the point that he wondered if he could rival a level 4 in pure speed at this rate. Once or twice, Lancer would disappear from his side and a scream would ring out, telling him that she had taken down another pursuer. If this kept up, they should be able to reach the rendezvous without any trouble. Look out! Fia shouted just as Belle turned his head to the right. A member of Evilus smashed through the metal wall and Belle found himself staring at the person's eyes. Strained bloodshot eyes screaming with maniacal despair. Oh God! Take this wretched life! The man screamed as he lunged toward Belle and Fia. Master! Lancer's scream seemed so far away. At the very least, he needed to shield Fia. I see, rather conspicuous people, aren't they? In a flash of green and brown, someone appeared in front of Belle and punched the Evilus member up into the sky, allowing him to explode safely. Why Yuri? Belle began as he recognized the person in front of him. Not just Belle but the Evilus members as well. Elgram. Someone said in fear. Loki Familia Executive, Level 6 Gareth Elgram Landrock. Those kids told me all about you people, but I never thought I'd see you for myself so quickly, the dwarf said as he stood in front of Belle and Fia. You all right, lad? Why yes. Belle said as Lancer landed beside them and helped them up. Thank you for helping us. Well, to be honest, I just came to investigate the explosions, the dwarf said with a laugh. But if these guys are chasing after you, then it's only natural I step in. Now get going. It's not going to be pretty to watch. Belle nodded his head as he hoisted Fia back onto his back and took off running with Lancer right on his heels. Thank you again. Belle called out to Gareth, who simply held a hand up as he walked toward the Evilus members with his axe over his shoulder. None of them broke rank as they lunged toward the dwarf and their certain doom. They're broken. Lancer muttered quietly from behind Belle and Fia. Those people were completely broken. That is the risk one takes when seeking a familia. We should count our blessings that ours is not like theirs. Belle could only nod his head in response, while Fia did not share the two's sympathy for her pursuers, not that Belle could blame her. Glancing over his shoulders, he hoped Archer and Saber were okay. XXXXX. The battle was going just fine. Aside from the armored Amazon, none of the other Amazons could match Saber or Archer as they were being enhanced by Lancer's skill. Each of their strikes burned their opponents and either melted or outright shattered their weapons. And even then, the armored Amazon only had strength and speed to call her own. She did nothing but blindly charge forward in rage and was easily knocked aside by the servants and Ace, even though the latter had been hit with a curse that temporarily sealed her wind. Has the curse been lifted yet? Archer asked as he stood back to back with Ace. No, not yet, Ace said as the two parried the Amazon's massive axe once more, allowing Saber to close the gap and deliver another burning punch into the woman's chest, destroying what was left of her armor to pieces and sending her smashing into the stone pavement. Who? The massive armored Amazon demanded. Who can you be so strong? Of course, this is the power of love, Saber replied in his usual serious voice, causing the people nearby to stop fighting and stare. A wife's love for her husband gives him more strength than what someone who only loves themselves can muster. Ace turned her head toward Archer, who quickly held up his hands and took a few steps away from Saber, trying to say that he had nothing to do with the love-struck idiot. Don't fuyuk with me. The Amazon lunged at Saber once more, only for the man to step aside and deliver a fierce punch with his right hand, smashing through her helmet and sending her rotund body flying away again. Buyui? My Fei. My beautiful Fei. Although I must say, the battle strategy of being so grotesque in mind, body, and soul that your opponent does not wish to touch you is ingenious. I didn't think you were the type to kick someone while they're down, Archer muttered, resting his spear over his shoulders. I am merely saying what is on my mind. Nothing more. The two of them then turned toward the remaining Amazons, who took a step back from the two men who had easily trounced their leader. What do you think? Saber asked. There's something off about these Amazons, Archer said. It doesn't feel like they're from a warrior country. That's because they're not, Ace said. They're dash. But her voice was quickly cut off by another one. Oh no, this just won't do. A massive bolt of lighting struck a nearby lamppost, causing the glass containing the light to shatter and sending the entire district into a complete blackout. As the dust settled, all present could see a small figure standing over them with one hand against his face. The cute near-androgynous boy let out a laugh that was both harmonious and eerie at the same time as a single glowing red eye appraised the adventurers below him. I had only expected to see caulifamilia Amazons trampling across my garden, but to think that the rats would willingly come out of their holes. The boy pushed his hair back, allowing it to stand up as his face broke into a rather maniacal grin, causing the women around them to flinch as if they had seen a massive crack appear in a perfect stained glass window. But there is no mistaking this foul stench of yours clinging onto your mongrels, Ishtar. The boy's eyes narrowed into slits like that of a snake as the night sky erupted in a mass of golden lights. Countless weapons appeared hung in the sky above, each one of them flawless and powerful, perfect for the hands of any hero or high-class adventurer. That guy! Archer gasped. Is he serious? Everyone scatter! Saber shouted as he directed the Loki girls away. Although it's a bit messy, my treasures can be used in this way as well, the boy said, raising his hand up, pointing a finger toward the ground. The king's treasury, gate of Babylon. The weapons came down upon them like droplets of rain. Screams littered the night sky as the adventurers did their best to defend against the onslaught of countless noble phantasms which fell down indiscriminately. The Amazons. Loki Familia. Even Archer and Saber were forced to weather the storm. But the golden rain eventually ended with Archer and Saber standing before Loki Familia, having blown away the weapons before they could reach them. Across from them, the Ishtar Familia Amazons were lying scattered across the plaza, with only 3 of them still up with their bodies bloodied and standing in front of another woman wearing a white hood. I see. The golden-haired and red-eyed boy said as he glared down at them while pointing his finger at the hooded woman. It's you then? You're Ishtar's precious secret. The secret behind the mysterious power of the Berbera. I see, a Renard's magic. Lena, Samira. Get her out of here. The frontmost Amazon ordered. That kid's the one who assaulted Freya Familia's folk vanguard. But Aisha. One of the Amazons made to protest. Now. However, they didn't get 2 steps when portals appeared by their sides and chains shot out, binding all 4 of their arms and legs like serpents, restricting their movements and suspending them in the air. What's with these chains? The lead Amazon, Aisha, shouted. It's useless, the boy said as he landed on the stone road and started walking up to them, pulling a sword out of a fallen Amazon's arm, causing the woman to scream in pain. That is one of the greatest of my treasures, meant to restrain even the heavens above. Though I suppose you should consider it an honor to have them be used on you. Aisha simply growled at the boy as she tried to struggle against her bindings, but it was no use. It was a weapon that turned the divine Falna, the strength and pride of an adventurer, against them. Aisha must have been rather high level, as she couldn't even move a finger while the other 2 Amazons could make rougher movements even if they couldn't escape the chains. The boy walked right up to the Renard and pointed his blade at her throat, causing the girl to tremble in fear with tears in her green eyes. What, are you afraid to die? The boy asked with a smile that contrasted his words and actions. Why, yes. The fox-eared girl admitted. But for what reason do you have to live for? The boy asked. Whether you die tonight or a few weeks from now on that altar makes no difference in the end, right? Why you? Aisha shouted as she tried to turn her head around. How do you dash? Even so, I want to live. Then why do you not cry out to be saved? The boy asked. Surely a hero will come to your side if you merely ask. Or do you believe someone of your duties does not deserve the light of a hero? The girl hesitated in speaking as tears flowed out of her cheeks. There is no shame in such a profession. Even one as lowly as you deserves to have their wishes granted, the boy sighed as he raised his blade. Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter what you want in the end. A caged bird lives and dies by the whims of its master after. It would only be a kindness if I kill you now. At the very least, it would save your soul. Haruheim. However, before the sword came down, the boy abandoned his weapon and jumped back as a flash of white smashed down at the spot where he had been standing. Oh dear, another visitor, the boy said with a smile as the chains and weapons scattered about disappeared into golden light except for the ones that were lodged into or had touched the formerly armored Amazon. To what do I owe the pleasure, Vanagrund? Standing tall with what looked to be Ace's desperate in his hands was Bet Loga, another one of Loki Familia's executives. "Cut the crap," Bet growled as the werewolf glared up at the boy. "You're the one who jumped in and attacked everyone first." "Ha ha ha, I suppose so," the boy admitted with a cheerful laugh. "It wasn't on purpose though. They were simply in my way." Are you with Inio?" Bet demanded as the Amazons stood between the Renard and Bet. "Inio? Are you asking if I'm your ally?" the boy asked with a confused tilt of his head. "What the fuck is that supposed to mean?" "Exactly what it sounds like. I'm saying that Loki Familia are the ones who are working alongside Inio." The boy punctuated his declaration by launching several blades toward the Renard and the Amazons behind Bet. One of them grabbed Haruhi in a hug as if planning to shield her with her own body, but Bet stood between them and the rain of noble phantasms. With a feral howl, the werewolf's movements were little more than a blur, redirecting the blades off course and sending them flying into the surrounding buildings or into the water instead. "I see, so there is some truth in the tales of wolfmen," the boy sneered. "A shame that you cannot use such power within the dungeon itself." Werewolves had long been considered the least suited race for dungeon crawling all across Orario because deep within the bowels of the dungeon, they had no access to the moon, the source of their true power. These sorts of transformations had been confirmed only in a limited number of animal-person species. It was an ability that unleashed not only their untapped power but their innate animalistic nature as well, trading rationality for strength, as the saying went. And for werewolves, the key to their transformation was none other than the light of the moon. The boy ran his hand through his hair again and let out a long sigh. "But I cannot have you track my scent back to me," the boy said. "So do me a favor, and forget about it." "And what makes you think I will?" Bet growled, his arms and legs not even shaking despite taking the assault head-on. "Because you will probably want to forget this smell." "Ha!" Bet let out a confused sound as something fell down between him and the Ishtar Familia members. A massive brown cloud filled the plaza as the boy let out a roaring laugh, shielding his nose as he did. My, looks like it worked perfectly. Such a potent item. It has completely surpassed my expectations. A little too much actually, ugh. Bet. Ace shouted, making a move to get to him, only to stop right in front of the smoke and quickly retreated from it, covering her nose with tears in her eyes. "A stink bomb!" Archer shouted incredulously. "Really?" "Fear not," Saber said as he and Archer pushed the girls back and away from the cloud. "Our helmets will protect us from the worst of the stench." "Caught on after that incident, huh?" "Indeed. Lucky you," one of the girls said behind them in a nasally voice. Archer recognized her as Narvi, one of the supporters that went down to the 59th floor back then. "It's to the point that I want to chop off my nose just so I can't smell it anymore." Bet probably wishes he was dead. Indeed, Archer did not envy the werewolf who had been standing at ground zero of the explosion. Of course, after having his fill of laughter, the boy had vanished without a trace. As the brown cloud cleared, they could see the werewolf still standing in the same spot he was before, only his eyes were rolled back into his head with foam seeping out of his mouth, having fallen unconscious shortly after the stink bomb was set off. The Amazons and the Renard were nowhere in sight though. "At least he didn't suffer for too long," Archer said with a sigh as Ace and another one of her fellow Familia members ran over and grabbed the werewolf and pulled him over to let him rest on a bench. "Well, thanks anyway for the save," Narvi said as she patted his back. "Archer. You are mistaken," Archer replied in a dull monotone. "I am Red Hawk, a spearman that just happened to be passing by." Sure, let's go with that," Narvi said with a laugh. "Still, can you help us a bit more?" Ace said as she came back to them. Lefia was taken by Kali Familia so that Chen and Tiona would fight their captains. Archer stared at the blonde girl, clearly unsure whether or not he should go or quickly return to Belle's side. "Let's go," Saber said, placing a hand on Archer's shoulder. "He cannot blame us for getting involved after what just happened. Besides, we were ordered to help out anyway." "You sure like getting me involved in your troubles," Archer said with a sigh as he turned back to Ace, who gave him a soft smile. "I'm sorry," she said. "But you look like you wanted to help, so let's talk about compensation afterward," Archer said with a sigh, and Ace nodded her head. "All right, we'll handle the cleanup here," Narvi said. "Good luck." With a nod of her head, Ace led the way for Archer and Saber to follow them. It would seem that the night was far from over. Chapter 30, Light of Hope. Your captain said that he saw them take Lefia over here, Ace said as they stood before a cliffside west of the port town. What should we do? Saber asked, he and Archer having lost their disguises. Your friend being held here is obviously meant to keep outsiders from interfering. Mr. Castor said that he saw her through some cracks where the moon was shining through. The three of them glanced up and saw that the moon was directly overhead. So somewhere at the top of the cliffs, Archer muttered as he projected his bow and a mirrored arrow. He then fired it up and over the cliff, eyes scanning the top of the cliffs and taking in what he could get. That's... Light suddenly started shining through the cracks in the cliff. That's Lefia's magic circle. Ace said. Saber, you go with Ace and get Lefia, Archer said. I'll go look for Tiona. Understood, Saber nodded as he and Ace started jumping up the side of the cliff toward the light, both of them swinging their blades at the cliff face, destroying it and making their way inside. Miss Ace. A rather exhausted-looking Lefia called out as Ace and Saber stood in front of her, swords drawn and staring down a few dozen Amazons. Lefia. Are you all right? Ace asked as Saber returned his blade to his back and drew his daggers instead. Yes. I knew you'd come, and, isn't that one of Archer's familia members? Good evening, Miss Virtus, Saber said adjusting his glasses slightly. It's a pleasure to see you again, although I wish it was in better circumstances. Gagarim. One of the Amazons shouted an order of some sort and the rest began to move. One of them shot forward toward Saber but in a flash of red, her blade was destroyed and her body was sent flying into a wall. I see. Saber muttered as he shifted his second dagger into his right hand and began unhooking the rest from his belt. Enemy parameters established. Sword Princess, protect your familia. I shall take the front. Huh? Wait, aren't you level? Lefia began as Saber tossed his daggers up in front of him and as their pommels faced him, delivered several quick punches in succession, sending them flying toward the Amazons like arrows. One of the Amazons managed to deflect the dagger but her weapon shattered in the process. The other three daggers were avoided and smashed into the stone wall. The daggers began to glow before causing the wall to erupt, blasting stone shards outward at the Amazons in front of them and collapsing the foothold of the Amazons standing on the level above them. The rocks reached where Ace and Lefia were standing as well but Ace's wind had returned and she was easily able to blow them aside. Were those magic swords? Lefia asked as the daggers reappeared around Saber and orbited around him. The same as Archer. You stand before a dragon, Saber declared as the daggers gathered in front of him and started spinning in front of him with lightning surging through his body. Stand down or face its fury. The Amazons did not understand the words coming out of Saber's mouth, due to not knowing any other language but the Amazonian language. However, they could tell the intent of his words clear as day. A challenge. And so it was only natural for the warrior people to answer it by charging in head first, and for them to be sent flying by the hero. XXXXX. Archer sped down the cavern, striking down every Amazon that tried to stop him. It was a pain in the ass and he knew that there would probably be some problems down the line but he was doing his best not to do more than incapacitate the Amazons chasing after him. He was probably going to get a bunch of crazy Amazons on his tail in either case but at least they wouldn't be vengeful and angry alongside it. Hopefully. Still, they do start them pretty young, just like Gina mentioned, Archer said, batting a girl that looked to be only a little older than Gina into another Amazon. Well, I suppose we're not one to talk with Primo, but they're all around level 3 or 4 too. Eventually, the mass of Amazons thinned out and Archer came across a thin wall with light shining through several cracks. Peering through it, he saw a naturally made chamber with several Amazons sitting on the rocks, watching two other Amazons fight like some kind of makeshift ring. A short woman with red hair wearing a skull-shaped mask over her face was also directly across from Archer, directing the festivities. That's Kali then, Archer muttered as he turned back down toward the two fighting Amazons. One he recognized as Tiona, covered in a strange red smoke, as she was fighting another Amazon that was surrounded in an ominous blackish-purple light. Poison, if Archer had to guess. He debated whether or not he should step in and help but decided against it. As Tiona took the damage from the other Amazon's punches which left smoldering burns on her skin, her speed and strength seemed to increase tremendously. The red smoke wasn't from the damage she was taking, at least not directly, it was probably the effect a rare skill of some sort, just like Bell's Argonaut. One that changed damage into the user's strength. And against an opponent who seemed to be using a kind of poisonous aura to shield their body, it was the perfect counter. What a reckless idiot! Archer muttered as he turned away from the fight and checked his pockets to pull out a pair of high potions. He didn't have any antidotes on him, so these will have to suffice. It was a big risk letting the fight continue. He could shoot right through this wall and kill Kali, removing the goddess's grace from all of her followers, destroying the Familia and keeping both Tiona and Shin safe. But that would just put a target on the heads of Hestia Familia. Ace was here after all, and she knew Archer had gone to help Tiona. And Archer wasn't sure that the girl would be willing to keep quiet if he were to kill a goddess. I have to smile, for all those who can't. Tiona shouted, sporting the biggest grin Archer had ever seen on her face. And if I have to smile forever before you'll smile back, then that's what I'll do. So here I come, back. Nothing's gonna stop me, Nuo. Tiona lunged forward at the other Amazon, the space between the two transforming into a storm of poisonous and super-powered punches and kicks, their war cries shaking the very cavern itself. Tiona! The other Amazon, back, screamed as her fist came in contact with Tiona's abdomen. An audible grunt of pain escaping the younger Amazon's throat. Are you smiling now? The poison ripped through her, all along her skin, burning her nerves, and the pain and shock practically sent her to her knees. But even through all of it, even though the hellish torture ravaging her entire body, Tiona still smiled. You bet I am. And then she punched back, her fist sinking into Back's stomach with the same force the other Amazon had just inflicted on her, with blood shooting from her mouth. Hurt me all you want. Bleed me all you want. I'll never stop laughing. I'll smile, for those who can't. Back launched another attack at Tiona's face, but she dodged the blow, crouching down with her ever-present smile on her face. Here I go! A massive blow straight into Back's chest, sending Back's body flying away, crashing into the far rock wall with a horrific crunch. Archer was then reminded of something Shin had told him when he asked about Tiona's weapon, Urga. It was the Amazon word for great destruction, and it certainly fit Tiona rather well. Letting herself get within a hairbreadth of death, she'd built up the effects of her skill to its very limits, releasing a truly final finishing blow. It was the strongest attack she had in her arsenal. It was certainly a lot more inconvenient and dangerous than Bell's heroic strike. Back slowly peeled herself off the wall and took a few steps toward Tiona before falling to her knees, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Tiona had won. SC Wega! SC Wega! SC Wega! The Amazons were chanting. Thanks to the Grail, Archer could understand them. Thou art the true warrior. Thou art the true warrior. Thou art the true warrior. They were extolling Tiona, the victor of the right. It was enough to shake the walls of stone and rock surrounding the two. Well done! Well done! Kali said as she applauded Tiona with a smile. As I thought, it was a mistake letting you and your sister go. However, the right is not yet finished. Kali's eyes were focused on Tiona, who was still suffering under Back's poison, before turning toward the defeated Amazon before ordering without any hesitation, kill her. Only then can the right be complete. Tiona's response, however, was as simple as always. Don't wanna, she said defiantly. I'm not a warrior anymore, and neither is Shin. We're adventurers now, so I'm not gonna kill anyone else, not anymore, Kali. Her words silenced all the other Amazons, who were either looking down in shock at the girl or at their goddess for orders. You really have changed. Kali muttered slowly, almost mournfully at her former child. But it wasn't long before her smile returned to her face. But one thing certainly hasn't changed, and that's your connection with your sister. The goddess raised her arm, and the other Amazons who'd been watching over the match charged into the arena, surrounding Tiona in an instant. Shin is with Argana right now, far, far out at sea. There's no one to save you. You're coming with us, back to Telskyra. And that was his cue. There was no way Tiona could handle all those enemies in her current state, even if she was a level 6. Trace on! Archer chanted, placing a hand on the cavern wall, analyzing its structure and finding the weak points he would have to target to break through. And the weapon to do so would have to be. Lightning arced across his arm as the image of a stupidly heavy and destructive double-bladed weapon appeared by his side. Whether she had heard him or if she had simply known someone was there, Tiona smiled as she said to the goddess, "We're not going anywhere, Kali." Kali raised a single eyebrow as Archer brought the weapon to the wall. "Because Shin and I aren't alone anymore." The wall exploded outward as Archer smashed through it, urga in hand. Several more swords materialized around him and he sent them down to the cavern floor, creating a circle around Tiona as he landed beside her. "Swordsmith delivery," he said with a smirk as he looked over his shoulder down at the Amazon to see her beaming at him. He then tossed the 2 potions over to her before slamming Urga onto the floor in front of her. "Please confirm that all items have been delivered safely." "1 Urga, 2 potions, and 1 friend," Tiona said as she cheerfully jumped onto Archer's back in a hug. "Yep, everything's here." "You, how did you?" Kali began, staring at Archer in shock. "If you're wondering about the Amazons I passed on the way here, don't worry," Archer said as Tiona quickly downed one of the potions. "They were really insistent on not letting me make the delivery, so I had them take a little nap. They'll probably wake up with few aches and sores though." "You're saying you're Hermes's kid?" "Nah, he's from Hestia Fami." Tiona began only for Archer to uselessly clap a hand over her mouth with an annoyed look on his face. "Ah, oops. Hesti what?" Kali repeated incredulously. "Has she even been down here long enough to get a high-class child?" "Sorry, still level 1 here." Kali slouched forward, her jaw dropping at Archer's declaration. 100% true, as any god or goddess would be able to tell. "Oh yeah, did you find Lefia?" Tiona asked. Her answer came from above as the ceiling blasted apart, allowing 3 people to fall in and land beside them. "Ace. Lefia. Sword Princess." Kali cursed. That damn Ishtar screwed up after all. With the arrival of Saber and Ace, the surrounding Amazons didn't stand a chance. Ace and the servants were able to make short work of them. In a few minutes, all of the Kali's Amazons were defeated, causing the goddess to grit her teeth in frustration. "You picked the fight with the wrong familia, ya stupid gremlin." Loki suddenly appeared from the path behind Kali and kicked her, sending the smaller goddess sprawling to the ground as Loki planted her foot on Kali's head. At the same time, several members of Loki familia charged in from an opening on the same level as the Tiona and the others. "Loki!" Kali growled as she turned her head to the side to glare at Loki. "Since when did you and Hestia get all chummy?" I say we're not all that chummy," Loki said, with a smirk as she wiggled her hand from side to side. "It's just strictly business. Bet it feels pretty shitty to have all your plans fall flat into the dirt like your face. Don't screw with me. How the hell are those 2 level 1? Where the heck did Hestia find them?" "Beats me," Loki shrugged as she glanced at Saber and Archer, who returned to gaze impassively. "Loki!" Tiona called out. "What about Shin?" Don't worry about her," Loki replied almost flippantly with a smile as she placed her arms behind her head. "I've sent her lovable knight out to pick her up." "Finn, hi!" Archer muttered. "Yeah, I suppose that would work if Riveria could stop the boat." "Riveria?" Tiona repeated. "Oh yeah. She can probably just freeze the lake, hi. I hope that it will not cause too much harm to the marine life," Saber muttered, his eyes falling on one of the people that had appeared from the same path Loki had taken. It was a god with brown hair pulled back in a ponytail with a rather muscular body and well-toned hands and arms. Considering where they were, it was most likely injured. It would hurt the local businesses. "Well, our own business is done here either way," Archer said with a shrug. "We have to get back before we are missed." "Indeed. Well, see ya around," Archer said to Ace, Lefia and Tiona before he and Saber started leaping from rock to exit from the top of the cavern. "For the record, I didn't officially ask for your help, so I ain't payin' for it," Loki called out after them as they disappeared into the night. XXXXX. Hestia paced back and forth in the room as Welf, Assassin, and the rest of her children minus the other servants and Belle watched. Welf, Emma, Primo, Gina, and Assassin had quickly returned to the inn when the fighting had started, while Ryder had gone to meet the others and pick up the harpy. Now all they had to do was wait for Castor to return and for word to be sent about the harpy from Belle's group. "Perhaps you should sit down, Lady Hestia," Lily suggested. "You're going to wear out the mat at this rate." "I'll relax when someone else gets back," Hestia replied, a hand over her stomach. Gyu, I think I'm gonna get an ulcer from all this stress. All the more reason to try and relax, Lady Hestia, Emma said, grabbing the goddess by her shoulders and forcing her to sit down on a cushion. Besides, they shouldn't have been anywhere near those explosions, right? I need another vacation after this vacation. Hestia sighed as she slumped to the floor. But no, it's back to work after this. Do you really need to work, Lady Hestia? Gina asked. I thought the captain made enough to cover everything. Yeah, but I made Gil buy Belle's knife for him, so I'm the one stuck paying that bill for the next century or so. Maybe I should look into buying some cheap property and starting an inn like I kinda wanted to do. And who exactly would you have handle the expenses of running such an endeavor, Goddess Hestia? You, of course. Hestia replied with a smile as Castor appeared from the window with a scoff before lazily flopping onto his side back on the floor. Well, what happened? The boy and Lancer have met up with Ryder and have hidden themselves for the time being. Archer and Saber are also with them. Once the camp has been properly secured, one of them shall come retrieve us. So everything's a-okay? Welf asked. No one's hurt. There are no more problems that we need to immediately concern ourselves with, Castor replied with a nod. Aside from the lack of relaxation on this vacation, I suppose. Wow, the captain actually agreed with the goddess on something, Primo muttered. An assassin nodded her head in agreement. We didn't get to play all that much after all, Assassin pointed out. Oh well. Back to killing things in the dungeon then. Right, the dungeon. Primo muttered, glancing over at Emma. Well, playing all day won't get us much after all, Emma said with a smile, not noticing Primo's worried look. By the way, just what exactly is your magic, Lily? It's a magic that disguises Lily, Lily replied. It doesn't have to be a thing that exists, but so long as Lily has a good image of it, Lily can transform into anything the same size as her. For example. Lily then turned toward Hestia with a rather mischievous smile on her face. Your scars are mine. My scars are mine. Lily's form faded away and in its place was a small boy with white hair and ruby red eyes wearing a green tunic and blue trousers. Big sis Hestia. The young belle said with a bright smile. Buffwa. The attack was super effective against the goddess, causing her to let out a loud choking noise as she fell forward, tears spilling out of her eyes with a rather happy smile on her face as Welf started laughing. To bring down a goddess so easily, Castor muttered with a raised eyebrow. What a frightening power. Lady Hestia is just that simple, Lily said with a smile as Gina and Assassin were hugging and cooing over her mimicry of a much younger Belle. Lily usually used this to change into a male Palom back when she was still a part of Soma Familia, but she can also change into an Almiraj if she wanted to. It won't fool monsters though. Hey, Miss Supporter. Hestia began, raising a hand from her defeated position on the mat. See, can you say it, just one more time? Maybe another time as a reward for Lady Hestia's hard work. Stroke of Midnight's bell. With the release incantation, the fake bell faded away and Lily's form returned, prompting a disappointed Gina and Assassin to release her. Is it just those 2 lines for your incantation? Emma asked. That's right. If Miss Emma wants, she can try using her skill on Lily to try it. Emma glanced toward Castor as if seeking his permission first, and the king responded with a jerk of his head. Then, I'll try it out. Emma then turned her body so that she was facing Lily directly, and the shorter girl did the same. Emma seemed to stare rather intently at Lily for a moment before pink lights started to rise up from her body. HOH. Castor made an interested sound as Hestia sat up properly, wiping the drool from her mouth. Your scars are mine. My scars are mine. And, just like with Lily before, Emma seemed to fade away and was replaced by an older-looking girl with waist-long purple hair tied into 2 places at her lower back. Wow, it worked, Gina muttered in awe. That's really amazing. Who is this person? Primo asked. It's Sophia. Emma replied before quickly holding a hand near her throat as if amazed that her voice had completely changed too. My older sister. Emma. Hestia let out a shout of concern as tears started welling up in Sophia's eyes. I'm sorry, I haven't heard her voice in so long that I... Hestia didn't say anything as she walked over and wrapped her arms around the girl's head, allowing her to sob into her chest. As she did, Welf scooted on closer to Gina. Hey, do you recognize that person? Welf asked. Figured that since you were Hermes Familia, you've seen more people in Orario than I have. She doesn't look familiar to me, Gina said with a shake of her head. Is she an adventurer? The guild didn't have any information on her when Miss Flores asked a few days ago, Primo replied. So she probably isn't, at least, not one registered to the guild. I hope she isn't part of an underground familia then. As Emma calmed down enough for her to undo the disguise and stop her skill, she and Lily were both hit by fatigue from the backlash of the skill at the same time. So that's how it works. Lily groaned, looking rather pale and exhausted despite doing nothing all day. But still, Lily feels like she sprinted all the way down to the 18th floor and back by herself. Looks like it's something of a double-edged sword, Hestia said as Emma fell limp in her arms. Still, what a dangerous ability. It is unlikely there will come a situation where Flores will have to use it though, Castor pointed out as Primo and Gina went to help Lily and Emma into their beds. Still, be sure to familiarize yourself with your skill as soon as possible, understood? Why yes sir, Emma replied from her bed. Then let's turn in for the night. Hestia said as she turned to Welf. Sorry to trouble you so much, Welf. Not, it's no problem, Welf said with a smile. I think I've more or less gotten used to it by now, haha. Well then, let's turn in for the night, Hestia decided. It'll be a long day ahead for us tomorrow after all. XXXXX. Archer's eyes narrowed a bit as the sun slowly rose above the horizon. He and the other servants had stood watch all night with Archer perched at the top of a tree, keeping an eye on the entire forest that they had made their temporary shelter. Ryder was staying in the wagon alongside Belle and Fia while Lancer was standing guard outside the wagon. Saber, the last member of the party, had left the forest to return to town to bring the others over. With 4 sentries that did not need rest on the lookout and various runes scattered in the forest for detection, it was nearly impossible for anyone to get in without one of them noticing. Looks like they gave up after all, Archer muttered as he jumped down from the tree. Gareth probably took care of them all then. As he landed on the dirt, Lancer turned her head slightly to look at him. Dawn already? She asked and Archer nodded. Yep. So wake her up like she asked. Lancer nodded as she and Archer peered into the wagon and to see both Fia and Belle sleeping with their heads on Ryder's lap with the woman looking rather pleased with the situation. Ah, time's up already. Ryder muttered with a pout as she shook Fia and Belle on the shoulder. Wake up, dears. The harpy let out a soft groan as she sat up and looked around in a daze. Seeing the servants staring at her however, caused her to flinch and quickly sober up. What is it? Are we under attack? What are you talking about? Archer asked. We're waking you up because you're the one who wanted to watch the sun rise, right? The sun. Fia repeated. Oh, right, the ball of fire in the sky. For someone who lived in the dungeon their entire life, the sun rising must have been an unfathomable phenomenon that only the crystals on the 18th floor would be able to imitate. That said, Archer wasn't even sure that Fia had even been to the 18th to begin with. Harpies only spawned after the 18th floor after all. Do you think you can fly or do you want me to carry you to the top? Archer asked as Fia stepped out of the wagon and stared up at the morning sky. I want to fly, Fia said, extending her wings out, allowing the light to shine against her red feathers. She then started flapping her wings up and down and slowly took off to the sky. Let's follow her, Belle said to Archer who sighed before nodding his head. The two of them jumped up and landed on the branches above them, using them as a springboard to jump higher until they reached the top. There, they found Fia resting on a tree, staring wide-eyed at the morning dawn. Don't look directly at it, Archer warned her. You'll burn out your eyes if you stare at it for too long. Right. Fia replied but didn't move her head at all, clearly lost in her own world and not paying attention to anything else but the sun. It's bright, and warm. It sure is, Belle said with a smile. He seemed to be enjoying Fia's reactions to rather mundane things for people who lived on the surface. Something on your mind, Belle? Archer asked. It's... Belle began. Do you think we can bargain with the guild to keep tamed monsters in our home? That depends if the guild actually know about these Xenos or not, Archer said. For all we know, it might only be Aranos and Fells. Then again, if they know what most of us are, they might be hoping to use us as a shield against the demi-spirits. That's what you fought down in the dungeon with Loki Familia, right? Yet, if they are hoping for our help against them, then we should be able to push a bit aggressively during negotiations. Despite what you seem to think, Belle, we have no obligation to fight against Evilus or Inio for free. But, we can't just let them run around freely, right? If you want to fight them anyway, then do so after getting something from it. Just think of it like negotiating the terms of a quest, just like we did for my egg familia. If you want to help people, you need to think of ways to help as many people as possible at the same time. I'm not smart enough to think like that, Belle said with a wry smile. I can only help the people I see in front of me. Archer looked to the side to keep Belle from seeing the frown on his face. Wanting to save people was not wrong, but with the way Belle was going at it, it won't be long before the weight of the world crushed the poor boy underneath it. That then left the million-dollar question. Should Archer support Belle through it all, or force him to turn away before it came to pass and he dragged the girls into that hell with him? But, did he really have the right to pull someone from a dream he himself strode face first into while ignoring the warnings of those close to him as well? His thoughts were interrupted when Fia expanded her wings again and once more took off into the sky. The soft morning wind blew against her hair as Belle watched Fia fly with a bright smile on his face. It was the face of someone who had managed to save another from a terrible fate. Did Archer really have the right to deny Belle such a simple pleasure? Pain bit into his hand and Archer realized that his fingers were digging into his palm. Right, I'm just a servant after all, Archer thought to himself as he watched as Fia slowly fly down and dive into Belle's chest with tears in her eyes as she thanked him over and over again for giving her the chance to fly in the open sky. I can't tell Belle how to live his life. But at the very least, I won't let him become like me. XXXXX. Thanks to Lily's Artel assist and the fact that most of their luggage was still packed away in bags, Hestia Familia plus Welf were able to leave Milan at the crack of dawn without any trouble. Are you sure you don't need any help? Primo asked as she and Emma stared up at all the suitcases stacked up and tied onto Lily's back that the tiny girl was carrying without breaking a sweat. Do not worry, this is much lighter than what Lily usually brings with her into the dungeon, Lily said happily. Maybe it's because Lily is now level 2. Is it normal to bring so many things into the dungeon? Emma asked as she turned toward Gina. That depends on how many people go in at a time, Gina said. If you only went in with Belle, Saber, Jack, and Welf, then that's overkill, Lily. Lily refuses to be caught off guard in the dungeon. You never know when something will come in handy. Well, that salamander wool you got us back then did help a lot, Welf admitted with a chuckle. And that big bag of yours means more room for drop items to carry back. I better hurry up and finish Belle's new armor if we want to get back to dungeon diving. Speaking of which, how many times does Lily have to tell Jack not to ride on top? But it's so fun. Assassin insisted as she poked her head over the top of Lily's burden. The conversation was rather cheerful, considering what it was they were about to meet up with. Are we almost there, Saber? Hestia asked the servant leading the way. Yes, Saber replied with a nod. The camp is just up ahead. They had walked rather far from the town and the main road to Orario. As the forest they had taken the Harpy to was located in the center of a massive plain, it was rather easy to see that they were not being followed. A few monsters had attempted to strike at them from the trees, but as they were monsters born on the surface instead of from within the dungeon, even Emma and Primo could dispatch them with relative ease. Are dungeon goblins supposed to be more difficult than these monsters? Emma asked as she looked down on the wolf-like monsters she struck down. Well, the monsters born in the dungeon are tougher after all, Gina replied. The dungeon is the source of most of the world's monsters after all, so the ones on the surface are usually weaker due to being born naturally. I don't get it at all, Primo muttered as she shook her head. I don't get anything anymore. Hestia patted Primo on the head as they continued forward until they saw Ryder's wagon in the distance with said woman and Lancer standing beside it, looking upward. Saber, you have returned, Lancer said as she moved just a bit faster than usual to stand just in front of Saber. Yes, Lancer, Saber said as his hands immediately found themselves around her waist, causing everyone else's eyes to glaze over with exhaustion. Were there any problems? None at all. Currently, Fia is watching the sunrise with Belle and Archer. Well, call them down, Hestia said impatiently, not wanting to watch the two of them go at it again. I want to hear her story straight from her mouth. Understood, Lancer replied with a nod. She then crouched down a bit before jumping upward, breaking through the canopy in a single bound. A moment later, she, Archer and Belle landed back down on the ground with the red-feathered monster in tow. Seeing all the new faces, however, prompted the harpy to hide behind Belle, using the boy to shield herself from their gazes. The action caused Lily, Gina, and Welf's eyes to boggle, as none of them had seen a monster act so meek in front of people before, at least not to ones that were on the same level as they were. As no one seemed to know what to say, it was up to Hestia to take charge. "So you're FIA, right?" Hestia asked, bringing the harpy's attention to herself. "I am the goddess of this familia. I heard most of your story from my child, but I would like to hear everything you can tell me first before we continue, is that all right?" "Okay," FIA said, causing the same three veterans to reel back in even more surprise. And so, Hestia Familia plus Welf listened to FIA's tale. XXXXX. Back in Milan, Loki and her familia were overseeing the cleanup of the previous night's battle. From her investigations, Loki had managed to figure out that Ishtar was the one who coaxed Kali to come to Orario, but for what reason Kali would not say. Knowing Ishtar, it probably had to do something with Freya though. She also learned that Njord Familia had been using the Velas to cull the aquatic monster population in order to protect the fish that lived in the lake and by extension, the livelihoods of all the fishermen that made the lake their home and workplace, with the help of the head of Milan's guild branch and the report she made to Auranos, in exchange for being able to leave Orario for her little vacation in the first place, said as much. But as per the guild's MO, the entire thing was covered up and the blame of the chaos in Milan was placed solely onto Kali's shoulders, much to the little gremlin's rage. And throughout all the chaos, her children had met up with two of that chibi Hestia's secret special forces dressed up like a superhero team to fight against Ishtar's Amazons, while also teaming up to rescue Tiona and Lefia. Before that though, Loki and Ace were resting in their hotel room while Loki had Finn direct the others for the cleanup proper. Lefia was also resting in her room, being just too tired to deal with anything else, especially after she was told that she would be helping Hestia Familia's Primo Libera out with magic studies. "You're sure about this, Ace?" Loki asked as she turned to the beloved darling of her children. "Yes," Ace replied with a nod. "That boy, the one who attacked Ishtar Familia, said that we were the ones working with Inayo. Golden hair and red eyes." That was what Bet, Ace, and the other girls had described the unknown interloper, and one of the Amazons had claimed that it was the same person that attacked Freya's kids out of the blue. The description reminded her of Hestia's caster, but the man had shown no interest in doing anything but lazing about like Hestia often did. Not to mention that the boy was like half caster's size and apparent age, so it couldn't have been him. Well, not unless he had a way to turn into a kid. Then again, the unknown boy also had no qualms in getting Archer and the other one caught up in his attack as well. But still, to claim that Loki of all people was allied to Inayo, did that mean one of her little investigation buddies were their mysterious prey? Auranos, Hermes, Dionysus, Hestia. Those were the four deities that Loki had gotten involved in with this little detective mystery of hers. Auranos was out. As the leader of the guild, it was in his best interest to keep Orario afloat. He didn't spend the last 1,000 years building it up just to knock it down after all. He wasn't the type for that nonsense. Hermes was suspicious as always, and he always seemed to use chaos as a method to search for something, but due to his familia constantly on the move as part of their messenger and delivery duties, they didn't have that much of a power base within Orario itself. Ace also joined the familia in fighting against Evilus not too long ago, where several of his children had been killed in the process. Dionysus lost a whole bunch of his children due to Evilus's actions, with his familia captain being severely traumatized from the nightmare of the 27th floor. His motives were still a mystery, but who would willingly throw their lot in with a group that slaughtered their children for the hell of it? And last but not least, Hestia. From a no-name familia with a single member to the newest up-and-coming familia with several powerhouses capable of defeating a Goliath with not even 10 members. Granted, considering Archer's capabilities, that wouldn't be as difficult as it sounded, but Loki had her children's first-hand accounts of what had taken place during that fight. An enhanced Goliath, a supporter dealing critical damage to a Minotaur on her own, and Hestia's pet rabbit defeating the monster Rex in a single blow. Granted, it was worn down by the more suspicious members of the familia along with Hephaestos's favorite kid, but it had the ability to regenerate its wounds, but a level 2 should not have had the power to one-shot a floor boss, borrowing Tiona's Durandal or not. A part of Loki wanted to just dismiss the boy's accusations as one big red herring, but something about it made unable to just leave it at that. It must be because Hestia was the most suspicious of the lot, but the fact remained that she had 0 members in her familia barely 2 months ago and had been mooching off of Hephaestus without even going outside for nearly an entire year before that. She was just too new to have the resources and connections that someone like Inio would need to have in order to do half the things they were doing right now, unless Evilus decided to take in a goddess with nothing to her name and build her up as a massive distraction. But then Lefia had said that Castor had chased after the Evilus members they met on the 18th floor. This is such a pain in the ass. Loki shouted as she ran her fingers through her hair irritably as Ace watched with a blank expression on her face. My gut keeps saying that Chibi is suspicious as all hell, but my brain knows she's too much of a goody two-shoes to be part of Evilus. That and she's way too lazy to do half of this stuff. It still doesn't explain away the sheer power that Archer, Saber, and Castor seemed to have. And going by the pattern, Rider and Lancer were probably the same as them. Lancer in particular bothered her. Loki felt as though she knew that woman even though she was 100% sure she had never seen her until the beach party. That said, Saber, Lancer's supposed husband according to Hestia, himself was also strange in much of the same way. Both of them seemed to have Odin's marks all over them, but Hestia claimed that she was the first one to give them their blessing. Are you talking about Hestia Familia? Ace asked. Yeah, Loki nodded. I mean, don't you think it's strange that a bunch of level 1s are able to keep up with you? Not to mention that rabbit of hers leveling up so quickly. Ace didn't say anything as she glanced off to the side. About that? Ace suddenly said, causing Loki to clam up and listen carefully. What is it? Saber, the one who went with me to rescue Lefia. He said that he was the one training Bell Cranel how to fight. I see. So was he the secret to the boy's fast level up then? Some sort of magic or skill perhaps? I asked him to train me as well. Ace's remark caused Loki to nearly fall out of her chair. I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say that you, a level 6, are asking him, a level 1, to train you, Loki said as she tried to pull herself back into her chair. I did. Do you know something about them? Loki asked. That his swordsmanship is better than mine. Ace replied, not quite understanding what Loki meant. No, she definitely understood, Loki thought to herself. She's just dancing around the topic. Still, this is a good opportunity. Fine, I'll allow it, Loki said aloud. On one condition. Keep an eye on them while you're there. I'm not telling you to look into all of their secrets, but let me, Finn and Riveria know if it turns out that they're up to no good, okay? Okay, Ace nodded. I should probably tell Lefia to do the same. Do what? Speak of the devil. Lefia, still dressed in a sleeping gown, poked her head out of the room she had been sleeping in. Lefia, are you okay now? Ace asked. Ah, yes, thank you for worrying about me, Lefia replied with a nod. Have you thought about the whole teaching that Chibi's primi thing? Loki asked. Yes, Lefia nodded. I don't know how much I will be able to help, but if I can return the favor to Archer this way then I will. Well, considering both Hestia and her captain already considered all debts paid in regards to the expedition, this had nothing to do with whatever Lefia was thinking about aside from her own peace of mind. This was supposed to be payment for her rescue after all. Well, don't worry too much about it, Loki said, waving her hand. At most it'll be a once-a-week thing. Supposedly she's only gone into the dungeon once after all, so she's still gotta get used to that, and we got our own investigations. Just be sure to keep an eye on them to make sure they're not the ones working with Inio or something. That's not possible. Lefia said. I do not believe that a single person I know would work to a group as despicable as Evilus. Well, then thinking of it like make sure that Chibi isn't being tricked by them then, Loki said, waving a hand back and forth. Goldie may be smart enough to know when someone's taking him for a ride, but that idiot definitely won't. Knowing her, she's bound to get in over her head sooner or later. XXXXX. It was official, Hestia was completely in over her head. So you're telling me, your group has been working with Aranos for at least 15 years in the hopes that someday you'll be able to live alongside humanity? Hestia asked the harpy. Yes. Fia nodded. Fels talked with our leaders and we give them some of our fallen off or broken parts in exchange for their help and protection. Parts? Assassin asked, tilting her head to the side as she poked Fia's wings with interest, to which the harpy paid no heed. Like my feathers or our furs and horns. Horns. Gina repeated before her eyes shot open. Wait, does that mean you have a unicorn amongst your group? At Fia's nod, Gia turned extremely pensive and both Welf and Lily looked rather pale. Unicorns were extremely rare monsters that were found in the lower floors of the dungeon. Rarer than even infant dragons, their horns were an extremely valuable drop item that could go for tens of millions on the market due to their ability to cleanse all filth and harmful material. As an example, if one were to make a goblet out of the horn, any and all poisons and pollution found in any liquid poured into it would immediately be cleansed and removed. No wonder that Fel's person can afford to give out such a large reward. Gina muttered with a frown. Hestia wanted to ask where exactly were the Xenos living in the dungeon if the other monsters were also attacking them on sight, but she felt that there wasn't really a reason to know that much detail. It was enough for the time being to know that the Xenos existed and that they were working with Aranos, if not the guild as a whole. They needed to solve the problem in front of them, namely what exactly were they going to do with Fia? No, what did Hestia want to do with Fia? As the Familia Goddess, she can't leave this to Castor or Bell to make a decision. Times like this were when the deity is supposed to take charge and decide what path their Familia will take. Then one last question, Fia, Hestia said softly as she looked the harpy in the eye. Do you want to go back to the dungeon, or stay with us on the surface? Lady Hestia. Lily shouted in surprise, but Hestia did not turn around to look. She kept her eyes focused on the harpy, who had a bitter expression on her face. I shouldn't. Fia replied softly, but Hestia shook her head. I can't be the only one to dash. I didn't ask whether you should or you shouldn't, Hestia kindly said with a smile. I'm asking you what you want to do. Forget about us, Aranos, Fels, the other Xenos and all of that other complicated stuff. Just tell me what Fia the harpy wants to do. I. Fia wrapped her wings around herself, her face scrunching up in apparent agony as she tried to voice her own desires. I don't want to go back. She finally said, tears seeping out of her eyes. I never want to go back down there again. Then that's all there is to it, Hestia said with a smile and her hands on her hips. But how are we going to convince the guild to let Fia stay with us? Belle asked as Lancer wrapped her arms around Fia and pulled her close. Well, I have a pretty good idea on how to do that, Hestia replied with a grin. But it all depends on Lancer or Saber's abilities. Whatever you need, you shall have it, Saber said as Lancer nodded her head in agreement. Then go find a monster in these woods and tame it for me, Hestia said, causing everyone to stare at her. It has to be tame enough that even Primo can touch it without fear of getting hurt. Not even a month later. Why are you using me as an example? Primo asked as Saber and Lancer exchanged looks before turning back toward Hestia. Are we going to pretend that Fia is a tamed monster? Lancer asked. Well, that's part of it, but it won't be enough to let her stay with us, Hestia replied as she pumped her fist. That is why I'm going to make Aranos change things in my favor. As was said, we're the one who got this quest pushed onto us, so let's see just how far we can push this. But again, this only works if one of you can tame a monster to the point that it is completely docile to other people. Such things may be outside my area of expertise, Saber replied regretfully before turning toward Lancer. However, Lancer had her hand up to her chin in deep thought. Although I would not have the necessary materials required to force the monster to be docile for a month out in the forest, I believe that it should be manageable, Lancer replied. If we had something similar to that tracking plate that was on Fia, however. Seriously? Welf asked. More of that magic of yours? Yes. Mind alteration isn't necessarily simple, but it is doable. I could make you fall madly in love with that tree over there, with it taking the form of the goddess Hephaestos if I wanted to, and you would not be able to tell the difference. No, wait, why are you bringing my goddess into this? Lancer's response was a simple smile as Welf's face turned as red as his hair. I see, so that is what you are planning, Castor muttered as Hestia turned her smile toward him. How frightening. Should you muster up the motivation, you would probably orchestrate a strategy that would topple a castle in minutes. Ahaha, no way, Hestia brushed off Castor's compliment as though it was a joke. No need to sell yourself short, Castor. My strategy would just be, sick boy. I'm sure you can do it in a few seconds. Castor simply rolled his eyes at Hestia, who laughed before turning to address Lancer again. So if you have the right materials, you could essentially make a monster loyal to a human. More than that, I could make it so that it would wish to sacrifice itself for its master without hesitation, Lancer replied as Bell rubbed the back of his left hand. It would be one thing to use it against someone who possessed a will of their own, but... Lancer turned toward Fia, who shrugged. Monsters also attack us Zenos without hesitation, so I don't really care, the harpy said. In a way, Hestia felt that it was kinda sad. Despite possessing the capability of thought like the rest of the children in the lower world, the Zenos looked too much like monsters to be truly accepted. On the other hand, the other children of the dungeon rejected them on sight and actively tried to kill them, much like any other adventurer who braved its depths. No wonder Auranos wanted to help them. To not have a place to call your own and to be an outsider no matter where you were? Even Hestia wasn't that unfortunate. Saber and Lancer's runes had to be passed down to Emma and Gina as soon as possible. It would be a long-term goal, but if those magic runes could build a future for the Zenos, then it was a future Hestia herself will be a part of. But first, they had to deal with Fia. Now then, let's get started. Hestia said as she thrust her fist up into the air. XXXXX. They didn't even bat an eye, Emma muttered as she glanced out the back of the wagon back toward the Ganesha Familia gate guards. To get Fia inside the city, they first had Assassin ride on top of the wagon, with her presence concealment skill making nearly impossible to detect thanks to help of the rather misty morning they found themselves in. Then, with Saber's help, Fia was made to look like Assassin while wearing a heavy cloak. Thus the guards didn't bat an eye when they looked right at her and allowed them all inside after checking their papers. Where do we go from here? Belle asked. Well, you all are going back to our home, Hestia said as she hopped out of the wagon as Castor stepped off as well. Castor and I are going to the guild to see Auranos. Would they just let you walk in like that? Archer asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, we'll deal with it when we get there, she answered with a shrug. Though I bet Fels will show up before then. Will he show up if the captain's with you though? Gina asked. Humph, do not worry about such trivial matters, Castor scoffed as he turned toward Archer. Be sure to give the rest of Takemikazuchi Familia's payment to them when you return. Archer responded with a simple nod before Ryder ushered the wagon away. With that done, the two of them headed toward the direction of the guild. It's been a while since the two of us walked together, huh? Hestia asked, making some conversation in the quiet morning air. Castor did not respond, but Hestia could tell he was listening all the same. It was when you went to sell some stuff to Hephaestus, right? Is there a point to this conversation? Castor asked. Are you mad? About what I've decided to do? It is your prerogative as the Familia's goddess to decide the direction to which the Familia takes. You could have the Familia forego the dungeon in its entirety and specialize in innkeeping, and I still would not utter a word of protest so long as my own plans are not interrupted. Ahaha, I wouldn't go that far. Belle's dreams lie in there after all. Are you referring to his dreams of becoming a hero or the other one? The hero one, obviously. Hestia shouted as Castor simply smirked at her. I am quite satisfied with the amount of girls in the Familia already, thank you very much. But you're still okay with this, right? Your desire to work with Ganesha Familia in improving taming techniques is no concern of mine. Keeping that one within our Familia is actually to our benefit in drawing out the worms in my garden. So the reason he didn't voice any objections to keeping Fia with them was that he was using her as bait to draw out Evilus. Hestia thought to herself. She couldn't even fault him for that, as it was her idea to bring her in the first place. He was just using it to his own advantage. She was going to have Lancer and Saber comb every inch of their home to make sure everything and everyone was protected after this. As they drew close to the guild, Castor suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder and wordlessly steered her off the main street and into an alleyway. Moments later, a being in a black robe appeared in front of them. I thank you for your success in retrieving my comrade, Fels said as they lowered their head in a deep bow. I apologize for not meeting with you sooner. The incident in Milan had forced me to turn my immediate attention to that. You are referring to the discord in the branch office, Castor said, and Fels nodded their head in confirmation. Indeed. To my and my benefactor's immense regret, the head of the branch office had been receiving bribes from Evilus to aid in their smuggling of the Violas to the surface. Unfortunately, we could not retrieve much information about that from him, and he has since been released from our service. He will do his part in his oh-so admirable goal in revitalizing the lake's ecosystem by working alongside Enjored Familia. Hestia supposed that that was their excuse in receiving said bribe. Moving aside from that for now, Hestia said as she narrowed her eyes a bit at Fels's appearance. Are you really human? You have the same air as the rest of the children, but... Do not bother the foolish philosopher with such banal questions, Castor said, causing Fels to slightly twitch in surprise. You have demands to air, do you not? That's right. Hestia said as she thrust her finger out toward Fels. Let me speak to your boss. I have some things I want to discuss to him about your comrade and the future of our dealings with each other. Not to mention what I want out of this quest and headache you pushed onto us. Although I cannot promise anything other than monetary rewards from my end, my employer has been wanting to speak to you as well, Fels replied with a nod before carefully turning his hood toward Castor. However, if you wish to request that the goddess speak to him alone, then I have no objections, Castor replied. I am well aware of his location, and you both are well aware the consequences of treachery at this point. We have nothing to gain from such a thing and would stand to lose everything with such an action, Fels pointed out. Indeed, if they were hoping to use Castor and the other servants as a buffer against the strange monster spirits that Archer had fought down in the dungeon and against the mysterious Inio that Hestia did her best to try and ignore and forget about, then they couldn't afford to make enemies of them. It was this leverage over Auranos and Fels that Hestia intended to use. In short, it was a game where Hestia, for the first time in her eternity, held all the winning cards. And after that disastrous old maid game, she was feeling great. Then you go on ahead, Castor, Hestia said, and Castor answered her with a nod before turning on his heel and disappearing into specks of golden light. Well then, please follow me, Fels said after a moment of staring at the blank space where Castor had been standing at. XXXXX. Hestia followed the mysterious Fels a bit away from the main street before black fog seemed to surround them. Then, Hestia felt her arm be grabbed in the darkness before being pulled away. At first she thought they had been attacked, but soon after she found herself with Fels inside a man-made tunnel. The fog must have been Fels doing, either as a show of flair or to misdirect anyone observing them. Or perhaps even both. As they didn't go very far, it was probably still somewhere near the guild, probably a tunnel that Auranos could use to escape in the event of an enemy attack. How long has this been here? She asked as she rubbed her hand across the engraved patterns on the wall. I cannot say, Fels replied as he led the way down the tunnel with a lamp powered by a magic stone. I can say it is much older than I. Perhaps it has been here since the dawn of Orario itself? However, its existence is not known to many, so I ask that you keep it a secret. Hestia nodded her head. It was no skin off her nose in any case. They kept walking until they reached a dead end. Fels placed his hand against the surface and muttered something underneath his breath, which Hestia wanted to believe was open sesame. The wall then sank away, revealing another path that led into a massive chamber shrouded in darkness. Hestia followed Fels up a small flight of stairs and into a stone hall and looked around the room, trying to take in the details from the barely lit room. Large stone slabs covered the floor of the room, and the ceiling of the room was so high that it was impossible to see it in the darkness. There was also another entrance on another end of the room with stairs leading upward, telling her that they were probably rather far underground. She felt like she was in a temple like the ones up in Tenkai. Did this place date back all the way back to when the gods first descended? Then her gaze fell toward the middle of the chamber. Sitting on an altar among 4 lit torches that provided the only source of light was the person behind all of this nonsense. So it is you after all, Auranos, she said to the wizened and majestic god. Over 2 meters tall when standing, he exuded an intensity, a presence, and a divine authority that were in a league of their own, unmatched by other deities. Heralded as a supreme god while residing in the heavens, he was one of the truly influential deities. White hair and a similarly colored beard spilled from beneath the hood of his robe. His robust arms were propped on the throne's armrests, a god immovable. He simply existed in that spot, surveying the chamber like a ruler and a statue at the same time. The father of Orario and the one who assisted the mortals in building Babel Tower to seal the dungeon, Auranos. With his familia eventually becoming the guild, he oversaw both the city and the dungeon. However, he realized that someone with that much power must maintain a constant stance of neutrality. Therefore, he bestowed his followers with political power rather than Falna. The last thing Hestia knew about Auranos was that he spent his days beneath guild headquarters, offering constant prayers to the dungeon. These prayers, powered by his immense divine authority, kept the dungeon in check. It was his will that prevented hordes of monsters from reaching the surface and plunging the world back into the original state from the ancient times. Or so the story went. It's been a long time, Hestia, he greeted her rather amicably. Well, it has been 1,000 years, right? Hestia asked, crossing her arms in front of her chest, not at all intimidated by the other's majesty. Not since you, Zeus and Hera jumped ship and started a conga line of work for everyone else. Auranos let out an appreciative chuckle as Fels lowered their head. Then I shall take my leave, Fels said, and Auranos nodded. You have done well, Fels. As Fels left, Hestia watched them go until she could no longer see their robed figure in the darkness. Since I'm the guest here, mind if I ask my questions first? Hestia asked as she turned back to Auranos. By all means, Auranos nodded. I've chatted quite a bit with our mutual friend, Hestia began. Are you seriously considering bringing the Xenos up to live with the rest of the children? Of course, Auranos replied without hesitation. Their hearts and will are in no way inferior to our children. You have interacted with one personally. Can you truly say that you have not thought the same after interacting with that one? I have, Hestia admitted. I don't see a monster, just a child that wants to live on the surface and watch the sun rise every day. It was such a banal and simple wish to someone that took living outside the dungeon for granted. So why did you drag us into it? Hestia asked. Is it because of my children? Yes, Auranos replied. I became aware of what the majority of your children are after seeing the ability of the one who calls himself Archer. I have been looking for an opportunity to contact you, and the incident with the Xenos, while unfortunate and no doubt traumatizing for her, provided the perfect opportunity. In more ways than one. You want to use my children as a line of defense against those demi-spirit things that Inio is fielding. Yes. No excuses. No explanation. Just a simple confirmation. Although we have many powerful familia in Orario already that could be called to arms, there is no harm in having a final line of defense hidden in a small familia such as yours, Auranos continued. The fact that they are already powerful without the need of your blessing is an advantage that cannot be understated. In other words, if Hestia somehow was killed and sent back to Tenkai, the servants would still be able to fight at full strength, unlike Loki or Freya's adventurers should the same thing happen to them. But what's keeping me from just packing my things up and leaving? Hestia asked. You're asking quite a lot without any reason for me to stick my neck out like this. Oh? Have you already changed to become someone who would disappear and leave behind the likes of Hephaestus or Takemi Kazuchi, knowing that danger could arise at any moment? GRK, Gur. But I would hear your request regardless. Was there something you wished for? A way to pay off your debt to Hephaestus perhaps? Leave FIA with us. If Auranos was going to be blunt and honest with her, then she'll do the same. That is my only condition, she continued as Auranos raised an eyebrow. She doesn't want to return to the dungeon, and so I want to find a way where she can live happily on the surface with us. That's your end goal to begin with, right? I'll help facilitate it, starting with her. So have the guild give Hestia Familia permission to bring tamed monsters up to the city like Ganesha Familia. You're working with him too, right? That would not be possible, Auranos replied with a shake of his head, although not denying his partnership with Ganesha. Giving you special permission like that would draw too much attention to you and the Xenos. Then why not just change the law against bringing monsters up to the surface? Hestia suggested. The guild must have tamers coming in every day who want to bring the monsters they beat down up to the surface with them. I know you keep track of all the tamers that are registered with the guild. And what did you have in mind? Work with Ganesha for the most part. Change the law so that anyone can take let's call it a test or something. Have it so that any tamer can bring a monster to Ganesha Familia and show that the monster is properly tamed, and then make them register the monster with both Ganesha and the guild. If you don't want the city to be crawling with monsters, then charge some stupidly large examination fee. That way only the richer and more established familia will be able to do so. That does not address the problem that all monster aside from the Zenos will still lash out at anyone not their tamer, Auranos pointed out, to which Hestia simply waved a finger at him. Fufufo, did you already forget who my children are, Auranos? Hestia asked. Lancer's magic can dominate a monster perfectly. She just needs a catalyst to channel her magic through. Ganesha Familia use some kinda of tracking plate on their monsters, right? One of those would do just fine. The monster will become so docile that it would show its belly to a child if ordered. Auranos fell silent as he mulled over Hestia's words. From her position, Hesita could tell that Auranos wanted to believe that it could work, but he couldn't be sure just from her words alone. As I thought, putting my hopes into you and your children was the proper course of action after all, Auranos finally said. I will ask Ganesha to invite your child to demonstrate her ability. If it indeed works, then the guild will consider your proposal. However, I know, the moment Lancer disappears will be the moment this all comes crumbling down, Hestia nodded. That is why she plans on passing down her magic to the other children in my familia. And from there they will do the same. It's not exactly what I had in mind for my familia when I first started out, but if this helps the Zenos in the future, then I'll throw my hat into your little scheme properly. Auranos nodded his head in understanding. But still, how did these Zenos come about anyway? Hestia asked. You said they come from the dungeon, but then why are only a few of them not driven to mindlessly kill people? And why do the other monsters attack them even though they share the same origin? I do not know, Auranos admitted. I only know that they live in alienation and exile no matter where they go. Be it in the dungeon or on the surface. However, the same can be said of you and your children if your Lancer's magic does not work as expected. If you wish to protect the Zenos FIA, then you may find your own place in this world at risk. This is the path my precious child has chosen, Hestia said. Then that's the path we will take. Together. As a familia, family. It was faint, but Hestia could swore she saw the briefest of smiles on Auranos's face. So you don't have any idea why the dungeon's creating the Zenos then? Hestia asked. A theory, nothing more, Auranos replied slowly. Tell me, do you not find it strange, how a monster who has never left the dungeon before now, knows the concept of the sun? I have. Hestia nodded. The souls of our children return to the heavens, are judged and sorted by our kind, Auranos continued. And then many are reborn into the world, so what about the souls of monsters? No, it would be better to phrase it as, if these monsters who are not our children have souls, where do you think they would go? So you agree with the Zenos' theory? Hestia asked, feeling her heart tremble. As I said, this is only my speculation, but I also have confidence it is correct. After death, monsters return to the mother from whence they came, the dungeon, they're given new form somewhere deep inside the labyrinth and then are born again. This is what they believe, as do I. I still don't believe it. Hestia sighed. What is causing this to happen? If one does not overthink it, the answer is rather simple, Auranos replied. Although the methods appear to be different, it has always been the will of the dungeon to send its children up to the surface. Yes, every monster on the surface has either came from the dungeon or have been born from monsters who have left it. Since the beginning of its existence, the dungeon has always wished to send monsters up to live on the surface. If one thought about it like that, it was only natural for the Zenos to wish for the same, wasn't it? XXXXX. Hestia had left soon afterward, guided back out by Fels, leaving Auranos alone in his shrine once more. Will such a plan really work? Fels asked as he reappeared at the steps of Auranos's throne. You did not want to take the taming route because you considered it a path of thorns that would not lead to true coexistence, did you not? I did, Auranos nodded. However, the normal method for taming required the tamer to beat the monster into submission before collaring them like a slave. I wish to see just how far my hopes can lead me in this matter with these spirits. And it would be a small price to pay to gain their assistance in other matters. You did not ask whereabout they came from, Fels noted. They are wisps of legends that are passed down from parent to child and from storybooks that have not completely passed on into legend, Auranos replied. Are you not the same, my foolish philosopher? Please do not bring that up, Fels asked with a sigh. But is there a difference between what you are hoping and regular taming? As they are now, tamed monsters are nothing more than unexploded ordnance that could erupt at any time. We need a way to show that monsters can become more than that. If the spirit's magic can make a monster docile to the point that there is nothing left to fear, then eventually they would be able to survive without such trickery. I wish to believe that Hestia's children can build the bridge that can lead to a new dawn for both mortals and monsters.